Chapter 1. Divorce at the outset. At the sign-in desk, a dashing gentleman presents a token to the voluptuous president. A note reads, "No green hats, no gifts for women." The first chapter ends in divorce. The narrative is replete with alluring ants, bustalolas, and frosty goddesses. A harem tale, indeed, and all are collected. Within 10 chapters, the story takes a risque turn. If you are displeased, feel free to chastise me. Smack! Liu Xuening crossed her arms, her ample bosom accentuated by the embrace of her limbs. The fitted skirt clung to her curvaceous form, while beneath the sheer stockings lay the hint of her pristine, taut legs. From her elevated stance, she gazed down coldly at Ning Yuan, exuding an inexplicable aura of dominance. A document fell before him. Ning Yuan's pupils constricted as he beheld the words divorce agreement glaring back at him. His gaze turned frosty. "Sign it." Liu Xuening's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of warmth. Her unadorned face, with its ruby lips and pearly teeth, possessed an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being, utterly devoid of emotion. Behind her golden-rimmed glasses, her starry eyes brimmed with disdain for Ning Yuan as she felt the chill emanating from her. Ning Yuan cast her a nonchalant glance and picked up the pen. Liu Xuening's icy demeanor softened momentarily as she regarded him with uncertainty. His response took her by surprise. She sensed his growing indifference of late, especially after their wedding anniversary last night, when she failed to return for dinner. Today he was even more aloof. Men, playing the game of feigned indifference, are we? Ning Yuan, you won't shed tears until faced with the coffin, will you? Then I shall accompany you through this charade until you grasp the essence of despair. Thus, she drafted a divorce agreement. It contained no mention of property division, merely stating their mutual consent to part ways due to irreconcilable differences. She doubted Ning Yuan would dare to sign. Liu Xuening anticipated a scene of him weeping, begging her, thrashing against the walls in anguish upon reading it. Yet Ning Yuan merely met her cold gaze with indifference. His voice, unfeeling, echoed, "Liu Xuening, it seems you have never loved me." His demeanor was one she had never witnessed before, and she felt a loss of control over him. An unnamed fury ignited within her. Love? In these 5 years, I could hardly say I even like you. How could there be love? Your inquiry is laughable. Ning Yuan, ask yourself, what is there about you that warrants my affection? To me, you are utterly worthless. Liu Xuening recognized the hurtfulness of her words. Yet as Ning Yuan slipped from her grasp, she felt compelled to inflict pain and belittle him to regain dominance. For she understood that only through his suffering would he be compelled to return to his comfort zone. However, upon hearing her words, Ning Yuan merely smiled coldly and signed his name. He glanced over the agreement, wrote Ning Yuan with striking flourish, the letters standing out prominently. A wave of unease washed over Liu Xuening, but soon she came to her senses. This time, the game has deepened, has it? Ning Yuan, let us see how long you can endure. After signing, Ning Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, the burdens of uncertainty lifting. For 5 years, he had deeply loved Liu Xuening. Displeased with his career in acting, he withdrew from the limelight, sacrificing his burgeoning fame, including a nomination for Best Actor at the China Golden Rooster Awards. He willingly relinquished a lucrative income nearing 10 million, investing it entirely into their household. Liu Xuening had never contributed financially, leaving him with only a few thousand to his name now. Disapproving of his interactions with women, Ning Yuan severed ties with all female acquaintances. Aside from their wedding night, when they first consummated their marriage, Liu Xuening had fervently bitten her lip, the sheets stained with crimson blossoms. Over the subsequent 5 years, they shared intimacy once or twice a month. It was always dictated by her whims. When she declared it over, it ceased without regard for his needs. Their last encounter had involved alcohol, and she had displayed rare allure, enchanting beyond words. Yet when Ning Yuan sought to deepen their connection, she rebuffed him. Unquestionably, Liu Xuening possessed an exquisite figure, her lace lingerie accentuating her unparalleled form. But she swiftly resumed her frigid demeanor, claiming she was satisfied. Ning Yuan found himself powerless, especially after a rival company had hired an assassin to harm Liu Xuening. Without hesitation, he placed himself in harm's way. As the blade pierced his chest, In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he felt gratitude that it was he who was wounded, not Liu Xuening. Following a harrowing operation, she never once visited him. Instead, she merely hired a nurse to tend his needs. In his delirium, he called out her name. Yet, he never saw her face, not once. Thus, even the warmest heart can grow cold in the face of indifference. Liu Xuening offered him only apathy, cruelty, and relentless emotional manipulation. Last night, Ning Yuan prepared a feast, yearning for Liu Xuening to return and celebrate their 5-year anniversary together. He called her, "Wife, today marks our anniversary. I have prepared a meal." The chilling response came, "Leave me be. What is there to celebrate? I have work to do. Unlike you, who does nothing. Can't you manage a meal on your own?" With that, she hung up, and Ning Yuan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Each of her words struck him like a slap across the face. Liu Xuening demanded he abandon his career to focus on her, yet his devoted efforts were dismissed as idleness. Having lost both parents in his youth, he yearned for love, believing that his wholehearted devotion would yield a reciprocal affection from Liu Xuening. Now, he stood before the bitter truth. It had all been a farce, a cruel jest. Though others had mocked him for being so devoted to her, he now found himself laughing at his own folly. His deep affection had ultimately been misplaced, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. His gaze turned frigid, and his heart gradually hardened. He discarded the entire meal into the trash. Today, even if Liu Xuening did not mention it, he would initiate their divorce. Therefore, when she beheld his eyes devoid of love, a wave of panic washed over her. Her chest felt constricted, as if filled with cotton, causing a dull ache in her heart. Liu Xuening stared blankly at the agreement, where Ning Yuan's signature lay. The heaviness morphed into an inexplicable rage. "Ning Yuan, let us proceed to obtain the divorce certificate now. You eat my food, live off me, yet like a dog, you fail to show gratitude. Crazy? Has your brain been trampled by a chicken?" Ning Yuan shot her a cold glance. Rising to his feet and striding toward the door, he turned back, casting a detached look at the still-seated Liu Xuening, his voice laced with indifference. "Let's go." Liu Xuening strode forth, her stiletto heels clicking sharply against the ground, her heart growing colder. "Ning Yuan, you will regret this. Even if you beg on your knees in the future, it will be futile," she thought vehemently. Ning Yuan sat silently in Liu Xuening's car, not uttering a word. She observed him from the rear seat. He was undeniably handsome, standing at 186 centimeters, his long legs striking even while seated. His once gentle, peach blossom eyes now bore only a cold gaze, staring out the window, lost in thought. Seeing this, Liu Xuening's anger flared further. "Damn you, Ning Yuan. Keep up the facade. I hope that when you plead with me in the future, you wear that same expression." Ning Yuan strode into the Civil Affairs Bureau, his long legs commanding attention, while Liu Xuening followed closely behind with a frosty expression. Soon, the staff listened to both parties' opinions, confirmed their statements, and proceeded to issue their divorce certificate. It was now the year 2030, and a legal stipulation for a 30-day cooling-off period for divorce had been abolished. Ning Yuan was awarded a sum of 10 million in assets, yet the company, car, and house remained entirely unrelated to him, as they belonged to Liu Xuening's premarital possessions. As he received the divorce certificate, a smile involuntarily crept upon Ning Yuan's lips. Liu Xuening, initially lost in thought while gazing at the certificate, lifted her eyes to see the smile on his face, her expression turning icily severe. Unable to restrain her bitterness, she lashed out, "Did you stay with me solely for this meager sum of money?" Had it not been for her, Ning Yuan would have long since achieved great success, his wealth far exceeding a mere 10 million. The depth of his affection had ultimately been squandered. Ning Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment towards her, and he no longer had the energy to engage in trivial banter. His love for Liu Xuening had evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of aversion. The sacrifices he made over 5 years felt like a thorn while he had extracted it from his heart. The wound continued to ache. Even as time healed the injury, it would leave his scare a constant reminder of how absurd and laughable those 5 years had been. "Ling Yuan, you shall not take a single item from the villa. Collect your belongings and leave." Liu Xuening, usually as cold as ice, was rarely overtaken by rage. She struggled to suppress her fury, her voice dripping with indifference that, It's all just trash I desire, neither the possessions nor the person, Ning Yuan retorted, intensifying the tension between them until it felt as if the very air had solidified. Yet he did not cast a glance in her direction as he strode away. Liu Xuening's chest rose and fell with anger as she coldly commanded, Ning Yuan, stop right there. How dare you call me trash? Ning Yuan, you better think carefully. If you dare to walk out today, you shall never return. But Ning Yuan, without a backward glance, dismissed her entirely, treating her as though she were invisible. Fuming, Liu Xuening stomped her foot in frustration, yet an inexplicable wave of pain surged within her. Nevertheless, she refused to believe that Ning Yuan would truly leave her. He loved her too deeply, to the point of losing himself entirely. You wretched Ning Yuan, I shall see how you beg for my forgiveness in the future. I demand you admit to being a mere dog. Chapter 2. Liu Xuening's Aunt and the Dream of Nanyu. Liu Xuening found herself at a loss, unsure of how she had returned to the villa. It felt as though she were trapped in a dream. Had she truly divorced Ning Yuan? Shaking her head in disbelief, she gazed around the desolate villa, only then realizing the gravity of her situation. Yet, she remained reluctant to accept that Ning Yuan, who loved her so deeply, could genuinely part ways with her. The divorce must be a tactic to compel her to concede, a mere fade intended to pressure her into submission. I have supported you all along, even keeping vigil by your side during your illness, though you may remain oblivious to it. I arranged for caregivers to attend to you, yet you have never shown any gratitude. As for Ning Yuan's care, is that not the duty of a man? Such a petty man. He never comprehends the burdens I bear. Liu Xuening felt no remorse. A pang of hunger struck her, prompting her to wander into the kitchen, where she was taken aback to discover several discarded meals in the trash. The remnants were haphazardly piled, yet she could discern her favorite dishes among them: steamed East-Star grouper, sweet potato and rock sugar soup, and Wagyu steak. Now, they lay in silence within the refuse. A wave of silence enveloped her, and an inexplicable tug at her heart emerged, accompanied by a dull ache. Though the discomfort was not intense, it rendered her chest heavy with unease. She could not fathom why this scene unsettled her so. Opening the refrigerator, she observed an array of neatly arranged ingredients, a testament to Ning Yuan's meticulous efforts. Shutting the refrigerator door, she found herself inexplicably drawn into Ning Yuan's room. His space was considerably smaller than hers, furnished with merely a desk and a wardrobe. The wardrobe contained only a few garments, while the desk held a lamp under which lay a few books, an embodiment of simplicity. There were no wedding photos adorning the bedside, for Liu Xuening had never wished to capture such moments with Ning Yuan, despite his casual suggestions to do so. Perhaps, upon your return, if you plead with me, I might consider indulging you in a wedding shoot, she scoffed inwardly. Approaching the desk, she cast a glance at the books, all centered around the art of performance. Following Liu Xuening's request for him to withdraw from the entertainment industry, Ning Yuan had terminated his contract and devoted himself to caring for her. She recognized his fervor for acting and could vividly envision him, alone at night, poring over books beneath the lamp's glow. Ding dong. As she stood lost in thought, the doorbell rang. Liu Xuening swiftly masked her erratic emotions, her countenance reverting to its icy facade. Ning Yuan, have you returned, unable to resist? Were you not so resolute when signing the papers? What brings you back now? Who else would want you, Ning Yuan? A cold smirk graced her lips, yet they involuntarily curved into a mesmerizing arc, enhancing her enchanting beauty. She hastened to the door, flinging it open, only to be met with a face that could spell disaster. The visage of the individual before her bore an air of perpetual aloofness, exuding an icy allure. Subsequently, she beheld an exaggeratedly sultry figure, reminiscent of a character from a comic strip. The juxtaposition of the cold beauty and the fiery physique created a striking contrast. The generous curves of the figure left Liu Xuening feeling somewhat inadequate. She donned a fitted black blazer over a crisp white blouse, which elegantly accentuated her ample bosom. Her waist was slender, leading to hips that were wider than her shoulders, presenting an astonishing silhouette with an enviable waist-to-hip ratio. The visitor was her aunt, Meng Nanyu. Liu Xuening perceived that her aunt's figure seemed more voluptuous than before. She wore a form-fitting skirt and high-heeled black stockings. Upon recognizing her aunt, Liu Xuening cast her gaze downward. A vague sense of disappointment mingled with anger unfurling within her. The sound of her aunt's stiletto heels echoed as Meng Nanyu entered with an ethereal grace. "Xiaoning, have you eaten yet?" Liu Xuening replied sullenly. "Not yet." Indeed, with Ning Yuan gone, who would prepare her meals? She had never been fond of takeout. Meng Nanyu quickly sensed the anomaly. "Where's Xiao Yuan? Why is he absent?" Liu Xuening's expression faltered. "He has run away from home." She refrained from mentioning their divorce, believing that Ning Yuan was merely throwing a tantrum and that he would return soon. "Did you two have a quarrel?" Meng Nanyu asked, her heart racing with alarm. Her keen gaze swiftly fell upon the divorce certificate on the table. Liu Xuening had left it out, primarily because she did not regard the divorce with much gravity, and secondly, she had not anticipated the arrival of her aunt. Following Meng Nanyu's line of sight, Liu Xuening hastily seized the divorce papers and concealed them behind her back. Meng Nanyu's expression hardened, her heart surging like a tempest. "Xiao Yuan has divorced Xiaoning?" Divorced? An uncontainable wave of elation surged within her, akin to a dam breaking, nearly overwhelming her. At 30 years of age, serving as the president of the Meng Group with a fortune in the billions, she had long mastered the art of maintaining composure in the face of adversity. Yet at this moment, she forgot to manage her expressions, her lips involuntarily curving upward, and she could not help but inquire, "Xiaoning, you two aren't truly divorced, are you?" Fortunately, Liu Xuening was preoccupied with her own concerns and did not notice her aunt's expression. Upon hearing the question, Liu Xuening was taken aback, astonished that her own aunt had discovered the divorce certificate. "We have divorced, but Ning Yuan is just deliberately sulking, trying to manipulate me. Once he calms down, he will return." Meng Nanyu understood her niece's nature, cold and detached. She also recognized Ning Yuan's temperament, gentle and considerate. Yet, he had opted for divorce. It seemed that Liu Xuening had hurt him too deeply. In the past, Meng Nanyu had witnessed Ning Yuan's despondent expressions on multiple occasions, and each time, it had pained her profoundly. Yes, it was heartache, not because he was her niece's husband, but because she had harbored feelings for him for a full decade. A decade of time. At that time, Meng Nanyu, as an outstanding representative, delivered a speech at the high school in Ning Yuan. During her address, her gaze immediately fell upon Ning Yuan, who stood out like a crane among chickens. Tall and slender, with a clean demeanor and enchanting peach blossom eyes, his smile radiated purity, akin to a beam of sunlight piercing through the shadows of Meng Nanyu's heart on a spring morning. The moment she laid eyes on him, her desolate soul felt as though it had encountered spring, brimming with vitality. A delightful sensation, both tinged with sweetness and a hint of sorrow, flooded her chest. She was profoundly captivated by him, a handsome youth whose first glance could ensnare a lifetime. Subsequently, Meng Nanyu deliberately frequented Ning Yuan's school to partake in activities, all for the mere chance of catching a glimpse of him from afar. She even seized opportunities to exchange fleeting glances with Ning Yuan. Meng Nanyu waited patiently for his maturation, resolved to endure until he came of age and fell in love with her. Later, when Ning Yuan was accepted into the Jinghai Film Academy, Meng Nanyu was elated, for he was now closer to her. However, the Meng family soon faced a significant upheaval, leaving Meng Nanyu feeling overwhelmed. Later on, when the patriarch of the Liu family fell gravely ill, Liu Xuening abruptly announced her impending marriage. When Meng Nanyu spotted Ning Yuan at Liu Xuening's villa, her initial reaction was one of sheer joy, believing he had come to seek her out. However, when Liu Xuening introduced her husband as Ning Yuan, Meng Nanyu was left speechless, struck by a shock that shattered her heart into pieces, each one bleeding profusely. Her heart felt lifeless, engulfed by an unbearable grief that nearly drove her to despair. That day, Meng Nanyu could not recall how she returned home. Outside the car window, there was no rain, yet the road remained obscured from her sight. Subsequently, Meng Nanyu could only visit Liu Xuening's home occasionally, under the pretense of caring for her niece, to catch glimpses of Ning Yuan, attempting to assuage her deep-seated longing. Yet, Witnessing the tenderness with which Ning Yuan regarded Liu Xuening brought her immense pain. Often, she would awaken in the dead of night, finding her face wet with tears. She believed she would spend her life in solitude, guarding an empty house, with only a solitary lamp for company. Then, news of Ning Yuan's divorce from Liu Xuening reached her ears. Meng Nanyu closed her eyes, silently pondering, is this a divine act of mercy, granting me another chance? Upon reopening her eyes to gaze at Liu Xuening, she vowed inwardly, this time, even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow anyone to take Ning Yuan away from me. A resolute glimmer shone on Meng Nanyu's delicate face. She could hardly wait for the days to unfold, as every fiber of her being seemed to cheer for her to seize him. Liu Xuening remained oblivious to the fading indifference on Meng Nanyu's face, which transformed into breathtaking beauty. She continued, Xiao Yi, a useless person like Ning Yuan. Only I am willing to give him a chance. Who else would want him? Chapter 3. Burning the divorce certificate. Blocking Liu Xuening, Meng Nanyu did not engage with the other's remarks. She suppressed the surging emotions within her, smiling as she addressed Liu Xuening, Xiao Ning. If you haven't eaten, I can cook for you. Meng Nanyu knew Liu Xuening lacked culinary skills. She prepared a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup, and they dined together. However, both individuals harbored their own troubles and lacked appetite, leaving 2 dishes untouched. After Meng Nanyu's departure, Liu Xuening gazed at the empty room, and her heart felt equally desolate. As the night deepened, she remained wide awake, staring at the ceiling. In the past, whenever she found herself sleepless, Ning Yuan would sit by her bedside, holding her hand until she drifted off to sleep, after which he would retire to his own room. Suddenly, she began to long for the warmth of Ning Yuan's broad palm. Yet, her proud demeanor prevented her from reaching out to him. She desired for him to humble himself first before she would even contemplate forgiveness. You have upset me so deeply. I shall not absolve you without imparting a lesson. What she remained oblivious to was that Ning Yuan would never bow to her again. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, he did not cast a single glance in Liu Xuening's direction, simply walking away. Left behind, Liu Xuening's expression turned even colder. She pressed her lips together and turned to leave. Once in the car, she lingered for a moment, expecting Ning Yuan to follow, but through the rearview mirror, she realized he had already distanced himself. Frustrated, she slammed her hand on the steering wheel. Ning Yuan stepped into a department store, purchasing a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. He seldom smoked, and Liu Xuening had always forbidden him from doing so, yet at that moment he craved a cigarette. He pulled one out and ignited the divorce certificate with the lighter. Originally, the divorce certificate was meant to be kept, as it would be required for any potential reconciliation. However now, in Ning Yuan's grasp, it blazed fiercely. With the brilliant flames illuminating his surroundings, he lit his cigarette. The ember flickered as he gazed pensively at the divorce certificate, which was gradually turning to ash. Memories surged in his mind, recalling the first time he encountered Liu Xuening, struck by her beauty and falling for her at first sight. He remembered when she had willingly expressed her desire to be with him and quickly acquiesced to his proposal of marriage. Ning Yuan had often speculated whether Liu Xuening had married him merely to bring joy to her grandfather. Yet now, all answers seemed irrelevant. After taking a few puffs, he extinguished the cigarette. Rising to his feet, Ning Yuan stepped away, his black shoes trampling the ashes of the divorce certificate, sending remnants swirling into the air. Let the past be the past, and let a new beginning commence. With the divorce certificate, he would carve a nest for the future. As he approached a restaurant, a pang of hunger struck him. Having lost his parents at a young age, and with no place to go after leaving Liu Xuening's villa, he found himself at a loss. Typically, at this hour, he would be preparing dinner for Liu Xuening in her family's home. She was notoriously finicky about her food, and Ning Yuan had devoted 6 months to mastering culinary skills, earning praise even from seasoned chefs. Yet, when cooking for Liu Xuening, he had never received any positive feedback. She would eat a few bites with a blank expression before stopping altogether. This led him to doubt his own cooking abilities. Fortunately, Liu Xuening's beautiful aunt, her close friends, and younger sister all claimed that his culinary skills were commendable. Shaking off those thoughts, Ning Yuan entered the restaurant and ordered 2 dishes, savoring each bite slowly. It is not that Ning Yuan is unwilling to order more dishes. Rather, he finds himself financially constrained, with only a few thousand remaining in his pocket. Liu Xuening, fearing he might go astray, intends to deplete his funds, thus ensuring Ning Yuan's reliance on her. The 10 million obtained from their divorce was coldly stated by Liu Xuening to be disbursed after some time. Furthermore, he still needs to eat, purchase clothing, and rent a place to stay. Typically, it is Ning Yuan who bears the household expenses. Although Liu Xuening is a billionaire CEO, she has never offered him any financial support. In her words, men become corrupt when they have money. To her, once Ning Yuan exhausts his funds, he cannot indulge in frivolities and must patiently await her return at home, aside from occasionally gifting him a couple of outfits. Ning Yuan has never received any other presents from Liu Xuening. In fact, when Ning Yuan once saved her, sustaining a severe chest injury from a knife that pierced through, leading to a critical pneumothorax and hemothorax, she did not even come to visit him. Instead, it was her aunt, close friend, and younger sister who came to check on him several times. Later, Ning Yuan heard from a nurse that a woman had kept vigil outside the operating room all night. However, the nurse was too preoccupied assisting the doctors to discern her features. After the surgery, he was responsible for settling his own hospital bills. The several million he earned from acting had vanished within 5 years. It is indeed rare for an actor nominated for Best Actor to find himself in such a predicament. He chuckled to himself in self-mockery. Of course, amidst this disheartening relationship, he did glean some wisdom. One must love oneself thoroughly before loving another. Moreover, it has bolstered his resilience against pressure. Having endured the tempestuous winds surrounding Liu Xuening, he sees no reason to capsize in the calm waters outside. Yet, he feels utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, and he recognizes the necessity for rest and recharging. As he dined, he expressionlessly took out his phone and blacklisted and deleted all contacts for Liu Xuening, including her WeChat and phone number. He then proceeded to blacklist and delete the WeChat and phone numbers of Liu Xuening's sister, her aunt, and her close friend. Having chosen to leave, it is best to sever all ties. The ideal ex is one who has passed away. After finishing his meal, Ning Yuan checked into a hotel room, preparing for deep slumber. Upon awakening, he would embark on a new chapter of life. From then on, he would bestow flowers upon himself and gallop towards freedom amidst blossoms. Ning Yuan slept soundly until 10 o'clock the next morning. He sat up, stretched, and felt invigorated, experiencing a level of comfort in sleep he hadn't enjoyed in quite some time. After freshening up, he ventured out to purchase 2 new outfits. Subsequently, he called his former employer, Xiao Ruolan. Xiao Ruolan, a natural enchantress, exudes irresistible allure in every gesture. As a prominent socialite in the capital, she owns the entertainment company Starshine Entertainment, where Ning Yuan was once signed. Even before Ning Yuan attained fame, Xiao Ruolan had championed his role as the leading man, defying all odds. Later, Ning Yuan contemplated withdrawing from the entertainment industry, seeking to dissolve his contract. Naturally, the shareholders of Starlight Entertainment were reluctant to relinquish this lucrative asset, demanding an exorbitant penalty for breach of contract. Ultimately, it was once again Xiao Ruolan who intervened, facilitating a smooth termination of the contract while only symbolically collecting a modest fee. As Ning Yuan prepared to leave, Xiao Ruolan accompanied him to the door, saying, "If there ever comes a day when you wish to make a comeback, please call me first. I will always have my phone on for you." Ning Yuan dialed Xiao Ruolan's number, which was quickly answered. "Ning Yuan, I didn't expect to receive a call from you." Xiao Ruolan's voice resonated, embodying the allure of a sophisticated woman, her tone both enticing and coolly enchanting, subtly laced with delight. "Sister Ruolan, it's been a long time." "Ning Yuan, after such a long silence, have you forgotten about me? Is there a particular reason for this sudden call?" "Sister Ruolan, I wish to make a comeback." "Ning Yuan, you previously stated that you were stepping away from the entertainment world for your family. Now, 3 years later, what has prompted this sudden desire to return? Has Liu Xuening gone bankrupt and can no longer support you?" Xiao Ruolan inquired, her surprise tinged with a hint of playful sarcasm. She was aware of Liu Xuening, having been informed by Ning Yuan himself. After 2 years of marriage to Liu Xuening, Ning Yuan had sought to terminate their contract, a fact that Xiao Ruolin remembered vividly. At that time, she had felt it was a great pity, believing Ning Yuan had the potential to become a leading actor. Now, 3 years later, while a return was indeed possible, the entertainment industry was ever-evolving, brimming with talent. It would not be easy for Ning Yuan to regain his footing. However, what intrigued Xiao Ruolin more was the reason compelling Ning Yuan to decide on a return. Ning Yuan had no intentions of concealing the truth from Xiao Ruolin, who had shown him kindness. "Sister Ruolin, I have divorced Liu Xuening." "What? You? Divorced?" Xiao Ruolin was taken aback, unable to fathom that Ning Yuan had actually divorced Liu Xuening. It was utterly astonishing, had it not been for Ning Yuan's own revelation. She would have deemed anyone else making such a claim as insane. "Well, let us meet and discuss this in detail." "All right, Sister Ruolin, I shall see you shortly." Ning Yuan replied politely, awaiting her to end the call. Chapter 4. The invisible player on the 4-line stage. Rising again, he hailed a taxi, and upon entering, opened his Weibo account. His account was simply named Ning Yuan, and at the peak of his career, he had boasted over 10 million followers. A solid second-tier artist, he had the potential to ascend to first-tier status, with even the possibility of becoming a super first-tier star. However, following his withdrawal from the entertainment scene, he was now left with merely 4.78 million followers, having plummeted from second-tier to a mere fourth-tier obscurity. Among these 4 million fans, the majority were admirers of his looks and devoted fans. When he first debuted, Ning Yuan had caused quite a stir due to his striking appearance. Standing at 186 centimeters with long, perfectly proportioned legs, he had sent fans into ecstatic screams. Moreover, fans were further delighted by Ning Yuan's diligent study of acting. His innate talent had earned him a nomination for Best Actor at the Golden Rooster Awards for his debut film. It can be said that Ning Yuan was at the pinnacle of his career, with a radiant future ahead. However, after his withdrawal, he vanished from the public eye, causing his fans to drift away. The fact that he still possesses over 4 million genuine fans is indeed quite commendable. The taxi swiftly arrived at Starlight Entertainment, where he encountered Xiao Ruolin standing at the entrance, surrounded by a group of people. Clad in a neck-hanging red gown, she accentuated her well-proportioned figure, creating an alluring silhouette. Her neck was as fair as snow, and her bosom was ample, evoking an imagination of the enchanting curves concealed beneath the fabric. With an extraordinary waist-to-hip ratio, her form was both exaggerated and exquisite, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful, akin to the character Jean Mei-Ing from a Korean comic. Ning Yuan perceived Xiao Ruolin as a natural beauty, exuding an irresistible charm with every smile and frown. Despite her captivating allure, she had never been seen or heard of being with a man over the years, leaving one to ponder the reason behind it. In the company, Xiao Ruolin maintained an air of seriousness and detachment, with many male superiors hesitant to even glance in her direction. Only in the presence of Ning Yuan did she reveal her smile. Upon noticing him, Xiao Ruolin welcomed him warmly. "Xiao Yuan, welcome back." The male staff and actors around them gazed at Ning Yuan with envy. Xiao Ruolin, known for her stoic demeanor, rarely smiled, making her affection towards Ning Yuan all the more enviable. After all, in addition to her stunning appearance, her family wielded considerable influence, and many had sought to curry favor with her without success. The female staff and actresses watched Ning Yuan with admiration in their eyes. He was indeed like a jade among men, unparalleled in his elegance. Ning Yuan looked at Xiao Ruolin earnestly and remarked, "Sister Ruolin, you have become even more beautiful." A broader smile graced her lovely face as she replied, "Xiao Yuan, your words are still so sweet. Let us return to the office to discuss in detail." With that, Xiao Ruolin led Ning Yuan back to the office. As they walked, Ning Yuan observed the once bustling company, now quieter than before. He had heard whispers about the recent state of Starlight Entertainment. Last year, they invested in 5 films, all of which received lukewarm responses, failing to make a significant impact. Aside from one that barely recouped its costs, the other 4 resulted in losses. In terms of television dramas, the market had contracted, and Starlight Entertainment, already lacking competitiveness in this realm, faced a dismal fate. The three ancient romantic dramas they invested in all ended in financial failure, a situation exacerbated by viewer fatigue from an oversaturation of such productions. Starlight Entertainment has begun to decline, with a noticeable decrease in the number of signed newcomers, and even a few veteran actors choosing to depart. This has led to a palpable sense of unease among the staff. Sitting down, Xiao Rulin elegantly crossed her legs and gestured for Ning Yuan to join her. Xiao Yuan, may I ask what prompted your sudden divorce? She inquired with genuine curiosity, unable to restrain herself. Ning Yuan, however, was reluctant to delve into details, simply stating that he had grown cold and thus parted ways. Observing his hesitance, Xiao Rulin tactfully shifted the conversation. As you can see, our current situation at Starlight Entertainment is not ideal. If you wish to sign, that is certainly feasible, but I urge you to consider it carefully. With no one else in the office, she spoke candidly, expressing her admiration for Ning Yuan and her desire not to exploit him for her own benefit. Ning Yuan promptly nodded, replying, Sister Rulin, I am willing to sign. His agreement was not impulsive. He had contemplated the decision seriously during his visit. Firstly, having debuted at Starlight Entertainment, he held a favorable impression of the company, particularly due to Xiao Rulin's recognition of his talent. Secondly, after a 3-year hiatus from the industry, he was virtually forgotten by the audience, making it unlikely to secure better resources with another company. Lastly, he was genuinely touched by Xiao Rulin's honesty in this matter. Had it been someone else, they would have merely painted an optimistic picture of the company's future, regardless of its impending closure, claiming that Ning Yuan was destined for stardom. Xiao Rulin's gaze softened further as she looked at Ning Yuan, her eyes glistening with sincerity. Xiao Yuan, thank you. I will do my utmost to help you rise again. She promptly contacted the head of the business department, requesting that a contract be drafted, and then summoned a plump middle-aged man. Xiao Yuan, this is our ace agent, Mr. Yang Dong, she introduced. He will be responsible for your management moving forward. Ning Yuan extended his hand with a polite smile. Hello, Mr. Yang. Yang Dong shook his hand warmly. No need for formalities, just call me Yang Dong. He held a favorable impression of Ning Yuan, noting that his appearance was strikingly handsome, even amidst the plethora of attractive individuals in the entertainment industry. Moreover, about an hour prior, when Ning Yuan had yet to arrive, Xiao Rulin had called Yang Dong to inquire if he would be willing to take on Ning Yuan as a client. Gifun Yang Dong es estimet status et Starlight Entertainment. It would have been impossible for even Xiao Rulin to compel him if he had been unwilling. After contemplating for a while, he requested half an hour to consider the matter. He first called Ning Yuan's previous agent, Brotherly, to discuss Ning Yuan's background. Brotherly described Ning Yuan as particularly relentless in pursuing his goals, to the point of starving himself to shed 30 pounds in a bid to embody the persona of an addict. After hanging up, Yang Dong pondered thoughtfully. He resolved to observe Ning Yuan's acting skills further. Although he had never managed Ning Yuan directly, he was aware of his previous nomination for Best Actor at the Golden Rooster Awards. While he knew Ning Yuan's acting was commendable, he had not paid close attention to the specifics of his talent. Thus, he resumed searching for the films that had garnered Ning Yuan a nomination to watch. As a result, Yang Dong was profoundly moved. Ning Yuan's performance was extraordinary. His initial descent into despair led Yang Dong to question whether Ning Yuan had ever succumbed to addiction. Eventually, as Ning Yuan awakened to love and overcame his vices, he ultimately sacrificed himself to protect his girlfriend. When he was embraced by the female lead, the agony, relief, and reluctance were all exquisitely conveyed through his gaze. After viewing the film, Yang Dong could hardly wait half an hour. He immediately called Xiao Rulin. I am willing to be Ning Yuan's agent, he said, his voice tinged with urgency. In Chapter 5, Liu Xuening awaited Ning Yuan's call, while her aunt, Meng Nanyu, expressed concern. Yang Dong believed that this version of Ning Yuan was worthy of his guidance and investment. The income of an agent is closely tied to the stars they represent. This income comprises a basic salary and bonuses, but the majority stems from commissions. Agents earn a percentage from the fees of the stars they represent, including acting salaries, endorsement deals, and performance earnings. Thus, the more talented the star, the greater the income, and the more Yang Dong stands to gain. Upon meeting Ning Yuan, Yang Dong's conviction grew even stronger. Ning Yuan was destined to carve out a place for himself in the entertainment industry. Next, Ning Yuan signed a contract with the head of the business department, which included a management agreement. After the contract was finalized, Yang Dong presented several scripts. Among them were 3 film scripts and 2 television scripts. Ning Yuan, take a look at these 5 scripts. These are the upcoming projects we at Starlight Entertainment intend to produce. Ning Yuan took the scripts and began to examine them meticulously. Meanwhile, in the office of Liu Xuening, president of the global group, several subordinates stood trembling, their heads bowed, not daring to meet the gaze of Liu Xuening, who sat in her presidential seat. Today, Liu Xuening exuded a palpable tension, far more oppressive than usual. The atmosphere in the office was eerily quiet, akin to the suffocating silence that precedes a storm. Liu Xuening waved her hand, and her subordinates, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly exited the office, patting their chests in relief. They speculated about what had provoked their president today, for her demeanor had turned icily cold. Liu Xuening leaned back in her chair, her exquisite figure on full display. Her ample bosom, almost spilling over, rose and fell gently. This ire was sparked by none other than Ning Yuan. Indeed, since their divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday, Ning Yuan seemed to have vanished entirely. There were no calls, no messages. This morning, Liu Xuening had checked her phone no fewer than 10 times, yet there were no notifications. Ning Yuan, with your attitude, I am wholly inclined not to forgive you. A group of senior executives in the corporation assumed that their president was awaiting news from an important business partner, unaware that Liu Xuening was simply waiting for a call from Ning Yuan. Could it be that my phone is broken? Liu Xuening said, rising to scrutinize her device, only to discover it was functioning perfectly. If it wasn't broken, why had she yet to receive any word from Ning Yuan? Was he perhaps concerned that he would not be forgiven, thus hesitating to reach out? Liu Xuening had spent the entire night in restless turmoil, her mind a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts that rendered her incapable of sleep. Upon rising in the morning, she was besieged by a relentless headache, akin to being pricked by countless needles, leaving her in a state of great discomfort and foul mood. In a fit of frustration, she could not help but toss out all of Ning Yuan's clothes and books, unceremoniously discarding them into a large trash bag. If you do not sincerely apologize today, I shall dispose of these items upon my return tonight, lest they further disturb my peace of mind, she resolutely contemplated. She scrolled through her call history, noting that the last call was from Ning Yuan the night before last. He had mentioned preparing a meal to celebrate their 5-year wedding anniversary. At that moment, she had retorted dismissively, questioning the significance of commemorating such an occasion. Opening WeChat, the last message from Ning Yuan was a video. Wife, take a look at the juice balcony I planted. It's blossomed. Isn't it lovely? Haha. I hope to share this fragrant flower with my busy wife. Wishing you a day filled with joy. His voice resonated with glee. In stark contrast, her cold response had simply been boring, and their conversation ceased abruptly thereafter. She clicked on the video, watching with newfound seriousness. Listening to Ning Yuan's voice, the corners of her lips lifted slightly, and the chill surrounding her dissipated a fraction. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Should she have expressed such indifference? Perhaps, if he sends me something again, a simple smiley in return would suffice. Meanwhile, Meng Ninyu sat at the edge of her bed, slowly removing her black stockings, revealing her long, delicate legs. Barefoot on the floor, her slight bend accentuated her voluptuous curves. Her porcelain toes resembled intricately carved jade, evoking an irresistible desire to admire them. She shed her black suit and form-fitting skirt, slipping into a violet nightgown that clung alluringly to her figure, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. Since learning of Ning Yuan's impending divorce from Liu Xuening, she felt a thrill of excitement. Xiao Yuan, Meng Nanyu whispered to herself. Suddenly, a chill coursed through her, her composure faltering as a troubling thought arose, causing her to break into a cold sweat. She was acutely aware of the sacrifices Ning Yuan had made in this relationship. Was it possible that he was unwilling to end things, while Liu Xuening was resolutely determined to leave? After the separation, would he be able to cope? He wouldn't do anything foolish, would he? The mere possibility of such a scenario filled her with profound dread, causing her to shudder. Even the slightest chance was too risky to contemplate. To Liu Xuening, Ning Yuan was akin to a weed, but to Meng Nanyu, he was cherished like a precious gem. Rising abruptly from her bed, she first attempted to call Ning Yuan. The number you have dialed is currently in use. Please try again later. She tried several times, receiving the same disheartening message each time. Meng Nanyu's heart sank. She realized she had been blocked by Ning Yuan, a consequence of being entangled with Liu Xuening. However, that was not her immediate concern. The priority was to ascertain Ning Yuan's safety. She retrieved another mobile phone and attempted to call once more. We're sorry. The number you're trying to reach is switched off. This number had never been in contact with Ning Yuan, so it was implausible that he had blocked her. Thus, he was either sleeping with his phone turned off or, worse, something had happened to him. The mere thought of this possibility sent a chill through Meng Nanyu. She swiftly contacted her subordinates, instructing them to utilize special channels to trace Ning Yuan's whereabouts. Her icy tone instilled fear in them, compelling them to pledge to scour Jinghai to locate Ning Yuan. After employing several unconventional methods, Meng Nanyu finally saw Ning Yuan enter a hotel. After a night filled with worry, her eyes were bloodshot, yet upon seeing him, she felt inexplicably misty-eyed. She placed a hand on her ample bosom and exhaled in relief. Ning Yuan appeared unperturbed, almost nonchalant. In that moment, Meng Nanyu's heart softened. No, she could no longer wait in silence. She must take proactive measures. She could not bear the taste of loss again. Her voice, gentle yet imbued with a mature charm, resonated. If anyone from a Meng corporation had been present, they would have been astounded. Meng Nanyu, the proud and formidable head of the family and CEO, usually exuded an air of aloof elegance. Yet, in this instance, she resembled a lovesick maiden. Chapter 6. The unexpected benefactor of his education was his aunt. Ning Yuan quietly perused 5 scripts, while Yang Dong thoughtfully annotated potential roles he could vie for. After reading, Ning Yuan fell into contemplation. Each of the 5 scripts was quite promising, perhaps due to the previous year's cinematic and televised failures. The management of Starshine Entertainment had adopted a more cautious approach this year. Among the 2 television dramas, one revolved around a crime mystery, while the other focused on the emotional entanglements of women in the workplace. Of the 3 films, one was a poignant coming-of-age story, another a crime thriller, and the last a tearjerker depicting the warmth between a father and daughter. Ning Yuan personally favored the role of the second male lead in the urban workplace drama. While films often possess greater depth and impact, Ning Yuan had been absent from the acting scene for 3 years, and directors, producers, and investors likely harbored reservations about his current box office appeal and acting prowess. Consequently, the film roles available to him were limited in substance. In contrast, the television drama offered a rich narrative, ample opportunity for him to showcase his skills, and the chance to gradually acclimate to the rhythm of performance, which was crucial for him at this juncture. As he set aside the scripts, Yang Dong remarked, Ning Yuan, I have reviewed all 5 scripts. I believe the best choice for you at this moment is the urban workplace drama. We will strive to secure the second male lead for you. This character embodies a handsome, deeply emotional persona that is sure to captivate audiences. Yang Dong undoubtedly exemplifies a premier agent with a discerning eye. Ning Yuan noted it, encouraging him to continue. Meanwhile, Xiaorulin sat beside the desk, resting her arm and gazing at Ning Yuan. Her enchanting visage was captivated by his profile. When Ning Yuan glanced at Xiaorulin, their eyes met momentarily, and he was taken aback. There was something peculiar in her gaze. Yang Dong, not daring to linger on Xiaorulin, continued, the second option is a crime thriller film. In this narrative, a father whose daughter has succumbed to bullying and subsequently taken her own life is central. We will strive to secure this paternal role for you, allowing you to showcase your acting prowess, albeit with limited screen time. Moreover, films are inherently more unpredictable than television series. I personally believe your foremost objective should be to rekindle your fanbase's interest. Fans are fundamental. Without them, any claims of greatness are rendered meaningless. Ning Yuan pondered aloud. Is it possible for me to take on both roles? Yang Dong cast a glance at Xiao Rulin. She stood, nodded, and affirmed that is feasible. If Ning Yuan wished to return as a lead, it would be challenging for Xiao Rulin to justify this to the stakeholders, despite her admiration for him. Whispers had begun circulating that the company was suffering losses due to her perceived inadequacies as chief executive officer. However, her family's influence was so formidable that few dared to openly criticize her. Nonetheless, Xiao Rulin could still make decisions regarding a supporting role in a television series and a minor character in a film. Yang Dong nodded, acknowledging the scheduling conflicts. Yet considering the brevity of the father's role in the film, he assured, I will facilitate communication. It should not pose an issue. A smile graced Ning Yuan's face. For this meant he could bypass the audition process and dedicate more time to character study. Of course, this did not preclude him from participating in films produced by other entertainment companies. The contract he signed was non-exclusive, meaning he could act in other films provided he received permission from Xinguang Entertainment, which would then take a share of the profits, albeit at a lower rate than competing firms. Xiao Rulin, while not intending to undermine Ning Yuan, had to consider the company's interests as well. Ning Yuan, you should focus on reviewing the television script and memorizing your lines. The production team has been seeking a male supporting actor, and with your arrival, we should be able to finalize the filming schedule promptly, allowing for a script reading session soon. Ning Yuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Dong. Yang Dong responded with a hearty laugh, his jovial demeanor causing his cheeks to quiver. No need for thanks. Let us hope for a fruitful collaboration. They exchanged a handshake. Yang Dong's subsequent tasks involve assisting Ning Yuan in developing a strategic plan, integrating resources, and securing auditions and endorsements, alongside arranging schedules and promoting Ning Yuan's return. He would also need to oversee Ning Yuan's dormant Weibo account, which had languished for 3 years, resulting in a significant decline in followers. Yang Dong recognized the necessity of managing this remaining fan base diligently to prevent further losses. With many responsibilities awaiting him, he took his leave. After Yang Dong departed, Xiao Rulin extended her hand, her captivating face adorned with a gentle smile. Ning Yuan, it was a pleasure collaborating with you. Xiao Zong, the pleasure was mine. Ning Yuan replied, also reaching out with a smile. Xiao Rulin's hand was small and slender, warm and soft to the touch. In contrast, she found Ning Yuan's palm to be broad and powerful, radiating a searing warmth. For the first time, the usually confident Xiao Rulin felt her ears flush. Their hands touched briefly before separating, and Xiao Rulin playfully tapped Ning Yuan, teasing him for addressing her as Xiao Zong now that they had signed a contract, when he usually called her Sister Rulin. Oh, come on, I was just joking with Sister Rulin. Ning Yuan quickly apologized. Xiao Rulin laughed and suggested, shouldn't you treat your sister to a meal then? Absolutely, Sister Rulin. How about we go for dinner now? Xiao Rulin's eyes lit up momentarily, but upon checking the time, she regretfully replied, I'm afraid I can't tonight. I have a meeting to attend. Perhaps another day. Recently, there had been unrest, and she needed to discuss solutions with the higher-ups. Very well, Sister Rulin, whenever you have time, I will definitely treat you. Ning Yuan felt genuine gratitude towards her. After bidding farewell to Xiao Rulin, he took the contract and script and prepared to rent an apartment before heading out to eat. As he exited the doors of Starshine Entertainment, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number, lacking any contact details. Hello, he answered. Xiao Yuan. A gentle voice responded from the other end. Aunt Ming Nanyu? He recognized, knowing that she was one of the kindest people associated with Liu Xuening. However, given the changes in their circumstances, Ning Yuan wished to avoid further entanglements with the Liu family. Out of respect for Meng Nanyu's kindness, he refrained from hanging up immediately and politely inquired, What brings you to call, Annie? His voice carried an almost imperceptible distance. After a brief silence, Meng Nanyu uttered a single phrase, Xiao Yuan. Do you remember the saying to seek fish by climbing a tree? Ning Yuan spriat hichet. And a tide of emotions surged within him. His parents had perished in a landslide during his middle school years, buried beneath a lowly dwelling. By the time they were discovered, it was too late. Ironically, his parents had been good-hearted individuals, always helping others, particularly with funerals, Yet after their passing, some uncles claimed he should not approach them. Becoming an orphan, the village had provided him with basic living assistance and constructed a small house for his shelter. Though he had his basic needs met, life remained austere. During high school, one day, the principal approached Ning Yuan, informing him that someone wished to sponsor his education, offering him 2,000 yuan each month to improve his living conditions. This benefactor continued to support him until he graduated from university. They maintained correspondence, exchanging numerous letters. At times, Ning Yuan would feel lost and in anguish, desperately missing his parents and weeping alone under the covers in the dead of night. The benefactor would offer him solace and comfort, even sending birthday gifts. Ning Yuan felt immense gratitude towards this individual, though he remained unaware of their identity, only remembering that the other party's nickname was Yuan Mu Qiu, who was a benefactor to him. Chapter 7. Liu Xuening was furious. Meng Nanyu initially did not intend to bring this matter up now. However, the subtle sense of detachment in Ning Yuan's words made her feel that she could no longer communicate with him as they had before. The exceptionally intelligent Meng Nanyu realized that her identity as his aunt would be more of a hindrance than a help in her desire to deepen her relationship with Ning Yuan. The name Liu Xuening had become an emotional anchor for him. Consequently, anything or anyone that could remind Ning Yuan of Liu Xuening would instinctively evoke his resistance and estrangement. Meng Nanyu did not blame Ning Yuan, for she had concealed her feelings too deeply. He remained entirely unaware of all that she had done for him. She initially intended to spare him the pressure, but it was evident that she could no longer maintain this concealment. A breakthrough was essential. Revealing this information to Ning Yuan would be a means of breaking the deadlock. Yuan Mu Qiu was of paramount importance to Ning Yuan, having once served as the motivation for his survival. However, he had always believed Yuan Mu Qiu to be an older man, as the handwriting in the letters was flamboyant, further solidifying his assumption. Upon hearing Meng Nanyu mention Yuan Mu Qiu, Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hesitated, asking, "How do you know Yuan Mu Qiu?" "Because I am Yuan Mu Qiu," she replied. "I still remember the letters you wrote to me, word for word." Meng Nanyu recounted the contents of Ning Yuan's letters with unwavering accuracy. She had read them countless times, so many that she could not even count them, and she could recite their contents as if they were her own cherished memories. Her gentle voice resonated in Ning Yuan's ears, yet he was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain himself. Indeed, Yuan Mu Qiu. Could it be a longing for Qiu? The one who had consistently supported him and listened to his confessions like a close friend turned out to be Liu Xuening's aunt, Meng Nanyu. It dawned on him that during high school, he had indeed heard Meng Nanyu give a speech at their school. The topic was dreams and setbacks, and due to her personal experiences, it was incredibly persuasive, earning her the admiration of their group of high school students. No wonder Meng Nanyu had occasionally looked at him strangely when at Liu Xuening's home, and she had always treated him kindly. "Aunt." Ning Yuan momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Meng Nanyu gently replied, "Don't call me aunt. You can call me sister." Naturally, Meng Nanyu would not allow their interactions to be confined by Liu Xuening's relationship. She sought to engage with Ning Yuan under a new identity. "Sister Nanyu." "Thank you," Ning Yuan said naturally. He was not a particularly sentimental person, but the thought of having someone who had consistently supported and accompanied him right beside him, someone as kind as Meng Nanyu, made his eyes slightly redden. At that time, Ning Yuan had felt utterly alone, and Yuan Mu Qiu had descended upon him like an angel, rescuing him. He had once feared that all of this was merely a dream. Meng Nanyu then suggested, "Xiao Yuan, why don't you come to my house for a meal? We can chat a bit." Had he not known Meng Nanyu was Yuan Mu Qiu, he would certainly have declined. However, at this moment, realizing that the other person was of utmost significance to him, he swiftly agreed. "All right, Sister Nanyu, please send me the address. I shall take a taxi there immediately." "Xiao Yuan, you have blocked me." Meng Nanyu's voice carried a hint of melancholy. "I apologize. I truly was unaware at the time. I will unblock you right away." Ning Yuan opened his blacklist and removed Meng Nanyu. Subsequently, he sent her a message on WeChat, "Sister Nanyu." Meng Nanyu replied, "Please send me your location. I will come to pick you up." "I think I will go by myself," he responded. Meng Nanyu firmly stated. Then I will head out first. You can send me your location afterward. Reluctantly, Ning Yuan sent his location to Meng Nanyu. Upon seeing the address he provided, her lips curved into an uncontrollable smile. As long as Ning Yuan was willing to come, that was enough for her. She had already prepared port wine in the villa. This fortified Portuguese wine, sweeter than the ordinary, possesses a higher alcohol content, making it easy to indulge and subsequently intoxicate oneself. Meng Nanyu understood Ning Yuan's drinking capacity even better than her own, fully aware that he was not an adept drinker. Xiaoyuan, I apologize. I simply cannot resist, she thought. Indeed, Meng Nanyu now believed that waiting patiently was but a folly. She had waited 5 long years only to find Ning Yuan married. 5 years of marriage had swiftly turned into a decade gone by. How many decades could she endure? Possession was a mere miracle, while loss was the norm of life. Thus, she resolved to seize this opportunity with fervor. Regardless, a forcibly sweetened fruit may not be delectable, but it certainly quenches thirst. With this thought, Meng Nanyu's smile deepened. She swayed her alluringly voluptuous figure and entered the garage, settling into her Rolls-Royce Phantom. Meanwhile, Liu Xuening had finally concluded a tiring day at work, resting her chin on her hand in the office, unusually reluctant to return home. The Liu family villa was typically shared between her and Ning Yuan. Her younger sister, Liu Xuefu, who had just begun her freshman year, would occasionally come to stay in the guest room. Perhaps due to the recent intensification of her studies, she had not visited in quite some time. Now, with Ning Yuan gone, she found herself alone. Though Liu Xuening was the CEO, she rarely ventured out aside from obligatory social engagements, mostly returning home after work. It could be said that apart from returning home, she seldom engaged in social activities, keeping herself confined and tormented by thoughts of Ning Yuan. Yet now, she did not wish to return home. The absence of Ning Yuan rendered the Liu family villa feel incomplete. It was already the second night, and Ning Yuan had yet to return or even call. Her phone remained eerily silent, a source of growing irritation. Ultimately, Liu Xuening stood up, her chest slightly trembling. Her exquisitely beautiful face regained its frosty demeanor as she drove back to the villa. Upon her arrival, she first checked to see if Ning Yuan had returned, only to find the door locked from the outside. Liu Xuening's enchanting eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, fell. Entering the villa, she was met with an unsettling silence. Feeling the chilling emptiness that enveloped the space, she turned on all the lights, and before her lay a large garbage bag filled with Ning Yuan's clothes and books. A pang of sorrow tightened in her heart. She entered the kitchen, retrieving noodles and eggs, and prepared a bowl of noodles. The dish was neither particularly delicious nor unpalatable. It simply lacked flavor. Or perhaps it could be said that it was devoid of the taste that Ning Yuan's noodles possessed. Dull and insipid. After a few bites, she lost her appetite and set down her chopsticks. Bending down, she removed her stockings, revealing her remarkably long legs. Barefoot, she walked to the sofa and sat down. Liu Xuening hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them. For reasons unknown, a wave of irritation surged within her. That Ning Yuan, such a petty man, sulking for so long without returning, leaving me here all alone. I shall grant you 3 more days. After that, even if you plead, I shall truly forsake you. Chapter 8. Meng Nanyu's beautiful legs wrapped around Ning Yuan's waist, Liu Xuening lay upon the bed, a thin blanket covering her, accentuating her alluring curves. Especially her bosom, which pushed the blanket upward, forming 2 magnificent peaks. She tossed and turned, fully aware of her fatigue, yet unable to find solace in sleep. The restlessness within her was nearly suffocating. Suddenly, she sat upright. Liu Xuening recalled something. If Ning Yuan were to return and discover the books and clothes discarded in the trash bag, would he be furious? Would he leave once more? At this thought, her heart tightened. She switched on the light, her delicate feet bare, and hurried to the living room, retrieving the trash bag to bring it to Ning Yuan's room. Carefully, she extracted the books, dusted them off, and returned them to the desk, stacking them neatly one by one. That Ning Yuan, I am not afraid of your anger. I merely feel pity for you, she thought coldly. She then took out the clothes, hanging them one by one. Afterward, Liu Xuening noticed that the garments appeared wrinkled. Her brow furrowed. Would Ning Yuan realize that she had discarded his clothes? No, she mustn't let him find out. She took all the clothes out again and retrieved an iron from the wardrobe. The iron was unfamiliar to her, but Ning Yuan often used it, frequently helping Liu Xuening with her garments. However, she would always express disdain, coldly remarking that it was pointless to iron clothes that would simply be thrown away. Ning Yuan would smile and say it was a pity to discard them after just 1 or 2 wears. Allowing her to wear them freshly pressed was far more pleasant. Indeed, Liu Xuening felt quite comfortable in the clothes that Ning Yuan had ironed. Yet she still muttered, "Ning Yuan, you do nothing all day?" Engaging in these tasks is not a bad thing. Ning Yuan's expression stiffened, but he said nothing. Liu Xuening shook off her thoughts, laid Ning Yuan's clothes on the bed, and began to iron them. It seemed ineffective. Oh, I forgot to plug it in. After plugging it in, Liu Xuening gradually began to iron Ning Yuan's clothes. However, as she held the iron, her mind wandered back to Ning Yuan, and due to her lack of focus, she let out a sharp hiss. The iron had burned her index finger, causing her skin to smoke and her eyes to redden with pain. She hurried to the bathroom, turning on the faucet to rinse her finger with cold water, though the pain lingered. "Damn Ning Yuan, it's all your fault," Liu Xuening lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. Her nose tinged with bitterness. After half an hour of effort, her index finger felt somewhat better, though it still throbbed with pain. Suddenly, she found herself unwilling to assist Ning Yuan with the ironing. Nevertheless, she persevered, meticulously ironing each piece and hanging them up. As she beheld the garments neatly arranged, a smile crept onto Liu Xuening's lips. "Humph, that insufferable Ning Yuan. He'll surely feel quite pleased when he returns to see this." After toiling for quite some time, it was now the dead of night. She glanced at her WeChat, but still had not received any message from Ning Yuan. "Humph, that wretched Ning Yuan. What remarkable patience he possesses. I wonder how long he can endure this." Exhausted from her efforts, she lay down on Ning Yuan's bed. Curling up into a ball, she kicked off the quilt with her delicate feet, sending it aside. "Humph, this quilt is as bothersome as you." Perhaps it was sheer fatigue or the lingering scent of Ning Yuan that lulled Liu Xuening into a deep slumber. Clutching the quilt without realizing when she had done so, Ning Yuan sent his location to Mengnianyu and chose a secluded spot to wait for her arrival. Half an hour later, Mengnianyu arrived. As she rolled down the car window, a smile lit up her face as she waved at Ning Yuan. He greeted her with a smile and settled into the passenger seat. Today, Mengnianyu's attire exuded a mature elegance, perfectly showcasing her curvaceous figure. She wore a fitted white blouse, the top button undone, revealing a hint of her alluring décolletage. Below, a black pencil skirt accentuated her curves even further due to her seated posture. Her long, shapely legs were encased in black stockings. This ensemble was dignified yet brimming with charm, making Ning Yuan hesitant to look too long. The air was infused with the delicate fragrance of gardenias that clung to Mengnianyu, a scent both refreshing and elegant, evoking memories from past dinners at the Liu family villa. Noticing the momentary surprise on Ning Yuan's face upon seeing her, Mengnianyu's smile widened. Her effort in selecting such a thoughtful outfit was not in vain. It radiated grace intertwined with allure, full of subtle intentions. With a gentle smile, she said, "Xiao Yuan, you haven't eaten, have you? I asked Aunt Huang to prepare some dishes. You can have dinner at my place." Her smile enveloped Ning Yuan like a breath of spring air. Indeed, seeking comfort from the familiar was the best remedy. Had it been Liu Xuening, she would have never considered whether Ning Yuan was hungry. She would simply order him to cook whenever she felt peckish, often finding fault with his efforts. "Thank you, Sister Nanyu." Ning Yuan nearly slipped and referred to her as Aunt. However, Mengnianyu was unperturbed. New relationships require time to adjust. Upon their arrival at Mengnianyu's villa, Aunt Huang had just begun serving the dishes. Once all the food was laid out, she excused herself. Ning Yuan gazed at the table laden with his favorite dishes, all spicy, and could not help but glance at Mengnianyu. Sister Nanyu is truly too kind to me, and she has always been there to help, a benefactor in my life. A wave of gratitude surged within him. With Aunt Huang gone, the dining room was left with only Ning Yuan and Mengnianyu. Xiao Yuan, would you accompany your sister for a glass of red wine? Meng Nanyu inquired, her gaze directed towards him. Ning Yuan eagerly nodded in agreement. Since Meng Nanyu wished to indulge in red wine, he naturally could not refuse her, despite his modest capacity for alcohol. The ability to drink, after all, requires both innate talent and practice. Lacking the former, and having abstained from drinking for the past 5 years due to Liu Xuening's disapproval, he had not cultivated any proficiency in this regard. Meng Nanyu, with laughter dancing in her eyes, reflected the image of Ning Yuan's tall and handsome figure. Unbeknownst to her, her heart fluttered like a startled deer. Xiao Yuan remained as captivating as ever, perpetually stirring her emotions. There was a hint of mischief in her smile, a sense of triumph that Ning Yuan failed to perceive. He merely felt the enchanting allure of her joy, which left him momentarily astonished. Was it merely his imagination, or did Meng Nanyu seem particularly enchanting today? Meng Nanyu produced a bottle of ruby-hued port wine along with 2 elegant glasses. She poured a modest amount for Ning Yuan, followed by a similar serving for herself. Although she had resolved to win over Ning Yuan that evening, a sense of nervousness lingered within her, for this was her first endeavor in such matters. The two clinked their glasses together, and Meng Nanyu cheerfully urged, Ning Yuan, do give it taste. Is it to your liking? Ning Yuan raised his glass and took a sip, savoring the rich aroma and sweet flavor tinged with hints of almond. It is delightful, he remarked. Meng Nanyu responded with a smile. It seems Xiao Yuan possesses quite the knowledge of red wine. Not particularly. I have merely dabbled in the subject, he replied. Huang Ma's culinary skills were commendable. It had been a long time since he had savored such a satisfying dinner. Their close rapport allowed for a lively conversation, deliberately steering clear of any mention of Liu Xuening. Unbeknownst to them, they finished an entire bottle of wine, prompting Meng Nanyu to open another, from which they consumed nearly 3/4. By this time, Ning Yuan was beginning to feel the effects of intoxication. Meanwhile, a rosy hue graced Meng Nanyu's cheeks, her eyes shimmering with a tantalizing allure. As she attempted to stand, she nearly stumbled, prompting Ning Yuan to swiftly rise and steady her. Meng Nanyu leaned against him, her forehead resting on his shoulder, a beguiling smile curving her lips, yet Ning Yuan remained oblivious to her captivating expression. Xiao Yuan, my head feels dizzy, and I wish to sleep. Could you assist me upstairs? She slurred, her words somewhat garbled by her inebriation, supporting Meng Nanyu's form. Ning Yuan was acutely aware of her voluptuousness and the warmth radiating from her body, leaving him uncertain of where to place his hands. He guided her arm around his neck while his other hand rested on her waist as he escorted her to the second floor. Following Meng Nanyu's directions, he led her into a room where she discarded her high-heeled shoes. Perhaps it was Ning Yuan's imagination, but he sensed her body inching closer, until her delicate arms encircled his neck. Now face to face, her warm breath caressed his neck, a delightful tickle that sent a shiver down his spine. Ning Yuan cautiously assisted her to the edge of the bed, yet Meng Nanyu, unsteady on her feet, collapsed onto the bed. As she clung to Ning Yuan's neck with both hands, he too fell, landing atop her. Ning Yuan's breath hitched, and he quickly braced himself, attempting to rise. To his astonishment, he discovered that Meng Nanyu's beautiful legs had somehow wrapped around his waist. The sensation of her soft, curvaceous form beneath him sent his mind into a whirl, nearly overwhelming him. Chapter 9. Profound Affection. Meng Nanyu's emotion Ning Yuan felt as though he might explode, not merely from the confusion in his mind. For full 5 years, he had led a life akin to that of a hermit. He remained uncertain whether Meng Nanyu's intoxication had rendered her unconscious in her actions. Thus he hesitated to make any move. However, she tightened her embrace, her delicate, alluring body pressed closely against him. Xiao Yuan, let me hold you well, she breathed softly. Ning Yuan's body stiffened, and his heart skipped a beat. She called my name. She is aware. He found himself propped against the bed, at a loss for how to respond. Meng Nanyu released her grip on his neck, instead cradling his handsome face, murmuring, Xiao Yuan, I have waited for you for 10 years. Ning Yuan's pupils dilated, a tumultuous wave surging within him. She has waited for me for 10 years? His intoxication began to fade, his mind sharpening considerably. The phrase seeking fish by climbing a tree echoed in his thoughts. Did she hope for my affection and pursuit? Nanyu Jia, Ning Yuan began, but before he could finish, Meng Nanyu lifted her face and pressed her lips against his. Her warm, delicate lips rendered him utterly devoid of coherent thought. Ah, my sister is going to perish. Meng Nanyu's lips and eyelashes trembled, her movements inexperienced. Ning Yuan embraced her tightly, beginning to respond with equal fervor. Meanwhile, Meng Nanyu's heart raced, a whirlwind of tension, excitement, and joy filling her chest. It felt as though her body had been electrified. Her porcelain-like toes curled restlessly. In the darkness, Ning Yuan held Meng Nanyu, who gestured for him to unlock the room. He retrieved the key and opened the door. That night, Meng Nanyu guided Ning Yuan through various parts of the villa, engaging him in spirited discussions about its layout. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Xiao Yuan, being with you brings me great joy." This declaration sent waves of emotion crashing through Ning Yuan, while Meng Nanyu resembled a small fish washed ashore by the waves, breathless, immobile, and completely immersed in Ning Yuan's affection. He exerted every effort to cherish her. Ultimately, they embraced contentedly, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Meng Nanyu nestled in Ning Yuan's arms, tracing circles on his chest with her slender, pale fingers. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Nanyu Jie," he murmured, still feeling as if ensconced in a dream. After 5 years of unrequited love, could it truly be that his sister Meng Nanyu had waited for him for a decade? Yet, deep within, he believed it wholeheartedly. He embraced the notion that everything spoken of in seeking fish by climbing a tree was true. Meng Nanyu gazed up at him, her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with the image of Ning Yuan. "Last night was the happiest day for my sister, Xiao Yuan." Although she did not finish her sentence, her eyes brimmed with tears. Her heart brimmed with joy, infatuation, and sorrow, a myriad of emotions that nearly overwhelmed her. The sorrow stemmed from the past decade, which had been exceedingly difficult, where each day felt like a year. The joy arose from the fact that she had finally waited for Ning Yuan, rather than spending a lifetime in solitude with a solitary lamp. Fortunately, the bitter days had given way to sweet ones. Ning Yuan embraced her tightly, saying, "Sister Nanyu, this is also my happiest day, for you have returned to my side." He leaned in and kissed her lips, and Meng Nanyu shyly reciprocated. An hour later, Meng Nanyu and Ning Yuan had dressed, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Xiao Yuan, you go out first," she urged. Ning Yuan, puzzled, complied. Meng Nanyu tidied the sheets, revealing a vibrant flower atop them. When she emerged, Ning Yuan asked, "Sister Nanyu, what would you like for breakfast? I will prepare it for you." Meng Nanyu took his hand and said, "You worked hard last night. You needn't cook breakfast. Please rest. I will have Huang Ma prepare it." Though she longed for Ning Yuan's heartfelt breakfast, she could not bear to see him toil excessively. Seeing the sincerity in Meng Nanyu's gaze, Ning Yuan nodded. "Whatever you say, Sister Nanyu." However, he mused that it seemed she had also endured quite a bit last night. Naturally, he dared not jest with her just yet. Given time, their rapport would undoubtedly deepen. Fortunately, having been pen pals for many years, they were somewhat acquainted, sparing them the awkwardness that might have arisen otherwise. As for Meng Nanyu, she quickly embraced their newfound intimacy, a scenario she had rehearsed countless times in her mind. Now, as she held Ning Yuan's hand, she felt weightless, as if walking on clouds. The incredulity and joy she experienced were beyond words. Once Huang Ma finished preparing breakfast, Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu each served themselves a portion and began to eat leisurely. Meng Nanyu's gaze remained fixated on Ning Yuan, her eyes glistening with a unique allure. Last night, they had seemingly loved each other tirelessly, and Ning Yuan had expected Meng Nanyu would struggle to rise this morning. Yet, it appeared that she possessed formidable resilience, albeit with an oddly peculiar gait. "What are you thinking about, Xiao Yuan?" Meng Nanyu inquired, noticing the smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was an unusual occurrence. Typically, whenever Meng Nanyu visited Liu Xuening's villa, she found Ning Yuan downcast, feeling both sympathy and helplessness. Now, witnessing his joy while together, the curve of her lips became more pronounced. "I was pondering what exactly you were thinking, Nanyu," he replied. Hearing him call her by her name brought her joy, and she responded gently, "I was thinking about how to ensure Xiao Yuan is always happy." Ning Yuan grasped her hand and lightly shook it, saying, "I am quite happy at present." Meng Nanyu smiled. "Xiao Yuan, what do you plan to live from now on?" Without hesitation, Ning Yuan replied, "I am considering renting an apartment." Meng Nanyu feigned anger. "How could my dear Xiao Yuan possibly live in a rented place? You reside in a house in the heart of the city, and I am willing to transfer the ownership to you." Ning Yuan resolutely shook his head, stating, "I cannot accept Sister Nanyu's house. She has already bestowed upon me far too much. In the past, she provided him with support, and now, Meng Nanyu has even offered herself to him." Ning Yuan felt quite embarrassed to request her house again. He yearned to work hard and eventually purchase a home for his sister. Meng Nanyu rose and settled beside him, her delicate hand caressing his face. "Sister is more than willing to give this to you. I hope you find some comfort. After all, your feelings are of utmost importance." Ning Yuan was deeply moved. Had it been Liu Xuening, would she have cared for his well-being? In fact, she had never gifted him anything, fearing he might change for the worse due to newfound wealth. "Sister Nanyu, I cannot accept." Meng Nanyu interrupted him with playful authority. "If you refuse, Sister will be upset." With her cheeks puffed out, she exuded a unique charm. The mature Meng Nanyu, surprisingly, had her own adorable moments, leaving Ning Yuan momentarily spellbound. "Then thank you, Nanyu. Is that all the gratitude you offer?" Meng Nanyu's cheeks flushed. Ning Yuan leaned closer, whispering softly into her ear. Meng Nanyu's face burned. "Xiao Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so mischievous." However, in her heart, she admonished herself. "Meng Nanyu, remember, last night was a culmination of 10 years of feelings. You must be more reserved in the future, lest Xiao Yuan think you too indulgent. Next time you must hold back. Do not succumb to his temptations and give in freely." Though she loved Ning Yuan profoundly, it could not always be her taking the initiative, as it might leave a poor impression. A steadfast determination flickered across Meng Nanyu's graceful countenance. She firmly believed she could manage it next time. Simultaneously, she pondered the implications of their unprotected encounter the previous night. Would she truly find herself with child? If she were to present a child before Xiao Ning, would she be angry? Alas, it mattered not, as Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu shared a tender breakfast. Liu Xuening was lost in dreams. She envisioned Ning Yuan returning and pleading for her forgiveness. Liu Xuening scoffed at the thought, initially unwilling to forgive him. Yet, as Ning Yuan catered to her every whim, massaging her shoulders and caressing her face, he eventually broke down in tears, begging for her pardon. Seeing him in such a pitiable state, Liu Xuening looked up with disdain, saying, "Humph, I shall forgive you this once, but do not let it happen again. You must understand, if I were to cast you aside, no one would want a worthless wretch like you. Were it not for our past, I would not consider you again." Ning Yuan nodded fervently, grasping her hand, while Liu Xuening followed closely, her expression betraying her reluctance. Chapter 10. Liu Xuening. Ning Yuan, come back and continue to be my pet. Witnessing Ning Yuan kneeling in supplication, a smile graced the lips of the slumbering Liu Xuening. Upon waking the next morning, Liu Xuening soon realized it had all been a mere dream. Initially dazed, her expression visibly soured. She transformed into a visage of icy coldness. "In my dreams, you are 100 times more charming than in reality." Liu Xuening's voice dripped with frost as she forcefully kicked Ning Yuan's blanket aside. "Humph, that wretched Ning Yuan's blanket reeks. In truth, it is not an unpleasant odor. Rather, it is infused with the delightful fragrance of cedar emanating from Ning Yuan, which is quite enchanting. One cannot help but remark that during the day, Liu Xuening exhibits far more fortitude than in the twilight hours." Liu Xuening was currently in a sulk, while on the other side, Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu had just finished their breakfast. Meng Nanyu presented Ning Yuan with the key to a luxurious residence in the city center. "You take this for now. The specific location is on the 8th floor of the Tongcheni Pin," she said. "With this key, you can enter and reside there. Next time, I will help you register your fingerprint and facial recognition." Ning Yuan, once a second-tier actor, had mingled with many affluent individuals and was well aware that in Tongcheni Pin, each floor housed a single residence, featuring both simplex and duplex layouts. The 8th floor was a duplex, encompassing approximately 800 square meters. To his knowledge, many celebrities from the entertainment industry resided in Tongchenipin. This gift was undeniably extravagant. Holding the key, Ning Yuan was overwhelmed with emotions. Liu Xuening was always concerned about giving too generously, while Meng Nanyu worried about giving too little. As an aunt and nephew, how could their disparities be so pronounced? Ning Yuan (in Meng Nanyu), who gazed up at him with tenderness, nuzzling against his chest. "Thank you, Nanyu. Would you like to live with me?" he inquired. A flush spread across Meng Nanyu's cheeks as she tilted her head back, her eyes glistening with moisture. "Do you wish for me to live with you, Xiao Yuan?" Her expression was irresistibly alluring, and her mature charm rendered Ning Yuan nearly powerless to resist, especially with Meng Nanyu nestled in his arms. Her curvaceous form was reminiscent of an enchanting sprite. Reflecting on the previous night, Ning Yuan finally comprehended why ancient emperors ceased their morning audiences. It was truly because their sisters were simply too captivating. He recalled the first time he shared a room with Liu Xuening, who wore an expression of indifference, gritting her teeth as she regarded him, her stunning visage marred by disdain. Consequently, Ning Yuan assumed she harbored a strong dislike for him, and he handled her with utmost care as if she were fragile, yet was apprehensive of her dissolving like mist. Thus, their initial encounter was hasty and hardly memorable. Eventually, Liu Xuening huffed, turned over, and covered herself with the blanket, her back facing him. Gazing at her graceful silhouette, Ning Yuan felt a pang of remorse. Now, reflecting upon it, he realized how foolish he had been. He should not have been so considerate of Liu Xuening's feelings. When dealing with a woman as cold and unfeeling as Liu Xuening, one ought to assert themselves with vigor. Although Ning Yuan had moved on from the past, if he were to express any regret, it would be for not having firmly asserted himself with that insufferable Liu Xuening. It was as if, even after finishing a cigarette, Liu Xuening was still indulging in hers. Of course, they were now divorced and would likely never cross paths again, so the chance to assert himself was probably lost forever. Hearing Meng Nanyu's inquiry about living together, Ning Yuan pulled his drifting thoughts back to the present. "Naturally, I wish to be with Nanyu." "Well then, I shall join you," she replied. "However, that apartment in the city center is rather far from the company, so I can only stay there occasionally. When you come, I shall prepare 3 meals a day for you," she added. Meng Nanyu caressed his face gently, her voice softening. "What we eat is not important. What truly matters is sharing a meal with someone." With that, her gaze burned with intensity as she looked at him. Ning Yuan's heart fluttered. Meng Nanyu was undeniably adept at stirring emotions, causing his heartbeat to quicken. "Nanyu, I am off to work now. Subsequently, I shall be participating in the filming of a movie and a television series." Ning Yuan expressed this with a hint of apprehension, concerned that Meng Nanyu might disapprove of his involvement in such projects. After all, Liu Xuening had previously objected to his continued acting, deeming it too public and consequently urged him to resign. Meng Nanyu gazed at him with tender concern. "Xiao Yuan, you must do your best. Filming both a movie and a television series will surely be quite arduous." Ning Yuan looked at her earnestly. "Will you dislike me for acting?" He resolved to speak candidly. "Huh? Why would I dislike you acting? Whether you act or not should depend on your own passion, Xiao Yuan. If you enjoy it, I will undoubtedly support you. Your happiness in pursuing what you love brings me joy." Ning Yuan fell silent for a moment, then pressed his lips to Meng Nanyu's. He murmured, "Sister Nanyu, how can you be so wonderful?" Meng Nanyu's cheeks flushed as she responded, her movements now less awkward, having grasped the art of kissing. This was Meng Nanyu's genuine sentiment. She never anticipated that Ning Yuan would be so deeply touched by her words. It seemed that Liu Xuening had indeed wounded him profoundly. Thus, claiming Xiao Yuan for herself felt justified. She believed that Liu Xuening would ultimately ruin him. Of course, it was not so much a matter of claiming. Rather, it was Liu Xuening who had relinquished the best of Ning Yuan. After parting ways, Ning Yuan arrived at Xinguang Entertainment to report for duty. Xiao Ruolin had assigned him an office. In reality, many actors spend extended periods on set and seldom require an office, typically conducting business in a communal workspace. Therefore, this allocation was a particular privilege extended to Ning Yuan.
As he entered the office, Yang Dong knocked on the door. Ning Yuan beckoned him to come in.
The television series you are involved in, Step by Step in the Workplace, has confirmed its cast reading for Wednesday, with a preliminary plan for 5 days of reading. Traditionally, for a drama with a relatively straightforward plot like Step by Step in the Workplace, a reading would typically take only 2 or 3 days. However, given our company's current circumstances, as you may understand, the production team has requested a more thorough understanding of the script, thus extending the duration. Ning Yuan nodded. All right, thank you, Dongge. Ning Yuan. The male lead of this series is the popular rising star, Wu Xin, and the female lead is the blooming actress, Su Ningxiu, who will share scenes with you. You might want to familiarize yourself with them when you have the chance. Ning Yuan smiled gratefully. Thank you, I will. I will continue reviewing the script now. Once Yang Dong departed, Ning Yuan resumed meticulously reading the script of Step by Step in the Workplace, analyzing each line with care. He had intended to delve deeply into the script's details the previous evening, but his encounter with Meng Nanyu had distracted him. Now, he aimed to conduct a thorough study of the script, analyze his character, and ultimately draft a preliminary performance concept. Only with ample preparation would he be able to respond fluidly during the reading, especially since it appeared they placed considerable importance on it. Ning Yuan spent the entirety of the day engrossed in the company office, poring over scripts and analyzing characters. Meanwhile, Liu Xuening's Universal Group is similarly engaged in the film and cultural industry. However, unlike Xinguang Entertainment, Universal Group's business is flourishing, rapidly closing in on the industry's 3 giants. Once a peer to Universal Group, Xinguang Entertainment now finds itself overshadowed, its former glory dimmed by Universal's ascent. In the president's office, Liu Xuening, agitated, tossed her phone aside, cursing Ning Yuan under her breath. It had been 3 days, and still not a single message. Suddenly, her phone chimed with an incoming message. A smile crept across her lips. Ah, Ning Yuan, you just couldn't resist. Chapter 11. Liu Xuefu's Foolish Sister. You have finally let go. Liu Xuening picked up her phone, only to find the caller ID displaying Liu Xuefu's name, nearly causing her to hang up in frustration. Nonetheless, her bond with her sister Liu Xuefu was strong, and she refrained from unleashing her ire upon her. Suppressing her impatience, she answered the call. Xuefu, what's the matter? Sis, I'm coming home for dinner tonight. Please ask brother-in-law to prepare something delicious. Liu Xuefu's cheerful voice rang through. Your brother-in-law has thrown a tantrum and left home. Ning Yuan is busy and not around, Liu Xuening replied. What could he possibly be busy with? Liu Xuefu inquired, puzzled. Don't ask too many questions, dear, Liu Xuening chided gently. But I'm already 18. I'm not a child, Liu Xuefu retorted, somewhat disgruntled. All right, you're not a child. But I must remind you, do not date anyone at school. Liu Xuefu huffed in dissatisfaction. But you were only 21 when you got married. Besides, I will never fall in love in this lifetime. She seemed rather disheartened. Liu Xuening, lacking the mood for further conversation, said, I'm off work now. Do you need me to pick you up? No need. I'll head back on my own. See you shortly. After ending the call, Liu Xuening drove back to the Liu family villa. Hardly had she settled down when a strikingly beautiful girl entered through the door, Liu Xuefu, her younger sister. Liu Xuefu was slightly shorter than Liu Xuening, standing at approximately 168 centimeters compared to Liu Xuening's 172 centimeters. While Liu Xuening possessed an alluring icy beauty, Liu Xuefu exuded a pure and sweet charm, akin to a celestial being, distinctly unearthly. What was most captivating was Liu Xuefu's flawless skin, which had astonished Ning Yuan at their first meeting. Her complexion was exceptionally fair, exhibiting a lovely cool tone with a hint of pink, giving her an ethereal glow. With her porcelain-like features and long legs, she appeared exquisitely delicate, resembling a porcelain doll. Having just begun her freshman year in college, she had already been crowned the most beautiful campus belle at Jinghai University by her male peers. Today, she donned a uniform consisting of a crisp white shirt, adorned with a carbon gray plaid bow tie at her neck, and paired with a matching carbon gray plaid skirt. Black knee-high socks accentuated her fair thighs. and she completed her outfit with black Mary Jane shoes, further enhancing her radiant complexion. Her gaze wandered around the room, and upon discovering that Ning Yuan was indeed absent, she flung her backpack onto the sofa and settled beside Liu Xuening. Liu Xuening frowned and remarked, "Why are you dressed like that? Hee, what do you think? Isn't it beautiful? This is the boy-slaying outfit. I've heard it enhances attack speed." Liu Xuening's frown deepened further. "What do you mean enhances attack speed?" "Hee, you wouldn't understand." Regrettably, the person she wished to impress was not present today. Sensing that Liu Xuening was about to lose her temper, Liu Xuefu hastily shifted the topic. "Sister, isn't brother-in-law always by your side? Where's he gone today?" she asked discreetly. He went back to his hometown," Liu Xuening replied, her eyes darting away, her speech hesitant. Liu Xuefu's eyes flickered with suspicion. Something was amiss. There must be something she was unaware of. Could it be that her sister had quarreled with Ning Yuan, leading to his departure from home? A glint of intrigue flashed in her eyes. The living room was rather disheveled. Stretching her limbs, she complained of hunger. "Is there anything to eat?" Pretending to be famished, she strolled into the kitchen. The kitchen, too, was in disarray, a situation that could not have arisen if Ning Yuan were home. This indicated that he had likely not left today, but had been gone for 2 or 3 days. Given her understanding of Ning Yuan, she knew he was an orphan, rarely returning to his hometown, only doing so once a year during the Qingming festival to pay his respects. "Sister, there's nothing to eat. Didn't T brother-in-law prepare any ingredients for you before he left?" "None." At this, Liu Xuefu was entirely convinced that the two had indeed quarreled, and Ning Yuan had left home. Usually, if Ning Yuan had stepped out, he would either prepare meals for Liu Xuening or ensure she had the necessary ingredients to whip up something simple. "Sister, let me cook." Though only 18, Liu Xuefu had often observed Ning Yuan in the kitchen, learning culinary skills from him. While her cooking could not rival his, it was still commendable. Once Liu Xuefu completed the dishes and set the table, they began their meal. Liu Xuening had little appetite. Liu Xuefu suggested they indulge in some wine. "What would a child want with wine?" Liu Xuening said, her face stern. However, Liu Xuefu was exceptionally clever, effortlessly diffusing the situation. "Sister, it's just the two of us at home, so having a little wine is perfectly fine. Besides, girls should practice their tolerance. After all, if I encounter a situation where I need to drink, I would easily get drunk and become vulnerable." Liu Xuening pondered this reasoning and agreed. She fetched a bottle of red wine, and the two began to drink. Liu Xuefu deliberately raised toasts frequently, even suggesting they clink glasses in acknowledgement of the serendipity of sharing the same mother. Liu Xuening soon became slightly tipsy. Liu Xuefu feigned a sigh. "Oh, how could brother-in-law be like this? Does he not realize that you can only eat home-cooked meals and cannot tolerate outside food? Sister, you are too indulgent with him." Liu Xuefu sighed dramatically. Indeed, the chill in Liu Xuening's stunning visage intensified. Observing her sister's expression, Liu Xuefu's lips curled into a subtle smile. She continued to stoke the flames. "Sister, let me be frank with you. Your relentless efforts every day are for the sake of this family, are they not? Yet, your husband fails to comprehend your sacrifices and instead throws tantrums. It is truly disheartening to witness." Liu Xuening's complexion flushed, resembling a rose in full bloom. Coldly, she replied, "Even you hold such an opinion?" "I've been too indulgent with him." Indeed, the two had quarreled, though the extent was unclear. Liu Xuefu pressed on. "Sister, I heard at school that some men resort to threats of breaking up to gain their girlfriend's attention. Your husband wouldn't threaten to leave home or even divorce you, would he?" He is indeed threatening me with divorce." Liu Xuening, having consumed wine, was slightly inebriated, and with Liu Xuefu being her sister, she unwittingly divulged this information. Liu Xuefu felt a jolt of shock. This was astonishing news. She suppressed the wild beating of her heart. "You aren't seriously considering divorce, are you, sister?" Liu Xuening felt a wave of agitation in her chest. Since her naive sister had asked, she thought it harmless to share a bit, to spare her for being deceived by a scoundrel in the future. Thus, she responded with a soft her lips slightly parted. "Ning Yuan enjoys playing such games of feigned restraint, merely to capture my attention." Liu Xuening felt as if she had just weathered a tsunami, taking a moment to regain her composure. Sister, I have a friend who was threatened with a breakup by her boyfriend, and she ultimately capitulated. Now, she can no longer hold her head high before him. Liu Xuening supported her chin with her hand, her breath laced with the fragrance of red wine. Humph, I will never bow to Ning Yuan. Wow, sister, you are so fierce. This is the sister I admire. Sister, you are intoxicated. Allow me to help you to your room. Liu Xuening assisted her sister, ensuring she lay comfortably on the bed. Her beautiful eyes casually flicked to the desk, where she noticed something. Her pupils constricted. Liu Xuening had intended to sleep in Ning Yuan's room, but felt embarrassed to do so with Liu Xuening nearby. After settling her sister, Liu Xuening exited the room, gently closing the door. Once outside, her innocent and charming visage transformed into one as frigid as Liu Xuening's. My foolish sister, you have finally let go. Chapter 12. Liu Xuefeng's innocent slip dress. Earlier, Liu Xuefeng had spotted a divorce certificate on the desk in Liu Xuening's room. Indeed, her sister was not one to keep things tidy, as Ning Yuan usually took care of the household. Liu Xuefeng possessed a natural tolerance for alcohol. While her sister Liu Xuening was already drunk, she remained merely tipsy. A slight blush adorned her cheeks, vibrant like the evening glow of autumn. Entering the bathroom, she shed her uniform, her icy gaze reflecting upon her flawless figure in the mirror. Ning Yuan, my foolish sister has finally divorced you. Over the past 3 years, what appeared as casual provocations were, in fact, meticulously planned schemes. Sister, in business your intellect surpasses mine, but in matters of the heart, you are no match for me. She meticulously cleansed her delicate skin, continuing to murmur, now, my sister, who believes she no longer loves you, has freed herself from you. I too can pursue my brother and treat him well. Ning Yuan, having distanced himself from his unloving sister, has essentially escaped from suffering. He will receive my affection and care in return. The steam of the bathroom enveloped her delicate, supple form, rendering her irresistibly alluring. A smile graced her lips. Sister, see? This is a triple win for us. You, me, and brother. All victorious, am I not right? You should indeed be grateful to me. Initially, Liu Xuefeng had advised her sister to treat her brother-in-law with more kindness, but her sister was unyielding. Witnessing her sister's lack of love for her brother-in-law, who was perpetually sorrowful, Liu Xuefeng altered her approach, aligning herself with her sister's sentiments, which proved to be remarkably effective. In that moment, she contemplated whether it might be better to disrupt their relationship entirely, allowing them to liberate one another. After her bath, she donned a white, form-fitting camisole nightgown accompanied by white stockings that reached mid-thigh, exuding both innocence and desire. She captured a photograph of herself in the mirror, deeming it satisfactory, yet not flawless. Kneeling on the floor, her rounded and pert posterior arched alluringly, she posed sideways to the mirror. The reflection revealed her skin as white as snow, the tight nightgown failing to conceal her overly developed bosom and enticing curves, with the white stockings enveloping her fair toes, prompting an irresistible urge to indulge. Indeed, the effect was remarkable, utterly captivating. She snapped several photos, pondering what pretext to use to send them to Ning Yuan for his commentary. She opened WeChat, located Ning Yuan's contact, and sent him a message, feigning ignorance of their divorce. Brother-in-law, where have you gone? I went out for a meal today and did not see you. To her dismay, a response came swiftly. The message was sent but promptly rejected. Oh no, this is disastrous. My sister has implicated me. Brother has blacklisted me as well. Regardless, I shall not fret. Post-divorce, I have been bequeathed to my brother-in-law. This inheritance must rightfully be mine. Liu Xuefeng pouted, her alabaster figure twisting in feigned indignation. Ning Yuan finally immersed himself in a thorough reading of the script, conducting an analysis of his role. He relished jotting down his interpretations of the character in a small notebook. The male second lead in Step by Step in the Workplace, portrayed by Ning Yuan as Yin Ting, is a wealthy heir who grew up alongside the protagonist, Qin Dai, as childhood sweethearts. Yin Ting has always harbored deep feelings for Qin Dai, or rather, he is the quintessential devoted admirer, too timid to confess his affections. during their school years. He supported her academically. After graduation, Qin Dai entered a company and encountered her true love, her superior Liu Yuan, initiating a tumultuous love-hate relationship. Meanwhile, Yin Ting inherited his family's business while continuing to assist Qin Dai in secret, ultimately sacrificing himself for her. Until his demise, he never revealed his love for her. Wishing to spare her distress, Ning Yuan penned an extensive 2,000-word character sketch for Yin Ting, summarizing key points. First, profound affection. Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at himself. After 5 years of devotion, one could argue that no one could portray deep emotion better than he. It cannot even be described as acting. It is merely a recreation of his former daily life. This role seems to have been crafted specifically for him. Secondly, there is his selflessness, as he tirelessly assists Qin Dai without expecting anything in return. Thirdly, there is the element of suffering. This is an insight that Ning Yuan has derived himself, not mentioned in the script. Yet he immerses himself in the character of Yin Ting and quickly feels the anguish of witnessing the woman he loves fall for another. Upon completing his character profile, Yang Dong knocked on the door, announcing, "Ning Yuan, it's time for your Weibo to come alive again. We're going to shoot a set of photos to announce your return." Ning Yuan, puzzled, replied, "Brother Dong, why not just announce it during the movie promotion?" Yang Dong chuckled, "If we announce your return during the movie promotion, the focus will be on the film. But announcing it now places the emphasis on you. Who knows? You might even trend on social media." Ning Yuan smiled. "All right then." Yang Dong brought along his young assistant, a bespectacled girl named Ji Xiaojun, whose youthful face bore traces of acne. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, her face flushed with visible excitement. Had Yang Dong not been present, she would have eagerly approached him for an autograph, given that she was once a devoted fan, known as a Yuan Bao, a homophone for far. Now in his presence, she realized that he was even more handsome and captivating than on screen. His strikingly handsome features seemed to embody the ancient deity of beauty itself. Noticing Ji Xiaojun's starstruck demeanor, Yang Dong let out a light scoff. Immediately, Ji Xiaojun composed herself as the trio began discussing what kind of photos would be best to take. While conversing, Ning Yuan opened his Weibo account, where his last post was from when he had previously withdrawn from the public eye. The post had garnered over 20,000 comments. Supplement, "Brother, just as I became your fan, you retire? This is intolerable. As a Yuan Bao, my heart is truly breaking. I wanted to see you create works for a lifetime." Ning Yuan's fans are affectionately called Yuan Bao. "I'm in tears. The sky has fallen. I return home this weekend, excited to see Yuan Zai. Only for you to tell me you've retired. Good news, the house has collapsed. Bad news, the house is gone. I unfollowed. I never expected you to be so infatuated. At such a young age, instead of pursuing a career, you forsake your work and fans for love. How disappointing for us Yuan Bao. Indeed, we Yuan Bao promote your work daily, supporting you with data and defending you against negativity. And you abandoned us." Ning Yuan pondered over these comments, feeling a pang of regret. Seeing them again, he felt a renewed sense of guilt for the love his fans had shown him. He resolved to work harder, to become a beacon for them, ensuring that their passion would not be in vain. Chapter 13. The Ascetic Male, God Ning Yuan. After much discussion, Yang Dong and Ji Xiaojun proposed numerous ideas, only to dismiss them one by one. Ning Yuan remarked, "There is no need for such extravagance. I believe a simple photo of us enjoying tea or coffee would suffice." Yang Dong chuckled in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the less pretentious, the better." Given Ning Yuan's naturally handsome and striking demeanor, simplicity was indeed the key to capturing his allure. "That is certainly true," Ji Xiaoju concurred, feeling that no matter the pose, Ning Yuan exuded top-tier charm. As the trio engaged in their discussion, Xiao Rulin gracefully entered the room. "What are you all discussing?" Her voice was captivating, imbued with an innate charm that was unmistakable. Complementing her alluring physique, her ample bosom swaying and her voluptuous curves, she resembled an enchanting fairy. Ning Yuan often mused that ancient beauties like Daji must have embodied such allure. With a smile, he addressed Xiao, "We are planning to take a series of photos for our Weibo to promote our comeback." He briefly summarized their discussion, Xiao Ruolin cast a teasing glance at Ning Yuan, her lips curling into a slight smile. Indeed, a handsome individual requires no elaborate poses. Every gesture radiates charm. Ning Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment at being dubbed handsome by Ruolin. Xiao, that term is rather complimentary, he replied modestly. Do not be so humble, she insisted. Yang Dong, have someone set up a scene. Let us capture Ning Yuan enjoying coffee. Shooting outdoors is feasible, but to truly convey Ning Yuan's style and emotional depth, it may not be suitable. Besides, the presence of too many passers-by could disrupt our work. Starshine Entertainment possesses a plethora of indoor settings, making it quite simple to arrange for photos with a few modifications. Approximately half an hour later, Yang Dong received a call informing him that the CAF had been arranged according to their specifications and was ready for the shoot. Upon arriving at the indoor scene, Ning Yuan found himself in a CAF adorned in cool tones, predominantly black and gray, exuding an air of detachment. Most CAFs favor warm hues, as patrons seek relaxation and relief from stress. However, the dark ambience created by Yang Dong aimed to accentuate Ning Yuan's aura of a stoic male deity, effectively showcased by the cooler palette. Yang Dong instructed Ji Xiaoju to retrieve the clothing he had prepared, sending Ning Yuan to the changing room to don the new attire. When Ning Yuan emerged, Xiao Ruolin's eyes widened, and Ji Xiaoju was even more expressive, her face flushing crimson as she covered her mouth, nearly bursting into a squeal of excitement. As a devoted fan of Ning Yuan, she had long viewed him through a flattering lens, but seeing him up close, even more handsome than on screen, was exhilarating. Clad in a black shirt and a brown tie, Ning Yuan wore gold-rimmed glasses, his tousled hair cascading delicately over the frames. His long lashes framed deep, captivating peach blossom eyes. His nose was straight, and his lips, slightly pursed, were distinctly shaped. From the side, his jawline was pronounced and well-defined. Such striking features were utterly mesmerizing, almost compelling one to lean in closer. His smooth throat and subtle collarbone were also visible, enhancing his already striking appearance. Beneath the black shirt lay subtle contours of well-defined muscles. Ning Yuan donned black trousers complemented by polished black shoes, presenting a tall and statuesque figure, exuding an air of striking beauty and restrained allure, charged with palpable sexual tension. For a moment, Xiao Ruolin found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately unable to suppress her admiration, Xiao Yuan, you look truly exceptional in this ensemble. Her voice bore an imperceptible hint of huskiness. The man's gold-rimmed glasses were as captivating as a woman's black stockings, embodying the charmingly decadent allure akin to an aphrodisiac. Ning Yuan smiled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the compliment, President Xiao. Yang Dong, equally placé, summoned the photographer to capture a series of shots of Ning Yuan, over a dozen in total, primarily focusing on frontal and profile views that showcased Ning Yuan's extraordinary elegance from various angles. The slightly oppressive ambience of the CAF rendered Ning Yuan akin to a melancholic prince, exuding a cool and ascetic charm. Upon completing the shoot, the four selected 2 photographs to share on Weibo, one frontal and one profile. The accompanying caption read, "The starlight once concealed, yet the fervor remains undiminished. As I make my return, may I continue to be a ray of light for you in the future." However, an unexpected delay occurred during the photo selection process, which surprisingly took longer than the actual shoot. President Xiao and her assistant, Ji Xiaojun, found every picture stunning and were reluctant to part with any of them, leading to prolonged deliberation over each choice. Ultimately, it was Ning Yuan and Yang Dong who each selected a picture, and only after mutual agreement did they proceed to post on Weibo. Unbeknownst to Ning Yuan was the reaction of his fans to his comeback. He would have to wait until the following day to peruse their comments. He graciously declined Xiao Ruolin's invitation for a dinner with the 3 of them, primarily because Meng Nanyu was set to join Ning Yuan for a meal that evening. Despite President Zhao's kindness, he had no choice but to turn down her offer. As he departed under Xiao Ruolin's wistful gaze, he took a taxi to Tangshan. Upon entering the community, he encountered no obstacles from security, likely due to Meng Nanyu's prior arrangements with the staff. Ascending to the 8th floor, he unlocked the door and the sight before him left him utterly astounded. The residence was exceedingly spacious, thoughtfully divided into active and quiet zones. The multifunctional first floor featured a living area, workspace, entertainment zone, and a dedicated gaming room prepared for him. The living area included a kitchen, while the second floor served as a resting area, predominantly comprising bedrooms, with the master suite being particularly expansive. It even evoked a humorous notion in Ning Yuan's mind, reminiscent of a young master waking from slumber on his 100-square-meter bed. Though not quite as exaggerated, the master bed was indeed sizable. Meng Nanyu had previously mentioned that the master suite would be his domain. The entire residence boasted excellent ventilation and an impressive view, adorned with opulent decor that surpassed the luxury of the villa he had once shared with Liu Xuening. What moved Ning Yuan even more was when he opened the study and discovered several albums on the desk, containing photographs from various stages of his life: high school, university, and numerous movie posters. Among these were high school and college photographs that he had never even seen before. "Sister Nanyu, thank you." Ning Yuan set down his backpack. While Meng Nanyu had yet to return, he began to prepare dinner for her. Fortunately, the refrigerator was stocked with all the necessary ingredients. Ning Yuan was still uncertain of Meng Nanyu's culinary preferences, so he could only make educated guesses. He decided to saute some fresh shrimp, steam a grouper, and prepare a dish of blanched vegetable hearts. The colors and aromas were promising, and he felt confident in his culinary skills. Just as he finished the dishes, Meng Nanyu returned. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, clad in an apron and busy in the kitchen, one could not deny his charm even in the role of a cook. Meng Nanyu felt a fleeting illusion, as though she were indulging in the company of a youthful beau. Through the glass door of the kitchen, Ning Yuan's profile was simply breathtaking, and no matter how many times she gazed upon it, her heart raced anew. She silently reminded herself, "Meng Nanyu, you must hold back tonight. Do not take the initiative." Chapter 14. The stark contrast of Meng Nanyu's intentions were not to play hard to get. Rather, she feared that Ning Yuan might form an unfavorable opinion of her. Hence, she preferred him to take the lead, allowing her to respond with a gentle push and pull, creating the perfect dynamic. Once Ning Yuan arranged the dishes, Meng Nanyu could not help but admire his culinary creations. "Wow, little Yuan, your cooking is exceptional. It smells divine. I can hardly contain my saliva." A smile adorned Ning Yuan's face. "See the difference? Sister Yu provides such emotional value, while Liu Xuening only seeks to belittle me." Ning Yuan offered to serve Meng Nanyu her meal, but she playfully snatched the bowl from him. "You've worked hard in the kitchen. Let me serve the rice and take care of the dishes." "Sister, I can wash the dishes later," Ning Yuan insisted, but Meng Nanyu smiled, stating that household chores should be shared. "I didn't ask you to help just to serve me. My desire to be with you is not merely for the mundane tasks of life. I wish to share a journey of love with you." However, the notion of serving felt oddly peculiar to her. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as her mind veered toward more intimate connotations. Ning Yuan noticed the delicate flush on Meng Nanyu's fair and tender skin, which only accentuated her beauty, causing his breath to hitch. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. "Sister Nanyu, you seem quite exhausted from work today. I should do more." He jested. "You know, they say life inevitably presents its bumps, and spouses should be understanding and support one another through the trials." After speaking, Ning Yuan paused, unsure if his sister would appreciate the term wife. He hastily retracted. "Sister Nanyu, I was merely using it as an example." "It's all right. I understand your meaning," Meng Nanyu replied with a smile, though her heart raced, causing her hand, which was serving the rice, to tremble slightly. The bowl nearly slipped from her grasp, prompting Ning Yuan to gently clasp her hand. "Sister Nanyu, it seems you are quite fatigued from work today. Allow me to assist." Grasped by Ning Yuan's sturdy hand, Meng Nanyu looked up to find his flawless, handsome face, and those enticing lips were irresistibly alluring. Her heart, which had already been racing at the mere mention of wife, now raced even more violently, as if it might leap from her chest. "Oh dear, Xiao Yuan is simply too alluring. How I long to kiss him." Resisting, she took a deep breath and settled at the dining table, where they shared a meal together. This could be considered the first day of their cohabitation. In a rare moment of joy, Meng Nanyu opened a bottle of red wine. However, to prevent herself from becoming overly impulsive. She chose a bottle with a lower alcohol content instead of port wine. Meng Nanyu raised her glass to Ning Yuan and inquired, Xiao Yuan, how does it feel to be back at the company? Are you adjusting well? Ning Yuan replied, it's quite good. My colleagues are treating me well. Meng Nanyu smiled and asked, and how is CEO Xiao Rulin towards you? She was well aware of Ning Yuan's boss, having met her at a business dinner. They exchanged polite nods. Xiao Rulin was strikingly enchanting, and Meng Nanyu couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had to tread carefully, as even someone as ethereal as Meng Nanyu could feel envious. CEO Xiao has been quite amiable. She hasn't made things difficult for me. Hearing this, Meng Nanyu's smile deepened. She served Ning Yuan some fish, saying, Xiao Yuan, you must eat more. You look quite thin now. Indeed, he appeared even more handsome. Dressed in a black shirt, he exuded a strikingly handsome, restrained demeanor. Meng Nanyu felt proud of her self-control for not immediately throwing herself at him for a kiss. Sister Nanyu, you should eat too, Ning Yuan said as he peeled shrimp for her, delicately placing them on her plate. Meng Nanyu felt a sweetness in her heart, her gaze towards Ning Yuan growing tender and affectionate. Ning Yuan, unable to withstand her gaze, pulled her onto his lap. Nanyu, you are breathtaking, he exclaimed sincerely. Moreover, she was undeniably captivating. Meng Nanyu gasped softly as her delicate form settled against Ning Yuan's thigh, her body tensing instinctively. Restraint, restraint. However, Ning Yuan's warm breath made her cheeks flush with heat. She felt herself softening, leaning into his embrace, feeling the subtle strength of his chest and abdomen beneath his thin shirt. Her heart raced, accentuating her own curves. Her breathing grew faster. Meng Nanyu struggled to remain composed. Xiao Yuan, our wine isn't finished yet. Nanyu, I want you to feed me, he murmured, his voice husky and intoxicating. Oh, it was overwhelming. How could Xiao Yuan be so alluring? Meng Nanyu silently cried out in her heart. She took a sip of the red wine, tilting her face slightly and pouting her cherry lips. Ning Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he gently brushed against her mouth. Meng Nanyu trembled, her breath quickening, the rise and fall of her chest becoming more pronounced. With her eyes closed, she passed him the wine. Nanyu, you are truly sweet, Ning Yuan said, his voice rich and magnetic. With that, Meng Nanyu's defenses crumbled entirely, her body nearly melting into a puddle. Little Xiao Yuan, take me. After the tumultuous events, Meng Nanyu wore a face of vexation. Ultimately, she found herself unable to restrain her emotions. How infuriating! She had vowed to maintain her composure, yet here she was, yielding once more. It was all Xiao Yuan's fault for enticing her. She had leaned into Ning Yuan's embrace, leaving a mark on his chest with her lips in frustration. Ning Yuan felt no pain, merely a ticklish sensation that nearly brought forth a chuckle. Meng Nanyu huffed, vowing to herself that next time she would hold firm. She could not afford to tarnish her reputation as the ice-cold beauty any further. Indeed, the entire Meng family enterprise, along with their competitors, spoke of Meng Nanyu as an ice queen, typically indifferent to men. Yet, whenever she faced Ning Yuan, she transformed into a passionate maiden, ablaze with fervor. Were anyone who knew her to witness her current demeanor, they would be utterly astonished. Who could have anticipated that the ice queen, Meng Nanyu, who usually exuded an air of superiority and ethereal coolness, would now be blushing and nestled in Ning Yuan's embrace, biting her lip, her expression a blend of satisfaction, joy, and a hint of regret? She even nuzzled closer to him, akin to a playful kitten. It was unlikely that anyone would associate this moment with the typically commanding and frosty persona she maintained. After all, she was the matriarch of the Meng family, often referred to in the business realm of Jinghai as a formidable femme fatale. The contrast was striking. Ning Yuan gently tousled her hair and remarked to the languid Meng Nanyu in his arms, Nanyu, shall I carry you to the bath now? Is that appropriate? Meng Nanyu's refusal was rather half-hearted. I see you're quite fatigued, Sister Nanyu. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she imperceptibly nodded. Alas, it seemed she could hardly refuse Xiao Yuan. In Chapter 15, Liu Xuening, Ning Yuan truly had departed. He cradled Meng Nanyu, and they luxuriated in a bath for over an hour, until she, her face ablaze, finally insisted they cease the washing. Ning Yuan then carried the languorous Meng Nanyu back to bed, where they lay together, engaged in idle conversation. Xiao Yuan, you are truly remarkable, she said, caressing his chiseled abdomen, feeling as if he were a perpetual motion machine, seemingly unaware of fatigue. This vitality stemmed from Ning Yuan's dedication to fitness and his meticulous management of his physique. After all, he had resigned from his job, seldom engaged in social activities, and lacked a romantic life. Surely, he needed an outlet for his surplus energy, and exercise served as an excellent means. Ning Yuan, caressing her delicate, porcelain-like back, smirked primarily. It is because you are simply too beautiful, Nanyu. Her cheeks flushed deeper. As Ning Yuan sat up, he playfully toyed with Meng Nanyu's dainty foot. Her complexion grew even rosier. Xiao Yuan, don't touch my feet like that. It tickles. Nanyu, I adore seeing you in black stockings while you sleep. Meng Nanyu let out a soft huff. Xiao Yuan's preferences were indeed peculiar. Nonetheless, she rose from the bed and retrieved a pair of black stockings from the wardrobe, slowly donning them, which accentuated her long, alluring legs. Ning Yuan's throat bobbed as he swallowed. Their intimacy deepened, and their conversation became increasingly casual, shedding the initial awkwardness they once shared. Thus, Ning Yuan naturally inquired, Nanyu, could you assist me with a massage? Today marks my first day at work, and I feel rather fatigued. But I'm not skilled in massage, Xiao Yuan, Meng Nanyu replied, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Nevertheless, I shall attempt to ease your trapezius muscles and help you relax. Ning Yuan smiled subtly, his gaze drifting to Meng Nanyu's graceful legs. Meng Nanyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Yuan, I sense you have been led astray. Yet, despite her reservations, Meng Nanyu acquiesced, half-heartedly commencing the massage. An hour later, with a rosy complexion, she removed her stockings and placed them into the washing machine. Ning Yuan tenderly caressed his sister's weary limbs. Does it ache? Would you like me to massage them for you? He mused that Meng Nanyu's feet must be equally fatigued. Her eyes sparkled with a shimmering allure, brimming with youthful ardor. As she playfully scolded him, This is all your fault. Humph, naughty Ning Yuan. After saying this, she bashfully nestled into his embrace. As Ning Yuan began to feel drowsy, he contemplated drifting in a slumber alongside Meng Nanyu. At that moment, a notification chimed on his phone. He glanced at it to find a message from an unfamiliar number. Oh dear, brother-in-law, it's Xu Weifu. Why did you delete me? Boo-hoo. Did you perhaps delete me by mistake? Ning Yuan chose not to respond. Having made the decision to part ways, it was best to sever ties completely. After all, Liu Xuefu was the younger sister of Liu Xuening. Yet, he felt reluctant to be harsh, for Liu Xuefu had always shown him respect, often chattering away and calling him brother-in-law, seeking his counsel on various matters. Ning Yuan treated her as he would his own sister, patiently answering her queries. Their relationship was amicable. One might say Ning Yuan was a commendable brother-in-law, and Liu Xuefu was a kind-hearted sister-in-law. Uncertain of how to respond to Liu Xuefu, he grappled with the truth, fearing it might hurt her. Conversely, avoiding honesty would make explanations challenging. Thus, he opted for silence. However, Liu Xuefu clearly had not given up, as he soon received a second message. Brother-in-law, I returned home for dinner tonight, but did not see you, which made me quite sad. I wanted to message you on WeChat, but it seems you have blocked me. Have I upset you? You may scold or hit me, but please do not ignore me. Okay? Ning Yuan fell silent, a fleeting sense of emotion washing over him. After all, there was no discord between them, and Liu Xuefu's words tugged at his heartstrings. Fortunately, Meng Nanyu was already fatigued, drifting in a slumber in his arms, oblivious to his expression. After pondering, Ning Yuan resolutely chose not to reply. Meanwhile, Liu Xuefu, clad in a delicate camisole, felt tears welling in her eyes. She sensed that her brother-in-law had read her message, yet chose to remain unresponsive. With reddened eyes, she continued to send messages. Brother-in-law, did you see my message? I am under immense pressure for my studies, and no one is willing to listen to my woes. I drank tonight, and my head aches terribly. My stomach feels tumultuous. Could you spare a moment to talk with me? Do not disregard me. She refrained from mentioning that she had been drinking with her sister, as she did not wish to provoke him with the name Liu Xuening. Liu Xuefu is an exceptionally astute individual, fully aware that this was not the moment to bring up her sister. As a freshman in college, she serves as the class president and is a prominent figure at the school, cherished by teachers and regarded as a paragon of beauty by her male classmates. Typically, she presents herself with an air of superiority, maintaining a cool demeanor to evade excessive attention. The more approachable one appears, even if one resembles a celestial being, the more likely there will be those who, emboldened by chance, attempt to flirt, thereby causing Liu Xuefu much vexation. Consequently, others perceive her as aloof and proud. When has anyone witnessed her in a fragile state, on the verge of tears? Any man encountering such a sight would find even the hardest of hearts softened, wishing to gather the stars from the sky to fashion a heart to cheer her up. At long last, Liu Xuefu received a reply from Ning Yuan. Xuefu, I am not angry with you. Do not overthink it. Your studies are paramount. Oh, how delightful. She was overjoyed that her brother-in-law had actually replied. All right, brother-in-law. I shall heed your words and go to sleep now. Good night. The little green tea, Liu Xuefu, understood that such a tone of surprise would surely be well received by the recipient. After all, her emotional value was at its peak. She could hardly believe that her brother-in-law would not appreciate it. In truth, as she suspected, a smile did indeed grace Ning Yuan's face. This young lady, unexpectedly recalling the good of her former brother-in-law. Thus, Ning Yuan responded simply, good night. Upon seeing those two words, Liu Xuefu's eyes sparkled. A sly smile crept across her face, although her eyes were still adorned with tears. Her earlier demeanor had been a mix of strategy and genuine sentiment. Liu Xuefu chose not to press Ning Yuan further. As long as her brother-in-law was willing to respond, that sufficed. She possessed ample patience to await Ning Yuan's addition of her on WeChat, to rekindle their relationship. The absence of the familial dynamic between brother-in-law and sister-in-law may not be a disadvantage. They could begin anew as friends. She reclined on her bed, closing her eyes like autumn waters, weaving countless tales in her mind. The thoughts of a young girl are akin to a kite, drifting gracefully in the sky, yet ultimately tethered to a string, or rather, everything originates from that string. Meanwhile, Liu Xuening, separated from her by a mere wall, felt the effects of alcohol, her head aching with thirst. Instinctively, she called out, Ning Yuan, I am so thirsty. Could you bring me some water? Ning Yuan, did you hear me? Suddenly, silence enveloped her. Her clear and tranquil eyes fell, the intoxication fading slowly. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sound. All she could hear was the rapid beating of her own heart. Thump, thump. Ning Yuan was gone. It was not a dream. He had truly departed, with no intention of returning, nor any word from him. It was as though he had never existed. Liu Xuening felt a tightening in her chest, her body trembling slightly. In a flurry, she retrieved her phone, gazing at the call log, Ning Yuan's number prominently displayed. Chapter 16. Liu Xuening and Liu Xuefu encounter Ning Yuan in his room. At midnight, Liu Xuening was alarmed. For the first time, a thought arose within her. Ning Yuan had truly decided to leave. He would not return. Startled by the thought, she glanced at Ning Yuan's number on her phone. Trembling, her fingers hovered over the screen, yearning to connect, yet she ultimately restrained herself. Reason was gradually returning. She recalled her own words. I will give you 3 more days. And if you do not return by then, even if you plead, I shall truly let you go. This was only the second evening. Restrain yourself. Ning Yuan merely desires to see me yield. At that moment, he would mock me mercilessly. How could he possibly leave? His love for me is fervent, so intense that he has forsaken his work and social life for my sake. He cannot bear to part with me. This is just a ruse of Ning Yuan. Surely, he is suffering more than I am, perhaps hiding in a lonely corner, weeping in secret. He might even be in so much pain from longing for me that it overwhelms him. It must be so. Liu Xuening endeavored to console herself, and such reassurances noticeably eased her tension. However, she soon noticed the pain in the palm of her hand. Unbeknownst to her, she had instinctively clenched her fist, her knuckles turning pale as her nails broke the skin, causing a trickle of blood that she only now realized. Liu Xuening's hair was disheveled, She sat up, gathered her cascading locks, and adjusted her purple nightgown, ensuring it fully covered her delicate undergarments adorned with a tiny bow and bell. Rising from the bed, her porcelain-like feet touched the ground, and she strolled to the hall for a glass of water. In a strange twist of fate, she found herself stealthily heading toward Ning Yuan's room. To avoid waking Liu Xuening, she cautiously opened the door. Ning Yuan's room inexplicably brought her a sense of comfort. She was too weary to turn on the light, so she groped her way to the bedside and lay down. To her astonishment, her hand brushed against a warm body. Startled, she gasped and sat up immediately. The person on the bed responded with a gasp of their own. That voice sounded so familiar. Trembling, Liu Xuening switched on the light, revealing Liu Xuening, who was now sitting up, her eyes still bleary from sleep. Liu Xuening's skin was as white as snow, and she wore a white nightgown, resembling a porcelain doll at that moment. Liu Xuening felt a surge of anger. She had nearly been frightened to death just now, momentarily believing that Ning Yuan had returned and was lying in his own bed. Instead, it was Liu Xuening. A mix of irritation and inexplicable disappointment washed over her as she placed her hands on her hips, casting a cold gaze at Liu Xuening, whose face was flushed. Xuening, how did you end up in your brother-in-law's bed? Liu Xuening felt a wave of panic, akin to a thief caught in the act. However, she masked her unease, looking at Liu Xuening with confusion. Sister, what are you doing in my room at this hour? Look around, is this your room? Liu Xuening rubbed her eyes, and upon surveying her surroundings, exclaimed, How did I end up in my brother-in-law's room? What happened? She scratched her head. I might have gotten drunk, which is why I came here. Liu Xuening found herself believing the situation. Otherwise, she could not fathom any other reason for Liu Xuening to be in Ning Yuan's room. Upon noticing that her sister was still covered with Ning Yuan's blanket, she snatched it away with fervor. Liu Xuening felt an inexplicable surge of anger within her. Moments ago, she had been immersed in a dream, one that was on the verge of an intimate moment, only to be jolted awake by Liu Xuening's intrusion. A profound sense of disappointment lingered in her heart. Observing her sister's conviction, Liu Xuening countered, Then what brings you to brother-in-law's room? Liu Xuening was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing. Indeed, what had compelled her to venture into Ning Yuan's room at such an hour? She could not possibly admit to her sister that she had yearned to embrace Ning Yuan's blanket for comfort. Would she not lose face? However, as a capable CEO, Liu Xuening quickly regained her composure. I heard some noises coming from Ning Yuan's room, so I came to investigate. The atmosphere thickened, plunging into an awkward silence. At that moment, both sisters felt a pressing discomfort in remaining there. With a disdainful expression, Liu Xuening tossed the blanket back onto the bed, kicking it slightly. Xuening, how can you still cover yourself with this foul blanket? Liu Xuening's cheeks flushed slightly, though her sister remained oblivious. I fell asleep and felt a bit cold, so I just grabbed a blanket. I didn't think much of it. She rose from the bed, yawning. Sister, I'll head back to my room to continue sleeping. Liu Xuening insisted. I'll return to my room as well. Each sister returned to her respective chambers, exhaling a sigh of relief. Ning Yuan, unaware of the unfolding drama within the Liu household, was blissfully cradling Ming Nanyu's soft and delicate form, lost in a deep slumber. The following morning, as they opened their eyes and caught sight of one another, both were met with a spark of recognition. Particularly for Ming Nanyu, she suddenly felt that the 10 years of waiting had not been entirely in vain. It was precisely because of the arduous wait that the present joy felt all the more fulfilling, intoxicating her senses. It resembled the experience of a person who had gone 3 days without food when presented with a roast chicken at that moment. Its flavor would be forever etched in their memory. They washed up together, shared breakfast, and held hands as they stepped outside. Upon reaching the garage, Ming Nanyu pointed to several luxury cars and remarked, Now that you have made your comeback, there will undoubtedly be those who speak ill of you. Driving a car should help mitigate some of the gossip. The vehicles range from several million to tens of millions in value, including a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bentley, Maybach, Bugatti, and more. Ning Yuan paused. To refuse at that moment would seem overly pretentious. Indeed, sometimes a luxury car worth millions could alleviate numerous troubles. Human nature is such. For instance, if a businessman arrived in an ordinary vehicle for negotiations, the prospects of success would diminish significantly. However, arriving in a Rolls-Royce would substantially enhance the probability of success. Which one do you fancy? Any can be yours, Meng Ning smiled. Entwining her arm with Ning Yuan's, reminiscent of a girl in love, her eyes filled with admiration for him. If you find it hard to choose, you may select more than one. Ning Yuan opted for a Maybach, and Meng Nanyu handed him the keys, while she chose to remain in her own Rolls-Royce Phantom. Bidding farewell to the cherished dream of Nanyu, Ning Yuan drove into the Starlight Entertainment garage. After parking his vehicle, he opened the door, only to encounter Xiao Rulin, who was simultaneously stepping out of her car parked nearby. Chapter 17. Ning Yuan joins the crew with a playful tone that was both teasing and probing. Xiao Rulin remarked, "Ah, little Yuan has certainly improved. Now driving a luxury car." Ning Yuan, smiling, replied, "This grand vehicle is merely borrowed from a friend for a spin." "And do you prefer this grand car or the old 8? She inquired. "I favor the grand car, though I do have an affection for the old 8 as well." Xiao Rulin, blushing slightly, playfully retorted, "Could it be that a wealthy woman has taken a liking to you?" "Not at all. The only wealthy woman I know is you." "Sister Rulin," Ning Yuan jested in return. With a dismissive glance, Xiao Rulin teased, "Are you truly yearning for a wealthy woman to support you? It wouldn't be impossible. Just name your price." Walking side by side, Ning Yuan chuckled, "That would not come cheap, you know." With a sultry demeanor and a voice dripping with allure, Xiao Rulin responded, "Oh, do tell. All I ask is for our hearts to be united, sharing meals and seasons together," Ning Yuan said with unexpected seriousness. He had never uttered such suggestive words before, but after 5 years of unrequited love and the upheaval of divorce, his perspective had undeniably shifted. It was precisely the abrupt seriousness amidst the playful banter that startled Xiao Rulin, causing her cheeks to flush for reasons unknown. She playfully admonished, that indeed would not be inexpensive. Yet, she believed his words. Ning Yuan was the kind of man capable of such sacrifices for love. Once at the pinnacle of his career, he had resolutely given up everything for love, a feat few men could accomplish. As he would put it, perhaps no one else was as foolish as he had been at that time. The two entered the company, with Xiao Rulin leading the way as the esteemed boss and Ning Yuan following behind. Inadvertently, he caught sight of her exquisite figure, narrow shoulders, a slim waist, and wide hips. There's a saying that goes, if the hips are broader than the shoulders, bliss is akin to that of the immortals. The recent encounter with Nanyu had brought this saying to mind, revealing to Ning Yuan a truth best left unspoken. Xiao Rulin, as a superior, was a paragon of this allure, especially in her professional attire, a white blouse, a form-fitting skirt, and black silk heels. As she moved, her voluptuous hips traced an alluring arc, each step imbued with irresistible charm, her familiar grace unmistakable. Ning Yuan found himself shyly averting his gaze. Upon reaching the office, he was greeted by his manager, Yang Dong, and Yang Dong's assistant, Ji Xiaojun. "Brother Dong, you're here early." "Not too early," Yang replied. "Ning Yuan, how have you found the script?" "I've gleaned some insights," Ning Yuan shared, discussing his understanding of the script along with character sketches and analyses. "Well done. It seems you've invested considerable thought and have many insights," Yang praised. "Today we'll be entering the crew. Let us all meet and conduct a script reading together." After a long hiatus from the set, Ning Yuan felt a flutter of excitement. Recently, Ji Xiaojun has been entrusted with managing Ning Yuan's Weibo account. She took out her phone, opened the app, and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Yuan, the Weibo post from yesterday received quite a favorable response. Our follower count has surged to 35 million, likely due to the return of old fans and the addition of new ones. Moreover, the post is still gaining traction and has even made it to the trending topics, currently ranking around 40th. Ning Yuan opened Weibo, scrolled down the trending list, and indeed found his name at the 40th position. The internet erupted. Ning Yuan, who had withdrawn from the limelight for love, has made a stunning return. Continuing to browse through Weibo, he encountered sensational headlines from various marketing accounts. Ning Yuan's shocking comeback. What secrets lie behind it? The entertainment industry trembles. Your king, Ning Yuan, announces his return. Ning Yuan makes a grand reappearance. His unparalleled beauty astounds the world. Oh dear, please don't provoke hatred towards me like this, Ning Yuan sighed. Rubbing his forehead, he clicked on his own Weibo and was greeted by a plethora of comments. Oh my goodness, my brother has actually returned. This comment garnered the most likes. Brother seems even more handsome now. Brother has always soared. May fortune accompany him forever. One extraordinary face. I want to set it as my screensaver. In my lifetime, I actually get to witness my brother's return. I could cry. I adore Ning Yuan's acting. I hope he films more great movies upon his return. Observing Ning Yuan, one sister felt a sense of helplessness akin to Su Peixing's feelings towards Aunt Jinxi. Beneath this comment, many others added, haha, this is hilarious. I always thought I was into abs, then realized I preferred the charming rogue type, and later thought I was into suits. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, I now believe I'm simply captivated by good looks. Now I know I'm just unabashedly lustful. Overall, the supportive comments outnumbered the negative ones, though a few fans expressed skepticism about Ning Yuan's comeback. It has been 3 years. The world has changed. Ning Yuan has missed his prime opportunity. His return now seems merely to make a quick buck. He has lost his fame and investment value. Ning Yuan? What kind of minor star is trying to latch onto my brother? Upon seeing Xinguang Entertainment, one side, it seems Ning Yuan is destined to sink with this Titanic. Ning Yuan's expression remained largely unchanged. After all, where there are compliments, there will inevitably be detractors. Yang Dong chuckled. The situation looks promising. Overall, support prevails. And we VE made it to the trending topics. This not only attests to Ning Yuan's striking looks, but also indicates that the audience has not completely forgotten his name. Ning Yuan nodded, recognizing it as a positive sign, yet he understood that the crux lies in the upcoming television dramas and films. That is what truly matters. Beauty may be the key to open doors, but it is talent that secures one's foothold in the entertainment industry. Yang Dong drove, taking Ning Yuan and Ji Xiaojun to the film and television base. Building number 1 at the base features modern office scenes, including a president's office, specifically designed for the filming of the upcoming drama Step by Step in the Workplace. Soon, Ning Yuan met the director of this production, Director Wang Ying, and the assistant director, Liu Hong. Director Wang had a fortunate appearance, or perhaps one might say he was quite portly. He is the exclusive director of Starlight Entertainment. Although his health has never been particularly robust, the company is currently in decline and has no choice but to call upon this veteran to uphold its reputation. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, Wang Ying's smile deepened. Ning Yuan perfectly embodies the qualities of a second male lead in Wang Ying's eyes. Standing beside Director Wang were a man and a woman. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of arrogance, his gaze towards Ning Yuan scrutinizing. This must be Wu Xin. Upon noticing that Ning Yuan was even more handsome than himself, his expression soured. The woman, on the other hand, was stunningly beautiful, her allure distinctive, naturally possessing a charm that made her well suited for the role of a professional woman. She had a slender figure, yet her bosom was surprisingly ample, embodying the fabled curvaceous physique. Netizens who dug into her past photos discovered that even before her debut, during high school, she had already been extraordinarily well endowed. This was, of course, the popular star Sun Yinxiu. She glanced at Ning Yuan, her eyes sparkling with surprise at the unexpected handsomeness of the second male lead. Displeased that everyone was focusing on Ning Yuan, Wu Xin cleared his throat lightly. He enthusiastically shook hands with Wang Ying, Liu Hong, and Sun Yinxiu, deliberately omitting Ning Yuan. Chapter 18. Sun Yinxiu. Ning Yuan's performance makes me look utterly inadequate. Wu Xin shook hands with Wang Ying, Liu Hong, and Sun Yinxiu, yet he bypassed Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan merely smiled faintly, unfazed by the slight. Wu Xin, heralded as a young idol, was actually a year older than Ning Yuan, now 26. He had debuted as an idol, but with age, the path of a flowery star no longer suited him. Thus, he was eager to transform, and, coincidentally, their global group had resources, allowing Wu Xin to be placed in Wang Ying's production. Initially, Wang Ying had hoped to cast actors from Starlight Entertainment in leading roles. But the investors insisted on Wu Xin as the male lead, leaving both Starlight Entertainment and Wang Ying with no alternative. Soon Yinxiu was being heavily promoted by one of the three major entertainment companies, Trend Culture. Wu Xin regarded this television drama as a crucial step in his transformation. Should he manage to break through with this series, it would pave a smooth path for his career change. However, the second male lead, Ning Yuan, was exceedingly handsome. It was rumored that he had once been nominated for the Best Male Lead at the Golden Rooster Awards before retreating from the industry. Wu Xin was confident in his own acting skills, skeptical that Ning Yuan could surpass him. Being in the entertainment circle, he understood, well, that if there were investors willing to support you, even lacking in talent could lead to abundant resources and accolades, such as a Best Male Lead nomination. At the age of 22, Wu Xin believed Ning Yuan was likely being backed by someone influential. Previously, Wu Xin had starred in a few short dramas, and both his agent and fans had marveled at his exceptional talent. Consequently, he felt assured that his acting prowess would easily overshadow Ning Yuan's. Yet, there was no denying that Ning Yuan was genuinely striking, posing a true threat capable of stealing Wu Xin's limelight, which was understandably irksome. Nevertheless, as they were all seasoned professionals, Wu Xin refrained from making any derogatory remarks. However, when the time comes to start filming, Wu Xin believes it is necessary to undermine Ning Yuan's performance, perhaps writing a few articles claiming that his acting is beyond the capability of his peers. Wang Ying smiled and greeted Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, it has been a while. Director Wang, indeed, it has been too long. You still possess your charm, and you seem even more spirited than before. Wang Ying chuckled. Little Yuan, where is that? You have a sweet tongue. Wu Xin could no longer contain himself, and coldly remarked from the side, Flatterer. Wang Ying, Lu Hong, and even Sun Yinxiu turned to look at him in surprise, unable to fathom Wu Xin's lack of emotional intelligence. With that comment, he had inadvertently offended Wang Ying as well. While Ning Yuan offered a compliment, Wu Xin's retort suggested that Ning Yuan's words were mere flattery, which would naturally discomfort Wang Ying. One may harbor disdain for another, yet at least on the surface, harmony should be maintained. Ning Yuan, unaccustomed to being insulted without retort, wore a smile as he responded, I speak only the truth, much like you, Xin. I too find your thoughts sincere and your words imbued with childlike innocence. Wu Xin's expression darkened. Yet what troubled him more was that while Ning Yuan's words ostensibly praised him, he felt too embarrassed to retaliate, lest he embarrass himself in front of the crew. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. Ning Yuan was exceedingly clever, though he seemed not to have directly rebuffed Wu Xin. His words were far more cutting. To describe someone as simple-minded and childlike is to imply they are foolish and inept in their speech. Sun Yankyu, unable to stifle her laughter, covered her mouth, yet Wu Xin dared not confront her, shooting a fierce glare at Ning Yuan instead. Sun Yinxiu's background was far more robust than his, and her fan base significantly larger. He could not afford to offend her. She too disapproved of Wu Xin, who carried himself with an air of arrogance, having flirted with her at the entrance, believing himself to be quite handsome. However, as there was no direct conflict between them, Sun Yinxiu refrained from expressing her discontent. Now, witnessing Ning Yuan's clever retort, she felt a sense of satisfaction, and with Ning Yuan's humorous demeanor, she could not help but laugh softly. She extended her hand. Hello, Teacher Ning, I am Sun Yinxiu. Teacher Su, you flatter me. Please do not call me Teacher Ning. Then do not call me Teacher Su. Just call me Yinxiu, and I shall call you Ning Yuan. Very well, Yinxiu. I have seen your performances. They are exceptional. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Ning Yuan, you are a Golden Rooster Award nominee. It is I who should seek your guidance. The two exchanged compliments and pleasantries. Subsequently, Ning Yuan also greeted the second female lead, Liu Xuening, and the third male lead, Su Yu. The second female lead had a face typical of internet celebrities, yet she was quite polite. Su Yu, the third male lead, was genuinely youthful at merely 19 years of age and had been a focal point for Starshine Entertainment's cultivation over the past 2 years. However, his acting skills had not significantly progressed, and Xiao Rulin hoped Ning Yuan could mentor this junior from the company. Ning Yuan saw no issue with this. Yet he understood that personal growth was an individual journey, He could only offer suggestions, and whether or not Suyu heeded them was beyond his control. After everyone had a preliminary understanding, Wang Ying distributed the script to them. Once everyone had received their copy, Wang Ying, as the host of this reading session, began, "I believe each of you has perused the script to some extent. We shall now focus our discussion predominantly on its contents. Allow me to share my overall interpretation of the script." After expressing her views, she turned to Wu Xian. Wu Xian, as the leading male, please share your insights regarding the character Liu Yuan. I believe that as Qin Dai's superior, Liu Yuan should embody a blend of dominance and underlying tenderness, Wu Xian replied. Wang Ying frowned slightly, acknowledging that while Wu Xian grasped some aspects, his understanding was limited. Indeed, Liu Yuan is assertive and commanding, but more importantly, he possesses a haughty demeanor. He harbors feelings for Qin Dai, yet feigns indifference, allowing jealousy to consume him. This extreme tug-of-war is crucial. It is essential to convey this contrast to evoke a sense of empathy in the audience, enabling them to root for their love. Next, Sun Yinxiu offered her interpretation of Qin Dai. Her remarks were conventional, neither particularly commendable nor disparaging, prompting a nod of acknowledgement from Wang Ying. She then turned her attention to Ning Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, what are your thoughts on the character Yin Ting?" Ning Yuan produced his previous script along with a character profile. As he opened both documents, the group noticed numerous annotations on the script and several pages in the character profile. Everyone stared at Ning Yuan in astonishment. "Seriously, are you for real? We feel like students being scrutinized by a stern teacher, while you seem eager to be called upon." Ning Yuan spoke confidently. "I believe the character Yin Ting," he began by discussing Yin Ting's characteristics and elaborated on key aspects of portraying this role, even delving into the character's motivations. He analyzed, from a psychological perspective, the deeper reasons behind Yin Ting's obsession with Qin Dai. The audience was left in awe, mouths agape. Sun Yinxiu, exuding frustration, remarked, "Brother, with you presenting like this, we seem like we barely scraped through." Ning Yuan, noting their expressions, thought to himself, "This is just the beginning. When I first entered the entertainment industry, I would only sleep for 6 hours a day, dedicating the rest of my time to learning and honing my craft, exploring how to embody my roles." His approach was experiential, aiming to deeply immerse himself in the character's inner world until he and the character became one. As Ning Yuan concluded, Wang Ying led the applause, with assistant director Liu Hong chiming in, "Excellent, excellent. Ning Yuan has truly put in the effort." Wu Xian shot Ning Yuan a disapproving glance. This show-off certainly knows how to steal the spotlight." However, witnessing Wang Ying's praise for Ning Yuan, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Instead, he harbored a subtle notion that the more ostentatious Ning Yuan became, the better it would be for him. After all, the higher one is lifted, the harder one falls. He could easily take the opportunity to overshadow him with his acting prowess later on. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Following Wang Ying's encouragement for open dialogue, the actors proceeded to engage in practice and interactions. Sun Yinxiu and Suyu both aspired to act alongside Ning Yuan. As a senior in Suyu's company, it was natural for him to practice with Ning Yuan. "Brother Yuan, I look forward to your guidance," he said. Ning Yuan exuded an aura of cool handsomeness, leading Suyu to believe he might be difficult to approach. With a gentle smile, Ning Yuan replied, "We shall learn from each other." Suyu, noticing his amiable demeanor, felt his nervousness dissipate somewhat. Sun Yinxiu, being more direct, expressed her desire, "Ning Yuan, I wish to focus on rehearsing scene 650 with you." She admired Ning Yuan's earnestness, yet being a prodigy herself, she possessed considerable confidence in her acting skills. Having heard of Ning Yuan's exceptional performances, she eagerly anticipated their collaborative practice. Meanwhile, the strikingly attractive Liu Xuening cast a glance at Ning Yuan. By mere appearance, she was inclined to choose him. However, in terms of commercial value and fan base, Wu Xian far surpassed Ning Yuan. After a moment of hesitation, she sweetly approached Wu Xian, saying, "Brother Xian, may I rehearse with you?" Wu Xian had initially hoped to act alongside Sun Yinxiu, captivated by her beauty and promising future, harboring his own intentions. Yet, Upon discovering that Sun Yinxiu sought Ning Yuan for practice, he felt a twinge of discomfort. This rival was already encroaching upon his territory even before filming commenced. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to Liu Xuening, for the prospect of having no one to rehearse with as the male lead would be exceedingly awkward. With a disinterested hum, he joined Liu Xiaoming to practice nearby. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan led Sun Yinxiu and Su Yu to a small garden downstairs. It could be said that Step by Step in the Workplace was a narrative celebrating female empowerment, where Qin Dai initially garnered the affection of Yin Ting, played by Ning Yuan, only to later encounter her superior, Liu Yuan, who also harbored feelings for her. Additionally, Su Yu's character, a colleague who joined at the same time, was equally enamored with Qin Dai. Ning Yuan felt that the title Step by Step in the Workplace would be better suited as the love and hatred entanglements of three men with an exquisite female manager. In scene 650, Yin Ting, upon realizing that the one Qin Dai deeply loved was Liu Yuan, descended into despair and turmoil, yet ultimately could not relinquish his love for her, choosing instead to remain silently by her side. As Sun Yinxiu began reciting her lines, she noticed Ning Yuan hadn't looked at the script. "Ning Yuan, aren't you going to glance at the lines?" she inquired. Pointing his head, Ning Yuan chuckled. No need. In truth, he had memorized all the lines. Sun Yinxiu's lovely face displayed astonishment. "You can't possibly have memorized them all, can you? That's quite terrifying." Despite her admiration, she felt a hint of skepticism. Once prepared, the two commenced their scene. Su Yu shouted from the sidelines, "Action!" Ning Yuan's expression morphed into one of profound sorrow. "You love Liu Yuan? Do you truly believe he can bring you happiness?" "But Sun Yinxiu inwardly exclaimed in disbelief. "Ning Yuan, you are quite the performer." She had yet to settle into her character, and he seamlessly transitioned into his role. The anguish etched upon Ning Yuan's face was so convincing that, had she not known it was merely acting, she might have believed it to be genuine. She even caught a glimpse of Ning Yuan's lips quivering slightly in anguish, accompanied by the faint reddening of his eyes. She could sense that he was suppressing his tears, unwilling to let them flow. Slowly, Ning Yuan raised his gaze to meet Sun Yinxiu's. In an instant, she comprehended the emotions reflected in his eyes, a profound sorrow, regret, and a sense of unwillingness. Sun Yinxiu's heart gasped in astonishment. "Oh my, Ning Yuan is drawing me into the scene." She had only experienced such immersion before with an esteemed veteran actor, whose performance was honed to perfection. Yet now, to her surprise, Ning Yuan, who was only slightly older than herself, was also capable of such artistry. Though reluctant to admit it, Ning Yuan's acting far surpassed her own. Soon, Sun Yinxiu found herself captivated by his performance. After a moment of silence, she ultimately shook her head, murmuring, "Yin Ting, I am so sorry." Gazing at Ning Yuan, a trace of anguish crept across her face. It was not that she failed to understand his deep affection. Rather, she could not deceive herself. She had always regarded Ning Yuan merely as a brother. Ning Yuan lowered his gaze, forcing a painful smile as he uttered, "I wish you and Liu Yuan the best." He turned away, pausing momentarily before walking off. She could even see his hand tremble ever so slightly. Sun Yinxiu raised her hand, yearning to call out to him, but ultimately let it fall, silently whispering, "Yin Ting, I'm sorry." Of course, in the drama, Yin Ting did not leave. He continued to watch over Qin Dai in silence. After the performance concluded, Su Yu clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Ning Yuan, you were phenomenal." Sister Yinxiu was splendid as well. Sun Yinxiu cast a deep glance at Ning Yuan. Once the three had finished their performance, they went out for a meal, after which they each retreated to their respective rooms. On her way back, Sun Yinxiu encountered Wu Xian. Folding his arms, he remarked coolly, "Sun Yinxiu, what talent does Ning Yuan possess? Isn't it a waste of time to practice with him? You'd be better off rehearsing with me." Sun Yinxiu retorted, "Ning Yuan's acting is exceptional. I've learned a great deal." Wu Xian scoffed, "Huh? Are you joking? Ning Yuan is merely riding on the coattails of his resources. Just wait. I will overshadow his performance and show you who truly possesses talent." Disinterested, Sun Yinxiu dismissed him. "You're delusional." Wu Xian was incensed, his face contorting in anger. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan returned to his room to continue studying the script. On the other side, Liu Xuening concluded her day's work and returned to the villa. She collapsed onto the sofa, her ample bosom heaving with exertion. Kicking off her high heels, she revealed her legs elegantly wrapped in black stockings. Her phone buzzed. A smile crept on her lips. Could it be that Ning Yuan, on this third day, could no longer resist reaching out to her? A flutter of nervous anticipation stirred within her. Upon checking her phone, however, she found it was her close friend Ling Xin calling. Her expression dulled, yet she answered the call. Xuening, it has been ages since we last shared a drink. Shall we indulge tonight? Liu Xuening felt a surge of restlessness. Perhaps a drink would alleviate her spirits. Come to my villa then. I'm alone at home. She replied. Ling Xin queried. Alone at home? Where is Ning Yuan? He is not at home. A brief silence lingered on the line. Oh, where has he gone? No worries. We can enjoy our drinks ourselves. Chapter 20. The assertive Ling Xin confronts Liu Xuening. Liu Xuening responded with a soft and Ling Xin remarked, Please wait for me a moment. Approximately half an hour later, the doorbell rang. She went to answer the door, and Ling Xin entered. As the saying goes, like attracts like, Ling Xin's appearance, figure, and demeanor were nothing short of perfection. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes exuded an air of aloofness. With a prominent nose, alluring red lips, and elegantly defined cheekbones, she was striking. Standing tall at 172 centimeters, she matched Liu Xuening's height. She wore a black blazer paired with tailored black shorts and knee-high black boots, holding a chic black handbag. The commanding presence of this elegant yet sensual woman was palpable. Professor Ling, what brings you here today? Aren't you occupied with your physics research project? Liu Xuening inquired, welcoming her in. Ling Xin offered a slight smile. Accustomed to her cool demeanor, even her smile was subtle. I must take a break now and then. Projects will always be there, but the desire to indulge in a drink is fleeting, and it must be satisfied. One should not push oneself too hard. Liu Xuening couldn't help but tease her friend. Oh, Professor Ling, one might think you're quite the drinker. Ling Xin remained unfazed, elegantly settling onto the sofa, crossing her legs and folding her arms, exuding an aura of cool confidence. Drinking is about reaching that delightful state of mild intoxication. If you drink excessively to achieve it, I can attain the same state with just a little. Thus, wouldn't it be fair to say I reached the pinnacle of joy more swiftly? With a resigned smile, Liu Xuening replied, You always have such logical arguments. I wonder if there will ever be someone who makes your heart race and leaves you at a loss. A fleeting silhouette crossed Ling Xin's mind as she replied nonchalantly, I doubt there is such a person. At the age of 28, Ling Xin had already ascended to the position of associate professor at Jinghai University, one of the nation's premier institutions. This remarkable achievement was a testament to her outstanding contributions to physics research during her postdoctoral studies at Stanford University, which expedited her promotion. Her courses were immensely popular among students at Jinghai University, as her teaching style was both profound and accessible, enriched with references and insights, complemented by her breathtaking beauty. It was fair to say she had successfully transcended the boundaries of academia through her charm and intellect. Numerous videos of her lectures could be found online, and many envied the students of Jinghai University's physics department for the opportunity to attend Professor Ling's classes. As an exceptional talent in the academic realm, Ling Xin naturally held high standards and had never experienced romantic entanglements. Liu Xuening had even encouraged her friend to explore love and its nuances. Ling Xin then inquired of Liu Xuening, Have you discerned the taste of love with Ning Yuan? The question caused Liu Xuening to blush, and thereafter, she refrained from mentioning the topic again. Ling Xin scanned the surroundings. Is Ning Yuan truly not at home? He is not, Liu Xuening replied, her expression betraying her discomfort. Did you two have a quarrel? Did he leave home? Yes, Liu Xuening admitted, not concealing the truth from her dear friend. No. How could you bear to argue with Ning Yuan when he treats you so well, cradling you in his hands as if you might shatter? Are you not afraid he might run off with another woman? He wouldn't dare. Liu Xuening instinctively uttered this remark, but soon she realized the inconsistency. Why should Ning Yuan's actions with others concern me? You know I do not love him. It would be best if he simply did not return to bother me. Liu Xuening frantically attempted to justify her words. Ling Xian immediately discerned her insincerity. Fine, I understand you do not love him. No need to emphasize that repeatedly. I am asking why you quarreled with him. I did not argue with him. He has simply been quite unkind to me lately. Hold on. Let's not discuss that right now. I will order dinner. You bring out 2 bottles of red wine, and I shall sip my drink while you share your tale. Liu Xuening's face turned cold with indignation. You seem to take pleasure in my misfortune, don't you? Ling Xian paid no heed to her curiosity unabated. Soon, the dinner ordered from the Grand Hotel arrived, and Liu Xuening opened a bottle of red wine. She was reluctant to clink glasses with Ling Xian, but Ling Xian seized her cup and tapped it against hers. Ling Xian took a sip and remarked, "This wine is delightful. Knowing I can enjoy your tumultuous and tragic story alongside, it makes this evening worthwhile. Xuening, you may begin. You mentioned Ning Yuan has been unkind to you lately." Liu Xuening huffed in frustration, but ultimately chose to confide in her close friend. The matters concerning Ning Yuan had been weighing heavily on her heart, causing her great distress. It was on the night of our wedding anniversary that I did not return for dinner, as I was working overtime at the office. When I returned the next day, he ignored me. Ling Xian bluntly challenged her. Liu Xuening, you spent your wedding anniversary working overnight at the office? Has your company been on the brink of collapse? No, don't be ridiculous. Then why would you not return to spend such an important day with him? Have you lost your mind? Liu Xuening felt a surge of anger, yet remained silent. She and Ling Xian had grown up together, their bond deep. She knew Ling Xian was typically aloof, her gaze often filled with disdain. However, after a few drinks, her tongue turned sharp, leaving Liu Xuening unable to retort. Any attempt to do so would only provoke an even more cutting response. Thus, Liu Xuening pitifully explained that during that time, he had been quite indifferent towards her, prompting her desire to teach him a lesson. Ling Xian placed 2 large lobsters into Liu Xuening's bowl, prompting Liu Xuening to thank her. Feeling the warmth of her friend's concern, Liu Xuening, you can peel the lobster for me while continuing your story. You mean for me to help you peel it? Liu Xuening shot a disgruntled glance at Ling Xian, but upon receiving a sharp look in return, she complied. Ling Xian coldly stated, Liu Xuening, you often act as if you were at death's door around Ning Yuan, remaining distant, yet you never see any fault in yourself. Ning Yuan has been hurt by you. After a few days of his coldness, you feel the need to punish him. Ling Xian exclaimed in frustration, his indifference signals a problem in your relationship. You should address it. Yet, instead, you choose not to acknowledge your absence on your wedding anniversary, which amounts to wielding a knife against Ning Yuan. Ling Xian, with her aloof demeanor, was exasperated by her foolish friend, Liu Xuening. You're the CEO, yet your problem-solving skills are utterly inferior, even to that of a dog named Niugao Lu Yuan Bao, she remarked. Liu Xuening tilted her head in confusion. Who is Niugao Lu Yuan Bao? It's the name of my newly purchased dog, Ling Xian replied, snatching the lobster meat that Liu Xuening had peeled and returning it to her own bowl. Take it back. Eating it won't enhance your intelligence. Liu Xuening felt on the verge of exploding from the reprimand, but dared not retaliate. If Ling Xian were to discover that she had divorced Ning Yuan, would she be met with wrath? Chapter 21. Liu Xuening contemplated calling Ning Yuan to inform him she no longer wanted him. Ling Xian, frustrated by her complacency, admonished. Liu Xuening, it's not just me saying this. Ning Yuan loves you immensely. He has shielded you from harm, sacrificed his career to care for you, and even learned to cook, maintaining your household. Who else could do so much? You should recognize his efforts and treat him with a little more kindness, Ling Xian insisted. Liu Xuening stammered. I am good to him, aren't I? Besides, he ought to treat me well. Typically, Ling Xian refrained from meddling in her friend's affairs, but seeing Liu Xuening straying further down the wrong path, and with Ning Yuan absent, she decided to speak directly. Do you even believe what you just said? How have you been good to him? Liu Xuening faltered. You possess a fortune worth billions. Yet have you ever given him a gift? Ling Xian had never witnessed Liu Xuening bestow any gifts upon Ning Yuan. Even his watch was his own Rolex. Ning Yuan owned no car, and they had no other properties. Thus he had no assets in his name. Everything belonged to Liu Xuening as her premarital property. Liu Xuening fell into silence. What can you say about your goodness now? Lost your words, have you? And why do you believe he should treat you well? Kindness is reciprocal. His goodwill is to inspire you to reciprocate, not to elevate your status as Liu Xuening. This statement pierced Liu Xuening's defenses, even inciting a hint of resistance within her. She retorted defiantly, Ling Yuan, you've never been in love. You wouldn't understand. Do I not understand? It seems you are the one who is obstinately unaware. If you continue this way, Ning Yuan will eventually divorce you. Liu Xuening's expression shifted dramatically. Ling Yuan's keen gaze swiftly detected this subtle change. Goodness, Liu Xuening, you're not seriously considering divorce, are you? Liu Xuening's face fluctuated through a spectrum of colors. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, she simply muttered a slight affirmation. Yet, she stubbornly proclaimed, Ning Yuan will not leave me. He merely wants me to yield. Ling Yuan was too fatigued to entertain her empty words. How many days has it been since your divorce? It's been 5 days. Upon uttering this, Liu Xuening paused, surprised that Ning Yuan had been gone for 5 days. Those 5 days felt interminable. Tonight marked the final deadline of 3 days she had given Ning Yuan. Ling Yuan rubbed her forehead, utterly speechless. Although she often teased Liu Xuening for her foolishness, she recognized her friend's acumen in business. It was astonishing to witness Liu Xuening's profound ignorance in matters of the heart, stubborn and self-righteous. Ling Yuan's gaze deepened, and for once, she refrained from reprimanding her. Liu Xuening had braced herself for a scathing reprimand from her best friend, yet unexpectedly, Ling Yuan merely cast a deeply complex glance her way. What does that gaze signify? After a moment of silence, Ling Yuan spoke. Xuening, as your confidant, I offer you one final piece of advice. If you continue down this path, you may very well lose Ning Yuan. No one will wait indefinitely for you. He has taken 99 steps towards you. Are you truly unwilling to take even one step towards him? Consider this from his perspective. You would undoubtedly feel disappointment as well. As Ling Yuan articulated these words, a pang of sympathy for Ning Yuan flickered within her heart. Liu Xuening, feeling a surge of frustration due to Ning Yuan's recent indifference, scoffed in response. Let him never return, then. If he refuses to wait for me, I certainly shall not wait for him. She continued defiantly. I shall see who else, besides myself, would desire him. Ling Yuan refrained from engaging further, her composed and elegant visage momentarily overshadowed by earnestness. Xuening, I must pose one last question. If, and I emphasize if, you discover that Ning Yuan truly does not return and finds companionship with another, will you be certain that you will not regret it? Or, if you realize that you genuinely love him, what will you do? Ling Yuan aimed to make one last attempt to awaken her dear friend to reality. Upon hearing Ling Yuan suggest that Ning Yuan might be with someone else, Liu Xuening felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, igniting a flicker of anger within her. Ling Yuan's inquiry about regret struck a nerve. It compelled Liu Xuening to recall the moment when Ning Yuan had questioned her feelings. Did she truly harbor no affection for him? She had claimed that her feelings for him barely qualified as fondness. Upon hearing that, Ning Yuan's expression had grown colder, imbued with finality. The memory of that encounter inexplicably stirred a faint ache in Liu Xuening's heart. Casting aside her tumultuous thoughts, she suppressed her discomfort, holding her head high. Her pride would not allow her to concede. Regret? Impossible. If Ning Yuan is with someone else, it is for the better. He will no longer be a bothersome presence in my life. Ultimately, she declared, Ling Yuan, I assure you, I will never fall in love with Ning Yuan. Such a jest is hardly amusing. Ling Yuan's expression became intricate, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of understanding and skepticism. A jest, is it? I comprehend now, and I shall remember your words today. The two then turned their attention to their meal and drinks, refraining from further discussion on matter. Ling Yuan, mindful of her limited tolerance for alcohol, chose to abstain from excessive drinking. When inebriated, she transformed into a fervent and forthright version of herself, starkly contrasting her usual composed demeanor. Liu Xuening, however, felt no such restraint. Ling Xian's earlier inquiries had stirred a sense of agitation within her, prompting her to indulge in more alcohol. Before long, she found herself pleasantly tipsy, her once icy countenance now flushed with a radiant beauty. Yet, Liu Xuening dared not mention Ning Yuan in front of her best friend. Ling Xian was far too astute, and Liu Xuening felt a twinge of trepidation about what further questions Ling Xian might pose. In truth, she recognized that many of Ling Xian's earlier questions had struck too close to home, leaving her with unanswered uncertainties. After finishing their drinks and engaging in light conversation, Ling Xian eventually took her leave. Before departing, Ling Xian took a moment to gaze deeply at Liu Xuening, her lips parting as if to utter something, yet ultimately, no words escaped her. The sound of her knee-high boots echoed against the wooden floor as she strode away. The villa was left in solitude, with Liu Xuening as its sole occupant. Loneliness enveloped her like a lurking specter, silently creeping into her life. Liu Xuefu had gone to school. Her mother had little contact with her. Ning Yuan had departed, and now Ling Xian had left as well. It felt as though the entire world had forsaken her. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated embracing herself for solace. However, she merely walked indifferently into the bathroom, shedding her clothes, allowing the warm cascade of the shower to envelop her. Water droplets glided over her voluptuous form, tracing down her calves. After drying her body, she donned a bathrobe and glanced at her phone. It was already past midnight. The 3-day deadline had elapsed. Yet Ning Yuan had not even bothered to send a call or a message. Days of grievances, resentment, and anger coalesced within her, fueled further by the alcohol she had consumed. With newfound courage, Liu Xuening dialed Ning Yuan's number. She intended to unleash her fury upon him, to tell him to leave and never return. How dare he incite such discontent within her? She yearned to witness the devastation on his face upon hearing her rejection. The line was busy. Please try again later. Chapter 22. Liu Xuening's Heartbreak. Liu Xuening froze, her heart racing as she dialed again. The response was the same. The line was busy. A heavy weight seemed to crush her heart, nearly suffocating her. With trembling fingers, she attempted to call 5 or 6 times before finally collapsing despondently onto the floor. Had Ning Yuan blocked her? Indeed, it seemed he had. A realization struck her, prompting her to hastily open WeChat and attempt to initiate a voice call. You have not added this contact as a friend. Voice calling is not possible. Ning Yuan had blocked her on WeChat as well. Liu Xuening murmured to herself in disbelief. How could this be? Clutching her phone tightly, her knuckles turned pale from the pressure. The other hand balled into a fist, nails piercing her palm, yet she felt no pain. Ning Yuan truly intended to leave her. He had no regret. Her heart shattered like fragile glass, splintering into countless pieces. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling an unbearable ache that rendered her breathless. Grief, anger, and disbelief intertwined, turning her once cold visage into a mask of icy detachment. Ning Yuan, you are but a dog that cannot be tamed. How dare you abandon me? You once vowed to cherish me eternally. Now you betray that promise. Wicked Ning Yuan, is this how you treat your wife? Suddenly, she recalled Ling Xian's words. What good have you done for Ning Yuan? Indeed, what good? Liu Xuening had chosen Ning Yuan initially to bring joy to her ailing grandfather. Thus, she had unwittingly benefited him. To possess me was already a tremendous advantage. What more could he desire? Liu Xuening felt she had made significant sacrifices. Moreover, although she urged Ning Yuan to withdraw from the entertainment industry, part of her motivation was indeed for his well-being. The industry is rife with deceit and treachery. Within its confines, Ning Yuan could be devoured without warning. Is it not preferable for him to spend his days at home, engaging in light household chores? As for the absence of gifts, Ning Yuan seldom participated in social gatherings. What need had he for presents? Furthermore, she was quite busy herself, unlike Ning Yuan, who seemed to have an abundance of leisure time. Where would she find the moments to select gifts? Upon reflecting on this, Liu Xuening felt a twinge of grievance. No. Ning Yuan would not truly leave. She refused to believe it. Yes, if she merely provided him an exit, if she took the initiative to call him, he would return. Perhaps Ning Yuan was simply awaiting her call. Stumbling to her feet, Liu Xuening rummaged through her collection of phones, selecting one she seldom used, and dialed Ning Yuan's number. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off." With a crash, the phone was hurled to the ground, shattering into pieces. Infuriated, Liu Xuening stormed into Ning Yuan's room, sweeping his books to the floor in a fit of rage and delivering several kicks to his blanket. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her nose tinged with the sting of unshed emotion, a sense of unprecedented grievance overwhelming her heart. She sank to the floor, burying her head in her knees, as the gentle breeze outside rustled the scattered pages. Lifting her gaze, she noticed the books had been damaged, and a sudden realization struck her with alarm. Oh no! Ning Yuan would be furious upon seeing this. A wave of fear washed over her, prompting her to rise and fetch some glue, painstakingly mending the books before carefully stacking them back in place. Lying on Ning Yuan's bed, she curled up in his blanket, disdainfully contemplating her situation. Ning Yuan would return. Without her, he would be utterly lost. If she communicated with him sincerely, offering him a way back, he would inevitably agree to return. Her thoughts were a tangled mess, swirling chaotically in her mind. She recalled Liu Xuening's earlier question. Would she regret it if Ning Yuan were to be with someone else? Previously, she had stubbornly claimed she would not, believing that Ning Yuan would never truly depart. Yet now, with his absence a stark reality, the possibility of him being with another loomed ominously. The thought pierced her heart with a sharp pang. No, Ning Yuan must remain solely mine. Tomorrow, I shall call him. He loves me and would never choose to be with another. Yet, one cannot underestimate the allure of certain temptresses who might entice him. After all, Ning Yuan had spent the past few years at home, rarely socializing, and his limited experience in the world could leave him vulnerable to deception. I must act swiftly to offer him a lifeline. He simply needs a way back. I must retrieve Ning Yuan's divorce certificate. We shall need it when the time comes for our reconciliation. With a silent resolve, Liu Xuening had all but forgotten her previous declarations that no one else would desire Ning Yuan but her. Moreover, Liu Xuening's words had ignited a sense of urgency within her. Last night, Ning Yuan had turned off his phone to sleep, and upon awakening in the morning, he felt refreshed. Opening his phone, he noticed several missed calls from unfamiliar numbers, yet he dismissed them as inconsequential. Upon opening WeChat, he first saw a message from Meng Nanyu. Dream Sister's WeChat message was quite simple. Xiao Yuan, I miss you. Ning Yuan replied, Nin Yu Jia, I miss you too. Such a good boy, Xiao Yuan. When you return, I shall reward you. What would you like as a reward? A reward? Upon my return, I wish for Nanyu to pour me a drink and massage me while wearing stockings. Naughty Xiao Yuan, always thinking about such things. Let's see how it goes. Upon hearing Dream Nanyu's response, Ning Yuan understood that she had acquiesced. He shared some general information about the crew, but Dream Nanyu did not respond thereafter. He continued to browse WeChat and stumbled upon a friend request. At a glance, he recognized it to be from Liu Xuefu. Brother-in-law, may I add you on WeChat? I already know you divorced my sister, but I bear no ill will towards you. I have always respected you, and since your divorce, I have been assigned to you, so you cannot abandon me. The last sentence brought a smile to Ning Yuan's lips. This young lady certainly possessed a sense of humor. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to add Liu Xuefu on WeChat. He was a decisive person, and Liu Xuefu indeed respected him. There was no conflict between them, so being friends was quite feasible. One cannot entirely disregard human sentiment. After adding Liu Xuefu, she promptly sent a cheerful emoji, followed by a flurry of messages. Ning Yuan could tell she was genuinely happy, which further elevated his mood. Just as he was basking in his good spirits, he received a call from a local unknown number. Upon answering, a familiar, cool voice greeted him. Hello, is this Ning Yuan? It was none other than Liu Xuening. Chapter 23. Liu Xuening is infuriated. Ning Yuan's expression turned cold, and he remained silent. While walking in the corridor, he encountered Sun Yinxiu. With a charming smile and a slightly coy voice, she asked, Ning Yuan, is it so early? Ning Yuan noted. On the other end of the line, Liu Xuening spoke icily. Ning Yuan, your ploy of feigned indifference has succeeded. This is the first time in my life I am softening, I am extending an olive branch. If you return now, I can overlook the past, and we may remarry. Ning Yuan coldly interrupted her. If you have a feverish mind, you should seek medical attention. Otherwise, it may become irreparable. You, Ning Yuan, actually insulted me. The line went dead as Ning Yuan hung up. Liu Xuening, enraged, promptly called back. I'm sorry. The number you dialed is currently busy. She had once again been blocked by Ning Yuan, who wouldn't even entertain a proper conversation. Liu Xueqing's face turned green with anger as she hurled her phone to the ground, where it shattered into countless pieces, mirroring her fractured heart. Liu Xueqing's secretary knocked on the door. President, is everything all right? Liu Xueqing's countenance was frigid enough to freeze, and she replied coolly, Nothing, I accidentally dropped my phone. The secretary scratched her head. Surely, an accidental drop wouldn't cause such a ruckus. However, she dared not inquire further. Though Liu Xueqing was typically aloof, she had always been patient with her subordinates. Uncertain of the reasons behind it, the recent demeanor of Liu Xuening had grown increasingly somber, instilling a sense of trepidation among those around her. They constantly worried about having inadvertently offended her, provoking her wrath. Liu Xuening sank into a chair, her ample bosom heaving dramatically, nearly straining the buttons of her shirt. A wave of frustration surged within her chest, constricting her breath, prompting her trembling hand to unfasten the top button of her shirt. An inexplicable panic fluttered in her heart. Contrary to her expectations, Ning Yuan did not take the opportunity to smooth things over. Instead, he chastised her for being irrational and promptly blocked her again. For the first time, Liu Xuening tasted the bitterness of defeat. The situation had spiraled entirely beyond her control. Moreover, she had seemingly overheard a sultry voice calling out to Ning Yuan. And so early in the day, the thought tightened her anxiety. She paced restlessly in her office. Where was Ning Yuan? Why was there a woman beside him, speaking in such an intimate manner? What was the nature of their relationship? Had Ning Yuan strayed? Was this woman seducing him, compelling him to stay away? Had he perhaps formed a connection with her prior to their divorce, which led to his agreement to part ways? Had he already betrayed her? These questions bombarded her mind, threatening to overwhelm her, yet she could not suppress her thoughts. She recalled what Ling Xuening had said. Would she regret it? She had no answer. Liu Xuening only knew that she felt intensely distressed, consumed by a furious indignation mixed with a touch of grievance and an urge to weep. A cacophony of emotions surged within her, akin to a spilled jar of assorted flavors, each distinct yet indistinguishable, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. The acidic pangs of emotion even eluded her own recognition. She remembered her earlier assertion that without Ning Yuan, no one would desire her. Yet it appeared that he was thriving in life. Her inner turmoil intensified, leaving her restless. Following the tumult of her emotions, a profound anger emerged. Anger at Ning Yuan for daring to leave her. Anger at herself for considering extending him an olive branch. Anger at his nonchalance. She could not, nor did she wish to, let Ning Yuan off so easily. After Ning Yuan blocked Liu Xuening's new number, he finally found some peace. Previously oblivious, he now recognized how bothersome she truly was, seemingly lacking in common sense. If she chose to divorce, they should simply part ways and never interact again. How audacious of her to call, suggesting she was extending a lifeline for him to return and even remarry her. Liu Xuening, what nonsense! Ning Yuan dismissed her entirely, immersing himself in work. For the next 4 days, he participated in script readings at the film studio, which deepened his understanding of the character Yan Ting, a role he had already meticulously studied. Liu Xuening attempted to reach him several times over the first 2 days, only to be met with immediate disconnections, which drove her into a rage. However, from the 3rd day onward, she ceased her calls, realizing that Ning Yuan would not answer. Ning Yuan believed that Liu Xuening's typically aloof nature, having faced numerous rejections, would lead her to relent and cease her pursuit. By the 6th day, the production crew finally commenced their official work. The crowd first offered incense to pay homage to heaven and earth, then proceeded to slice the roasted pig. Director Wang Ying unveiled the red cloth covering the camera, and the filming commenced. The television drama did not begin with Qin Dai's high school years, but rather directly from her entry into the sales department of Shenghuan International Company. On her very first day, Qin Dai clashed with her superior, the marketing director Liu Yuan. Throughout her work, numerous disagreements arose. While Qin Dai possessed remarkable creativity and initiative, her ideals often veered towards the unrealistic. In contrast, Liu Yuan was cold and unyielding, frequently dismissing Qin Dai's proposals as utterly flawed. Qin Dai, fiercely determined, had meticulously organized the data and devised innovative plans. She felt that Liu Yuan was deliberately targeting her. However, Liu Yuan was indifferent, slamming the documents onto the table, scattering papers everywhere, and demanding Qin Dai submit a compliant proposal by tomorrow, or you might as well pack your bags and go home. The earlier scenes primarily featured Sun Yinxiu and Wu Xian. Yet Ning Yuan also arrived at the filming location to observe. There was little to learn from Wu Xian's commendable performance. Instead, Ning Yuan scrutinized their shortcomings, contemplating how he could enhance his own acting. He had always adopted this approach, seizing every opportunity to learn. Particularly in the past, he had gained invaluable insights from acting alongside seasoned veterans. Unfortunately, there were now few individuals capable of teaching him the art of performance. Thus, witnessing Wu Xian's somewhat stiff portrayal, Ning Yuan could not help but sigh in exasperation. Due to Wu Xian's lackluster acting, Sun Yinxiu had been called out multiple times by Wang Ying. The director was furious, paying no heed to Wu Xian's background. Wu Xian, stop maintaining the poker face. Show me some emotion. Moreover, Sun Yinxiu, when expressing anger or dissatisfaction, you should also display some facial changes. And do you understand camera language? Our lens is positioned here, so you need to be aware of its placement with your peripheral vision. After 3 more takes, Wang Ying could no longer tolerate the situation. Ning Yuan, come up here and demonstrate this scene for Wu Xian. Ning Yuan was taken aback. This was not his scene, as he had merely been observing their performance for quite some time. Nevertheless, he approached the front. After all, refusing the director would be a sign of disrespect. Wu Xin, with a sullen expression, exited the stage, internally scoffing at the notion that Ning Yuan could outperform him. He believed his recent performance had been flawless and considered Wang Ying to be nitpicking. Ning Yuan began to portray Liu Yuan, engaging in a scene with Sun Yinxiu. As they performed, the surrounding actors and crew watched in astonishment, their mouths agape. Chapter 24. Ning Yuan's acting. Ning Yuan's performance was exceptional. Had one not known he was portraying the second male lead Yin Ting, they might have assumed he was the male lead Liu Yuan instead. He truly captured Liu Yuan's expressions with precision. His downcast gaze, furrowed brow, raised eyebrow, and cold smirk were all executed flawlessly. One could easily believe he was Liu Yuan, rather than Ning Yuan. Coupled with Ning Yuan's inherent handsomeness, he embodied Liu Yuan's charmingly rogue and cold demeanor, unlike Wu Xian, who seemed perpetually confined to a singular, superficial expression. Moreover, what is truly astonishing is Ning Yuan's acute awareness of camera positioning. He consistently stands in the most advantageous spot, presenting the most exquisite visual effects within the frame. This innate talent is somewhat formidable. Liu Hong's eyes lit up. Ning Yuan splendid. Meanwhile, Wang Ying stroked his chin, his eyes brimming with mirth. Earlier, in a fit of frustration, he had summoned Ning Yuan to the stage, uncertain if he could deliver a commendable demonstration. Yet, it is now evident that Ning Yuan's performance is nothing short of impeccable. Perfect. This is the actor he genuinely wishes to collaborate with. Sun Yinxiu had just been acting alongside Wu Xian, and the experience had nearly driven her to despair. However, performing with Ning Yuan felt utterly delightful. Not only could Ning Yuan carry the scene, but he also seamlessly engaged with her performance. In contrast with Wu Xian, Sun Yinxiu felt as though she were performing before a piece of timber. Indeed, it was even less engaging than facing a mere log. Just gazing at his awkwardly pretentious expression made her want to laugh, disrupting the immersion. Wu Xian, furrowing his brows, appeared even colder. Yet he refused to concede, thinking, "Is that all? What's so extraordinary about it? I fail to perceive any difference." He silently mused. Ning Yuan is at best on par with my abilities. Why do they all look so astonished? Wang Ying, noticing his dismissive demeanor, summoned him to the camera to show him two different video clips, one of his performance and the other of Ning Yuan's. Wu Xian's expression froze. What unsettled him was that the effect of Ning Yuan's performance was undeniably superior. His own portrayal lacked any semblance of tension, resembling a stagnant pool. Conversely, Ning Yuan's performance evoked the sensation of a calm lake concealing a tumultuous undercurrent, brimming with anticipation. Wu Xian hesitated, attempting to articulate. This he wished to acknowledge that Ning Yuan's performance surpassed his own, albeit by a slight margin, yet he could not bring himself to voice it. He was reluctant to admit the truth. Having resided too long in his ivory tower, or perhaps in a well, he had become oblivious to his own capabilities. The incessant praise surrounding him had rendered him oblivious. Wu Xian cast a deep glance at Ning Yuan. Subsequently, perhaps inspired by Ning Yuan's earlier template, Wu Xian's performance improved somewhat, though not significantly. At least it was watchable. Naturally, Ning Yuan remained indifferent to Wu Xian's imitation, for this television drama marked his comeback. If the lead actor performed poorly, it would adversely affect the entire production, as well as his own reputation. Soon, the day's filming concluded. Due to Wu Xian's delays, progress had been slow. At the end, Wang Ying announced that the following day would feature the scenes between Ning Yuan and Wu Xian. Wang Ying had his own ulterior motives for this decision. Wu Xian's acting was subpar, yet he possessed an irritating level of confidence. It was imperative to use Ning Yuan to humble him, encouraging a more earnest approach to learning. The decision to have Ning Yuan take the stage today had yielded positive results. Wu Xian approached Ning Yuan with a sardonic smile, remarking, "Ning Yuan, prepare yourself for tomorrow. Don't think that just because you performed well in one scene, you can strut about." Wu Xian resolved to take tomorrow seriously, convinced that his earnestness would render him terrifyingly formidable. Ning Yuan remained non-committal, while Wu Xian remarked that he would not accompany him, for his path was quite smooth. Sun Yinxiu and Su Yu laughed heartily. Wu Xian scratched his head in confusion, pondering the meaning behind Ning Yuan's words. Wasn't this statement rather courteous? What was so amusing about it? Afterward, Wu Xian had his meal and slowly returned to his room, still mulling over Ning Yuan's implication. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. A smooth path implied a lack of obstacles, and Ning Yuan was mocking his lack of strength. How audacious! Wu Xian, feeling irked, contemplated confronting Ning Yuan. Yet hesitation lingered in his mind. What if he was met with more of Ning Yuan's cryptic banter? Oomph. Tomorrow, they were to perform a scene together. I shall make you look foolish and see who truly lacks prowess. In the dead of night, Wu Xian abruptly sat up, striking the bed with fervor, exclaiming, "Ning Yuan, it is you who lack strength." The following day, due to the significance of this particular scene, all the actors and most of the crew gathered at the sidelines to witness the unfolding drama. The atmosphere was abuzz. After all, this was the battleground of Liu Yuan, Qin Dai, and Yin Ting. Who wouldn't he be drawn to such a spectacle? The cinematographer adjusted the camera, and the clapperboard was struck for scene 180, take 1. Yin Ting and Qin Dai were dining together. Recently, Yin Ting had assisted Qin Dai in securing a substantial order, prompting her to treat him to a meal. With a smile, Qin Dai asked, "Yin Ting, what would you like to eat? Today it's on me." Yin Ting gazed into Qin Dai's eyes, which shimmered with affection. Sun Yinxiu felt a pang in her heart. Ning Yuan's gaze was imbued with profound emotion. His eyes, already radiant like stars, nearly drew her into their tender depth. Wang Ying discreetly remarked to Lu Hong beside him, "Director Lu, look at the intensity in Ning Yuan's eyes. His peach blossom gaze could make even a dog appear sentimental." "Haha, Director Wang. Let us hope Ning Yuan doesn't overhear that." In the scene, Yin Ting glanced at the menu presented by Qin Dai, smiling as he said, "I shall not hold back today. I intend to treat you lavishly." The dishes Yin Ting ordered were all quite expensive, and he wanted Qin Dai to regain her strength. As this project had taken a toll on her, he discreetly handed a gold membership card to the waiter while Qin Dai was distracted. Soon, the dishes were served. Just as they were enjoying their meal, they encountered Liu Yuan, who had just finished dining with a client. upon seeing Yin Ting and Qin Dai together. An inexplicable wave of discomfort washed over him. Jealousy stirred within. Liu Yuan, with a forced smile, inquired Qin Dai, "Who is this?" Qin Dai introduced, "This is my friend." The eyes of Yin Ting and Liu Yuan met, a clash between two equally remarkable men, both harboring feelings for Qin Dai, though Liu Yuan was yet unaware of his own emotions. In that instant, they recognized a palpable threat in each other's gaze, an instinctual reaction from two men. Yin Ting remained seated, while Liu Yuan stood, their hands tightly clenched. Yin Ting's expression shifted from tender to fierce, locking his gaze onto Liu Yuan. A sharp pain surged through Wu Xian's hand. As Wu Xian found himself locked in a gaze with Ning Yuan, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the intensity of Ning Yuan's eyes, which resembled those of a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey. This left Wu Xian momentarily stunned, rendering him incapable of recalling his lines. Fear enveloped him, and his mind became a blank slate, completely devoid of words. He felt utterly dominated by Ning Yuan's commanding presence. Director Wang Ying exclaimed in frustration, slapping his thigh in disbelief. Such a stellar performance from Ning Yuan, poised to become a classic moment, was marred by Wu Xian's failure to keep up. In the following scenes, Wu Xian was wholly out of sorts. Ning Yuan's formidable aura was too overpowering for him to contend with, leaving him feeling crushed beneath the weight of Ning Yuan's performance. The aggression in Ning Yuan's gaze was palpable, evoking within Wu Xian a disconcerting sensation, as if he had genuinely usurped the affections of Ning Yuan's beloved. Sweat beaded on Wu Xian's forehead, his lips turned pale, and the arrogance he once held evaporated. The audience was left in stunned silence, questioning how Ning Yuan's acting could be so breathtakingly superior. Wang Ying, sensing the tension, called for a pause. "Wu Xian, are you feeling unwell? Do you need a moment to collect yourself?" He inquired with concern, though inwardly he was delighted. "Wu Xian, weren't you so confident? While you squander your opportunity, Ning Yuan is diligently honing his craft and making remarkable progress. Meanwhile, you appear as though you've come merely for leisure." As a leader of the production, Wang Ying wished to avoid such complacency among his team. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu Xian shook his head, insisting he was fine. A glance at Ning Yuan revealed that he was entirely dismissive, seemingly uninterested in Wu Xian's plight. It dawned on Wu Xian just how stark the disparity in their acting skills was. He could not compete with Ning Yuan. Should Ning Yuan choose to maintain his dominance, Wu Xian would falter, becoming the subject of ridicule. The thought sent him into a deeper sweat. Even if Ning Yuan, under the director's pressure, decided to ease off, Wu Xian knew that his own lack of focus would lead to a poor performance, jeopardizing the role he had hoped would facilitate his transformation. This was far from the outcome he desired. Upon reflection, he realized there was no real animosity between himself and Ning Yuan. Rather, it was jealousy that clouded his judgment. If he could muster the courage to offer a sincere apology, he believed all could be set right. Fortunately, having debuted as an idol, he had endured his share of obscurity and had learned the value of humility. Approaching Ning Yuan, he lowered his head and spoke earnestly, "Brother Yuan, I apologize. I misjudged my own abilities and underestimated your talent." Ning Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected apology. He responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, "It's fine." While Ning Yuan was not inclined to easily forgive someone like Wu Xian, he recognized the sincerity in his gesture and chose not to dwell on it. After all, the success of the drama depended on their collective efforts. Once the project was completed, however, he saw no reason for further interaction. In the ensuing scenes, Ning Yuan refrained from overshadowing Wu Xian, instead opting to guide him subtly. Wu Xian experienced the exhilarating joy of acting that Sun Yinxiu displayed yesterday, a sensation akin to a delightful tingle coursing through him. Ning Yuan served as the emotional torchbearer, effortlessly passing the flame of inspiration to Wu Xian, who readily embraced it. Furthermore, Wu Xian felt his latent potential ignited, allowing his performance to flourish with greater vivacity. Wang Ying wore a constant smile, and during the 18th scene, not a single cut was uttered. Splendid work. Ning Yuan, Ningxiu, and Wu Xian all excelled. Let us maintain this momentum. If we secure just one take, we shall prevail. After the shoot, Wu Xian eagerly sought to view his segment on the camera. The improvement was unmistakable. His gaze brightened as he looked at Ning Yuan. "Thank you, Brother Yuan," he expressed sincerely. Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Your performance was commendable. Nevertheless, I know you guided me emotionally into the scene." "I appreciate it," Wu Xian replied modestly. Wu Xian, despite his somewhat arrogant disposition and self-assured nature, lacked any ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not have directly mocked Ning Yuan. This was preferable to those who resort to underhanded tactics behind one's back. Ning Yuan preferred to limit his interactions with him, and Wu Xian appeared to recognize this. Politely expressing his gratitude once more, after completing the morning shoot, he opted to dine alone. Meanwhile, Liu Xuening felt awkward, having assumed the two would remain divided into factions. Thus, she chose to side with Wu Xian. To her surprise, the leading figure, Wu Xian, capitulated. She glanced at Ning Yuan and the others, but they paid her no mind, leaving her no choice but to follow Wu Xian. Ning Yuan, Su Yinxiu, and Su Yu shared a meal together. "Su Yu at meet, Brother Yuan, you are remarkable. Even someone as proud as Wu Xian has softened before you." Ning Yuan chuckled. "Whether he concedes or not is inconsequential. What matters is that we possess our own strength, allowing us to face any situation without fear." Su Yu pondered this thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Occasionally, Su Yinxiu stole glances at Ning Yuan, her curiosity piqued. With such exceptional acting skills, had he not withdrawn from the entertainment industry, he might have already claimed the title of Best Actor. It was rumored that Ning Yuan had left for love, so why had he returned? Could it be that there were troubles in his romantic life, prompting his comeback? She had encountered Ning Yuan online before, but had never interacted with him in person, only noting his striking handsomeness. As he sat across from her, eating from a lunchbox, Su Yinxiu felt that mere words could not encapsulate his allure. It was almost a national calamity. Silently, she mused, "If I had a boyfriend like Ning Yuan, I would probably slap myself after an argument. I wonder how his partner could bear to let him lose." Su Yu, noticing Su Yinxiu's gaze fixed on Ning Yuan, asked while chewing, "Sister Yinxiu, what's on your mind?" Startled, Su Yinxiu returned to reality, her cheeks subtly flushed. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating how to approach the next scene." Su Yu marveled, "Wow, no wonder your acting is so superb. You are even studying while eating." When Ning Yuan's captivating eyes turned toward her, Su Yinxiu's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. "Not at all. You flatter me, shall you?" Su Yu, ever the loudmouth. Fortunately, Ning Yuan did not notice my gaze upon him. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Thankfully, his thoughts were not on the conversation, as he noticed a friend request on WeChat. Ling Xian, the close confidant of Liu Xuening. Ning Yuan did not immediately decline the request. Frankly, Ling Xian was far more amiable than Liu Xuening and had always treated Ning Yuan kindly. Occasionally, when Liu Xuening displayed an icy demeanor towards him, Ling Qing would descend Ning Yuan directly confronting Liu Xuening. Although Liu Xuening did not heed her friend's counsel, Ling Xian was indeed very good to him. Ning Yuan pondered. Ling Xian, being an associate professor, must have discerned that I had deleted her. Thus, she must know that my relationship with Liu Xuening had soured. Given her intellect, it would not be difficult for her to inquire if we had divorced. If she is aware of my divorce from Liu Xuening, why then does she seek to reconnect? Initially, Ning Yuan thought Ling Xian might not have noticed that he had removed her. After all, they were merely acquaintances through Liu Xuening, and there seemed little need for further interaction. Yet, the fact that Ling Xian, who had been so kind to him, noticed his action and sought to add him again was unexpected. After some contemplation, Ning Yuan decided to accept her friend's request. He assumed Ling Xian might be inclined to mediate, yet her first words left him astonished. Chapter 26. Liu Xuening secretly saved Ning Yuan's Weibo photos on the other side. Ling Xian felt a sense of relief upon seeing Ning Yuan accept her friend's request. She remarked, "Ning Yuan, I know you have endured much. Divorce is ultimately beneficial for both parties. If it is not meant to be, it is better to cease inflicting harm upon one another. If fate allows, you shall reunite. If not, parting is for the best." In truth, She wished to speak a few kind words on behalf of Liu Xuening. Liu Xuening truly cared for Ning Yuan as a friend of 20 years. Ling Xian had never witnessed Liu Xuening so invested in another. Otherwise, given Liu Xuening's nature, had it been anyone other than Ning Yuan, she would have never consented to a reconciliation, let alone be persuaded without a fight. However, Liu Xuening struggled to express her affection. Love should embody understanding and tolerance, respect and freedom, support and encouragement, rather than manifesting as a means to confine the other in the name of love. Liu Xuening evidently failed to grasp these concepts and had already inflicted profound hurt upon Ning Yuan. Any further defense of her would only serve to discomfort him. Ning Yuan replied, "Thank you, Ling Xian." After a moment of thought, Ling Xian continued, "Ning Yuan, are you doing well? Would you like me to come see you? If there is anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask." "No, thank you, Ling Xian. I'm currently on set and doing quite well." At this, Ling Xian smiled, relieved that Ning Yuan had not succumbed to despair and was rekindling his acting career, an encouraging development. Not wishing to say too much, she simply encouraged him. "Keep it up. I have seen your previous films, and they were splendid." Ling Xian mused, "Ning Yuan, you have no idea. I was also quite taken aback." The first time Ling Xian encountered Ning Yuan at Liu Xuening's home, she was astonished by his appearance. When did Ling Xian begin to observe him in silence? It was that moment when Ning Yuan leaned against the window, gazing forlornly into the distance. As twilight etched cold angles along his shoulders, Ning Yuan, in that moment, resembled a magnificent Greek sculpture lost in the annals of time. His gaze, lowered, seemed to exude even the shadow's silent sighs. In that instant, Ling Xian yearned for the gentle caress of the breeze to dissipate the sorrow that enveloped him. Ning Yuan silently gazed into the distance, while Ling Xian lingered on the silhouette of his figure, the sounds of the world fading away, leaving only the fervent rhythm of her heart. Ning Yuan's polite yet distant response shattered Ling Xian's reverie. "Thank you. I must attend to some matters. We can talk later." "All right, Ning Yuan. Do what you need to," she replied. Presently, Ling Xian's alternate account still followed Ning Yuan, remaining one of his devoted fans. Niu Gaolu Yuan Bao scampered joyfully to her feet, its tail wagging enthusiastically, prompting Ling Xian to bend down and pat its head. The little creature dashed away in delight, chasing its own tail in circles. Line Xin Ponda. It seemed that Ning Yuan had begun to move on. What of Liu Xuening? Would she be able to do the same? Liu Xuening rested in the CEO's office at noon, occupying a small room. She lay on the bed, her alluring legs, clad in black stockings, intertwined. It had been over 10 days since her divorce from Ning Yuan, and 5 days ago, when she discovered he had blocked her, she frantically attempted to reach him through other numbers. Yet, upon recognizing her voice, he would promptly hang up and block her again. With reddened eyes, Liu Xuening felt as though ants were gnawing at her heart, causing a persistent ache of torment and unrest. For the next 3 days, she vowed to cease her attempts to contact Ning Yuan. "If I call you again, Ning Yuan, I am a dog," she declared. "Fine. If you wish to sever all ties, let it be so. From now on, we shall have no connection whatsoever. You pursue your path, and I shall tread mine. You will inevitably regret this." Alas, it appeared he would not. Presently, there were other women by his side. Dumnit Ning Yuan. The ensuing 3 days felt excruciatingly long for Liu Xuening, each day stretching out like a year. Every night, she clutched Ning Yuan's blanket tightly. Many times, she awoke from dreams, wishing it were all a mere illusion, with Ning Yuan beside her, soothing her and assuring her it was but a nightmare, encouraging her to drift back into slumber. Countless times, she reached for her phone, hoping for a call from him. On several occasions, her fingers unconsciously hovered over Ning Yuan's number, nearly dialing it. Yet, she ultimately regained her composure. "Do you wish to continue being mocked by Ning Yuan? Do you desire to be a dog?" She convinced herself that with the passage of time, she would completely forget Ning Yuan. To stave off her spiraling thoughts, she immersed herself in work, often returning home in the dead of night, hoping that exhaustion would grant her a better night's sleep. Yet, evidently, sleep eluded her, becoming increasingly shallow. She gradually grew thinner. On the third night, unable to sleep, she took out her phone and scrolled through Weibo. The global group, known for its film and cultural endeavors, had many actors she followed. As she perused, she stumbled upon a trending topic: Ning Yuan's comeback, hovering around the 50th position. Ning Yuan was returning? A shiver coursed through Liu Xuening, an ominous premonition flickering in her heart. Previously, she had not paid attention to Ning Yuan's account. When she typed Ning Yuan into the search bar, she discovered his Weibo, and indeed, the latest post featured Ning Yuan wearing golden-rimmed glasses and a black shirt, exuding an alluring yet austere charm. He looked stunning. It seemed that the absence had only enhanced his appeal. How infuriating! Had he dressed so exquisitely to entice other women? She had always wished for him to remain out of the public eye, preferring him to stay at home. Now, seeing the extraordinarily handsome Ning Yuan, she felt a surge of jealousy as he regained the admiration of many. It was as if her heart was being twisted by iron wires, nearly suffocating her. Restrain yourself. He is no longer your concern. It no longer matters what Ning Yuan does. She took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. An hour later, Liu Xuening opened her eyes, cursing Ning Yuan. Her fingers hovered over her phone, but a voice in her mind incessantly warned her, "Do not demean yourself. Do not demean yourself. Where is your ambition, Liu Xuening?" She opened Weibo, scrolled back to Ning Yuan's post, clicked on the image to download and save it in one fluid motion, and secretly followed him using a secondary account. Meanwhile, Liu Xuefu had not spoken to Ning Yuan for several days, as she had been busy attending a comic convention. She dressed as the iconic Hatsune Miku, sporting sea green twin tails, adorned with a black and red headband and headphones. Her eyes were enhanced with sea green contact lenses, and she wore a snug white top that accentuated her flawless figure. Around her neck was a sea green tie, and on her left shoulder, a red QR code marked with 01. Her lower half was clad in a black short skirt, embellished with futuristic accessories. Her fair legs were adorned with white knee-high boots and a white ankle bracelet inscribed with a word. As Liu Xuefu stepped onto the scene in her costume, she instantly captivated the audience. Being the belle of Jinghai University, her pure and stunning appearance, complemented by the dazzling Hatsune Miku ensemble, was simply breathtaking. Fans gasped in awe. "Wow, such a perfect replica. Can I collect stamps with you?" The crowd, regardless of gender, erupted in excitement, with countless individuals eager to connect with her, take photos, and form friendships, leading to a long queue. Liu Xuefu, taken aback by the overwhelming attention, slightly parted her cherry lips and patted her overly developed bosom. However, she declined the advances of the boys and only allowed a few girls to take photos with her, primarily due to the sheer number of people present. Even photographers offered their services as her exclusive photographers without charge, but they were all politely turned down. Liu Xuefu had her roommate take numerous pictures, selecting the most flattering one to send to Ning Yuan. "Ah, dear brother-in-law, I attended a comic convention, and my character was Hatsune Miku. Do I look splendid? My voice is somewhat high-pitched and sweet, which sounds particularly delightful." Concerned that Ning Yuan might be unfamiliar with Hatsune Miku, she took the effort to inform him. However, Ning Yuan did not respond. Liu Xuefu also recorded a video and posted it on her Douyin account, which instantly caused a sensation, with fans going wild. Liu Xuefu gained 1 million followers in a single day. This is the allure of Hatsune Miku, as well as the charm of Liu Xuefu. Chapter 27. The final performance. When Ning Yuan came across this photograph in the film crew, his pupils involuntarily narrowed. Liu Xuefu's ensemble was indeed stunning. Even having encountered countless beauties in the entertainment industry, both natural and acquired, he could not deny that Liu Xuefu was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Without exception, he replied, "Xuefu, you look marvelous." Liu Xuefu must have been online, as Ning Yuan noticed that she was typing a response. Yet, he waited for 3 minutes without receiving a reply. Finally, Liu Xuefu sent 2 words, "Hee hee." Shortly after, she added, "I think so too." Ning Yuan responded, "Then enjoy yourself. I must get back to work. We shall chat later." "Okay, brother-in-law, you go ahead," Liu Xuefu replied, feeling a surge of joy within. However, her exquisitely beautiful face soon betrayed a hint of frustration. She wanted to say, Ning Yuan, you go ahead, but feared he might not appreciate her addressing him so familiarly. Thus, she settled on calling him brother-in-law, which confined their relationship to that of brother-in-law and sister-in-law, making it challenging to transcend those boundaries. She puffed out her lovely cheeks, feeling conflicted. Meanwhile, upon receiving Liu Xuefeng's response, Ning Yuan resumed his afternoon work. The morning's filming had been chaotic, but the afternoon returned to a normal shooting schedule. As the filming progressed, everyone began to be captivated by Ning Yuan. His acting skills were exceptional, and though he had no scenes, he arrived early, displaying no airs and treating all crew members with kindness. Most notably, he was exceptionally handsome. Just imagine working alongside a charming man. Naturally, one's spirits would be lifted. As for Su Yinxiu, it was needless to say that her gaze had become fixated on Ning Yuan. She found herself unconsciously searching for him in the crowd, her focus automatically honing in on him without her even realizing it. Recently, Su Yinxiu had contemplated the idea of inviting Ning Yuan to join the trend culture. She was confident that her brother, Su Yu, would be willing to embrace this notion after witnessing Ning Yuan's performance. If all else failed, she could certainly charm her brother, and he would acquiesce. Should that not work, she would not hesitate to give Su Yu a good thrashing to remind him who truly held authority. As time passed slowly, Ning Yuan's scenes were limited, and after a month of filming, only one scene remained, set to be completed the following day, after which he would wrap up the project. Throughout this month, the one who missed Ning Yuan the most was Meng Nanyu. Although she longed for him, during their previous separation, she managed to endure it. Having never experienced his presence, she was unaware of the beauty that comes with possession. In the present moment, Meng Nanyu finds herself deeply intrigued by the taste of love. If it were not for their ability to engage in video chats, she would be at a loss for what to do. However, this astute woman has procured several pairs of black and white stockings, inquiring with Ning Yuan about which he prefers. With so many enchanting beauties in the production team, she cannot allow Ning Yuan to be swayed by their charms. So, how should she entice him? By captivating him herself, of course. Meng Nanyu even showcased her newly purchased purple lace camisole to Ning Yuan. During their video call, as she donned the lace garment, Ning Yuan's breath quickened. The lace top accentuated her voluptuous figure, perfectly highlighting her curves, while the intricate patterns around her waist hinted at her fair, supple skin. Behind her slender waist lay an exaggerated curve of her hips, making Meng Nanyu appear like a goddess of seduction, stirring Ning Yuan's heart to race. Little enchantress Nanyu, are you trying to seduce me? Upon hearing Ning Yuan refer to her as a little enchantress, a flurry of joy surged within Meng Nanyu. What can I say? Liu Yuan, you've been away for far too long. Their intimacy had grown significantly, and after spending considerable time together, their conversations had become quite casual. You'll be back soon, and then you must plead for mercy, Nanyu. Meng Nanyu shot a playful glare at Ning Yuan without uttering a word. After a while, she finally replied, Little Yuan, please refrain from such remarks. How embarrassing. Just as Ning Yuan was about to respond, the mature and alluring Meng Nanyu lowered her gaze and softly retorted, Who knows who might be begging for mercy? Ning Yuan's heart soared with delight. For Meng Nanyu's coy demeanor, suggesting both reluctance and invitation, was utterly irresistible. They exchanged a few more intimate whispers, and, at last, Meng Nanyu was cheered by Ning Yuan's presence after such a long separation, leading them to conclude their video call. Throughout the past month, Liu Xuefeng occasionally sent charming photos that radiated her joyful spirit, evoking a sense of youthful exuberance that greatly lifted Ning Yuan's mood. Ling Xin would also check in with him, congratulating him on his newfound lease on life, and offering to treat him to a celebratory meal upon his return. Thank you, Ling Xin. Allow me to treat you instead, in gratitude for your unwavering support in the past. Ling Xin felt a twinge of disappointment at Ning Yuan's polite distance. However, she quickly composed herself and replied, All right then, I shall await your grand feast. In contrast, Liu Xuening had ceased to reach out. Nevertheless, he had received a sum of 10 million from the divorce settlement, which Ning Yuan chose not to dwell on, hoping she would no longer pursue him. The following day, Ning Yuan commenced his final scene of the performance. The stage manager clapped the board, marking scene 968, take 1. Ning Yuan, Sun Yinxiu, and Liu Xiaoming entered the scene. Qin Dai, due to her exceptional performance, has been promoted to sales manager. As mai involuntari graced Qin Dai's lips. She should indeed be happy, for she had become the youngest sales manager in the history of Shenghuan International Company, justifying her efforts along the way. Colleagues were celebrating her achievement, with congratulations echoing throughout the office. The only one who remained silent, with a downcast demeanor, was Meng Yun, who had entered the company alongside her. Meng Yun had always believed that this position belonged to her. Her abilities surpassed those of Qin Dai, and it was merely a lack of fortune that prevented her from having the support of two men. A fierce jealousy twisted her features into a grotesque mask. That evening, Qin Dai returned home with a radiant smile, only to encounter Yin Ting, who had come to celebrate with her. Suddenly, a crimson vehicle careened out from shadowy corner, barreling straight towards Qin Dai. Upon seeing Meng Yun's terrifying visage behind the wheel, Qin Dai froze in shock, her mind blank. In that moment of peril, Yin Ting recklessly lunged forward, pushing Qin Dai aside. The impact of the red car sent him flying, rolling several meters away. Meng Yun hastily fled the scene. Rushing to Yin Ting's side, Qin Dai knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face as she covered her mouth in horror. She trembled, grasping Yin Ting's hand. His chest had caved in from the force of the collision, blood seeping from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He attempted to speak, but only a gasping sound escaped his lips, his throat unable to form words, leaving him to hold Qin Dai's hand tightly. Tears mingled with blood at the corners of his eyes, slowly dripping onto the ground. Ultimately, his strength waned, and his grip on Qin Dai's hand slackened, falling limply to the side. Chapter 28. The scene concludes excellent. Ning Yuan's performance was extraordinary. Director Wang Ying's eyes were glistening with emotion. Ning Yuan had perfectly embodied the essence of a dying man. His initial expression was one of regret, which gradually transformed into a sense of release. He had sacrificed his life to save Qin Dai, fulfilling his lifelong promise to protect her. He died by her side, her hand tightly clasped in his. In that final moment, he had grasped her hand, albeit just before his last breath. Ning Yuan's face was painted, but it appeared as pale as parchment due to blood loss, his lips stained crimson, and his throat filled with blood, rendering him unable to speak. Every detail of his performance was flawless. The cast and crew erupted into applause, many moved to tears by the atmosphere. Sun Yinxiu was among them, her tears flowing incessantly. At that moment, it felt as if Ning Yuan had truly died for her. She was engulfed by an inexplicable anxiety, a suffocating sensation. Furthermore, she found herself irritated by Liu Xiaoming. Despite the character's death sentence for murder in the play, Ning Yuan offered her a tissue, which she accepted with embarrassment, tears still streaming down her face as she managed to smile, saying, "Thank you. I must have immersed myself too deeply in the role. Why can't I stop crying? How embarrassing." Sun Yanqium Gust. Suyu had completely become Ning Yuan's devoted admirer, clapping enthusiastically. "Brother Yuan, you're amazing." The onlooker Wu Xian was utterly captivated. Joining in the applause, his gaze fixed ardently on Ning Yuan. Throughout the past month, he had attended every one of Ning Yuan's performances to observe and learn. Indeed, Wu Xian had gained much insight from Ning Yuan, not just in acting, but also in his diligence, his eagerness to learn, and his graciousness towards others. Due to the fondness that the entire crew holds for Ning Yuan, Wu Xian has come to the realization that Ning Yuan possesses an exceptional talent for interpersonal relations. It is only at this moment that he perceives the absurdity of the adulation he once received from his fans. Likewise, as Wu Xian's understanding of Ning Yuan deepens through observation and emulation, his admiration grows, edging him closer to becoming a devoted admirer of Ning Yuan. On Weibo, a fan of Wu Xian commented beneath his post, "Ning Yuan seems to have lost his fame. Will this drama hinder our brother?" Wu Xian replied, "Teacher Ning Yuan's performance is extraordinary. I have learned so much from him, and his acting will surely astonish everyone. I too eagerly anticipate the public's response to teacher Ning Yuan after the show's release." In truth, his candid praise for another actor on his Weibo is bound to influence his own image. This response not only affirms Ning Yuan's talent, but also carries an undertone of adulation. Some fans may perceive Wu Xian's humility positively, while others might find it disconcerting. The reason fans often compare idols and express concern over their endorsement deals is that they wish for their beloved figures to remain unparalleled and exceptional. When Ji Xiaoju informed Ning Yuan of this development, he was taken aback, not expecting such an evaluation from Wu Xian. Wang Ying smiled and said to Ning Yuan, "Your performance is truly remarkable. I believe you will rise again. Lastly, congratulations on completing your scenes." Ning Yuan briefly embraced him, expressing gratitude for Wang's guidance over the past month, which had been immensely beneficial. Wang Ying playfully scolded him, I cannot guide. Your acting style is quite mature, and I look forward to the day you soar to great heights." He then addressed everyone. "Let us congratulate Ning Yuan on wrapping up his scenes. Do remember to send him off." As others still had scenes to shoot, Wang Ying opted against a grand farewell ceremony, and Ning Yuan was indifferent to such formalities. Sun Yinxiu discreetly went to see Ning Yuan off. He was preparing to leave quietly with a small bag when he noticed Sun Yinxiu standing at the door. Her delicate face still bore a trace of disappointment, but her tears had finally ceased. Sun Yinxiu spoke. "Ning Yuan, I want to discuss something with you. Would you consider joining our trend culture? We certainly have better resources for you. I promise." Ning Yuan was now aware that Sun Yinxiu was the sister of Su Yu, the president of trend culture. Su Yu was known for his ruthless demeanor, yet he showered affection on this sister and feared her deeply. It could be said that he and his wife raised Sun Yinxiu as if she were their own daughter. Ning Yuan smiled and politely declined, saying, "Thank you, Yinxiu, but I am quite content at Starlight. I have no intention of changing places." He believed that if he had accepted her offer, she would undoubtedly advocate for more resources on his behalf. However, given that President Xiao treated him well, Ning Yuan, a person who values loyalty, could not abandon his current situation for personal gain. While pursuing his own future is understandable, he felt that one must also have principles worth adhering to in life. Sun Yinxiu lowered her gaze and said, "Please consider it further, Ning Yuan. I sincerely invite you to our company." Ning Yuan shook his head, noticing her reddened eyes. On the verge of tears, he quickly added, "Yinxiu, although I won't be switching jobs to your company, we are friends, and we can still gather together when the opportunity arises." The three of them had already formed a group, aptly named the Fishing Team. The group was established by Su Yu, but he had handed over the leadership to Sun Yinxiu. Amusingly, when Wu Xian discovered their group, he persistently urged Su Yu to let him join. Su Yu, being the soft-hearted person he is, could not refuse and brought him in, only for Wu Xian to be ruthlessly kicked out by Sun Yinxiu. She stated that he needed to undergo a month-long evaluation. Surprisingly, Wu Xian bore no ill will and accepted the terms. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Sun Yinxiu's expression softened somewhat. "Then, Ning Yuan, after my project wraps up, let us arrange a dinner with the three of us. See you then. Indeed, let us solidify our revolutionary friendship. Farewell then. Goodbye, Yinxiu." Just as Ning Yuan was about to leave, Sun Yinxiu suddenly rushed over and embraced his waist. Ning Yuan's body stiffened. He did not expect that such a slender figure would possess such allure, truly a surprise. His hand froze in midair. After her impulsive act, Sun Yinxiu's face flushed, her eyelashes fluttering as she nestled against Ning Yuan's chest before darting away. From a distance, her slightly trembling voice called out, "Safe travels." Once Ning Yuan no longer saw her figure, he quietly departed from the set. As he contemplated calling Yang Dong for a ride, a Porsche suddenly stopped beside him. The window slowly rolled down, revealing the alluring face of his boss, Mr. Xiao. Chapter 29, Dining with Xiao Ruolin, a chance encounter with Liu Xuening. Ning Yuan did not expect that his boss, Xiao Ruolin, would come to pick him up. After all, she was quite busy, being the CEO of Starlight Entertainment and investing in numerous thriving industries, including highly popular sectors. It was now the year 2030, and after years of development, technology had advanced significantly. The intelligent nanny robots in which Xiao Ruolin invested not only entertained children, but also possessed capabilities such as playing the piano, cooking, and caring for pets. Ning Yuan smiled and said, Sister Rulin, I am truly touched. I never expected you would personally come pick me up. Xiao Rulin's charming smile graced her face, her voice a seductive blend of allure and authority as she replied, Humph, Ning Yuan, don't get any delusions. I just happened to be passing by. Such a remote place, and you just happen to be here? You, Ning Yuan, taking advantage and pretending to be coy. Are you looking for trouble? Xiao Rulin teased, her cheeks flushing slightly. Ning Yuan opened the car door and took a seat in the passenger seat. Sister Rulin, I genuinely appreciate this. He glanced at Xiao Rulin, who wore a stunning red dress today, exuding beauty and elegance, resembling a proud queen. Her figure was extraordinary. From the side, it was as if she embodied towering peaks, accentuated by a safety belt that emphasized her curves, creating a striking silhouette. What an exquisite sight! Ning Yuan cast a fleeting glance, feeling a tinge of embarrassment that prevented him from looking again. It seemed that Xiao Rulin had noticed his gaze, letting out a soft hum in response, though her neck bore a blush of crimson. How have things been with the crew? Is everything going smoothly? Xiao Rulin inquired. Ning Yuan replied, Director Wang Ying has taken good care of me. I have learned a great deal from him, and I am truly grateful for his earnest guidance. In the workplace, one should refrain from speaking ill of their superiors to higher management, for it only leads them to perceive you as duplicitous. Someone who thrives on gossip and backbiting. Such individuals find it exceedingly difficult to earn the trust of their bosses. It is far wiser to speak positively, as it minimizes mistakes. Moreover, Wang Ying has been exceptionally kind to me. Xiao Rulin, while caring for Ning Yuan, understood that their current dynamic was still one of superior and subordinate, necessitating adherence to this principle. Indeed, upon hearing his words, a smile graced Xiao Rulin's face. Xiao Yuan, you are quite humble. I've heard from Wang Ying that your performance was outstanding. Sister Rulin, I simply strive to do my utmost, Ning Yuan replied earnestly. His dedication to his work and craft was unwavering, which explained why he had garnered a nomination for Best Actor at such a young age. Ning Yuan's character was such that when he deeply cherished something or someone, he was both willing and eager to give of himself. This was evident in his love for Liu Xuening, for whom he would do anything within his power, even risking his own safety to save her, suffering grievous injuries in the process. Xiao Rulin remarked, I believe in you. I have never doubted your efforts. Let's go for a meal. Certainly, I shall treat you. Sister Rulin, as a token of my gratitude for your continued support. After signing with Starlight Entertainment, Ning Yuan had received a considerable sum, and with the additional 10 million from his divorce settlement, treating her was no burden at all. Xiao Rulin playfully chided him with a glance. Oh, are you still being polite with your sister? Do we not agree that I would be the one to support you? Huh, when did we agree to that? Ning Yuan discovered that his rapport with Xiao Rulin was quite amicable, allowing for such light-hearted banter. Seeing her jest, he replied with a smile, Sister Rulin, you're not going to serve me a bowl of nourishing soup and insist I drink it, are you? Or will you slap me if I refuse? Xiao Rulin lifted her chin, saying, Well, that remains to be seen. It depends on whether this little wolf cub is obedient. Little wolf cubs are never obedient. They are fierce. Wolfish boyfriends are always possessive, he retorted. In that case, you must be a little lapdog. You are hardly fierce at all, she teased, glancing at him as she drove. Ning Yuan shot her a disgruntled look. Hey, President Xiao, take a look at my 8-pack abs. How can I not resemble a little wolf cub? I can be quite fierce. He tightened his shirt, revealing a hint of his well-defined abs. Xiao Rulin stole a glance, exclaiming, What are you doing, Ning Yuan? Who has to say those are real abs? Her heart raced unexpectedly, nearly causing her to scrape against the car beside them. But she managed to brake just in time. You wicked Ning Yuan, are you intentionally trying to entice me? President Xiao's face bore an expression of annoyance, yet her ears betrayed her, subtly tinged with a shade of pink. Now her heartbeat quickened slightly, which naturally indicated its authenticity. Previously, I frequented the gym daily. At this moment, Xiao Rulin had come to a halt, gazing at Ning Yuan, and suddenly remarked, Humph, I don't believe you. Show me what you've got. Ning Yuan stared in astonishment. Are you serious? Xiao, do you expect me, your male subordinate, to demonstrate for you? Nevertheless, he lifted his shirt, revealing a set of 8 well-defined and alluring abdominal muscles. Xiao Ruolin suddenly felt a dryness in her throat. Just as she intended to reach out, Ning Yuan playfully smacked her hand away, cautioning, "You mustn't be reckless. Touching comes with responsibilities." He then lowered his shirt. Xiao Ruolin shot him an annoyed glance. "No, Ning Yuan, you are far too narcissistic. Who said I wanted to touch? I merely wish to retrieve some gum." She picked up the gum and asked Ning Yuan, "Would you like some?" Ning Yuan accepted it, thanking her. The two then traveled to the Jinghai Central Plaza, the tallest building in Jinghai, with a total of 118 floors. Xiao Ruolin had reserved a table on the top floor. Ascending to the 118th floor, known as the pinnacle of Jinghai, they enjoyed a panoramic view of the city. The night scenery was particularly stunning, adorned with vibrant neon lights, almost dreamlike. Due to safety regulations, no open flames were allowed on the 118th floor, so they ordered cold dishes. The flavors were decent, though Ning Yuan felt they paled in comparison to his own culinary skills. However, the primary allure of the location was the view. As they dined, Ning Yuan and Xiao Ruolin engaged in light conversation while admiring the scenery. "Xiao Yuan, after finishing this drama, make sure to take a proper break before preparing for the movie," she advised. I plan to rest for 2 days before requesting the script from Dong Gu to begin my preparations," he replied. "Just 2 days of rest? You needn't push yourself so hard. Otherwise, people might think I'm a heartless boss trying to drain you dry. It's fine. I'm still full of energy." "You can't wear me out," he countered playfully. "How much energy do you have?" "Xiao Yuan, I'm eagerly anticipating your drama. I can't wait to see it." Their filming was expected to last another couple of weeks, followed by post-production, reviews, and promotions, likely taking 2 to 3 months before release. Of course, that was considered rather swift. Recently, Ning Yuan had been attentive to his Weibo, noticing the growing anticipation from fans for his drama. His follower count had soared to 5.8 million, an increase of several hundred thousand. Meanwhile, at a table on the opposite side of the restaurant, Liu Xuening was dining with a female client. When she glanced up, she caught a glimpse of Ning Yuan's silhouette. Her heart skipped a beat, her fingers trembled, causing her fork to clatter onto the table. The cocoon she had painstakingly woven for herself seemed to unravel the instant she beheld Ning Yuan's figure. Chapter 30. Liu Xuening and Xiao Ruolin in Competition, Part 1. One could say that Liu Xuening had endured an excruciating month. Countless times, she picked up her new phone, contemplating dialing Ning Yuan's number to confront him about how he could so easily forsake 5 years of their relationship. Yet, being an exceedingly proud individual, every time such thoughts surfaced, she forcefully suppressed them. Since he could leave, what was there to question? Remember, if you continue to contact him, you are merely a dog. Liu Xuening admonished herself sternly within her heart. A flicker of hope still lingered within her. A hope that Ning Yuan was merely in a fit of temper and would return once his anger subsided. He would come back to her, apologize, and profess, "I still love you. I cannot bear to be apart from you." Yet, as time wore on, that hope began to fade, and her heart ached with increasing torment and fear. She deleted Ning Yuan's number, resolving to cease her obsession with him. However, the number remained indelibly etched in her mind, rendering the deletion utterly futile. Ultimately, she resorted to work as a means of numbing herself, exhausting her body in a desperate attempt to forget everything. Yet, despite her physical fatigue, her mind remained unnaturally alert, tangled in a web of thoughts that were both relentless and chaotic. Liu Xuening grew increasingly haggard. Her already fair complexion became even more pallid. Each night, she resorted to alcohol, for without it, her mind spiraled into chaotic musings, rendering sleep impossible. Approximately 2 weeks prior, Liu Xuening unexpectedly spotted a figure on the street that bore a striking resemblance to Ning Yuan. In that moment, all her resolutions felt in vain. She hurriedly pursued the figure, intent on calling out to him. However, when the person turned around, she discovered it was not Ning Yuan. In that instant, she froze, her heart sinking to the depths of despair. The man, upon encountering the stunning Liu Xuening, expressed surprise and remarked, "Beautiful lady, are you looking for me?" Liu Xuening coldly ignored him. The man, having never encountered such an aloof yet extraordinarily beautiful woman, was reluctant to give up. "May I get to know you? You truly astonish me." Yet, Liu Xuening paid no heed to his words. Her mind was a tumult of emotions, a blend of disappointment, bitterness, and self-reproach. Indeed, how could she rush toward someone merely because they resembled Ning Yuan after vowing not to act like a lovesick dog? The man attempted to persist, but Liu Xuening shot him a frigid glance, one imbued with the formidable presence of authority, causing him to instinctively halt in his tracks. Recognizing the intense warning in Liu Xuening's eyes, coupled with his own sense of her aristocratic demeanor, the man sheepishly withdrew. Liu Xuening returned home in a daze, unleashing her fury on Ning Yuan's blanket with a flurry of punches and kicks. In an effort to find solace, Liu Xuening had recently resumed practicing calligraphy, transcribing the Heart Sutra and other Buddhist scriptures. Yet, she found no peace of mind whatsoever. After enduring another agonizing fortnight, Liu Xuening dined with a female executive from another company at the Jinghai Central Tower, ostensibly to discuss business. To her utter dismay, she again caught sight of Ning Yuan, or rather, the silhouette of Ning Yuan. Could it be that her inability to let go of Ning Yuan had led to such illusions? No, how could that be? She could never truly release him from her heart. During this time, she had gained some insight into her feelings, but remained unwilling to acknowledge them. She gazed intently at the figure before her. It was indeed Ning Yuan, tall and graceful. Even from behind, he exuded an extraordinary charm. There was no way she could mistake him this time. Bang! Liu Xuening accidentally knocked over a cold drink, the juice trickling slowly down the tablecloth. Yet, she remained oblivious to the mess, for she had spotted the individual seated opposite Ning Yuan, Xiao Ruolan, her arch-nemesis. Why was she labeled as such? Firstly, the two companies are in a state of fierce competition. Secondly, Liu Xuening, Meng Nanyu, and Xiao Ruolan are all breathtakingly beautiful female CEOs, frequently compared by the media in the bustling city of Jinghai. Lastly, at a previous annual entertainment industry gathering, the two engaged in a sharp exchange, with neither willing to yield an inch. At that time, Xiao Ruolan approached with a high-stem glass, suggesting that Liu Xuening and Ning Yuan possess remarkable acting talent and should not allow him to withdraw from the industry. Liu Xuening, with an icy demeanor, retorted, "What business is it of yours? You live by the sea, yet you meddle so deeply." Xiao Ruolan's expression turned equally frosty as she replied, "Liu Xuening, I was once Ning Yuan's employer and a friend. I cannot bear to see his talent go to waste." Liu Xuening, wielding her words like daggers, countered, "If you truly consider yourself a friend, why not speak to him directly? And rest assured, Ning Yuan is quite content caring for me at home." She looked down on Xiao Ruolan, asserting, "Xiao Ruolan, keep your petty thoughts to yourself. Your penchant for scavenging the discarded of others is your affair. However, even the most dilapidated of my possessions would not find its way to you." Xiao Ruolan, taken aback by her audacity, replied incredulously, "You are utterly unreasonable. And remember, my home is not by the sea. It is on the Lust Plateau, while your residence is akin to a pigsty, with your father being your mother-esque cousin." Liu Xuening, infuriated yet powerless, recognized that both parties were entrenched in deep-rooted backgrounds. The Liu family, with its formidable influence, and the Meng family as a colossal force backing them. Xiao Ruolan, a prominent figure in the Jing elite, wielded considerable power as well. Neither could easily overpower the other. Thus, their conflict remained verbal. Now, as Liu Xuening caught sight of Ning Yuan's silhouette across the room, she was startled to see Xiao Ruolan seated opposite him. Her body tensed immediately. From the moment Xiao Ruolan had approached her, insisting that Ning Yuan should not withdraw from the industry, Liu Xuening sensed that their relationship transcended the mere bounds of employer and subordinate. Xiao Ruolan likely harbored deeper feelings for Ning Yuan. Suddenly, Liu Xuening stood up. The client, perplexed, inquired, "Xuening, what is wrong?" "Sister Lin, it's nothing. I have no objections regarding our collaboration. I will ensure our legal team communicates the details with you," Liu Xuening replied, settling back down while her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Ning Yuan. A tumult of emotions surged within her, a disquieting sensation that something precious was being coveted by another. Beneath the table, her fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. oblivious to the pain as her nails pierced her palms. She even overheard two girls at the adjacent table, blushing as they whispered about Ning Yuan. Is that Ning Yuan? He truly possesses a divine visage in reality. Is that his girlfriend? Should we ask for an autograph? Liu Xuening nearly blurted out, what girlfriend? As Ning Yuan and Xiao Ruolan finished their meal and prepared to leave together, a sense of dread washed over Liu Xuening. Would they be heading to a hotel? Her heart raced, and disregarding everything else, she instructed her assistant, stay with Sister Lin, and ensure she is treated exceptionally well. Turning to the client, she said, Sister Lin, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I hope you will forgive any oversight. Upon finishing her words, she disregarded the client's reaction and strode away in her high heels. However, Ning Yuan and his companions had already taken the elevator down. Liu Xuening surmised they must have headed to the underground parking lot. She hurriedly pressed the button for another elevator, but it was rather slow, causing her to fret anxiously. Fortunately, luck favored her, and the third elevator arrived promptly. Liu Xuening entered and pressed the button for the parking garage. Upon her arrival, she indeed spotted Ning Yuan and Xiao Ruolan not far away, as they were opening the car doors and preparing to get in. Ning Yuan, Xiao Ruolan, what are you doing? Chapter 31. Liu Xuening and Xiao Ruolan in fierce competition. Part 2. Hearing an angry shout from behind. Both Ning Yuan and Xiao Ruolan turned simultaneously. Ning Yuan's countenance grew cold upon seeing Liu Xuening. She had initially intended to confront him loudly, and her gaze had been fixed upon him. Thus she noticed the shift in his expression. His demeanor caused her anger to falter, as if a needle had pricked her heart, sending a wave of pain through her. Xiao Ruolan felt equally displeased upon seeing Liu Xuening. She had been enjoying a delightful conversation with Ning Yuan that evening, and her spirits had been high. Yet, the sight of Liu Xuening dashed her good mood, leaving her feeling heavy-hearted and her expression icy. What business is it of yours? Liu Xuening, do you live by the sea? Why are you meddling so much? Liu Xuening was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that what she had said to others before? Now, it had been turned against her by Xiao Ruolan. She contemplated retorting with a sharp comeback. Yet with Ning Yuan present, she hesitated to speak harshly. Ning Yuan interjected, Ruolan, please wait here for a moment while I have a word with her. He wished to keep certain things from Xiao Ruolan's ears. Xiao Ruolan, concerned, said, Xiao Yuan, you won't become soft-hearted, will you? Ning Yuan tuklet, impossible. Having seen through it all, would I turn back? That would be foolish. Reluctantly, Xiao Ruolan stepped aside, though she glanced back at Ning Yuan from time to time. Ning Yuan approached Liu Xuening, his gaze frosty. Liu Xuening stared back at him. It had been over a month since they last saw each other, and now, seeing him felt like a surreal dream. They had actually divorced. Ning Yuan appeared even more handsome, clad in a crisp white shirt that accentuated his striking features. To Liu Xuening's astonishment, her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn. Yet, her expression remained one of icy indifference. Ning Yuan, so you divorced due to infidelity. Your taste is truly lacking. To be with an older woman. Xiao Ruolan, at 28, was indeed older than both Ning Yuan and Liu Xuening, and in several respects. She surpassed Liu Xuening. The warmth that once filled Ning Yuan's gaze was now replaced by an icy detachment, mirroring the way Liu Xuening had once looked at him. Liu Xuening felt a sharp pain in her chest, a sensation that gradually spread through her body, causing her fingers to tremble. Liu Xuening, I divorced you because you disappointed me deeply. The greatest regret of my 25 years of life is marrying you. I merely wish to live the life I desire now. Moreover, President Xiao possesses not only a beauty that surpasses yours, but also a spirit far more exquisite than your venomous self. Liu Xuening. Liu Xuening felt as though struck by lightning. Her eyes glazed over in disbelief as she murmured to herself, Regret? So you truly regret marrying me? Am I truly so malicious? I never imagined you would perceive me in such a light. Her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Ning Yuan, hearing her soft lament, replied coldly, Indeed, Liu Xuening, you are forever self-absorbed, selfish, and indifferent. Do you truly believe I would see you otherwise? Surely, you do not think of yourself as a paragon of beauty and kindness in my eyes? Ning Yuan, You were never like this, Liu Xuening protested, her eyes brimming with tears and her nose tinged with sorrow. The Ning Yuan of yore had been gentle and considerate. He would never have uttered such harsh words. Ning Yuan's own eyes grew misty, but his sorrow stemmed from the pain of his past self, who had given everything yet received no warmth in return. As for Liu Xuening, she had once been to him the twilight glow, the radiant moon, the very embodiment of heartbeats, irreplaceable. Yet, she had cast him aside like discarded refuse. With that, Ning Yuan averted his gaze from Liu Xuening, and she became akin to a stranded shell, gradually losing her voice, turning into mere gray amidst countless grains of sand. You acknowledge it was in the past? Liu Xuening, let us preserve some dignity for each other. Do not compel me to look down upon you. He turned and walked away. Liu Xuening was utterly panicked. Ning Yuan has always loved me. He could never behave this way. It must be that wicked woman, Xiao Ruolan, who has seduced and instigated him. It must be her. Unwilling to accept her own defeat, Liu Xuening deemed all blame rested upon Xiao Ruolan. She suddenly surged forward, confronting Xiao Ruolan. You old hag, have you corrupted Ning Yuan? If you dare to seduce him again, I shall deal with you. Unrefined woman, it is your inadequacy that has driven Ning Yuan away. Come at me if you dare. Do you think I fear you? Xiao Ruolan retorted, hands on her hips. Liu Xuening, in a fit of rage, rolled up her sleeves and lunged, grabbing a handful of Xiao Ruolan's hair and yanking it fiercely. Xiao Ruolan, caught off guard, retaliated with a sharp slap across Liu Xuening's face. It was Liu Xuening's first experience of such violence, and her cheek burned with pain. As she stood in shock, Ning Yuan, who had been pursuing her, reached Xiao Ruolan's side, prying Liu Xuening's fingers apart and forcefully pushing her to the ground. Liu Xuening, cease this madness. If you are unwell, seek help in a mental institution. Seeing Ning Yuan standing by her side filled Xiao Ruolan with joy. This stunningly beautiful woman looked at Ning Yuan with a hurt expression, shaking his arm. Xiao Yuan, she is bullying me and pulling my hair. It hurts so much. Ning Yuan gently caressed her head, replying, Ruolan, are you all right? Let us go and ignore this lunatic. With a triumphant sidelong glance at Liu Xuening, Xiao Ruolan swayed her hips and followed Ning Yuan away. Liu Xuening sat there, dazed and bewildered. How could Ning Yuan protect that woman and push her away? He even called her mad. Yes, she must be mad to have chased after him. Clutching her chest, the pain within made it difficult for her to breathe. Drip! A solitary tear fell onto her hand, and she lifted it to wipe away the moisture. She staggered to her feet. Xiao Ruolan's slap was forceful, leaving one side of her face swollen. Yet, the pain on her face paled in comparison to the agony within her heart. She felt an emptiness, as if the most precious part of her had been snatched away. This profound sense of loss drove her to the brink of madness. Her vision blurred. Ning Yuan, why have you treated me this way? You scoundrel, did you not promise to cherish me for a lifetime? Yet, you conspired with other women to torment me. She stumbled into her car, resting her forehead on the steering wheel, her shoulders trembling lightly. Ning Yuan sat beside her, and seeing her in pain, he instinctively began to massage her head. His long, well-defined fingers moved over her scalp, sending tingling sensations coursing through her body. An indescribable, delightful sensation enveloped her. She lifted her gaze, her doe-like eyes glistening as they met Ning Yuan's. For some reason, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She had not anticipated that Ning Yuan would assist her. It seemed he had truly moved on. In the past, Ning Yuan had endured much suffering with Liu Xuening, and deep down, Xiao Ruolan felt for him. Now that he was able to emerge from that darkness, it was a welcome relief. Just then, Ning Yuan lowered his head, locking eyes with her. His gentle voice whispered in her ear, What's wrong? Xiao Ruolan bit her lips slightly and replied, Nothing. There's someone behind your car window. Huh? Ning Yuan turned to look outside, but found no one there. When he turned back, his lips brushed against her soft, luscious ones. Ning Yuan froze, while Xiao Ruolan, feeling like a thief, blushed deeply, avoiding his gaze. Her trembling eyelashes seemed to betray her inner turmoil. Her heart raced, tumultuous waves crashing within her. Ning Yuan was taken aback. He had been stolen a kiss by his boss, Xiao Ruolin. Instinctively, he glanced at her, only to find her crimson face and quivering voice imploring, "Don't look at me." Xiao Ruolin had longed to kiss him. The Xiao family was prominent, and over the years, they had introduced her to various suitors, yet she had never met any of them. After spending 2 years in the same company as Ning Yuan, she had taken great care of him. Though he had his manager, Brother Li, who had little time for him, it was Xiao Ruolin who often guided him, teaching him the ways of the world, introducing him to seasoned actors, and connecting him with industry elites. Xiao Ruolin yearned to be closer to him, unable to resist the pull towards him. After meeting Ning Yuan, her thoughts were consumed by him. How could there be room in her heart for anyone else? It was a small heart, and in this lifetime, only Ning Yuan could find a place within it. Chapter 32. Meng Nanyu. "I want no distance between us," Ning Yuan said. "Sister Ruolin, you..." Xiao Ruolin forcibly suppressed her inner embarrassment, responding nonchalantly, "Ning Yuan, don't mind it. I just accidentally." In truth, a child within her was jubilantly celebrating, thrilled by the exhilarating thought of kissing him. "I'm going to lose my mind. However, I still wish to indulge sob. Yet, Xiao Ruolin's expression remained composed. Ning Yuan gazed at the enchanting figure of General Manager Xiao, observing the pronounced rise and fall of her chest, choosing not to expose her. "I mean to express my gratitude to Sister Ruolin for tonight's dinner. Additionally, I feel rather embarrassed that my actions led to Liu Xuening pulling your hair." Xiao Ruolin chuckled inwardly. Tonight had proven quite fruitful. Not only had she slapped Liu Xuening, a long-held desire, but she had also stolen a kiss from Ning Yuan, an experience that felt surreal. Even now, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. "No need for thanks. We are colleagues and friends," she replied. "Moreover, Liu Xueqing's misstep is not your fault, so do not feel embarrassed." As the company's owner, it was appropriate for Xiao Ruolin to refer to them as colleagues. Upon returning to the office, Ning Yuan exited the vehicle to retrieve his own Maybach. Xiao Ruolin sat in the driver's seat, watching him drive away, exhaling a long breath. How nerve-wracking, she thought. This had not been her initial plan, but as she beheld Ning Yuan's profile, she simply could not resist. When she kissed him, though it was merely a fleeting touch, every cell in her body quivered with excitement. A sweet and tart sensation spread from every organ, every cell, every nerve, akin to a fish in a long dry pond, revitalized by the influx of clear water, swimming joyfully. More embarrassingly, even the lightest kiss sent electric shivers through her. When Ning Yuan returned to Tang Chunipin and opened the door, a figure leapt into his arms. He feared he might drop her and quickly embraced her delicate form. Meng Nanyu clung to him with all her strength, as though terrified he might vanish. Her soft, pale legs wrapped tightly around his robust waist, her petite frame pressed against him. As Ning Yuan looked down, Meng Nanyu swiftly offered her fragrant, soft lips, surrendering to him entirely. Only when he had kissed her breathless did he release her. Panting slightly, she nestled her head against his chest, pouting and saying, "It felt like I waited for you an eternity." Ning Yuan then noticed Meng Nanyu was clad in a purple lace nightgown, modestly covering her dairy. Her long, beautiful legs adorned in thigh-high purple stockings revealed her alluring charm. He could not deny that purple indeed possessed an exquisite allure. A stirring sensation washed over him. His throat bobbed as he rasped, "Nanyu, did you not previously suggest we see who would beg for mercy? Are you certain?" Meng Nanyu's face flushed crimson as she buried it against his chest, remaining silent. After a long pause, she finally murmured in a voice as soft as a whisper. Ning Yuan chuckled softly. "Nanyu, what did you say?" "I did not hear you." Meng Nanyu, flustered and annoyed, huffed, "You little rascal, I shall ignore you." With that, she attempted to wriggle free. Ning Yuan swiftly lifted her by the waist and carried her into the room, kicking the door shut with a resounding bang. Ning Yuan cast Meng Nanyu onto the bed. Meng Nanyu covered her face, her neck flushed a delicate pink. Ning Yuan retrieved a box of rings and threw her fingers. Meng Nanyu caught sight of it, sitting up abruptly, snatching it away and tossing it aside. In that moment, she was utterly mortified, retreating beneath the covers. Ning Yuan's breath quickened, he was astonished to discover Meng Nanyu's fondness for black plums. Soon enough, he noticed Meng Nanyu cautiously peeking out from her cocoon, revealing a beautiful, flushed cheek. Ning Yuan leaned closer, prompting a startled gasp from her as she dove back under the blankets. Lying in Ning Yuan's embrace, Meng Nanyu's complexion was rosy. With a playful smile, Ning Yuan teased, "Nanyu, didn't you promise not to plead for mercy? Why were you begging just moments ago?" Meng Nanyu's face turned crimson, akin to a cat caught off guard, and she bit his shoulder, leaving a red mark. "I was almost ruined by Wang Yuan," she said, exasperated. Ning Yuan, unfazed, gently caressed her smooth back and softly inquired, "Nanyu, have you missed me?" Meng Nanyu took a breath, her misty eyes glimmering with tender affection as she gazed up at him. She tightened her embrace and murmured, "Not really." Ning Yuan playfully pinched her nose. "Really? You don't miss me?" "For a moment, I didn't. The rest of the time, I did," Meng Nanyu confessed, her face growing warm. Ning Yuan's heart melted. Meng Nanyu was truly enchanting. He whispered something in her ear, eliciting a flurry of playful punches from her. She parted her cherry lips slightly, playfully huffing, "Xiao Yuan, you've turned wicked." Though she chided him, the sight of him filled her with joy. Her greatest fear was that Ning Yuan would be lost in the past. Meng Nanyu lifted her lovely face and asked, "What about you? Have you missed me?" "Not at all," he replied. "Let me put it this way. When I see a winding alley, it feels as if I am strolling with you under an umbrella. When I gaze at the night sky, it seems as though you are nestled against me, starlight cascading upon our shoulders. When I behold the golden beach, it feels like you are running toward me barefoot. Everywhere I look, I see you. Nanyu, why would I need to think of you specifically?" Meng Nanyu let out a soft whimper, tilting her head to offer her lips to him. Their kiss lingered until her lips were slightly swollen, and only then did they part. The corners of Meng Nanyu's mouth curved in an uncontrollable smile. "Humph, Xiao Yuan, are you composing poetry? It's quite flowery." Ning Yuan, captivated by Meng Nanyu's bashful elegance, couldn't help but exclaim, "Nanyu, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side. With you here, my heart finds solace." While Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu reveled in their tender moments, Liu Xuening finally regained her composure, albeit with slightly red and swollen eyes. She drove home, took off her high heels upon entering, and walked into the hall. Slowly peeling off her black stockings, she padded barefoot to the sofa, tossing her keys onto the coffee table before collapsing onto the couch. Her beautiful legs crossed, her mind replayed Ning Yuan's words. "Liu Xuening, I am divorcing you because you have disappointed me too deeply. The greatest regret of my 25 years of life is marrying you. Not only does Mr. Xiao surpass you in beauty, but his soul is far more beautiful than your venomous heart. Liu Xuening, you know this is the past. Liu Xuening, let's maintain some dignity. Do not let me look down upon you." With each recollection, her heart ached anew. However, she could not help but ponder. Chapter 33. Liu Xuening. Have I fallen in love with Ning Yuan? Liu Xuening rose, applying a warm towel to her face before resuming her repose on the sofa. At that moment, she felt nothing but betrayal and fury, now in solitude. She began to seek answers. Did Ning Yuan truly divorce me out of utter disappointment? His decision to leave was not due to another's interference, but rather a reaction to my shortcomings? Why does my heart ache so profoundly, especially upon witnessing him with Xiao Ruolan? The pain is so intense it renders me breathless, as if I have lost something of utmost significance. Is it because I cannot bear to part with Ning Yuan? Or perhaps, could it be that I actually love him? Is that why I suffer so greatly? Is that why I endure sleepless nights? Is that why I find solace in his presence? No, no, no. How could I possibly love Ning Yuan? It is inconceivable. What is there about him that merits my affection? Within her mind, a dark figure argued persistently. Yet another crimson figure scoffed. You do love him. Otherwise, why have you been unable to move on for over a month? If you did not love him, would not divorce have suited you well? Then why do you feel such reluctance? Why do you incessantly seek him out? The dark figure retorted with a sneer. If I love him, then why am I unaware of it? The crimson figure placed its hands on its hips. You were oblivious to your own feelings, but now that he is lost, you recognize his significance in your life. Impossible. I do not love him. You indeed love him." The two figures began to clash. She recalled Xiao Ruolan's gaze upon Ning Yuan, an expression of admiration. Liu Xuening could no longer deceive herself into believing Ning Yuan was devoid of merit. He was undeniably handsome, extraordinarily attractive. Ning Yuan was indeed worthy of love. With his looks, countless women would be drawn to him. Thus, she returned to the earlier inquiry. "Do I love him?" Liu Xuening was uncertain. Her heart was in turmoil. She knew she could not accept the approach of any other man. She had always believed she would never fall for anyone. Yet, Ning Yuan was an exception. Though she insisted she did not harbor feelings for him, she found herself unperturbed by his closeness, even welcoming his handholding. She took out her phone, opened Douyin, and searched, "How do I know if I love someone?" Among the most liked videos, one conveyed a poignant message. It suggested that if the person you care for were to face imminent danger, such as being struck by a car, would you rush to save them without a second thought? Liu Xuening was alarmed to discover her reaction when imagining Ning Yuan on the brink of such peril. The realization struck her. She would indeed save him, even at the cost of her own life. Yes, she would unhesitatingly push him aside, even if it meant her own demise. Though reluctant to admit it, she would choose to rescue him. Am I not supposed to dislike him? Why will my instincts compel me to save him? Liu Xuening's heart grew even more tumultuous. Another video offered further insight. If one does not harbor affection for another, one remains indifferent to their actions, whether they revel in a bar, consume alcohol, pursue romantic entanglements, or spend nights away from home. Even if they go missing, it elicits no concern. However, when love takes root, it can consume one entirely, akin to madness. In moments when one feels most deranged, it is often when one loves most deeply. Have I not always behaved like a lunatic? Liu Xuening found herself momentarily stunned, her thoughts a tumultuous web, as if countless threads were entwined. Over the past days, she had sensed a growing concern for Ning Yuan, though she had not fully contemplated whether this concern stemmed from dependency or love. A whisper of realization dawned upon her. She loved Ning Yuan. The mere possibility sent her bolting upright, the towel she had been using to mask her face tumbling to the floor. She shook her head in disbelief. How could this be? Surely, the exhaustion of recent times had warped her thoughts into such absurdity. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced, rendering her visage more enchanting than that of any bashful fairy. Liu Xuening inhaled deeply, shedding her garments, her luminous figure radiant as she padded barefoot into the bathroom, turning on the cold water and allowing it to cascade over her head. A moment of clarity, she mused, "I, Liu Xuening, shall never love anyone." Under the icy deluge, her frosty demeanor returned, as if the prior warmth had never existed. She dried her body, donning a robe to conceal her alluring form. After her shower, a chill enveloped her, and fatigue weighed heavily upon her, prompting her to wander to Ning Yuan's door. After a moment's hesitation, she let out a soft hum, turned, and retreated to her own room, collapsing onto her bed. Too weary to resist, she succumbed to sleep almost immediately. In the dead of night, Liu Xuening stirred from her slumber, her head pounding with relentless agony, as if countless needles were piercing her skull. She felt a feverish heat enveloping her. Struggling to rise, she touched her forehead and realized she was burning with fever. Given the days of toil, habitual sleeplessness, and the cold water, it was no surprise that illness had befallen her. Ning Yuan, her voice rasped, her throat raw with pain. Instinctively, she called his name, only to be reminded that they were divorced, that he had departed. The thought intensified her headache and weighed heavily on her heart. Clambering from bed, she fumbled for a thermometer in the nightstand, discovering a high fever of 398. Overwhelmed by the heat, she felt utterly drained and struggled to rise to retrieve the medicine cabinet. The cabinet, meticulously organized by Ning Yuan, was filled with a comprehensive array of medications, cold remedies, stomach aids, allergy medications, and first aid supplies, all in perfect order. "I fear that one day, when I'm not home, you might choose the wrong one," he had once said with a charming smile, his eyes warm with affection. Gazing at the medicine cabinet, Liu Xuening's eyes dimmed, and an unexpected wave of vulnerability washed over her. igniting an impulse to weep. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and her nose tingled with emotion. With a voice choked with tears, she murmured, "Ning Yuan, where are you? I miss you so much." As soon as she touched the medicine cabinet, Liu Xuening felt a wave of dizziness. The cabinet crashed to the floor with a loud thud, scattering the medications across the bedside. Liu Xuening also fell, her head striking the bedside table with a resounding thump. The intense pain caused her to let out a muffled groan as her unconscious form gradually slid to the ground, blood trickling down her cheek and pooling on the floor. Chapter 34. Meng Nanyu. You spend all day driving. Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu rose cheerfully. It was the weekend, and Meng Nanyu had generously given herself a rare day off. Ning Yuan pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, saying, "Nanyu, I will prepare breakfast for you." Meng Nanyu's disheveled hair framed her charming face, exuding an enchanting allure. "Xiao Yuan, although I am not skilled in cooking, I can make noodles for you, and they taste quite delightful," she replied. Ning Yuan chuckled. "Nanyu, did you not say last night that you were too tired to join me? You should rest a little longer while I prepare breakfast." Meng Nanyu's sparkling eyes gazed affectionately at Ning Yuan, though she playfully retorted, "I never said anything so embarrassing." "Xiao Yuan, you are mistaken. Nevertheless, I am eagerly anticipating your breakfast." Ning Yuan prepared a hearty grain porridge and a somewhat intricate taro sandwich. This sandwich required steaming the taro and purple sweet potato until tender, then mixing them with condensed milk and milk to create a smooth paste. He carefully cut the crusts off slices of bread, spread a generous layer of the taro mixture on top, dipped it in egg wash, and pan-fried it until golden brown. After Meng Nanyu finished washing up, she sat at the dining table and took a gentle bite of the taro sandwich Ning Yuan handed her, her eyes sparkling with delight as she mumbled, "Xiao Yuan, your culinary skills are extraordinary. You could open a restaurant." "I never considered opening a shop. As long as Nanyu enjoys the food, that is enough for me. You are my most cherished customer," Ning Yuan replied, a smile gracing his lips. Meng Nanyu gazed at him, her smile widening. In her heart, she thought, Xiao Yuan's breakfast is truly delicious, just like him. I want to savor more. After their meal, the pair strolled through the park and then headed to the ski resort. The weekend crowd was bustling, and Ning Yuan held Meng Nanyu's hand tightly to prevent her from getting lost in the throng. Meng Nanyu was particularly elated, believing that Ning Yuan would avoid crowded places. However, as a public figure, Ning Yuan was mindful of his surroundings, and Meng Nanyu, with her own reputation in the Jinghai business circle, donned masks for discretion. While skiing, both were novices, stumbling equally and often. Each time Meng Nanyu prepared to fall, Ning Yuan would rush to catch her, only to end up tumbling together in a heap. They lay in the snow, gazing at each other for a long moment before bursting into laughter. After skiing, they ventured to the local market. It was Meng Nanyu's first visit to this place, whereas Ning Yuan was familiar with it from his previous trips to buy ingredients for Liu Xuening. Meng Nanyu seemed to find everything amusing, and what struck her as even more humorous was the sight of the exquisitely handsome Ning Yuan haggling with a vegetable vendor. After purchasing the produce, Ning Yuan smiled and said to Meng Nanyu, "Do not underestimate these ladies. They are quite shrewd. If they notice you are dressed unusually, they will deliberately inflate the prices, knowing that such individuals typically do not bargain. For familiar faces or those who frequently visit the market, they will offer a reasonable price. Otherwise, those knowledgeable about the trade will simply walk away upon hearing exorbitant prices." Holding Ning Yuan's hand, Meng Nanyu laughed heartily. It is merely a survival tactic. Every industry has its secrets, and without some cunning, one cannot thrive. Ning Yuan felt a surge of warmth for his sister's kindness. After packing the groceries, they headed home together, with Meng Nanyu at the wheel, her lips unable to suppress a smile. For a long time, she had fantasized about going out with Ning Yuan, shopping for groceries, cooking together, and falling asleep in each other's embrace. Now, all her dreams had come to fruition. She playfully slapped her own face. Seeing this, Ning Yuan quickly rubbed her cheek. "Why would you hit yourself, Nanyu? It feels so unreal," she replied. "Well then, Nanyu, let's not eat just yet. Allow me to indulge you, so you may truly experience what it means to be fulfilled." No, I already know it's real. Meng Nanyu's face flushed crimson. Ning Yuan stole a few glances at her voluptuous figure and mused, what if we truly are in a dream? Let me give you a few slaps to confirm your reality. His gaze burned with intensity, causing Meng Nanyu to feel a strange sensation. She squirmed uneasily. You feel pity when I hit myself, but why do you not show the same concern when you do it to me? Did she not enjoy it? Oomph. I never said I enjoyed it. I am driving, and you seem to be preoccupied with that all day. Ning Yuan ceased to tease Meng Nanyu, allowing her to concentrate on driving. Upon arriving home, Meng Nanyu busied herself in the study while Ning Yuan prepared dinner in the kitchen. His WeChat buzzed with messages from the slacking off squad. Su Yu wrote, "It's the first day of missing Brother Yuan." Su Ningxiu added, "It's the first day of missing Brother Yuan." Su Yu continued, "Without Brother Yuan in the crew, it feels as though we have lost our soul." Su Nyangqiu echoed, "The days without Brother Yuan are dull, as if life has drained away." Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "You two are like a comedic duo. Why are you so free today? Shouldn't you be busy?" Su Ningxiu replied, "Ning Yuan, ever since you left, the progress has noticeably slowed down over the past 2 days. Director Wang has scolded us several times, especially Wu Xian, who has borne the brunt of it. He even lamented how much better it would be if Brother Yuan were here." Su Yu chimed in, "That is why I say that when Brother Yuan left, the crew seemed to lose its essence." Ning Yuan replied, "That is an exaggeration. I do not possess such prowess." Su Ningxiu concluded, "Regardless, everyone misses you dearly. I can hardly wait to wrap up filming so we can dine together." Ning Yuan recalled the incident when the spirited girl had playfully collided with someone, but he dismissed it, thinking perhaps she was simply too engrossed in her role. "Well then, best of luck to you all. A prince must now partake in his meal." Ning Yuan captured the dishes he prepared for lunch and shared them in the group chat. There was steamed vermicelli with king crab, spicy king crab legs, scallion braised eel, sweet and sour ribs, and a dish of garlic vegetable hearts. This tantalized the two recipients. Su Ningxiu exclaimed, "Hee. Ning Yuan, that is excessive." Su Yu added, "Brother Yuan, I concur. You are quite extravagant while we are stuck with takeout. We've been eating it for over a month. We might just be sick of it." Ning Yuan replied. "Didn't Miss Su ask her assistant to order some private cuisine?" Su Yu countered, "Ningxiu is having the same takeout as us." Ning Yuan responded, "Oh, in that case, I wish you a pleasant meal with your takeout. I shall begin." Su Ningxiu cried out in dismay. "Ah." Su Yu remarked, "A ton of blows." Ignoring their banter, Ning Yuan called for Meng Nanyu to join him for a meal. Upon finishing her work and stepping out of the study, Meng Nanyu was astonished by the sight of the dishes Ning Yuan had made. "You did this, little Yuan?" she asked. Ning Yuan nodded. Meng Nanyu, feeling a pang of concern, said, "You've worked too hard. I'm not with you just to have you cook for me." Ning Yuan smiled. "However, cooking for my sister brings me great joy." This sentiment nearly made Meng Nanyu's eyes glimmer with emotion, prompting Ning Yuan to swiftly redirect, "Sister, let us eat." Had he not intervened in time, he would have ended up feeding Sister Meng first, and he wondered when they would get to enjoy their meal themselves. In Chapter 35, Liu Xuening dreamt of Ning Yuan's wedding, where she astonishingly found herself as the bride. After they had their fill, Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu settled onto the sofa, with Ning Yuan reclining and resting his head on Meng Nanyu's lap. A subtle fragrance emanated from her, which soothed Ning Yuan. She gently caressed his hair, evoking a warm sensation in her heart. Ning Yuan tilted his head, listening for any sounds from Meng Nanyu's stomach. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, "Little Yuan, what are you doing?" He replied, "We haven't taken precautions. I'm just checking if my sister is pregnant." She responded, "It's not that simple. It's merely a matter of luck." "Sister, do you wish to have her child?" Ning Yuan inquired seriously. Meng Nanyu blushed deeply, turning her face away. "Not wearing that means I want a child, doesn't it?" Ning Yuan sat up, holding her face. "Then I naturally desire a child. I want to ask you if you genuinely want children, not just because of my feelings." Meng Nanyu pecked him on the cheek. "I know, so I'll be clear with you." Ning Yuan chuckled. "Sister says having children isn't easy and depends on luck. It seems I haven't been diligent enough. Shall we put in more effort now?" Meng Nanyu huffed playfully, giving him a light punch. "Not during the day. Then we shall try harder at night. Is that it?" She retorted, feigning ignorance. Ning Yuan laughed heartily. Meng Nanyu nestled into his embrace, playfully striking him a few times. After a moment of contemplation, she asked little Yuan, "What are your thoughts on Xuening?" They had never broached this topic before, deliberately avoiding it to prevent any influence on their relationship stemming from Liu Xuening. Ning Yuan spoke without hesitation. "Sister, rest assured, I have divorced her and will not look back. I assure you." Meng Nanyu did not respond immediately. After much internal turmoil, she said, "In truth, Xuening has feelings for you. She simply may not know how to express them." Ning Yuan shook his head. "Sister, it no longer matters whether Liu Xuening has feelings for me. It's akin to her wielding a knife and fatally wounding my past self, whether intentional or not. My former self is dead. Similarly, her feelings are irrelevant. I have already been hurt, and I no longer harbor any feelings for her. There is no possibility of turning back." Concerned that his sister might suspect lingering feelings for Liu Xuening, Ning Yuan emphatically stated his resolve. However, Meng Nanyu was not worried about his potential return to her, but felt a twinge of guilt, as if she had taken Xiao Yuan away from her niece. What if, just what if, she realizes her deep love for you and seeks you out? Ning Yuan resolutely shook his head. "That is impossible. Late affection is as worthless as grass. It is like a winter fan or a summer cotton coat, just as her late love for me is superfluous." Meng Nanyu felt both moved by Ning Yuan's determination and a pang of sympathy for Liu Xuening. Having watched her grow up, she held deep feelings for her as well. There was another thought she dare not voice, fearing it might anger Ning Yuan. If Xuening clarified her feelings for him and wished to return, she would be willing to share Ning Yuan with her. Of course, if Xuening desired him exclusively, she would never permit that. She was already immensely satisfied to have Ning Yuan in her life. Naturally, if Xuening remained unaware of her own heart, or if Ning Yuan himself was unwilling, she would not press the matter further. After all, this outcome was more favorable for her. Ultimately, she could not bear to see Ning Yuan suffer. Fate has its way. It all depended on their destiny. Upon awakening, Liu Xuening found herself lying in a hospital bed. "Sister, you are awake. You truly frighten me." Liu Xuefu returned home over the weekend only to discover her sister collapsed in a pool of blood, fearing she had taken her own life. Terrified, Liu Xuefu felt her hands and feet grow cold. She rushed over to check for a pulse, sighing in relief when she found one. Upon feeling her forehead, she realized she had a fever. It appeared her sister had also sustained an injury, as her face bore dried blood. Liu Xuefu helped her sit up and called for an ambulance. She then fetched 2 towels, placing a cool one on her sister's forehead while using the other to clean the dry blood from her face. After cleaning, she noticed a scrape at her sister's temple. But fortunately, it had stopped bleeding and formed a scab. She helped Liu Xuening lie back down and offered her some water, though her eyes remained closed. Liu Xuening seemed to regain some awareness, her lips moving slightly. Liu Xuefu leaned closer and heard her sister mumbling, Ning Yuan, don't go." Liu Xuefu scoffed, "Silly sister, if you cared so much, why do you always act so cold towards him? Such a stubborn pride." However, Liu Xuefu pondered in her heart, "Humph, dear sister, while our bond is strong, matters of the heart must be distinct. I am resolute in capturing my brother-in-law's affection, and none shall intervene. After all, fate has granted you opportunities, yet you have squandered them." When the emergency physician and nurse arrived at the Liu family villa, the doctor was taken aback at the sight of Liu Xueqing lying down and her anxious sister, Liu Xuefu, beside her. Having treated thousands of patients, she had never encountered a pair of sisters so exquisitely beautiful. While both were lovely, they possessed unique charms. The elder sister on the bed had a graceful, statuesque figure, while the younger sister was more delicately stunning, her fair skin reminiscent of a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. Despite her astonishment, the doctor remained composed, directing the staff to transfer Liu Xueqing onto a stretcher and into the ambulance for transport to the hospital. After treatment, Liu Xueqing finally stirred from her slumber. "Ning Yuan," she cried out upon awakening. Liu Xuefu looked at her in surprise, yet Liu Xueqing remained oblivious, still ensnared in the reverie of a recent dream. She dreamt that Ning Yuan had wed another, and her heart ached as she pleaded with him not to abandon her. Alas, no matter how fervently she begged, It was in vain. Ning Yuan forcefully pushed her away, sending her tumbling to the ground. Struggling to her feet, she rushed to glimpse the bride's face. Yet, no matter which direction she ran, the bride remained obscured, concealed beneath a crimson veil. Ultimately, she lunged forward to unveil the bride, only to be knocked down by the guests. Fortunately, she finally discerned the bride's visage. It was Liu Xuening. Her face drained of color. She murmured in disbelief. "How can it be you?" Liu Xuening scoffed, turning to marry Ning Yuan. In despair, she screamed, "Ning Yuan? No!" And then she awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered her cheeks were wet with tears. The dream felt so vivid. Nevertheless, she quietly relieved herself, realizing it was merely a dream. The cool, intelligent, and discerning Liu Xuening could never harbor affection for any man, least of all Ning Yuan. She gently patted her heavy chest, finding some solace. Chapter 36. Liu Xuening. Have I always loved Ning Yuan? Liu Xuefu took a seat and inquired, "Sister, how do you feel?" Only then did Liu Xuening notice her sister's presence. "Xuefu, what has happened to me?" "Sister, you fell due to a fever and even injured your head," Liu Xuening replied. She touched her temple and winced, realizing why it hurt so much. "I didn't say anything while I was ill, did I, Xuefu?" She recalled having called out Ning Yuan's name. Liu Xuening, with her proud disposition, naturally wished to conceal from Xuefu that she had uttered Ning Yuan's name. "How embarrassing. Sister, when you were ill, you mentioned buying me a car, a Porsche. You even said if you didn't buy it, you'd be a dog." Liu Xuefu teased, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Liu Xuefu." Liu Xuening shot her an indignant glare. "Haha, sister, it's true. You speak such nonsense. However, I would mind buying it for you. But you must keep it low-key at school." Liu Xuefu beamed. "Thank you, sister. I promise I won't show off." Liu Xuening hesitantly asked, "Xuefu, did anyone come to visit me just now?" Liu Xuefu understood that Liu Xuening was inquiring whether Ning Yuan had come. "Sister, if you continue down this path, our brother-in-law will truly be lost. He hasn't arrived, nor has anyone informed him. I did not mention Ning Yuan. Haha, you're still so proud." Liu Xuefu ignored her. Considering the Porsche, Liu Xuefu decided to offer a single reminder. However, it can only be one. "Sister, I intended to notify our brother-in-law, but he has blocked me. Surely, you aren't contemplating divorce? I must tell you, our brother-in-law is quite handsome, and many girls admire him, so you should be cautious." "He blocked you too? Ahem, what do children understand about divorce? Such a thing doesn't exist." Liu Xuening felt a sharp pang in her heart. "Sister, I have seen the divorce certificate." "Ah, you have seen it? Very well, I did have a quarrel with him." "Sister, it feels like it's more than just a quarrel, doesn't it? It seems our brother-in-law has been gone for over a month now, and there are many temptresses out there." Liu Xuefu, with her side bun, long bangs, and cartoonish glasses, wore a white blouse with straps on top and a skirt below. Sitting on a stool, revealing her long, pale, delicate legs, gently swaying in her Mary Jane shoes and white socks. She was indeed like a little enchantress. Liu Xuefu's statement contained a flaw, as she inadvertently revealed that she was aware Ning Yuan had departed for a month. Liu Xuening, however, did not notice that her illness had not drawn Ning Yuan to her side, leaving her heart exceedingly despondent. In the past, whenever she felt slightly unwell, Ning Yuan would be incredibly anxious, his eyes filled with concern. The recollection of those moments deepened Liu Xuening's heartache. This anguish was not merely physical, but something far more tormenting. It was a sensation that rendered everything devoid of meaning, as if something constantly hung in the balance, making one restless. When one is unwell, they are more vulnerable. She reflected on how, during Ning Yuan's injuries, he must have longed for her presence. Was this one of the reasons he stated he left out of disappointment? Through this illness, Liu Xuening finally discerned her true feelings. She loved Ning Yuan, for even in the moment just before her unconsciousness, her thoughts were solely of him. The thought of losing Ning Yuan forever made her heart ache to the point of despair. "I must clarify my feelings with Ning Yuan. I cannot succumb to that alluring temptress, Xiao Rulin." However, after much contemplation, she felt the situation was not as dire. Ning Yuan did not visit because he was unaware of her condition. If he knew, he would undoubtedly be worried. He could not have simply ceased to love her. He was likely still upset, as he had claimed to be profoundly disappointed. If I sincerely apologize and confess my love for him, acknowledging my past negligence in caring for him, he will surely return. What does that old woman, Xiao Rulin, have to offer? She is neither younger nor more beautiful than I, and her company cannot compete with mine. Surely, only Xiao Rulin lurks around Ning Yuan now. Liu Xuening was unafraid of Xiao Rulin. She could defeat her in business and in love. With this thought, she felt an impatient eagerness rising within her. Xuefu, please inform the nurse that I wish to be discharged from the hospital. I no longer wish to stay. Liu Xuefu furrowed her brows. Sister, are you certain? You cannot fathom how terrifying it was to see you in a coma. I was genuinely afraid of losing you. Liu Xuening shot her a glare and lightly tapped her mouth. How could you speak so? What do you mean by losing someone? Such childish nonsense should not be taken seriously. She still desires to be blissfully together with Ning Yuan. Now go, arrange for my discharge. Once Liu Xuefu completed the discharge formalities, Liu Xuening, disregarding her lingering fatigue, was eager to find Ning Yuan. However, she quickly found herself at a loss. How was she to locate Ning Yuan? She had no idea where he resided. When she attempted to call him using a new number, he hung up immediately. What should she do? Oh, he was with Xiao Rulin. It appeared he was at her company. The thought of him being at her arch-rival, Xiao Rulin's company, made Liu Xuening seethe with frustration. Ning Yuan had been entangled with Meng Nanyu for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, he began working at the company. Upon arriving at Starlight Entertainment, Ning Yuan encountered Xiao Rulin. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, her enchanting visage flushed slightly. The boss had unexpectedly stolen a kiss from a subordinate, leaving a rather awkward aftermath. Yet, despite the embarrassment, Xiao Rulin harbored no regrets. For the past 2 nights, she had been restless, her thoughts lingering on that kiss. At the company, Ning Yuan typically addressed Xiao Rulin as General Manager Xiao, only using Sister Rulin in private. Good morning, General Manager Xiao. Ning Yuan, you've arrived to work so soon? While you are still free of many film contracts, endorsements, and events, you should take a few days to rest. Once you regain your popularity, there will be no time for such leisure. Ning Yuan replied with a smile, no need. The thought of the company needing me distracts me from leisure. My mind is solely focused on work. Haha, if this were ancient times, you would surely be a sycophant. And if this were ancient times, General Manager Xiao would undoubtedly be dodgy. The first time someone had likened her to dodgy, Xiao Rulin's lips curled into a smile. Such flattery. Suddenly feeling playful, Ning Yuan took a step closer and whispered, how does sister know? Startled by his sudden proximity, Xiao Rulin blushed, twisting her waist, and fled in a flurry. Ning Yuan chuckled as he entered the office, and, just as he settled down, a message arrived on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Ling Xin. Ning Yuan, have you finished filming? How about dinner together tonight? Chapter 37. Liu Xuening. Xuefu is too innocent and lacks cunning. Ning Yuan replied, yes, sounds good. Then I'll see you tonight. Ning Yuan. See you tonight. Liu Xuefu also sent her a message. The first thing that caught his eye was a photograph of a pair of delicate little feet resembling sheep-fat white jade. The 10 toes were adorably exquisite, akin to fine, creamy jade. Ning Yuan's breath caught momentarily. He had a foot fetish. Liu Xuefu's long, fair legs and dainty feet stirred something within him. However, this was his sister-in-law. He must not entertain any improper thoughts. Liu Xuefu, brother Ning Yuan, I hurt my knee. It hurts so much. Ning Yuan took a careful look at her beautiful leg and finally spotted a tiny red mark on her left knee. Does it not seem as though you pinched it yourself? Additionally, why does Xuefu refer to me as brother Ning Yuan? It feels rather strange. Haven't you always call me brother-in-law? Is everything all right with Ning Yuan? Why the sudden change? Brother Ning Yuan, Xuefu said, you and my sister are divorced, so I can no longer call you brother-in-law, and must simply call you brother Ning Yuan instead. Is that acceptable? All right then, brother Ning Yuan, came the reply. Brother Ning Yuan is the best. Xuefu exclaimed. Recently, my roommates have been raving about the roller coasters and swinging pendulum rides at the Jinghai Heartbeat Amusement Park, yet I have never been. My sister is far too busy to pay attention to me. Brother Ning Yuan, could you accompany me? I asked. You could always take your friends along. Ning Yuan suggested. But Xuefu's friends have all been there, and without anyone to protect me, I would be frightened. Please, brother Ning Yuan. Fine. We can go together when I have some free time this weekend, he agreed. Oh my goodness. Brother Ning Yuan, you're amazing. I'm overjoyed, Ning Yuan replied. Let me finish my work first. Good luck, brother. Goodbye. Xuefu cheered. Ning Yuan shook his head, bemused by the little girl. Meanwhile, Xuefu, thrilled by Ning Yuan's agreement, jumped up in excitement. Bang! She exclaimed, wincing as she clutched her head and inhaled sharply. The driver, Ning Ying, caught a glimpse of her in the rearview mirror and remarked, Xuefu, what are you doing? Don't damage my car roof. Rubbing the bump on her head, Xuefu forced a laugh, saying, I'm fine. Suddenly recalling that her sister had bought her a car, she felt an overwhelming joy that made her want to leap again. However, thinking about her first solo date with brother Ning Yuan, she felt elated, her headache forgotten. What should I wear? Should I go for the dual ponytails paired with the cunning outfit designed to attract boys? I'll just find an excuse later to say I'm tired and ask brother Ning Yuan to massage my little feet in those lovely white stockings. A perfect plan. Ning Ying observed her sister's silly grin with a mix of amusement and concern. Oh no, such a naive and simple-minded sister. She might easily be deceived by boys. I must find time to educate her. After responding to his messages, Ning Yuan was approached by Yang Dong, accompanied by his sidekick, Ji Xiaojun. Ning Yuan, thank you for your hard work. Congratulations on wrapping up your new drama. Ning Yuan smiled in gratitude. Yang Dong handed him a movie script. This is for your upcoming film, Rage. This movie aligns with current trends, focusing on juvenile delinquency. You will portray the father, Zhang Weiguo, who seeks vengeance after his daughter is bullied to death. In recent years, several films addressing school bullying have emerged, and Ning Yuan had seen a number of commendable ones. However, Rage stands apart. It is, in a strict sense, a thriller and mystery. Initially, it does not disclose that the three teenagers bullied a classmate to death. Rather, it unfolds through the terrifying narratives of these three youths. Gradually, it reveals their prior bullying of over a dozen classmates, leading to severe consequences. Behind these horrific events lie three enraged parents. Naturally, these parents have their differences, but the character portrayed by Ning Yuan is the most ruthless and advocates for an eye for an eye. Another parent believes that they should not be allowed to die too swiftly, but rather endure a lifetime of suffering. Meanwhile, another parent seeks to gather evidence to bring justice against them. When Ning Yuan perused the cast list, his gaze sharpened slightly upon encountering the name Mu Qingma, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He had thought their paths would never cross again, yet fate, it seems, had other plans. Ning Yuan recalled the other party's malevolent actions, which ignited a simmering rage within him. He reined in his thoughts and resumed his reading of the script. He retrieved his notebook and began to craft a character profile for Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, age 35, is an air conditioning repairman, taciturn and reticent, yet deeply affectionate towards his daughter Zhang Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, his inability to articulate this love led to sparse communication between them. Even upon learning of the bullying his daughter endured, he remained unaware. It was only after Zhang Xiaoyu's tragic leap that he discovered the harrowing truths inscribed in her notebook, detailing the torment she faced, beatings, humiliation, and the taking of nude photographs. This revelation incited a profound fury within him, a desperate desire to exact vengeance upon the three tormentors, 2 males and 1 female. As Ning Yuan delved into Zhang Wei's psyche, he identified several key aspects. First, a sense of inadequacy stemming from his inability to provide a better life for his daughter. Second, an overwhelming surge of hatred following her death, accompanied by a gnawing guilt. And third, an undercurrent of self-loathing and tendencies towards self-destruction, subtly woven into the narrative. Upon completing the character profile, Ning Yuan began to envision how to portray the pivotal moments of Zhang Wei's journey. The critical junctures included his silent, clumsy love for his daughter at the outset, his grief and fury upon learning of her bullying and eventual demise, and finally, the bittersweet solace he finds in vengeance juxtaposed with the despair of facing a solitary existence after losing her. Moreover, it is worth noting that Ning Yuan possesses striking good looks and is a decade younger than Zhang Wei. Fortunately, in the year 2030, advancements in makeup technology make it feasible to transform Ning Yuan into a weathered middle-aged man with relative ease. Engrossed in his work, Ning Yuan spent the entire day on this endeavor, even foregoing lunch with Xiao Ruolin, who had invited him to a lavish meal. By the time the afternoon rolled around, he informed Meng Nanyu that he would be dining out with friends and would return later. She responded with an acknowledgement, assuring him she would await his return. Ling Xian had already sent him the address of a renowned private restaurant in elite circles, the Pan Tao Hui. Upon arriving at the Pan Tao Hui, Ning Yuan spotted Ling Xian standing at the entrance. Her hair was elegantly styled, and she donned smoke-gray glasses, clad in a new-style purple qipao that accentuated her alluring curves. Her feet were adorned with black high heels featuring red soles. "It has been a while, Ning Yuan," she greeted him, exuding an air of intellectual beauty, her high-cold demeanor lending her an almost regal presence. Ning Yuan was well aware that many were captivated by the allure of an exquisite female professor, especially one with gold-rimmed glasses, a fitted skirt, and clad in black stockings, wielding a teaching baton. It is likely that many would exclaim, "Mother, tread lightly on me." Ning Yuan greeted Ling Xian, remarking on how long it had been since they last met. In truth, their acquaintance was minimal. This was their first encounter in solitude. Ning Yuan speculated that Ling Xian might be inclined to persuade him to reconcile with Liu Xuening. Otherwise, what purpose could her visit serve? Ling Xian gazed intently at Ning Yuan, her exquisite visage adorned with a smile, her crimson lips parting as she said, "Ning Yuan, you have slimmed down, yet you appear even more handsome." Ning Yuan replied with a smile, "Thank you." Ling Xian, you remain as stunning as ever. Ling Xian gestured invitingly. "Please, let us enter. We can dine and converse simultaneously." The two settled in the flower and fruit mountain room, which, though not expansive, was elegantly decorated, making it quite suitable for a meal shared by two. After placing their orders, Ling Xian inquired, "Ning Yuan, how have you been in the film crew? Are you still adjusting?" Ning Yuan responded candidly, "Not too bad. Initially, it took some time to find my rhythm in acting. However, I have been reading extensively on performance over the past few years and have gained some insights, so adapting has been manageable." He continued, "You are impressive, Ling Xian, becoming an associate professor at such a young age." Ling Xian sighed. "The pressure of being an associate professor is immense. There's the burden of research, project applications, and publishing papers, which is quite overwhelming. Fortunately, I do not face too much teaching pressure. Otherwise, it would be even more daunting." Ning Yuan chuckled. "Ling Xian, netizens say you are a breath of fresh air in the academic world. You must be quite popular among your students." Lang xin zipli, so mewat haupa. Being too popular is not necessarily a good thing. Today's students are far bolder than we were. I have received numerous letters from students confessing their long-standing crushes on me. "Haha, is that so? These male students are indeed audacious," Ning Yuan remarked. "Not just the male students, there are female students as well," Ling Xian added. Ning Yuan was taken aback. "Really? A female classmate confessed her crush on you?" Ling Xian, "You enchant both men and women. That is why I say they are more formidable than we were," she replied. As their conversation unfolded, the initial distance between them dissipated. Ling Xian's beautiful eyes glimmered with an unusual hue as she asked, "Ning Yuan, has Xuening reached out to you?" Ning Yuan shook his head. "No, I have blocked her." After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xian spoke softly. "In truth, Xuening likely harbors feelings for you." Ning Yuan's "Kase momentarily drifted," and he replied coolly, "Perhaps. But 5 years have passed. What does it matter now? It is no longer significant. To put it bluntly, the child has starved, and her coming to nurse serves no purpose." Ling Xian chuckled lightly, her laughter akin to ice melting, breathtakingly beautiful. She quickly covered her mouth. "Forgive me. I shouldn't laugh, but I couldn't help it. I understand your sentiments, alas." Ling Xian did not wish to speak ill of her friend, Liu Xuening, adding, "Perhaps you are fated to be apart." Ning Yuan, in a casual tone, asked, "Ling Xian, are you here to advocate for a reconciliation?" She waved her hand. "You are no longer children. What is there to advise? I genuinely hope that both of you find happiness." Unable to restrain his curiosity, Ning Yuan asked, "We have spoken of my matters. What about you? Is there someone you fancy?" Ling Xian's cheeks suddenly flushed with the colors of dusk. "I see all beings as mere grass and wood, yet only you appear as a verdant mountain. My heart delights in you, yet you remain unaware." Ning Yuan was taken aback to witness the typically composed and reserved Ling Xian blush. In that fleeting moment, she resembled a lotus blossom unfurling, an exquisite sight to behold. Ning Yuan found himself utterly captivated. The more he gazed at her, the deeper her blush became. After a brief silence, Ling Xian softly uttered, "Perhaps." Ning Yuan chuckled, bemused by her vague response. Something either exists or it does not. Ling Xian chose not to elaborate, instead summoning the waiter to uncork a bottle of CH La Fight. After the waiter poured their drinks and offered a courteous bow, he exited the room. The two clinked their glasses, and after savoring a sip, Ling Xian quietly affirmed, "Yes, but it must remain a secret." Ning Yuan refrained from pressing further, as to do so would be impolite. The red wine from CH La Fight was rich and full-bodied, leaving a lingering aftertaste. They found themselves indulging in several more glasses, and before long, the bottle was emptied. Ling Xian ordered another. At this point, her complexion was akin to that of a peach blossom, her cheeks flushed. Ning Yuan intervened, urging her to cease drinking. Yet, Ling Xian's eyes sparkled as she smiled at him, sending a shiver down his spine. "Ling Xian, please stop. You're intoxicated." He was genuinely surprised by her low tolerance for alcohol. Ling Xian could barely maintain her balance, her graceful form seeming on the verge of slipping from her chair. "Ning Yuan, I'm not drunk. Were you not inquiring about whom I favor? I shall tell you." Ning Yuan quickly moved to steady her, preventing her from falling. "Let us return and rest. You can share it with me another day." However, Ling Xian suddenly sat upright, grasping his face with her hands. "No, I must say it now." Their faces were mere inches apart, and she could feel his breath, her fingers warming against his cheek. His slightly parted lips were tantalizingly close, leaving her parched. Her cheeks deepened in color, and her lashes began to flutter. Ning Yuan, unable to resist her fervor, gently coaxed, "All right, speak." "I like you," she confessed, a hint of shyness betraying her inebriation. "What?" Ning Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Ling Xian likes me? Surely not." "You, help me up," she urged. Still reeling from shock, he assisted her to her feet. Ling Xian strained to stand straight, her tall figure accentuated by the alluring neckline of her qipao. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently upon Ning Yuan, who felt an overwhelming sense of her assertiveness. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ling Xian pushed him against the wall. As he opened his mouth to speak, she unexpectedly tilted his chin upwards. Ning Yuan felt the coolness of her fingers. She then tugged at his collar, compelling him to lean down. Her soft lips met his, parting his teeth with an insistent kiss. Although her lips trembled, her resolve was unwavering. Ning Yuan grasped her shoulders, attempting to disengage, but she wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. Were it not for her tight embrace, she would have faltered, her body growing weaker, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Ning Yuan could not forcefully push her away, fearing she might fall. It was only when she struggled to catch her breath that he released her, yet she stealthily licked his Adam's apple, causing him to shudder. Truly, she was an alluring professor, intoxicating beyond measure. Before Ning Yuan could react, Ling Xian collapsed against his shoulder, succumbing to slumber. Ning Yuan, holding her in his embrace, was utterly speechless. He could hardly fathom that he had been ambushed and kissed by the professor tonight. Chapter 39. The Queen of the Entertainment Industry. Mu Qingma makes her entrance. Ning Yuan was left with no choice but to carry her horizontally. Ling Xian was tall and slender, standing at 172 centimeters, but fortunately, Ning Yuan was 186 centimeters. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to hold her. Unbeknownst to him, as Ling Xian lay in his arms, her eyelashes fluttered gently, and her chest rose and fell rhythmically. The arm he had draped across her thigh felt scalding, as if she had been branded by a hot iron, causing her to squirm restlessly. Ning Yuan was at a loss. Having been ambushed tonight was one thing, But now, even in her drunken state, she was still fidgeting. Had he not held her tightly, Ling Xian would have surely tumbled to the ground. Her movements were quite distressing for him as well. After all, he was a normal man. Ning Yuan gave her a gentle pat, prompting a soft hum from Ling Xian, and she ceased her writhing. He carried her down the stairs, called for a cab, and held her as he placed her inside the vehicle, escorting her to the entrance of her apartment complex. Ning Yuan had previously visited Ling Xian's quaint villa with Liu Xuening, so he was familiar with the residence. However, after carrying her for so long, his arms felt weary. He set her down briefly, only to lift her onto his back again, supporting her with his hands to prevent her from slipping. Strangely, Ning Yuan sensed that Ling Xian's body was growing increasingly warm, causing him to break a slight sweat on his back. Ling Xian perched upon his back, opened her eyes, and bit her lip. The touch of his hand upon her was electric, sending waves of warmth through her body, making her feel weak and breathless. She had intended to prop herself up to relieve the pressure on her chest, yet after feigning sleep, it felt awkward to awaken abruptly. She had pretended to be asleep to avoid embarrassment. Waking up now would only heighten the awkwardness. So, she resigned herself to the closeness, pretending to be oblivious. Surely, Ning Yuan could feel it too? Indeed, Ning Yuan was acutely aware of the weight pressing against his back, his breaths becoming more hurried. He carried Ling Xian to the door, held her hand, and guided her fingers to the fingerprint lock, unlocking it. He then gently deposited her onto the bed. Exhaling a long sigh, Ling Xian felt heavy in his arms. After carrying her all this way, he too was slightly out of breath. He touched her forehead, relieved to find that she was not feverish. Therefore, he tucked her in, removed her glasses, poured a glass of water, and placed it on the bedside table before stepping out and closing the door behind him. The room fell into silence, yet Ling Xian's heartbeat thundered like a drum, rapid and intense. She opened her eyes and put her glasses back on. Her already flushed face, tinged with drunkenness, glowed a deeper red, accentuating her stunning beauty. Especially with the golden-rimmed glasses perched upon her nose, her aloof expression combined with her rosy cheeks created a captivating allure that was simply enchanting. Moments ago, Ling Xian felt Ning Yuan gently covering her with a blanket and placing a cup of warm water beside her before he departed. An inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over her, yet it was overshadowed by a profound gratitude for his attentiveness and tender consideration. As she rested against his back, listening to the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat and feeling the strength of his hands upon her, Ling Xian still sensed a lingering warmth and tingling on her cheeks. Closing her brilliant eyes, she let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, after exiting the community, Ning Yuan exhaled deeply, a weight lifted from his shoulders. Ling Xian had surprised him more times than he could count that evening. Typically, she exuded an air of intellect and aloofness, appearing unattainable and difficult to engage. Yet, to his astonishment, they shared a remarkable rapport. He never expected her to express her affection for him, nor to initiate a daring kiss. However, her lack of finesse in kissing left him slightly pained, as if she were clumsily nibbling at his lips. Yet, Ning Yuan found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Sister Yu Wu, Meng Nanyu, had long harbored feelings for him, and now it seemed that his boss, the enchanting Xiao Rulin, had also taken an interest in her male subordinate. Even the typically frigid Ling Xian had succumbed to this contagion of affection, boldly declaring her fondness and kissing him without hesitation. Shaking his head, Ning Yuan decided to put such thoughts aside for the moment. Upon returning home, he found Meng Nanyu already asleep in bed. After taking a shower, he joined her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. She murmured softly and turned, nestling against his chest, continuing her slumber. The following day, Ning Yuan returned to the office to review the script, preparing diligently for the upcoming film shoot. In the WeChat group for the Fishy Squad, Sun Yinxiu inquired, "Ning Yuan, I heard you're preparing to shoot a movie. How did you know?" He replied, realizing that, as the darling of trendy culture, it was hardly surprising she was aware. "I have a friend in the Rage film crew who mentioned seeing your name," Sun Yinxiu explained. "What's your friend's name?" Ning Yuan asked. "She asked the lead actress, Mu Qingma. You know her, right? She's a wonderful and exceptionally gentle person. Perhaps you two could become friends." Sun Yinxiu and Mu Qingma's friendship blossomed from their shared interests and a mutual principle of avoiding intimate scenes, such as kissing or embracing. With Sun Yinxiu's substantial backing, she could selectively choose her roles, while Mu Qingma, with her aunt being a renowned director, also enjoyed similar liberties. Yet, a thought struck Sun Yinxiu. If Mu Qingma spent more time with Ning Yuan, might she develop feelings for him? Startled, she quickly reassured herself that Mu Qingma was typically indifferent toward men. As long as he didn't provoke her, everything would be fine. Ning Yuan tuklet softly, Mu Qingma gentle. That fierce tigress is anything but. Of course, we will coexist harmoniously, he affirmed, as he continued to delve into the life of the character Zhang Wei. The next day, Ji Xiaojun drove Ning Yuan to the set. This production was relatively large, helmed by the renowned director Su Kuan, a young filmmaker shrouded in controversy. However, his commercial acumen and sharp insight into the market were undeniably exceptional. The production team is relatively large, and the shooting schedule is quite tight. Situated far from the city center, thus an assistant is required to escort him. Upon arriving, Ning Yuan instructed Ji Xiaojun to return on her own. Brother Yuan, Teacher Yang has asked me to stay and take care of your daily needs, while also assisting in organizing your itinerary, Ji Xiaojun said hesitantly. After contemplating, Ning Yuan decided against any pretense. It made sense, given the urgency of the filming task. Having to manage his clothing and meals would indeed be cumbersome. At this moment, a Maserati came to a halt beside him, and from the back seat emerged a woman of breathtaking beauty. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes mirrored autumn waters. With a high nose and lips as crimson as a blooming rose, exuding an allure that was nearly intoxicating. She donned a red spaghetti strap gown, complemented by a black blazer. Her impressive figure accentuated the neckline of the dress, revealing a glimpse of a deep valley and a hint of purple lace. Her expression was as frigid as ice, emanating an aura that deterred any approach. She was none other than Mu Qingma, lauded as the most beautiful woman in the entertainment industry and its reigning queen. Standing at 176 centimeters, her height was further accentuated by her high heels and with her naturally striking physique. She carried an inherent pressure that made direct gazes a daunting task. However, Ning Yuan regarded her with a cold stare. She noticed him too. Her icy demeanor thickened, nearly solidifying the air around them. Approaching him with the click of her heels, Mu Qingma's voice was frigid as she remarked, "Isn't this Ning Yuan? What's the matter? Abandoned by a wealthy woman and returned in a pitiful state?" Chapter 40. Enemies collide. Ning Yuan returned her gaze with indifference. "You're mistaken. The calendar advises me against venturing out today due to potential conflicts. Yet here you are, a testament to its truth." Hearing the term manly woman ignited Mu Qingma's fury. "I possess both figure and allure. How could I resemble a manly woman? Are your eyes deceiving you?" With gritted teeth, she scoffed, "You, of all people, are the greatest disaster I have encountered. Besides, my circumstances are not for you to judge. Perhaps you should focus on bettering yourself. Your demeanor is quite unsavory." Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her outrage. "Am I really considered unsavory? I'm a handsome man." They were college classmates, and during their freshman year, when Mu Qingma, with her ethereal beauty, introduced herself, Ning Yuan couldn't help but think she was celestial. Mu Qingma, too, stole glances at him, captivated by his striking handsomeness. Their first meeting was a fleeting glimpse of wonder amidst tranquil times. Ultimately, both Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma proved to be prodigious talents in acting, dominating the performing arts department. Ning Yuan consistently topped the class, overshadowing Mu Qingma. This left her feeling indignant, and despite her repeated challenges to compete with him, she could never surpass him. The fiercely competitive Mu Qingma, brought to tears, found herself frustrated. When Ning Yuan allowed her a single victory, she was infuriated, interpreting his generosity as an insult. From that moment on, Mu Qingma kept a watchful eye on Ning Yuan, reporting his late arrivals and inattentiveness in class to their homeroom teacher. Yet, these were trivial matters. In college, who truly cared about such things? The homeroom teacher preferred to turn a blind eye, as both students possessed remarkable talents and thus received special attention from faculty. However, Mu Qingma's relentless desire to emerge victorious proved to be burdensome for Ning Yuan, who found himself summoned by the teacher for discussions far too frequently, much to his annoyance. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and confronted Mu Qingma on a secluded path. The golden boy and girl stood face to face. Mu Qingma, could you possibly refrain from being so bothersome? You seem to be watching me incessantly. If you have a crush on me, just admit it. Mu Qingma, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in indignation. Me? Have a crush on you? What a joke. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Then why do you follow me around like a lovesick fool? I advise you to stop appearing before me, trying to capture my attention. Ning Yuan's words were not born from narcissism, but rather a deliberate provocation. After all, having someone constantly scrutinizing one's every move could be quite vexing, couldn't it? You are the lovesick fool. Your entire family is a bunch of lovesick fools. Mu Qingma retorted, her irritation palpable. Unable to win in performance class, you resort to such petty tricks to gain my attention. Indeed, you are quite the lovesick fool. Mu Qingma, enraged, Mu Qingma rushed forward and delivered a swift kick to Ning Yuan. He was equally incensed. You start all the trouble, and then you kick me? Moreover, her kick was particularly swift, and Ning Yuan found himself unable to evade it. Coming from a family of martial artists, Mu Qingma was skilled in combat. Ning Yuan, however, was no pushover, and soon they were engaged in a fierce tussle. The crux of the matter was that Mu Qingma fought fiercely, employing various techniques with cunning precision. Ning Yuan, unfortunately, found himself struck in a sensitive area, causing him to wince in pain. With a radiant smile, Mu Qingma taunted, "Let us see if you dare to provoke me again." Yet, in a sudden burst of determination, Ning Yuan overpowered her, pinning her down. Although Mu Qingma had some martial arts training, she was no match for Ning Yuan's strength and could not break free from his grasp. With a swift motion, Ning Yuan struck her in a sensitive spot, causing her to bite her lip in pain, her eyes glistening with tears. She struggled fiercely, but Ning Yuan found it increasingly difficult to hold her down. "You wretched creature! You pervert!" she shouted, hurling insults at him. With both hands occupied, Ning Yuan could not cover her mouth, leaving him vulnerable to her verbal onslaught. In a moment of reckless resolve, he leaned in and kissed her. The softness of her lips and the warmth of her breath took him by surprise. Mu Qingma's eyes widened, her face flushed, but she quickly retaliated by biting down on his lip. Fortunately, she did not apply too much pressure, but it was enough to cause him discomfort. "Let go," he mumbled, his words indistinct. Amidst tears, Mu Qingma replied, "I'll bite you, you pervert." Oh no, her first kiss was lost. It was only when their classmates arrived that the two were separated. Mu Qingma glared fiercely at Ning Yuan, who defiantly glowered back. Their peers stifled their laughter, fearing the wrath of the two academic overachievers. But the effort to contain their amusement was almost unbearable, causing them physical discomfort. In the aftermath, both were summoned to the homeroom teacher's office for a stern reprimand. Are you both simply bored? At 18 years old, you should not be behaving like children. And fighting as well. Do you not find this utterly embarrassing? The two exchanged glances before turning away in a huff. The head teacher, equally furious, berated them for half an hour, ultimately commanding them to apologize to one another and shake hands. Yet, they remained motionless. The teacher's ire reignited, declaring, "So you choose not to heed my words. Now, each of you will write a 5,000-word reflection and present it at the class meeting." Consequently, rather than mending their relationship, their animosity deepened. Ning Yuan went to the hospital to receive stitches on his lower lip, while Mu Qingma, suffering from swollen cheeks, experienced pain even while navigating the stairs. Spending 2 days confined to her bed. Fortunately, they ceased physical confrontations and resorted to verbal sparring instead. Ning Yuan would mock her as a manly woman, while Mu Qingma would retaliate by calling him a pervert. In time, Ning Yuan made a name for himself in film, got married, and withdrew from the industry. Meanwhile, Mu Qingma, through her remarkable talent, flourished in the entertainment world, ultimately winning the Golden Rooster Award for Best Actress and earning the title of Queen of the entertainment industry. Years have now passed without an encounter between the two, yet upon their sudden meeting, the tension was palpable. "You call me lewd? You the infatuated one? Or the truly lewd one?" Mu Qingma huffed, her cheeks puffed and teeth clenched. That irritating Ning Yuan had not changed one bit. As she moved her long, fair legs, she contemplated stepping on his foot with her high heel. Both assistants, Ji Xiaoju and Liu Xuening, were taken aback by the unfolding drama. They exchanged silent glances, opting for discretion. After all, it was hardly appropriate for the assistants to engage in a verbal spat. The rumors circulating online had proven to be true. Initially, when Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma debuted, they were hailed as a golden couple, and their status as classmates quickly garnered them a small fan base. However, revelations from their classmates about their rivalry and past brawls in university only served to amplify their following. To everyone's surprise, rather than diminish, their fan base grew until Ning Yuan's withdrawal from the industry led to its eventual quietus. As Mu Qingma approached Ning Yuan, her heels clicking sharply against the floor, she exuded a cold demeanor. Ning Yuan, noticing her approach, wore a discontented expression. Liu Xuening hastily grasped Mu Qingma's arm, warning, "Sister Mo, please don't act impulsively. There are so many people from the crew watching." Given her sisterly nature, she genuinely feared a resurgence of hostilities between them. Ning Yuan, too, wished to avoid any further entanglement, taunting, "Now is your chance, manly woman. Haven't you always wanted to outshine me? Let us see who falters when the cameras roll." Mu Qingma fell into contemplation, recognizing the merit in his challenge. Ning Yuan scoffed, "Why the silence? Are you afraid?" Mu Qingma narrowed her eyes, a glint of danger flashing within them. She had no intention of fearing this insufferable pervert. While he had been indulging in the affections of wealthy women, she had been diligently honing her skills. Soon, she would show him the true meaning of disparity. Her expression radiated confidence, as she had rigorously worked on her craft over the years, determined to make Ning Yuan concede before her. Nonetheless, memories of their past kiss would often ignite a simmering fury within her. "I cherish my first kiss, only to have it snatched away by this pervert. How infuriating!" Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile inwardly. The competitive Mu Qingma had indeed fallen into the trap. Thus, she resolved to employ her acting skills to thoroughly defeat her, making it clear that Mu Qingma's score of 98 was merely a reflection of her true capabilities, while her own perfect score of 100 was simply due to the limited grading scale. Of course, Ning Yuan would not underestimate her opponent. She would give her utmost effort, as Mu Qingma must have made progress over the years. After defeating her, Mu Qingma would no longer fixate on her. At that moment, Director Su Kuan, accompanied by Assistant Director Nie Feng and a host of crew members, strode over with great enthusiasm. Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma simultaneously called out, "Hello, Director Su, Director Nie." Upon seeing Ning Yuan speak at the same time as her, Mu Qingma shot her a disdainful glance. Su Kuan, a man of considerable charm, smiled upon seeing Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma engaged in conversation, remarking, "Qingma, Ning Yuan, it brings me great joy to see you two getting along so well. This bodes well for our filming." Getting along? Ji Xiaojun and Liu Xuening exchanged incredulous glances. Just moments ago, these two had been poised for a confrontation, the atmosphere thick with tension. As Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma's gazes met, sparks seemed to fly. Su Kuan, ever astute, recognized the undeniable friction between them, confirming the online rumors of their discord. However, he remained unfazed, even somewhat exhilarated. For him, the essence of filmmaking lay in passion. A harmonious atmosphere devoid of the clash of performances was akin to rubbish. Competition breeds progress. The script reading commenced, beginning with mutual introductions. The most prominent figure present was Mu Qingma, who portrayed the female police officer Su Ran. She introduced herself succinctly, "Hello, I am Mu Qingma," before taking her seat, offering no further elaboration. Yet, everyone was well aware of her frosty demeanor. She was the epitome of the Ice Queen and not one to engage in pleasantries. Given her status, even a mere nod from her warranted applause, which echoed through the room. Ning Yuan sighed, clapping her hands lightly. Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma were seated together as arranged by the director. Mu Qingma cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yuan, her elegantly sculpted chin slightly raised, as if to imply, "So, what do you think? With my stature, you, Ning Yuan, ought to applaud me obediently." Ning Yuan chose to ignore her. Next came Ning Yuan's introduction. Tall and handsome, his beaming smile was like a breath of spring. Director Su, Director Nya, esteemed seniors and teachers, I am Ning Yuan. It is an honor to join this team. I hope to gain your guidance throughout the filming and reading process. And I shall strive to present my best self and portray my character to the utmost. Ning Yuan's humble introduction garnered enthusiastic applause. Muchima huffed softly, what a sycophant. Observing the admiration in the eyes of the others directed at Ning Yuan, she felt a surge of displeasure, silently lamenting. Alas, yet another group deceived by the facade of that perverse Ning Yuan. He is, in fact, quite vile and malevolent. I fear that only I can see through his facade. Next, we shall introduce the other two parents and four young individuals. Hu Pei'er, who portrays Zhang Guowei's daughter, Zhang Xiaoyu, is a child star and presents herself with remarkable poise. The three bullies, on the other hand, appear rather shy, feeling a bit awkward while introducing themselves. Following this, each person shares their interpretation of the script. Ning Yuan's narration of his understanding of the script garners thunderous applause, even earning the admiration of Mu Qingma. Ning Yuan's diligence is unparalleled. He meticulously crafted character biographies that span thousands of words, leaving all in awe. However, Mu Qingma muses inwardly. No matter how diligent you are, it cannot hide the fact that you are a pervert. The next phase involves a reading session, where everyone comes together to read the script. This stage remains relatively relaxed, primarily aimed at enhancing everyone's comprehension of the material. After the reading concludes, during the performance practice, Mu Qingma takes the initiative. She approaches Ning Yuan and playfully declares, Ning Yuan, I wish to perform a scene with you, specifically the third scene of the 600th act. Everyone turns to her in astonishment. Ning Yuan casts a penetrating glance at her and nods. The two make their way to a quieter part of the garden, free from interruptions. Mu Qingma, with her enviable figure, strides ahead in her high heels, her long, fair legs subtly visible beneath her skirt. Above, her voluptuous curves and delicate waist draw attention. Noticing Ning Yuan's gaze, she narrows her beautiful eyes, warning, if you keep looking, I shall have to gouge your eyes out. Ning Yuan retorts with a cold smirk. How would you know I'm looking if you don't glance at me? And by the way, are you not a tad too self-absorbed, tomboy? You're as fierce as a she-tiger, and I have no interest in you whatsoever. Fuming, Mu Qingma grits her teeth, contemplating how to retaliate. This infuriating Ning Yuan is insufferable. She suppresses her anger and pulls out the script. When the time comes for their scene, should Ning Yuan falter, I shall thoroughly mock him. For now, I shall bide my time. Ning Yuan snatches her script and tosses it aside. Do we really need to read the lines for practice? Mu Qingma, you're somewhat disappointing me. Though Mu Qingma has memorized most of her lines, she can't recite them perfectly just yet. Seeing Ning Yuan discard the script ignites her anger, yet a defiant resolve forms within her. I refuse to believe that you, Ning Yuan, can remember all the lines right now. This fellow is surely trying to deceive me. I want to fall for it. The third scene of the 600th act features a confrontation between Zhang Guowei and Su Ran. At this juncture, Zhang Guowei and his companions have completed their vengeance and are now being pursued by Su Ran and others. The other two parents are eager to confront Su Ran, but Zhang Guowei, having lost his daughter, lacks the will to continue living. It was Su Ran who had intentionally misfired, allowing him the chance to exact revenge. Had Su Ran not deliberately missed, the remaining bully class leader would have evaded justice, and Zhang Guowei would have succumbed to that very bullet. Thus, when the other two parents attempt to ambush Su Ran, Zhang Guowei chooses to step forward, shielding her from two fatal blows. A blade struck the chest. Another pierced the abdomen, as two parents were shot and injured by Su Ran's colleague, with Zhang Guowei succumbing to his severe injuries. The performance commenced. As Ning Yuan fluently articulated each line, a look of bewilderment adorned Mu Qingma's exquisite visage. This individual is utterly formidable. How can I possibly prevail? Steady yourself, remain calm. If I cannot outperform him with my lines, I shall rely on my acting prowess to triumph. Watch as I stifle him with my performance. Chapter 42. The contest between Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan. At this moment, Su Kuan, who had been observing the performances, approached. Mu Qingmao quickly called out to him, "Director Su, could you kindly assess our performance?" Upon hearing that they wished to compete in their acting skills, Su Kuan readily agreed to serve as the judge. He held high hopes for both Ning Yuan and Mu Qingmao. The clash of these two tenacious spirits would inevitably draw forth their finest performances. The performance began. Su Ran gazed in shock at the slowly collapsing Zhang Wei, her expression transitioning to one of profound sorrow as she rushed to his side, attempting to save him. Blood poured from Zhang Wei's mouth, yet a look of gratitude graced his face. "Thank you, but there is no need to save me, my daughter. She has come for me." He had long owed Su Ran a debt of gratitude. Had she not discreetly allowed him some leniency, he would never have had the chance to avenge himself against his enemies. Blood gushed forth, and soon his voice faltered, his head gradually tilting to one side. Su Ran felt a deep sorrow for the father-daughter duo. They could have lived joyfully, but merciless demons cloaked in human guise had ruthlessly devoured their happiness. They derived pleasure and satisfaction from the misfortunes of others, reveling in their pain. Tears streamed down Su Ran's face as she placed her palm upon Zhang Wei's countenance, gently closing his eyes. The two performers exchanged dialogues through gestures and lines. Mu Qingmao did not support him. Upon completion, Ning Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Mu Qingmao. She glared back with disdain, though her heart churned with tumultuous waves. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. This Ning Yuan's performance was destined for greatness. The portrayal of solace, liberation, and physical agony before death was executed flawlessly, creating the illusion of genuine injury and imminent demise. This was indeed formidable. Mu Qingmao had yet to encounter any young actor capable of such depth. Naturally, Mu Qingmao believed she had delivered the finest performance of her life just moments before. Perhaps prompted by Ning Yuan's challenge, she poured forth her utmost effort, achieving her best state. The exchange between them was remarkably balanced, or so she perceived. Ning Yuan's performance was exceptional, devoid of flaws. "Qingmao, your previous performance displayed sufficient emotion, yet lacked depth, rendering it somewhat flat. Our requirement is that the performance possesses layers, rhythm, and authenticity. Furthermore, there was a fleeting moment when you seemed distracted." Mu Qingmao was taken aback. Indeed, there had been a moment when she had been momentarily drawn out of character while observing Ning Yuan's lips move, as memories of his earlier forceful kiss flashed through her mind. Despite her attempts to mask her past through her acting, she was, to her dismay, seen through by Su Kuan at a glance. A typical director might not have dared to speak so directly to Mu Qingmao, yet Su Kuan, nearing 40 and already a billionaire director, commanded respect that left Mu Qingmao with no choice but to heed his admonitions. Reflecting on her recent performance, Mu Qingmao acknowledged the validity of Su Kuan's critiques. Indeed, her act bore slight imperfections, while an ordinary observer might overlook them. Someone of Su Kuan's caliber could easily discern the flaws. Thus, it appeared that Mu Qingmao had, in fact, been bested. She cast a disgruntled glance at Ning Yuan, feeling a twinge of indignation. How could this fellow, who had withdrawn from the industry for 3 years, still outshine her? However, under the scrutiny of the camera, the outcome could very well differ. She might yet find an opportunity to prevail. Ning Yuan chuckled. "Mu Qingmao, have you come to terms with it? Today, Director Su is present. His judgment is beyond reproach, is it not?" A fleeting flash of anger crossed Mu Qingmao's exquisitely beautiful cheek. "You may have triumphed today, but that does not guarantee you will outshine me throughout the entirety of this film. Moreover, the portrayal captured on camera can yield different results. We shall see once filming commences." Su Kuan shook his head, deciding to let the two spar in their own way. It seemed they were both rather stubborn. Perhaps, through their rivalry, they might eventually develop feelings for one another and truly become a couple. Would he then become a mere pawn in their game? He opted to check in on others, advising them to continue their practice while reminding them that while ambition is commendable, moderation is key to ensure the smooth progress of the filming. Ning Yuan, at a loss for words, retorted, "You still wish to compete? You have not entirely bested me." Mu Qingmao huffed, her composure faltering. "I never denied it. I merely believe that I did not fully showcase my abilities. Once we are under the camera, the true competition will reveal itself. Ning Yuan resolutely shook his head, uninterested in further rivalry, finding it tedious. Mu Qingma clenched her teeth, determined. No, you must compete with me. Ning Yuan turned on his heel and walked away. Yet, Mu Qingma hurriedly pursued him, grasping his arm to prevent his departure. Unbeknownst to her, her ample bosom brushed against Ning Yuan's arm. He felt the undeniable allure of her figure, but remained resolute in extricating his arm from her grasp. Once more, Mu Qingma positioned herself in front of him, blocking his path. She was unsure why she felt such an intense desire to triumph over Ning Yuan, even if only once. Perhaps it was a matter of pride. You shall not pass, she declared, her voice cool and her lips pursed, arms outstretched as she gazed at him. Recognizing that her persistence would not wane without an answer, Ning Yuan quickly concocted a plan. If you want me to compete with you, it is not out of the question, but you must agree to one condition. Mu Qingma cast a wary glance at him. What are the terms? If you lose, you must grant me a kiss. If I lose, I shall publicly acknowledge that your performance skills surpass mine on Weibo. A flush crept across Mu Qingma's cheeks, her pearly teeth biting down nervously, her exquisite visage radiating an alluring charm. No way. You are such a pervert. She recalled the time when Ning Yuan had forcefully kissed her. Fine. It matters not whether I win or lose. Ning Yuan brushed past her outstretched arms, intent on leaving. Mu Qingma's ample bosom rose and fell as she bit her lower lip, a flicker of conflict dancing across her delicate features. Stop. I accept your terms. However, the kiss must not occur in a crowded place. It must be in my room. Ultimately, Mu Qingma acquiesced to the condition. Agreed. It's a deal, she declared, her beautiful eyes sparkling with fervent determination. Chapter 43. Liu Xuening is ready to thrive the following day, after director Su Kuan delivered his opening remarks. Everyone gathered to light incense and pray for blessings. Subsequently, Su Kuan and the crew unveiled the red cloth covering the camera lens. The cast and crew assembled for a group photo, and afterward, Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan received a small red envelope, symbolizing safety and prosperity, containing a mere 6 yuan. The filming of Raging Fury officially commenced. The initial plot revolved around 2 boys and a girl. Class leader Lin Yu was regarded as a model student by both teachers and classmates. Hailing from a wealthy family, he was handsome, academically gifted, and exceptionally considerate towards his peers, making him the favorite of the homeroom teacher. However, he had recently encountered strange occurrences. A shadow seemed to stalk him at night. Whenever he remained awake, he would spot a figure clad in a black hoodie, mask obscuring their face, standing under the streetlight outside his window, staring intently at him. His companion, Liu Lei, a sports student, also faced bizarre events. While swimming, he suddenly noticed a shadow lurking at the pool's bottom. In a panic, he attempted to swim to the surface, but the shadow gripped him tightly. Had it not been for his swimming prowess and a forceful kick, he might have been dragged down. Another companion, the girl Mo Meow Meow, encountered a stalker as well. This stalker brandished a stick and charged at her, nearly terrifying her to death as she gasped for breath and fled. Su Kuan gazed into the camera, smiling as he remarked, Ning Yuan, your gaze is quite captivating. It truly is frightening. I'm a bit scared myself. Ning Yuan played the shadowy figure, and his piercing gaze left Zhou Zhu, who portrayed Lin Yu, feeling intimidated, causing him to momentarily lose his composure and call for a cut twice. Ning Yuan reassured him, stating that it was perfectly fine to appear frightened, as Lin Yu would indeed feel fear upon encountering the figure in black. With Ning Yuan's guidance and immersion into the role, the scene was executed splendidly. Due to the tight schedule, Assistant Director Nye Feng and another group of staff focused on filming the police station scenes, particularly those involving the female officer Su Ran. As the filming progressed vigorously, Ji Xiaojun and Liu Xuening initially found it awkward to converse due to the tension between Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma. Soon, the two individuals, sharing a similar age and the monotonous life on set, struck up a conversation. As they chatted, they discovered that they had both been fans of Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma in the past. It was only after Ning Yuan retired from the industry that they ceased to be fans. This revelation brought them closer together. Ji Xiaojun chuckled. Back then, I was completely obsessed with Brother Yuan and Sister Qingma. Lian Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. Indeed, I used to flood the Qingming love group chat daily, creating composite photos of Brother Yuan and Sister Qingma, editing videos, and even penning several thousand words of fan fiction about them. Ji Xiaojun exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you're so talented. I would love to read your novel." Lian Qingqing's gaze fell, her tone tinged with melancholy. It was quite childish, and after the group disbanded, my novel vanished as well. Ji Xiaojun lamented. Yes, now we can hardly indulge in such fantasies. Who would have thought Brother Yuan and Sister Qingmo would be like cats and dogs when they meet, completely at odds? Lian Qingqing agreed. When Sister Qingma sees Brother Yuan, she transforms into a completely different person, unlike her usual aloof self. It's as if she ignites like a firecracker at the slightest spark. Brother Yuan is that very spark. Both Ji Xiaojun and Lian Qingqing sighed in unison. Now that Brother Yuan has made a comeback, do you think there is still a chance for them? Ji Xiaojun inquired. Lian Qingqing pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly brightening. I truly believe there is a possibility. Sister Qingma has never been in love. Perhaps she is waiting for Brother Yuan. Ji Xiaojun felt enlightened. Exactly. Perhaps they are simply unaware of each other's feelings. Suddenly, she noticed Mu Qingma approaching, standing right behind Lian Qingqing. Ji Xiaojun quickly signaled to Lian Qingqing, but lost in excitement. Lian Qingqing was entirely oblivious. Yes, I also think Sister Qingma harbors feelings for Brother Yuan. She might have been longing for him all along, she continued. Thud! Lian Qingqing felt a sharp rap on her head. Ouch! She exclaimed, cradling her head. Then, she heard Mu Qingma's cold, indifferent voice. I have feelings for Ning Yuan? I long for him. Lian Qingqing. Who told you that? Lian Qingqing dared not turn around. Her face went pale as she stammered. Sister, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. To suggest that I long for that guy Ning Yuan is an utter insult. I do not wish for a repeat of this. Mu Qingma declared. Sister Qingma, I was wrong. I promise it won't happen again. Lian Qingqing admitted her fault, though she felt little fear. Despite Mu Qingma's cold demeanor, she had always been kind to her assistants. Ji Xiaojun added, Sister Qingma, I initiated the conversation, and I apologize. Mu Qingma chose not to dwell on it further. Let's go eat. By the way, you are Ning Yuan's assistant, correct? Please tell him that I, Mu Qingma, have never disliked anyone in my life. But he is the exception. He is the person I despise the most, bar none. Ji Xiaojun replied, All right, I will convey Sister Qingma's message to Brother Yuan. However, despite her words, she felt hesitant. Although Brother Yuan was amiable, such a statement would surely upset him. Mu Qingma and Lian Qingqing departed. Yet Ji Xiaojun swiftly received a message from Lian Qingqing. Xiaojun, I believe we can recreate the Qingming love group. We can immerse ourselves in it once more. Aren't you afraid of Sister Qingma? Sister Qingma is quite amiable. Once the storm is past, it is merely a memory. We simply need to refrain from public discussions. Sound good? I am eager to read your new fan fiction. After completing his afternoon filming task, Ning Yuan unexpectedly encountered Mu Qingma on his way back to the hotel. Having just heard Lian Qingqing express her deep affection for Ning Yuan, Mu Qingma's expression darkened upon seeing him. Ning Yuan, undeterred, retorted, What's wrong, tomboy? Did you swallow a fly? Your face appears quite constipated. You shall perish. Mu Qingma could no longer contain herself and charged at him. As Ning Yuan fled, he turned back to taunt her, Tomboy, with your temper. Even Roan Mama would shake her head. Tomboy, run faster. Otherwise, one might mistake our stroll for a romantic outing. Enraged, Mu Qingma kicked off her high heels, bent down to retrieve one, and hurled it at Ning Yuan, who narrowly evaded her throw. She continued her pursuit, vowing, If I catch him, I shall make him pay. Ning Yuan hastily retreated to his room. Breathing heavily, Mu Qingma knocked on his door for 2 minutes. When he did not respond, she turned to leave, only for Ning Yuan to suddenly open the door and toss a bag of garbage at her, saying, Help me throw this away. Thank you. With a loud bang, he closed the door again. At this juncture, their commotion had attracted the attention of others. Initially intending to hurl the garbage against the door, Mu Qingma, seeing others peeking out, masked her irritation with a placid expression as she left with the refuse. Chapter 44. Ning Yuan and Qingma spouse. Upon returning to the hotel, Ning Yuan engaged in a video chat with Meng Nanyu. Resting her chin on her hand, Meng Nanyu gazed at him with a face of exquisite beauty, exuding tenderness. Recently, she had been practicing her culinary skills, expressing her desire to prepare delicious meals for Ning Yuan, rather than merely offering him instant noodles. Ning Yuan shared his experience, emphasizing that familiarity comes with practice. The more one cooks, the better one becomes. All right, when you return, I shall be your taste tester. Sister, regardless of what you make, I shall savor it. Xiao Yuan, your absence leaves a void in my heart. I constantly feel unsettled. A hint of grievance surfaced on Meng Nanyu's gentle, virtuous face. I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light. Ning Yuan, with gentle conviction, replied that the film would be completed soon, as they were racing to meet the schedule for a spring festival release. When the time comes, I shall be free to spend my days at home, embracing you. Dear sister, just don't vex me. After conversing for an hour, Ning Yuan urged Meng Nanyu to rest early. In the fishy squad chat group, Suyu marked the 8th day of missing brother Yuan. He had resolved to follow in Ning Yuan's footsteps, as the opinions of those around him indicated that Ning Yuan was destined for greatness. To share in brother Yuan's success, he recognized the need for early investment. It was akin to the scenario in 2025 when the Middle Eastern Slipper brother followed Big Brother Donda. Now, in 2030, Slipper Brother had subtly become the leader of the Middle East, able to partake at the table rather than merely being a dish upon it. The significance of respecting one's elder brother is evident. Soon Yinxiu heard that director Wang has commenced the promotion of the television series, preparing to edit and broadcast some behind-the-scenes footage to enhance the popularity of Step by Step in the workplace, reportedly featuring numerous scenes of Ning Yuan. Su Yuan is undoubtedly a focal point for director Wang's promotional efforts. Ning Yuan, are you not concerned that such praise might swell my pride? Sun Yinxiu. In any case, I shall only grant you an 82 out of 100, with the remaining points represented by 3 sixes. By the way, Ning Yuan, how is the filming of Fury progressing? Is Qin Yemo easy to get along with? Had I not fled swiftly just now, I might have faced her wrath. Sun Yinxiu. Really? Is that so? I find it hard to believe. After a few more casual exchanges, Ning Yuan ended the call. To his surprise, following Ling Xian's unexpected kiss, there was no further communication. However, Ning Yuan had no intention of inquiring about her. Perhaps it was merely an accident. As fatigue washed over him like a tide, Ning Yuan succumbed to slumber. The following day, upon encountering Mu Qingmo, she had reverted to her icy demeanor, ignoring him completely as he passed by. Yet, Ning Yuan also chose to disregard her. Both remained indifferent to one another. Filming commenced. The trio, along with their school teacher, reported the alarming incidents to the police. Yet upon returning home, Lin Yu was confronted by an irate father. His father, the proprietor of a small company, indulged in numerous extramarital affairs and, amidst the economic downturn, the mounting pressure led him to lash out physically at Lin Yu and his mother. His mother, perpetually in tears, dared not resist and even admonished Lin Yu against defiance, claiming that without his father's support, their survival would be untenable. The oppressive and despairing existence ultimately overwhelmed him. As the trio faced increasingly terrifying events, it seemed as if someone wished to eliminate them. Their fear intensified. Meanwhile, with the investigations conducted by Su Ran and others, deeper secrets began to unravel. The filming continued in an orderly fashion. Ning Yuan's group made significant progress due to his exceptional acting prowess. Su Kuan, a director of considerable acclaim, despite having collaborated with numerous talented actors, found it rare to encounter someone like Ning Yuan, who grasped concepts effortlessly and possessed unique insights. Moreover, Ning Yuan's ideas often sparked inspiration in Su Kuan, enhancing the filming process. He was also able to guide fellow actors, with his occasional suggestions allowing younger performers to swiftly comprehend Su Kuan's intentions, thus facilitating a smoother shoot. Su Kuan rarely smiled, but today he beamed, stating, "Everyone's performance this morning has been commendable. These sets of shots exceeded our expectations, particularly Ning Yuan's outstanding portrayal. The others looked at Ning Yuan with envy. For receiving Su Kuan's acknowledgement was a coveted achievement. This illustrious young director has consistently produced blockbuster films. Ning Yuan merelis milet modestri. Su Kuan continued, "We shall reconvene for filming at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please ensure you rest well during the lunch break." And the costume and props teams should prepare in advance to ensure a seamless continuation of our afternoon tasks. With that, the group dispersed. During the midday break, several individuals arrived for a visit. While it is permissible to visit the set, such visits typically require the crew's consent and should occur during non-shooting hours, with a duration that does not impede filming progress. Naturally, considerations of confidentiality and safety are paramount. Just as Ning Yuan and Ji Xiaoju finished their meal and intended to return to the hotel for a brief rest, they witnessed Mu Qingma being harassed by a man sporting a slick-back hairstyle. This man possessed a striking appearance, perhaps an 8 out of 10, yet he paled in comparison to Ning Yuan's flawless visage. He was marginally more attractive than the average person, but not by much. Mu Qingma's exquisitely beautiful countenance was even colder than usual. Fu Mingxian, who permitted you to visit the set. The man, named Fu Mingxian, wore a fawning smile, tousling his hair as he ingratiated himself with a smirk. "Qingma, I've missed you." Mu Qingma's expression hardened further. "Leave? Who gave you the right to call me Qingma? Furthermore, we have no relationship, so refrain from uttering such sentiments." Fu Mingxian was the son of her father's friend, having studied abroad in Australia. Upon their first meeting, he was utterly captivated by Mu Qingma and had since persistently pursued her. She found him exceedingly bothersome, and disregarding her father's reputation, she commanded him to depart. However, Fu Mingxian possessed an extraordinary thickness of skin, firmly believing that persistent pursuit would eventually win her over. "You're single, I'm single. Spending time together could lead to something more." Ning Yuan, uninterested in this encounter, walked past them without a word. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, Mu Qingma's eyes brightened. In this moment of dilemma, she preferred Ning Yuan's presence over Fu Mingxian's. She approached Ning Yuan, linking her arm with his, and softly said, "I've been waiting for you." As Ning Yuan seemed about to extricate himself from her hold, she leaned in closer, whispering, "Help me get rid of him, and I'll grant you one condition." Observing the earnest plea in her beautiful eyes, Ning Yuan nodded, almost instinctively agreeing. His decisive nature led him to respond with affection, turning to her and asking, "Wife, who is this?" It must be said, Ning Yuan's delivery of the term wife was imbued with profound tenderness. Upon hearing him address her as wife, Mu Qingma's body stiffened. The softness of his voice and the adoration in his gaze momentarily disoriented her. However, she quickly regained composure, only to feel a surge of indignation within. "So, you're taking advantage of the situation, Ning Yuan?" Yet, she refrained from expressing her frustration, as she required his assistance. "Dear husband, this is Fu Mingxian, the son of my father's friend," she gritted out, feeling an inexplicable embarrassment at uttering the word husband. It was utterly mortifying. She could not fathom how couples comfortably addressed each other in such a manner. "Besides today, I could never bring myself to utter the word husband in my lifetime. Absolutely never." Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. "So you are Fu Mingxian? I've heard you've been harassing my wife. I warn you, keep your distance from her." Upon noticing the malevolent glint in Ning Yuan's eyes, Fu Mingxian was startled, mustering her courage to retort, "You, a mere actor. What gave you the right to act so superior? Before I was married, everyone has the right to pursue their interests." Ning Yuan, internally temoset, thought to herself that Mu Qingma was also the actor she disparaged. With such emotional intelligence, it was indeed astonishing if she could attract anyone. Fu Mingxian appeared to be quite deluded. With a cold smirk, Ning Yuan mused, "You think a mere decorative pillow could win Qingma's heart? With your emotional ineptitude, even a dog could articulate better than you." Fu Mingxian, incensed, felt her face flush and veins throb in her neck. You can't possibly speak with such grandeur." Mu Qingma, refusing to let Ning Yuan face this alone, stepped forward and coldly addressed Fu Mingxian, Fu Mingxian, you cannot even compare to a single finger of my husband. The term husband rolled off her tongue more effortlessly than before. This declaration shattered Fu Mingxuan's composure. Qingma, what do I lack compared to him? I possess greater wealth. Mu Qingma retorted, you're neither as handsome nor as tall as he is. Fu Mingxian persisted, I possess a higher education. I studied for my master's in Australia and pursued a doctorate in the UK. Mu Qingma remained unfazed, reiterating, you are neither as handsome nor as tall as he is. Unyielding, Fu Mingxian exclaimed, my family background is superior. My father is a company president with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Mu Qingma, unwavering, replied, you are neither as handsome nor as tall as he is. This statement completely dismantled Fu Mingxuan's defenses. Could you not provide a different reason? Ignoring her, Mu Qingma calmly stated, all right then, you are uglier and shorter than he is. Fu Mingxian was nearly apoplectic, clutching her chest with reddened eyes. Can't you give me a single chance? I will love you more than anyone else. Without hesitation, Mu Qingma rejected him. No, it will never happen. Whether you love me or not is irrelevant as long as it does not affect me. My heart belongs solely to Ning Yuan. Pointing at Ning Yuan, Fu Mingxian seethed. You are Ning Yuan, right? Why are you calling for your father? Fu Mingxian was nearly at her wit's end. I will not give up easily. Ning Yuan gently kissed Mu Qingma's cheek, whispering, let us leave. Let him continue his self-pity here. Feeling the coolness of Ning Yuan's lips on her skin, Mu Qingma's heart quivered, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She bit down on her pearly teeth, suppressing her emotions. Today, she would simply pretend she had been kissed by a dog. After all, she needed his assistance. Even more distressing was the requirement to feign shyness. Husband, she playfully pouted, witnessing the tender exchange between the couple. Fu Mingxian felt a pang of heartache, as if struck by a ton of magical damage. Pointing accusatorily at Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma, she stammered, you too? Yet, before she could finish, she walked away in a daze. Once assured that she had distanced herself from the crew and would not return, Mu Qingma promptly released Ning Yuan. You insufferable Ning Yuan, you took advantage of me. Calling me wife and kissing my cheek, you have gone too far. Fu Mingxian fumed, her hands flailing in frustration, wishing to pounce on Ning Yuan. However, recalling that he had acted to assist her, she refrained from unleashing her wrath. Ning Yuan, fake Ning no kense, replied, hey, tomboy. I did this to help you. Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed? In an effort to appear more authentic, I uttered the word wife, which sent shivers down my spine and nearly caused me to regurgitate my last meal. Am I not deserving of some grace? Mu Qingma took a deep breath, muttering to herself, calm down, I will endure this. With a frosty demeanor, she continued, and what do you say about kissing my face? Ning Yuan felt even more aggrieved. As you can see, this Fu Mingxian is utterly relentless and unwilling to back down easily. If I do not take decisive action, how can I make him retreat? Moreover, Mu Qingma, you fail to understand men. No matter how harshly you speak, he may remain indifferent and self-deluded. However, if he were to witness you kissing another man, he would undoubtedly be compelled to accept reality, for aside from a turtle, no one can tolerate their beloved being intimate with another man. As Ning Yuan concluded, he became serious, leaving Mu Qingma momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Noticing her silence, he delivered another blow. Mu Qingma, this Fu Mingxian already knows my name. While I'm not afraid of him knowing, since he could easily find out, it may indeed lead me into a predicament. Hence, my sacrifices are considerable. Mu Qingma fell into contemplation. It was undeniable that Ning Yuan had made significant sacrifices. Husband ugh. Mu Qingma's face suddenly flushed with an intense crimson as she inadvertently called him husband. Embarrassment washed over her, making her wish to find a hole to hide in. I misspoke. It's all your fault. She pouted. Ning Yuan, I acknowledge that you have assisted me, and I shall not renege on my promise. You may now state your demands. Ning Yuan pondered for a moment before pointing at Mu Qingma and declaring, I want you. This startled Mu Qingma, her face turning scarlet. No, you cannot ask for lewd conditions. Ning Yuan chuckled. Mu Qingma, your thoughts are rather crude. I had not considered such things. Yet, you have prompted me. Mu Qingma clutched her ample bosom, anxiously exclaiming, "That's unacceptable." Ning Yuan cast her a nonchalant glance. "I haven't decided yet." Mu Qingma exhaled in relief, albeit with an inexplicable sense of tension. She wondered what excessive conditions he might propose in the future. That rascal Ning Yuan would surely come up with something that would put her in a difficult position. To her surprise, he then said, "Well, I've settled on a condition. Just don't trouble me in the future." Ning Yuan had not intended to gain anything from this situation. After all, he was well acquainted with the agony of being pursued relentlessly. Assisting Mu Qingma was, in a sense, a virtuous act. A shiver ran down Mu Qingma's spine. She could not believe that Ning Yuan would let her off so lightly. Biting her lower lip, she watched as he walked away, fading into the distance. Chapter 46. Liu Xuening comes to visit upon returning to the hotel and preparing to lie down. Ning Yuan received a message from Liu Xuefu. "Liu Xuefu, good afternoon." Ning Yuan Gich. "Ning Yuan, Xuefu, what is the matter?" Liu Xuefu. "Oh dear, Ning Yuan Gich. I've had quite the appetite lately and feel as if I've gained a bit of weight. Dear brother Ning Yuan, please help me see if this is correct." Liu Xuefu sent a previous selfie, and soon after, Ning Yuan received a picture. In the photograph, Liu Xuefu is clad in a form-fitting, white spaghetti-strap nightgown that accentuates her well-developed bosom. The lace hem of a nightgown delicately conceals the upper thigh, while a white stocking wraps snugly around her slender, fair legs, revealing a patch of skin as pristine as mutton fat jade. Her petite toes peek through the stockings, slightly curled, resembling the delicate claws of kitten. Liu Xuefu kneels gracefully on the ground, her curvaceous figure resting atop her heels. Captured from the side, the alluring contours of her chest and hips are visible. She possesses an ethereal beauty, radiating a glow that seems almost otherworldly. Ning, captivated, felt his mouth dry. This young lady. He wondered if she was aware of the effect she had. Ning Yuan remarked, "Xuefu, such photos should not be shared indiscriminately." Liu Xuefu replied, "Brother Ning Yuan is not an outsider, so it's fine for you to see." His heart raced momentarily. This girl certainly had a way with words, though she likely did not realize how enticing her speech could be. After a while, Ning Yuan remembered that Liu Xuefu wanted him to assess her weight. "You haven't gained any weight. You remain as slender as ever," he assured. "That's good. I'll eat a little less from now on," she responded. "You are still in your developmental stage. You must eat more," he advised. "Brother Ning Yuan, I dare not eat too much. It is becoming increasingly troublesome there," she confessed. "Increasingly troublesome? Where?" He pondered, questioning the appropriateness of their conversation. Ning Yuan sent a facepalm emoji. Liu Xuefu replied with a crying and seeking comfort emoji. "You truly say anything," he exclaimed. "All right, get some rest. I shall do the same." Liu Xuefu informed him, "Brother Ning Yuan, it seems sister is coming to find you." "What does she want with me?" he inquired. "I do not know," she replied. Ning Yuan chose not to dwell on the matter and decisively went to sleep. Meanwhile, Liu Xuefu's sister, Liu Xuening, was in the president's office, smiling to herself. At last, she had located Ning Yuan. It had not been easy. She had been searching for him tirelessly. In that time, her longing for him had grown stronger. She had even had an unpleasant encounter with Liu Xuefu. The cause was her discovery that Ning Yuan's blanket was missing, leaving her engulfed in a wave of melancholy. Had he departed, taking with him the blanket imbued with his scent? A sense of anxiety overwhelmed her, prompting her to frantically search, believing she had misplaced it in a daze during the night. Ultimately, she found the blanket on the balcony, realizing Liu Xuefu had taken it to the washing machine. Enraged, she chose to ignore Liu Xuefu for 3 days. However, clutching the blanket that had been returned to her, she yearned for Ning Yuan even more. She missed the meals he prepared for her, his gentle gestures of covering her with a blanket in the middle of the night, and his attentive care. Yet, it seemed that all her memories were of Ning Yuan nurturing her, while she had not reciprocated his attentiveness or inquired about his well-being. Upon this realization, her eyes brimmed with tears. She had diligently watered the juice balcony every day, nurturing the roses with care. Yet to her dismay, the roses soon succumbed to illness and ultimately perished. It dawned on her that excessive watering could invite aphids, leading to their demise. This was the juice balcony that Ning Yuan cherished the most, and she had inadvertently caused its death. If he were to discover this, he would surely be profoundly disappointed. Wouldn't he? A pang of sorrow gripped Liu Xuening, and her eyes reddened anew. She suddenly pondered whether her relationship with Ning Yuan might also wither away like this juice balcony, ultimately leading to its demise. Just as Liu Xuening was lost in her melancholic thoughts, her subordinates finally uncovered Ning Yuan's whereabouts. It turned out he was filming for the Fury production. A flicker of hope ignited within her heart. Ning Yuan, this time I shall express my feelings clearly to you. I think of you every day. I love you. He will return. Surely he will. In the afternoon, Ning Yuan encountered Mu Qing on set once more. Perhaps she recalled their prior jest, where she had called him husband, for her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. Ning Yuan couldn't help but steal another glance. Mu Qing's exquisite visage was now adorned with a rosy hue as she huffed. What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll pluck your eyes out. Ah, the fierce Mu Qing had returned. Ning Yuan, hands in his pockets, retorted disdainfully, "Come on, you tomboy. Moving mole-butted hair-teeth." But inwardly felt a twinge of apprehension. What if he suddenly called her wife, or even kissed her? She huffed defiantly. If it weren't for the crowd, you'd see what I could do to you. Ning Yuan tilted his chin challengingly. Why not come to my room for a duel? Mu Qing's face blossomed like a sunset, and with no retort, she could only scoff. Pervert. Then, she seemingly fled the scene. Lian Qing raised her fist at Ji Xiaoju, declaring playfully, "I'm going to hit you." Ji Xiaoju, unfazed, shouted back, "I'm scared of you." Watching their antics, Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at their theatrics. Lian Qing hurried after Mu Qing, casting a glance back at Ji Xiaoju, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Now, witnessing the banter between Yuan Gu and Qing Jia, they felt no tension, only the warmth of camaraderie. How delightful it was. As the performance commenced, the stage manager began the scene. Take 58, Scene 3. The police intervened and discovered that the matter seemed to hold deeper complexities. Suran, through her investigation, uncovered a rumor suggesting that several girls had been bullied by Lin Yu, Lu Lei, and Imo Miao Miao. However, she lacked concrete evidence. The scene shifted. The typically delicate Imo Miao Miao was seen organizing the footage of the shoot. The girl most frequently appearing in the photos and videos was Zhang Xiaoyu. In the footage, Zhang Xiaoyu was seen being slapped, doused with urine, coerced in a posing nude, and burned with cigarette butts. With a face filled with terror, she pleaded. No, limping away as Lin Yu, Lu Lei, and Imo Miao Miao loomed behind her, grinning maliciously. Run. Why aren't you running? In his usual guise as a diligent student, Lin Yu now resembled a demon from the depths of hell, his face contorted with ferocity. He swung the baseball bat menacingly at Zhang Xiaoyu's calf, causing her to collapse, her anguished cries echoing across the desolate wilderness. Although there were no scenes for Ning Yuan that afternoon, he observed from the sidelines. Zhou Zhu approached, earnestly seeking guidance from Ning Yuan on how to convey such ruthlessness. Ning Yuan smiled and explained that the key to portraying ferocity lies in one's gaze. He shared a personal technique. Slightly furrow your brows, clench your teeth, allowing the facial muscles to tense, thereby enhancing a sense of severity. Then, fix your gaze intently upon the other person, concentrating without blinking, ensuring your stare is piercing and oppressive, as if you could see through them. Zhou Zhu attempted this approach, and indeed, his eyes took on a much colder demeanor. As Ning Yuan instructed Zhou Zhu, Liu Xuening made a call to the Fury film crew, preparing to visit the set. The thought of soon seeing Ning Yuan filled her with joy, anxiety, and anticipation, perhaps even waiting for her to seek him out. In Chapter 47, the clash between Liu Xuening and Mu Qing unfolds. Ning Yuan remained oblivious to Liu Xuening's arrival, continuing to guide Zhou Zhu. Su Kuan, overhearing their conversation, felt a sense of pride as he listened to Ning Yuan teach the young actor how to express such emotions. Such invaluable techniques are rarely shared by others. Ning Yuan is indeed a remarkable young man, and he hoped to collaborate with him in the future. He had witnessed too many individuals hoarding their talents out of fear of others learning their craft. If Ning Yuan were aware of Su Kuan's thoughts, he would surely find them amusing, for this was merely one of his many techniques, not a hidden gem. After all, relying solely on a couple of tricks does not make one a great actor. The journey of acting is endless, and he too is constantly exploring. Zhou Zhu and Hu Pei'er possessed considerable talent, with Zhou Zhu's humility contrasting with Hu Pei'er's aloof demeanor, which suggested a high self-regard. Ning Yuan was happy to guide the humble Zhou Zhu, much like the veteran actors who had once mentored him. This could be considered a form of legacy. As for Hu Pei'er, he chose to disregard her. After the afternoon's filming concluded, Ning Yuan made his way to the hotel. On his path, he encountered Mu Qing Mo, who deliberately avoided eye contact. However, since he had assisted her, she refrained from speaking ill of him. Nevertheless, their relationship remained strained. Just as Ning Yuan intended to pass her by, a surprised voice called out from behind, "Ning Yuan? Ning Yuan!" He froze, instantly recognizing the voice, Liu Xuening. She had indeed come to find him. Mu Qing Mo, curious, paused to see who was seeking Ning Yuan. Upon recognizing Liu Xuening's frosty yet stunning beauty, an inexplicable discomfort flickered within her, one she could scarcely identify. Was this the wealthy ex-wife of Ning Yuan, the president of the global group? The reason she is referred to as the ex-wife is due to the recent speculation among numerous netizens regarding Ning Yuan's return, which is attributed to his divorce. One user asserted emphatically that they had indeed obtained a divorce certificate, but could not disclose the reasons. Shortly thereafter, it became apparent that Ning Yuan had unfollowed Liu Xuening on Weibo, further substantiating the rumors of their marital discord. Mu Qing Mo was unaware of the reasons, but from a very first glance at Liu Xuening, she felt an inexplicable aversion towards her. Liu Xuening, upon catching a glimpse of Mu Qing Mo, noted her tall stature and exquisite beauty. However, her heart was brimming with joy at the sight of Ning Yuan, leaving her little room to pay attention to anyone else. "Ning Yuan, it has been quite some time," Liu Xuening said, tilting her face with a smile. Ning Yuan's demeanor was notably cold, imbued with a palpable distance. "What do you want?" he replied. "Ning Yuan, you haven't been home in ages. I wish to call you back," she stated, hesitant to confess her longing due to Mu Qing Mo's presence. Ning Yuan retorted icily, "Liu Xuening, we are divorced. What home are you referring to?" Mu Qing Mo was taken aback upon hearing the confirmation of their divorce, realizing the gravity of the revelation. She sensed the urgency to leave, fearing that Ning Yuan's wrath might be directed at her. Liu Xuening's expression faltered, her heart tightening at Ning Yuan's chilling demeanor, which was unbearably indifferent and caused her a slight ache in her chest. She approached him, attempting to grasp his hand, only for Ning Yuan to evade her and instead move closer to Mu Qing Mo, taking hold of her hand as if to solicit her assistance. He leaned in seemingly intimately, whispering in her ear, "It's your turn to assist me. You may propose a condition in return." Mu Qing Montak, caught off guard by Ning Yuan's grasp, felt her heart race and instinctively tried to pull away, but his request for help lingered in her mind. Recalling how Ning Yuan had previously aided her without asking for anything in return, she bit her lip and ultimately acquiesced to his request. Liu Xuening, witnessing Ning Yuan's hand entwined with Mu Qing Mo's, began to scrutinize her more attentively. It was evident that Mu Qing Mo possessed a beauty comparable to her sister Liu Xuefu, yet her physique was far more statuesque, embodying an alluring sensuality. An inexplicable familiarity washed over Liu Xuening, yet she didn't dwell on the identity of the woman before her, as her heart was overwhelmed with pain. She rushed forward, tearing their hands apart before seizing Ning Yuan's hand. "Ning Yuan, do not deceive me with just anyone. I refuse to believe it. Ning Yuan, shall we return home? I love you." "Ning Yuan," Liu Xuening implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, no longer concerning herself with the onlookers as she confessed her love. Ning Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Liu Xuening, typically so composed, to openly declare her affection. However, he lamented that it was too late. Recalling the icy demeanor she had maintained towards him over 5 years, he remained impassive. Mu Qing Mo felt her hand suddenly released, a flicker of discontent sparking within her, though she could not decipher the source of her unease. As Ning Yuan gazed at Liu Xuening, his demeanor was as frigid as ice, an icy chill that made Liu Xuening's heart sink, intensifying her panic. She had confessed her love, yet Ning Yuan remained unmoved, his demeanor growing increasingly indifferent. If he were angry, she would not be frightened, for that would indicate he still cared for her. However, his current aloofness left her feeling as though she had plunged into an abyss of despair. It felt as if her heart had been pierced by a dagger. Ning Yuan shook off Liu Xuening's hand and took hold of Mu Qing Mo once more. Witnessing Ning Yuan entwine his fingers with that woman's brought her even greater anguish. Ning Yuan leaned in a whisper in Mu Qing Mo's ear, "Speak." With her hand now held, Mu Qing Mo felt the remnants of irritation dissipate, replaced by a blush of embarrassment. Speak? What should she say? Though adept at acting, she found herself at a loss for words in this moment. Never mind, she thought, I shall speak freely. Hee, Ning Yuan is my man. I hope you will refrain from appearing before us in the future. Mu Qing Mo shot a sideways glance at Liu Xuening, her impatience palpable. This was not merely an act. She genuinely wished for Liu Xuening to vanish. Upon hearing her words, Liu Xuening scrutinized her intently. This woman, the queen of the entertainment industry, Mu Qing Mo? Yes, indeed, the most stunning beauty. Liu Xuening felt a profound sense of threat. Ning Yuan's reaction caused her heart to ache, while Mu Qing Mo's response ignited a surge of resentment and fury within her. You are Mu Qing Mo, aren't you? I have heard tales of your aloofness, yet it seems you relish in stealing others' husbands. You are already divorced, yet you still refer to my Ning Yuan as your husband, desperately clinging to him. Have you never encountered a man before? Mu Qing Mo retorted. Liu Xuening was incensed. Those words shattered her composure. As a CEO, she was seldom spoken to in such a manner. The tension between them escalated. Liu Xuening suddenly charged at Mu Qing Mo, her hand raised to strike her face. She intended to jolt Mu Qing Mo into awareness. Unfortunately, she was unaware that Mu Qing Mo was skilled in martial arts. Ning Yuan was not the only one capable of overpowering her. Moreover, Mu Qing Mo possessed a fiercely competitive nature and would not tolerate being slapped. Thus, as Liu Xuening's hand rose, Mu Qing Mo's palm met it. Smack! Liu Xuening was sent sprawling to the ground, her cheek burning with pain, tears spilling from her eyes. She covered her face, casting a pitiful glance at Ning Yuan, her golden-rimmed glasses having fallen aside. Ning Yuan, equally at a loss, wondered why Liu Xuening had come here at all. She had been struck by Xiao Ruolan previously, and now, yet again, by Mu Qing Mo. Chapter 48. The collision between Liu Xuening and Mu Qing Mo, Part 2. Liu Xuening lay on the ground, her hair disheveled, one cheek swollen. Her once cool demeanor dissipating into a state of disarray and vulnerability. Her knee grazed the floor, a small wound seeping blood through her black stockings. Covering her face, she looked up at Ning Yuan, her beautiful eyes glistening with grievance and sorrow. Mu Qing Mo's slap had not been gentle. Indeed, it had been rather forceful. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Mu Qing Mo cast a glance at Ning Yuan, silently questioning whether her actions had been excessively harsh. Yet, her reaction had been instinctive. After all, it was Liu Xuening who had charged at her with the intent to strike. Ning Yuan reassured her with a subtle gesture that all was well. His tall figure was illuminated by the fading rays of the setting sun, casting a golden hue upon his sharply defined profile, rendering him extraordinarily handsome, akin to a prince emerging from a painting. From his elevated vantage point, he looked down at her with the same condescension that Liu Xuening had once displayed towards him. The shadow of his imposing stature loomed over Liu Xuening, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression. As Liu Xuening gazed upon his striking visage and the aloofness in his eyes, her heart ached even more profoundly. Ning Yuan observed her, his voice calm yet resolute. You should leave now and refrain from returning. Moreover, your feelings for me bear no significance. There is no need for you to come here, just to declare them. At these words, Liu Xueqing's expression froze. Has my love become inconsequential to you? She murmured, her gaze losing focus, her once rosy cheeks paling to a ghostly hue, devoid of vitality. Her countenance transformed from one of pitiable sorrow to utter despair and collapse, exuding a palpable sense of shattering. Liu Xuening felt as though her heart had been laid bare upon the street, mercilessly trampled by passing vehicles. Each throb a reminder of her anguish. Her hand, which had initially covered her face, now pressed against her chest, where a profound ache resided, as if a piece of her had been hollowed out. The pain etched upon her face paled in comparison to the torment within. Her eyes grew increasingly reddened, her nose tingling, tears cascading down her hand. She fought to maintain her composure, tilting her head back to prevent the tears from flowing, unwilling to reveal her vulnerable state to Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma. Yet, the tears flowed forth as though a dam had burst, cascading even more fiercely. Desperately, she wiped at her cheeks, but the deluge only intensified. Mu Qingma, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her plight, cast a glance at Ning Yuan, noting Liu Xueqing's silent plea for assistance. Ning Yuan, however, remained indifferent. Liu Xueqing, leave now and do not seek me out again. His tone remained as frigid as ever. Liu Xueqing appeared as though her spirit had been extinguished. She stumbled to her feet, only to fall once more, yet she persevered, regaining her balance and rushing towards the door with her mouth covered. Her tears glimmered in the air, resembling a string of delicate pearls beneath the sun's golden rays. Ning Yuan stole a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, addressing Mu Qingma. Let's not linger. We should depart. Mu Qingma nodded in agreement. After they had walked several paces, she realized that Ning Yuan still held her hand, his broad palm causing a warmth to spread through her. Her cheeks flushed with color. Abruptly, she yanked her hand away, exclaiming in frustration, "You insufferable Ning Yuan, taking advantage of me once again." To her surprise, Ning Yuan did not retort. Instead, he spoke earnestly, "Thank you, Mu Qingma." His unexpected gratitude left her momentarily speechless, as his sincerity caught her off guard. Their frequent bickering had accustomed her to a different dynamic, and this newfound earnestness disconcerted her. She caressed the hand that Ning Yuan had held, her snow-white neck tinged with a faint blush. "No, it's not necessary," she replied. "Ning Yuan continued, Mu Qingma. I have previously mentioned that I could grant you one wish. You may voice it now." "Huh? Well, let us proceed with our prior competition as planned. You must not go easy on me." Ning Yuan was taken aback. "Is that all?" Mu Qingma nodded, affirming her request. "Very well, I shall give it my all," Ning Yuan asserted earnestly. However, the notion of Ning Yuan's full commitment left Mu Qingma feeling somewhat anxious. If she were to lose, would she truly have to kiss his cheek? Reflecting on it, they had already shared two intimate moments. The first occurred during a college brawl, where Ning Yuan forcefully kissed her to silence her, prompting Mu Qingma to bite his lip, causing him to seek stitches afterward. The second was earlier that day, when Ning Yuan assisted her in warding off Fu Mingxian, planting a kiss on her cheek. As this memory surfaced, her cheeks flushed slightly. That insufferable Ning Yuan had indeed ambushed her on two occasions. After parting ways, Ning Yuan returned to his hotel, surprised at the prospect of Liu Xueqing visiting him that day. Liu Xueqing was an exceedingly proud individual, even if she had developed feelings for him. He had always assumed she would keep them to herself. He never anticipated her to openly express her emotions today, albeit influenced by Mu Qingma's provocation. Furthermore, he had never witnessed Liu Xueqing in such a vulnerable state. Crying after his words had shattered her composure. The Liu Xueqing he had known always maintained an air of superiority, her gaze laced with disdain, her demeanor as cold as ice. Alas, what a pity! Those belated confessions were but fragments of stardust lost in the evening breeze. Though dazzling, they could never be reassembled into their original form. The phrase "I love you" resembled a tiny spider encased in amber, appearing vividly alive, yet eternally frozen in a moment of misaligned time. Let everything disperse with the wind. I have moved forward and do not wish to look back, for doing so would unveil the despairing and shattered version of myself that once existed. As Ning Yuan lay on his bed, lost in thought, his phone chimed. Upon glancing at it, he realized it was a message from Meng Nanyu. Instantly, he sat up, for Meng Nanyu had mentioned her period was delayed. Really? Ning Yuan inquired. Indeed, I even went to the pharmacy today to buy a pregnancy test, and the result. Ning Yuan hastily typed. What was the result? Meng Nanyu felt a twinge of disappointment. She adored children, especially those who would be theirs. However, she was uncertain whether Ning Yuan desired children at this stage, as he had just resumed his career and might prioritize work. She replied while one line. To her delight, Ning Yuan responded swiftly. A single line likely indicates you are not pregnant, but I truly hope my wife will conceive. I want our child. Initially disheartened, Meng Nanyu's spirits lifted upon reading Ning Yuan's desire for their child, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as joy rippled through her heart like gentle waves across a lake. It mattered not that she was not pregnant this time. As long as Xiao Yuan cherished children, that was enough. Xiao Yuan, she fervently wished for Ning Yuan to be by her side, to leap into his embrace and share a tender moment together. Chapter 49. The heartbroken Liu Xuening. Though Meng Nanyu felt elated, she remarked, it may not be accurate. There is a possibility that she has just conceived. Hence the subtlety. Ning Yuan replied, my dear, I will take a leave to accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. It had become customary for Meng Nanyu to hear him refer to her as his wife. Meng Nanyu responded, there is no need. I can handle the blood test on my own. If I am indeed pregnant, you can accompany me for the prenatal checkups. Ning Yuan cautioned, be careful, my love. Meng Nanyu assured him, yes, I will. You need not be so anxious. I'm still uncertain about the pregnancy. After chatting for another hour, Ning Yuan urged Meng Nanyu to rest early. Meanwhile, she could not help but smile, genuinely hoping for a positive outcome. Ancestors of the Meng family, please bless me with a pregnancy. I shall certainly express my gratitude. As she lay on her bed, her ample bosom gently rose and fell with her excitement. She contemplated, if I truly am pregnant, Liu Xuening will inevitably find out in due time. Will she be furious? Will she scold my child? Yet, that simply cannot be allowed. Sighing, she dismissed the thought, believing that the path would reveal itself in due course. Regrettably, Liu Xuening remained oblivious to this development. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly shout, do you take me for a fool? Now, in a daze, she returned to her car, resting her head on the steering wheel as tears streamed down. Go back. Do not come again. Whether you love me or not is irrelevant. There is no need for you to come and tell me. Just go back. Do not seek me out again. Ning Yuan's words echoed in her mind, a relentless refrain that pierced her heart repeatedly. It hurt so much. Why was this anguish so profound? In that fleeting moment, she found herself questioning the purpose of her existence. Despite the flourishing success of her company due to her efforts, she felt no joy. Her sister, Liu Xuefu, would fare well without her, and her mother seemed to have vanished from existence. Her father had passed away over a decade ago. Her aunt was preoccupied with her own business, and her best friend, Ling Yuan, though in contact more frequently, was an independent spirit who did not rely on her. Ning Yuan had left her again, as the evening descended with lights illuminating countless homes. Not a single light shone in her honor. She suddenly felt like a failure in life, believing that no one needed her. After a prolonged moment of despair resting on the steering wheel, Liu Xuening's tears finally ceased. She straightened up and started the car, yet was uncertain where to go. She did not wish to return to the villa, nor to the office. All she desired was to find Ning Yuan, but he was unwilling to see her. Aimlessly driving, she nearly collided with nearby trees several times, were it not for the advancements in intelligent driving technology. Eventually, she parked her car beside a tranquil beach, stepping out onto a secluded path leading to the shore. The beach at night was devoid of any presence, enveloped in serene silence. She removed her high heels and stockings, revealing her delicate, fair feet as they sank into the soft, fine sand. Taking a seat, she listened to the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks. The silvery moonlight cascaded over the sea, creating a shimmering tableau reminiscent of countless shifting reflections. Liu Xuening had endured a significant blow today, shattering many of her dreams. It was not her desire to turn back, yet Ning Yuan would not accept her. He did not, as she had envisioned, still harbor deep affections for her or await her return. Despite her intuition suggesting that Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma were not romantically involved, the matter was less about their relationship status and more about Ning Yuan's attitude. It was now evident that not only did he not love her, but he also seemed to harbor a strong aversion toward her. For a fleeting moment, Liu Xuening contemplated giving up. However, as that thought arose, the prospect of a long future without Ning Yuan caused her heart to ache profoundly, her eyes immediately reddening as tears streamed down her face. All right, I shall not give up. Her spirits gradually began to stabilize. Yet, within her heart, resentment brewed. Ning Yuan was unwilling to acknowledge her, yet relinquishing hope felt unbearable, as if suffocating. What do you want me to do? Liu Xuening struck her left chest in frustration. Unfortunately, apart from the sharp pain in her side, it offered no relief, and her heart remained heavy. Perhaps I should consult Ling Xuening. Yes, Ling Xuening's previous words had proven prophetic. She should seek her counsel. With this realization, Liu Xuening became aware that the beach felt overly desolate and chilling, instilling a sense of insecurity. She hastily donned her stockings and high heels, got in her car, and drove away. Messages began to flow in the WeChat group of the fishing team. Sun Yinxiu, Ning Yuan. The behind-the-scenes footage of step-by-step in the workplace has been released on the official account. And you have many shots. Suyu, brother Yuan. Many people are looking forward to your performance. Unfortunately, I only have one shot, and if one does not observe closely, it would go unnoticed. Quite disheartening. Ning Yuan. Suyu, do not rush. Focus on your own tasks, and the fragrance of flowers will naturally attract butterflies. I too began as a mere background actor, and to seize more opportunities, I would assist the crew with tasks within my capacity. Suyu, thank you for the encouragement, brother Yuan. I will strive to do my best. Yet, Suyu sighed inwardly. Brother Yuan is so handsome. Even relying solely on his looks could lead to success. I lack such talent. Sun Yinxiu. Suyu, your talent is commendable. Keep it up. Suyu. Thank you, Sister Yinxiu. Unlike Suyu, who had no experience as a mere background actor, Sun Yinxiu had debuted as a leading lady. Sun Yinxiu, thinking that in about half a month, we will wrap up filming brings me great joy. And, Ning Yuan, do drop by the set when you can. Ning Yuan, I will. Sun Yankyu Chekov. He exited the group chat and opened Weibo, where he indeed found the official account of Step by Step in the Workplace had released numerous behind-the-scenes videos. Beneath this Weibo post, many comments had already emerged. Ah, is this the Ning Yuan who is making a comeback? Such a stunning visage. Alas, Ning Yuan's handsomeness has left me utterly captivated. My beloved has finally appeared. Who understands? His Adam's apple is so alluring, I long to kiss it. Could this be a love triangle? Ning Yuan portrays the charming, affluent, and infatuated second male lead. I eagerly anticipate his performance. A little-known fact, Ning Yuan has previously starred in films and was nominated for the Best Actor Award at the Golden Rooster Awards. Ning Yuan, look at me. I am your fan, and I have cast my vote. But alas, the comments are predominantly from fans of Wu Xuening. It seems the production team has lost their senses, as Ning Yuan's videos garner the most attention. Is Wu Xuening truly the traffic magnet? Our Wu Xuening is the male lead. It appears that the second male lead has the most photos. Does anyone truly pay attention to Ning Yuan? Wu Xuening is absolutely stunning. Ning Yuan, do not seek to ride on his coattails. In the realm of domestic entertainment, Wu Xuening's beauty reigns supreme. Chapter 50. Xiao Ruolin is urged to marry. Yet I have someone I adore. Ning Yuan paid no heed to the fans of Wu Xuening. If he were to descend into the fray himself, it would seem too desperate. However, despite his modest fanbase, their unity and fighting spirit are commendable. Wu Xuening, the most handsome in domestic entertainment? One must be blind to utter such a statement. Anyone with an ounce of aesthetic appreciation would never claim that Wu Xuening possesses the highest beauty in the industry. As anticipated, fans are loyal to their idols, ordinary yet brimming with confidence. The rivalry between the two fan bases is quite lively. Ning Yuan retweeted on Weibo, looking forward to the broadcast. His followers have now reached 6 million, all genuine fans, without a hint of artificiality. Soon, he received tens of thousands of likes. As he scrolled through Weibo, he came across a post by Wu Xuening. Ning Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Brother Yuan's performance is unparalleled. I have gained immensely from it. After this post, it quickly ascended to the 20th spot on the trending list. No one in the industry could fathom why Wu Xian would share such a post, as it seemed to harm his own fans. Thus, many fans expressed their dissatisfaction beneath Wu Xian's post. Of course, a greater number of fans expressed understanding, even believing that Wu Xian has become increasingly humble. Upon encountering his own mention, Ning Yuan felt compelled to respond. A flower-carried sedan is lifted by many. Thus, Ning Yuan commented beneath his Weibo, "Let us learn together. Your performance is truly remarkable, Wu Xian." This comment was humble and did not attract the ire of Wu Xian's fans, although many still felt discontented. Believing Wu Xian to be the most formidable, Ning Yuan remained unfazed. Once the drama airs, the truth shall be revealed. Meanwhile, Xiao Rulin drove back to the Xiao family residence. As her parents had indicated, there was an urgent matter to discuss. Xiao Rulin thought to herself, "It seems like a banquet of hidden agendas." After parking, she encountered her two brothers. Upon seeing her, Xiao Han and Xiao Hao immediately donned obsequious smiles. Xiao Han exclaimed, "Sister, how rare it is for you to return. Welcome, welcome." Xiao Hao also appeared at ease, stating, "Seeing my sister brings me immense joy." Xiao Rulin scrutinized the two, sensing that their excessive cordiality was suspicious. "Why are you both looking at us like that?" The two chuckled awkwardly. Xiao Rulin chuckled lightly, cautioning the two men among them not to direct the flames of war towards her. "You both have to shield me from our parents' wrath." Xiao Hao remarked, "Sister, you're not a child anymore. It's time for you to consider marriage. Our situation differs, primarily due to our inability to find suitable partners." Xiao Rulin retorted with a cold smile. "So you intend to push me forward to bear the brunt of our parents' marriage pressure alone?" Xiao Han, with a serious demeanor, replied, "No, no, we three must stand united. Let's not undermine one another. Tonight, I have a feeling our parents will make a grand show." As the trio entered the grand residence, their father, Xiao Guodong, disregarded his two sons and warmly greeted Xiao Rulin. "Rulin, you're back. Come, let us eat. Wang Ma, please bring out the dishes." Xiao Rulin sweetly called out to her parents, presenting them with gifts she had prepared. Her father had a particular fondness for collecting Thangka paintings, and she gifted him a meticulously crafted sacred elephant Thangka, which had cost her a substantial sum of 150,000. Upon receiving the Thangka, Xiao Guodong's face lit up with joy, his lips curving into a smile. For her mother, she had chosen a high-end dress in a favorite shade of purple, equally expensive. A gentle smile graced her mother's serene face. "Rulin is thoughtful, unlike you two brothers, who come empty-handed." Xiao Han and Xiao Hao could only offer awkward smiles. Once the dishes were served, the Xiao family adhered to their custom of silence during meals. After the five finished dining and returned to the sitting room, Xiao Guodong and his wife took their seats, while Xiao Rulin settled onto the sofa. Just as her brothers attempted to join her, Xiao Guodong commanded, "Stand." The two exchanged glances, realizing that they were about to endure yet another excruciating session of marital pressure. Xiao Hao, exchanging a look with Xiao Han, then addressed their father, "Dad, I heard that Rulin's classmate got married this year and even had a healthy baby boy. Rulin, have you received an invitation?" Xiao Rulin slowly turned her head, her cold gaze chilling her brothers to the bone. "Are you two betraying me?" Her expression was frosty, startling Xiao Hao and Xiao Han. However, they thought it best to stay silent, reasoning that it was better to take the fall than to suffer alone. Xiao Guodong's face turned stern as he slammed his hand on the armrest. "You two have the audacity to mention your sister. What about yourselves?" Xiao Rulin fanned the flames further. "Xiao Hao, you are 40, and Xiao Han, you are 39. Are you not considering your own futures, or even our parents? They're getting older and wish to hold a grandchild. Can't you fulfill that wish?" Among the three unfilial acts, failing to produce heirs is the gravest. What was agreed upon was to avoid infighting, yet you have drawn the fire upon me. Do not blame me for the consequences. Their expressions changed instantly, and indeed, upon hearing her words, Xiao Guodong and their mother cast them disapproving glares. Rising to his feet, Xiao Guodong bellowed, "Bow your heads." The towering figures of his sons had no choice but to comply, lowering their heads before their father, who was a head shorter but commanded respect. They each received a couple of sharp knocks on their heads, causing them to grimace in pain. Xiao Han quickly interjected, "Dad, we are actively seeking suitable partners. You ought to show greater concern for your sister. She is so engrossed in her work that she scarcely has the time to ponder her own marital affairs. Mother and father, it is imperative that you dedicate more time to counsel her." Xiao Hao concurred, saying, "Indeed, dear parents, men can procreate at any age, but women cannot. Moreover, our sister has high standards. If you do not pay her sufficient attention, will she truly remain alone for the rest of her life?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Guodong and Xiao Mama acknowledged the truth in his words and instinctively turned their gazes toward Xiao Rulin. However, Xiao Guodong, still irate, barked to Xiao Han and Xiao Hao, "Bow your heads." The two obediently complied, only to receive a couple of light raps on the head, with a hint of grievance. They protested, "Father, why do you strike us again? Who told you to lack initiative? As elder brothers, you ought to take the lead." Xiao Rulin couldn't suppress a laugh. Yet, when she noticed Xiao Guodong's eyes shift towards her, she understood that he had indeed heeded her brother's words. A flutter of apprehension coursed through her. Sure enough, Xiao Guodong turned to her and said, "Rulin, recently I attended the wedding banquet of a friend's daughter. She looked resplendent in her wedding gown, her face beaming with joy, an image that remains vivid in my memory. I couldn't help but think that if Rulin donned a wedding dress, she would undoubtedly be the most beautiful of all." Xiao Rulin was taken aback. Her father was indeed astute, employing such a roundabout strategy with finesse. She comprehended their heartfelt concerns and worries, but refrained from voicing her own reluctance towards marriage. Instead, she spoke up, "Mom and Dad, there is no need for concern. I have someone I admire. I like Ning Yuan, my male subordinate." The revelation left all four of them astonished. Xiao Guodong and Xiao Mama sprang to their feet, their faces alight with surprise. "Rulin, who is he? Does your father know him? Is he from the compound? When will you bring him home for us to meet?" Xiao Guodong's inquiries poured forth like a barrage of arrows. Xiao Rulin shook her head. "You do not know him, and it is still in its infancy. Perhaps I shall introduce him to you when the opportunity arises." A blush crept across her face as she thought of Ning Yuan. In his youth, Xiao Guodong had been quite the charmer, and recognizing his daughter's bashfulness, he realized she genuinely had someone special. He exchanged a knowing smile with Xiao Mama. At last, their daughter had awakened to her feelings. Her two brothers, intrigued, chimed in, "Which man could possibly resist our sister's allure? When she sets her sights on someone, it is a mere formality." Xiao Rulin replied, "When the time is right, I will bring him home for you to meet. But as for you, Xiao Hao and Xiao Han, after a decade of searching for the right partner, do you plan to continue for another 10 years, only to end up with a retiree?" The two stared wide-eyed. "Sister, why must you undermine our efforts?" Xiao Guodong had always regarded his daughter as intelligent and sensible, not one to be consumed by infatuation, which gave him peace of mind. He then redirected his attention to his two sons. Xiao Guodong's gaze was fixed intently upon his two sons. "Come here, bow your heads." The two sons approached reluctantly, lowering their heads, only to receive a couple of sharp raps on the head. Xiao Han and Xiao Hao covered their heads, their faces contorted in expressions of dismay. Xiao Rulin, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She thought to herself, "Let's see how you dare to betray me again. We had a united front, yet you two turned against me in an instant. Now you truly deserve this. You two, cease your excuses. Within 3 months, each of you must bring home a girlfriend. Within 6 months, you must obtain a marriage certificate. Otherwise, you will face the family's discipline, and the family will no longer support your businesses or provide access to its resources." Xiao Guodong's anger intensified. After all, if his sons were uninterested in marriage, what use was there for resources? If they were unwilling to shoulder responsibility, then they might as well enjoy a life of leisure. For utilizing such resources on them was sheer waste. The two sons bowed their heads, feeling a twinge of shame at his words. It seemed that their father was indeed serious this time. Upon witnessing Xiao Guodong's genuine fury, they no longer dared to defy him. "Dad, I'll do my best. Dad, I will strive to meet your expectations." Xiao Guodong, weary of further conversation, dismissed their words, stating that slogans were meaningless. He demanded results. And if they failed to deliver, they must accept the consequences. Realizing that there was no escape from this ultimatum, the two cast a resentful glare at Xiao Rulin. She merely smiled and retreated to her room. Lying on her bed, she pondered for a while before succumbing to the temptation of sending a message to Ning Yuan. Xiao Yuan, how are you faring in the film crew? Ning Yuan did not respond, leading Xiao Rulin to assume he was asleep, prompting a soft sigh from her. She recalled the day in the garage when she had stolen a kiss, his astonished expression etched in her memory, causing her lips to curve into a smile. Her alluring figure rolled around on the bed. Ah, how can he be so adorable? When Ning Yuan awoke in the morning, he saw Xiao Rulin's message and replied, Sister Rulin, I'm doing quite well in the film crew. It's very fulfilling. How have you been lately? Xiao Rulin quickly responded, Not so well. Ning Yuan inquired with concern, What's wrong? I miss someone, came her reply. Ning Yuan was taken aback. Was she referring to missing him? Was this a direct confession? Who could it be that Sister Rulin missed? Surely it was that rascal who had asked about him. At this moment, Ning Yuan found himself at a loss. How was he to respond to such a straightforward admission? I also miss you, sister. Really? Came her shy response. Really? Xiao Rulin rolled around on the bed again, but realizing she might be overly infatuated, she sat up with a serious demeanor, saying, Well then, make sure to focus on your filming. All right, goodbye, Ning Yuan replied. Once again, Xiao Rulin couldn't resist rolling around in delight. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Ning Yuan made his way to the shooting location. From a distance, Mu Qingmao spotted him but immediately huffed and turned away. Seeing her reaction, Ning Yuan couldn't help but tease her. Qingmao, what's wrong? Are you so smitten by my presence that your heart races? I'll race your big head. Mu Qingmao retorted, playfully showing her claws. Qin Qingqing and Ji Xiaojun, nearby, couldn't suppress their laughter. Soon, Su Kuan arrived, marking the official start of today as filming. Scene 165. Take 2. Mo Miao Miao hails from a single-parent household, with only a frail mother to her name. It is this very vulnerability that draws her to Lin Yu, only to later discover his sinister, cold, and tyrannical nature. Yet, she does not withdraw. Rather, her infatuation deepens, for it inexplicably grants her a sense of security. Lin Yu obsessively revisits photographs and videos, deriving a perverse thrill from them. Both Mo Miao Miao and Lu Lei caution him to eradicate such evidence. In response, Lin Yu brutally knocks them to the ground, arrogantly asserting, Who could possibly trace this back to me? Even if they do, I am a minor. What is there to fear? However, his bravado soon crumbles as Lu Lei goes missing, instilling a sense of dread within him. Lu Lei's dismembered body is soon discovered, inciting terror in both Lin Yu and Mo Miao Miao, leaving them in a state of constant anxiety. The final, haunting image is Zhang Wei wielding a bloody knife, his eyes reflecting cruelty and brutality. Zhou Zhan is taken aback, while the onlooking cast and crew are equally unnerved by this chilling gaze. It is profoundly disturbing. Su Kuan leads the applause, exclaiming, Ning Yuan, your expression could become legendary. The crowd joins in enthusiastic applause. Mu Qingmao, albeit reluctantly, claps her hands. Yet she is internally shaken. Ning Yuan's abnormality extends beyond his character. His acting is equally unsettling. Tomorrow marks the showdown between them. Could she truly emerge victorious? Must she indeed kiss him? No, she might not necessarily lose. Ning Yuan bows in gratitude to everyone. After filming concludes, he enjoys a hearty meal and returns to his hotel, lying in bed to rest. The phone rings, and upon answering, he hears Meng Nanyu's despondent voice. Xiao Yuan, I haven't conceived. Ning Yuan sighs, fully aware of Meng Nanyu's longing for a child at the age of 30. My dear, it's all right. We will keep trying. Yes. Xiao Yuan, I await your return. Kisses, my love. Let me see the results. Meng Nanyu sends him the results. A value of less than 5 indicates no pregnancy. Yet, it is of little consequence. With continued effort, there will surely be opportunities ahead. Chapter 52. Liu Xuening's Regret. Ning Yuan saves the results, and they engage in lively conversation. My dear, do not overexert yourself at work. Prioritize rest. Meng Nanyu nods, I understand. There isn't anything particularly pressing at the company right now. The systems are well established, and my role is primarily decision-making without the need for hands-on execution. Ning Yuan inquires if the doctor provided any special precautions for preparing for pregnancy. Just to maintain a balanced diet and a regular sleep schedule, she replies. Blushing, Meng Nanyu adds, Oh, Xiao Yuan, I consulted the doctor. They said we can do ovulation tests and that intimacy during ovulation increases the chances of conception. Ning Yuan does not dwell on the matter, as his wife's health remains paramount. I understand. We must be cautious. However, my dear, it seems you will bear the brunt of the effort, as I shall become a 7 master. Meng Nanyu's neck flushes crimson, her cheeks aglow. Ning Yuan continues, my love. I have a fondness for black silk, as well as purple and white silk. No white silk. Does that imply that black and purple silk are permissible? It depends on the situation and your behavior. My dear, I am exceedingly well behaved. My pet name is Ning Guai Guai. Upon witnessing Ning Yuan's antics, Meng Nanyu couldn't help but chuckle. However, after a while, a look of disappointment surfaced on her delicate face. I miss you, Xiao Yuan. I miss you too, my dear. By the way, could you call me husband? Who, husband? Suddenly, Ning Yuan pondered question. If Meng Nanyu were to truly become pregnant in the future, would that mean Liu Xuening and Liu Xuefu would become her cousins? Surely, Liu Xuening would be infuriated by this, wouldn't she? Nevertheless, it mattered little how she would react. One should simply pursue their own happiness. Liu Pue Ning Sne said, Who is thinking of me? Could be Ning Yuan? Alas, that is impossible. Ning Yuan is so indifferent towards me. How could he possibly think of me? Even if I were to perish now, he would likely show no reaction. Would he? Contemplating this, Liu Xuening felt a sudden pang in her heart. Lately, she had become increasingly sentimental. After receiving a slap from Mu Qing Mo yesterday, her face still throbbed with pain and showed no signs of swelling abating. Thus, she refrained from going to the office today. The sting of that slap, coupled with Ning Yuan's indifference, had jolted her awake. She suddenly realized how her previous coldness towards Ning Yuan must have made him feel. Perhaps it was this very reason that fueled his resentment towards her. Hence, he had said, I left out of disappointment. She acknowledged that her concern for him had indeed been insufficient. During his grave injury, she had only stood vigil outside while he was being rescued, staying awake for 2 nights without a single moment of rest. After Ning Yuan had emerged from danger, Liu Xuening had not visited him again, for her company was embroiled in a fierce battle with Xiao Ruolan's firm, employing various tactics against one another. This included poaching each other's core staff with exorbitant salaries, orchestrating online attacks to sway public sentiment, plagiarizing each other's successful film projects and creative ideas, and reporting each other's violations to the authorities. This chaos left Liu Xuening overwhelmed. Thus, she had to remain at the company. Furthermore, she was assisting the police in an investigation. The assailant who had severely injured Ning Yuan had been apprehended, yet the mastermind behind the attack remained elusive. Eventually, it was discovered that a small entertainment company had sought to compete with Global Group. The owner of this small firm was arrested and sentenced, while the shareholders and the owner's family faced Liu Xuening's brutal retribution. Given Liu Xuening's proud nature, she naturally would not inform Ning Yuan of her 2-night vigil. Liu Xuening mused, I stood by Ning Yuan for 2 nights, but he was still unconscious after his surgery and could not have seen me. Would he think I never visited him at all, and thus harbor resentment towards me? The more she pondered, the more likely it seemed. She rose, intent on seeking out Ning Yuan to clarify matters. However, upon further reflection, she dejectedly sat back down. Would he even believe anything she said now? I am sorry. Ning Yuan, I have not done well enough. Tears streamed down her face once more. At that time, she had triumphed in the war against Xiao Ruolan, but now, having lost Ning Yuan, what was the point? Liu Xuening reflected on the past and realized that her missteps were not just a few, but rather that she had scarcely done anything right. During this period, she had aspired to learn to cook so she could prepare meals for Ning Yuan in the future. However, she soon discovered that the tasks of purchasing groceries, selecting, washing, cooking vegetables, preparing rice, washing dishes, cleaning, and tidying the kitchen were far more exhausting than working at a job. Previously, she had naively believed that Ning Yuan was idly lounging at home. Reality had delivered a harsh slap to her face. The fact that Ning Yuan had forsaken a flourishing career to care for her was a tremendous sacrifice, one she had failed to comprehend. With this realization, Liu Xuening suddenly felt a pang of empathy for Ning Yuan and, in frustration, slapped her own face. The sharp sting brought tears to her eyes, especially since it landed on the same cheek that had been struck by Mu Qingma the day before, which now seemed even more swollen. How foolish of me. Why didn't I strike my left cheek instead? Liu Xuening felt even more aggrieved. Furthermore, she recognized that her previous method of applying heat was also misguided, as it had only exacerbated the swelling. After all, it was Ning Yuan who had tended to these mundane matters of daily life. After shedding some tears, Liu Xuening began to apply a cold compress to her face. Having gained some experience from her misadventures, she called Ling Xuening, initially intending to invite her over for a meal, but with her face so swollen, she felt embarrassed to be seen. On the other end, Ling Xuening seemed rather urgent. Liu Xuening, if you have something to say it quickly. Liu Xuening huffed. Ling Xuening, how could a professor be so rude? My Luna has broken. Liu Xuening, hurry, what is so urgent? It's nothing, she replied, and the call was abruptly disconnected. After waiting for about half an hour, Ling Xuening called back, her tone now gentle and composed. Ning, what's the call about? I was just playing a game, and after a fierce 50-minute battle, I finally won. You should be grateful, Liu Xuening. Had I lost, my frustration would have been directed at you instead. Liu Xuening could never quite understand why the cultured and knowledgeable Ling Xuening enjoyed playing games in her leisure time, especially since she was known for her sharp tongue and fierce repartee. Having grown accustomed to her friend's eccentricities, she confided, Ling Xuening, Ning Yuan is ignoring me. What should I do? Ling Xuening detected the despair and helplessness in Liu Xuening's voice, and for a moment, she fell silent. Torn between her loyalty to her friend and her own interests, it was a complex dilemma. Helping her friend felt like aiding a rival for the affections of someone they both cherished. After all, one could yield in many matters, but not in matters of the heart. Ultimately, she resolved to offer a compromise. She would help Liu Xuening analyze her situation, but would refrain from providing her with a clear solution, allowing her to ponder it herself. After all, she had analyzed the situation thoroughly and fulfilled her duty as a confidant. Whether her friend could devise a good solution was another matter entirely. Moreover, she was somewhat curious about what had transpired between the two of them that led to Xuening claiming Ning Yuan was ignoring her. Could it be that Xuening had sought out Ning Yuan, only to be met with indifference? It was indeed a possibility. Her curiosity piqued, and she suggested to Xuening, let us dine together this evening. I shall assist you in analyzing the situation and act as your strategist. Liu Xuening hesitated. No, it's all right. Just tell me over the phone. Ling Xuening immediately sensed something was amiss. Wait, Xuening, are you hiding something from me? Be honest. No. Liu Xuening attempted to evade. You cannot deceive me. If you are unwilling to share the truth, it seems you do not wish for my assistance. Liu Xuening grew anxious. She had been troubled by this matter for days, struggling to find a resolution, and genuinely needed her dear friend for guidance. All right, come over, and you'll understand. Ling Xuening replied. All right, see you soon. As evening fell, Ling Xuening set out from school to Liu Xuening's villa. Upon arrival, Liu Xuening opened the door, and Ling Xuening immediately noticed her friend's swollen face. The once stunningly serene visage had transformed, taking on a soft and endearing appearance. Ling Xuening exclaimed, what happened? Did you have a fight with Ning Yuan? Liu Xuening's eyes suddenly welled with tears, her lips quivering. It was Ning Yuan who struck me, though he did nothing to stop it. Ling Xuening, concerned, asked, does it still hurt? I can go fetch some medicine. Liu Xuening shook her head, no, it's fine. I've already applied ice, and it feels much better. The two settled onto the sofa, and Ling Xuening inquired, now, tell me what happened. Just as Liu Xuening was about to speak, another figure darted through the door. Dressed in an adorable schoolgirl outfit and carrying a cute little backpack, it was Liu Xuefu. Sister. Oh, Ling Xuening is here too. Welcome. Liu Xuefu cheerfully exclaimed as she rushed to sit down. Liu Xuening, not wishing for her sister to see her face, turned away. But the perceptive Liu Xuening quickly noticed something was off. "Sister, when did you gain weight? Your face has rounded out." Liu Xuening, irritated, playfully flicked her forehead. Ning Yuan interjected, "Xuefu, your sister has been hurt." Liu Xuefu's eyes widened in shock, then filled with fury. "Who dares to harm my sister? I will deal with them." Ning Yuan pulled her back. "Listen to your sister first. Let us understand the situation." With one being her dear friend and the other her sister, Liu Xuening felt emboldened to share, especially since she desired Ning Yuan's insights. "It was I who sought out Ning Yuan and said, 'Ning Yuan, you haven't returned home in ages. I wish to accompany you home.' I was so incensed that I wanted to slap Mu Qingma, but just as I raised my hand, she struck me first." Ning Yuan remained as aloof as ever, offering no assistance, instead dismissing me and insisting I should not return. At this point, Liu Xuening's voice faltered, clearly on the verge of tears. As she recalled Ning Yuan's indifferent visage, a dull ache began to stir within her heart once more. Ning Yuan and Liu Xuefu exchanged glances, both astonished to see the typically frosty Liu Xuening appear as a forsaken girl, brimming with grievance. Liu Xuefu felt a pang of sympathy for her sister, yet she couldn't help but think that Liu Xuening had brought this upon herself. When Ning Yuan had treated her well, she had taken it for granted. Now that he had truly departed, her attempts to reconcile were futile. As he seemed indifferent to her plight, Ning Yuan contemplated for a moment and said, "So, what you're saying is that you were struck by Mu Qingma. And it's not that Ning Yuan didn't intervene, but rather that he was unable to. Yet, after you were hurt, he didn't help you up, instead remaining cold towards you." Liu Xuening, with reddened eyes, responded, "Yes. I don't understand how Ning Yuan could act this way. I admit I didn't care for him enough in the past, but I never did anything to betray him, nor did I engage in any flirtations. Why does he offer me no chance at all? Why is he so indifferent, even less considerate than a stranger?" Ning Yuan shook her head. "Xuening, your line of thinking is misguided. Let me ask you, do you love Ning Yuan? Are you seeking to salvage this marriage out of genuine affection? Or is it simply a matter of pride, or perhaps a reaction to the abruptness of the divorce?" Without hesitation, Liu Xuening declared, "I love him, not out of stubbornness, nor due to habit. I simply desire him." Over a month had passed, and her anguish had escalated to the brink of collapse, showing no signs of abating. How could she fail to recognize that she had fallen for Ning Yuan? Ning Yuan gently prompted, "All right, since you claim to love him and wish to win him back, you must first acknowledge your own errors. Imagine Ning Yuan saying, 'I haven't pursued other girls. I've stopped going to bars.' Doesn't that prove my love for you? Would that be a valid statement? Absolutely not. Ning Yuan would never utter such a fallacious argument." Liu Xuening asserted firmly. "Precisely. It's akin to me saying I haven't harmed you. Xuening, does that mean I have treated you poorly? Not harming you is simply my duty. Similarly, not betraying him or engaging in flirtations is something you ought to do. It is not a sacrifice. Do you understand, Xuening?" Liu Xuening bit her lip and nodded. Liu Xuefu added, "Yes, sister, you cannot equate obligations with sacrifices. For instance, if you share a bed with your husband, you might feel you have given endlessly, but that is merely your duty as a wife, given that you consented to marriage. Of course, while it is an obligation, it doesn't mean you must comply with every one of your husband's demands, especially the peculiar ones." Liu Xuenings's face flushed, and she pretended to strike Liu Xuefu, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Speaking such things at your young age." Chapter 54. Liu Xuening, Liu Xuefu, and Ning Yuan with hidden agendas. Liu Xuefu playfully dodged, "Sister, I'm just speaking the truth. You never want to hear it." Liu Xuening maintained a stern expression. "You must not engage in early romance." Liu Xuefu retorted indignantly, "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You were engaged at 20, even if you didn't register the marriage. I'm 18, yet you don't permit me early romance while you could marry young." Liu Xuening was left speechless. Ling Xin interrupted the increasingly distant conversation and continued, "Xuening, now we understand that your lack of flirtation with others does not equate to sacrifice. So I ask you, what have you truly given? Even the smallest gesture will suffice. Liu Xuening tilted her head in contemplation, a look of shame creeping across her face. Indeed, she could not recall any sacrifices she had made. Meeting Ling Xin's wise yet piercing gaze, she softly replied, "When Ning Yuan was injured, I kept vigil outside for 2 nights." "Then let me ask you, why was Ning Yuan injured? Look into my eyes and answer me." He was hurt for me. He was injured for you, nearly losing his life in the process. Shouldn't you have guarded him? Look at me, answer me. Do you think that is what one should do?" Ling Xin's tone grew more intense, and the thought of Ning Yuan almost dying ignited an inexplicable anger within her. "It should be," Liu Xuening murmured hesitantly. Liu Xuefu interjected, "Exactly, sister. Brother-in-law took a blade for you and nearly perished. You kept watch over him for 2 nights. Do you expect him to remember your kindness?" Her eyes, suddenly cold, reflected her indignation. Liu Xuening dared not express her frustration towards Ling Xin, but upon hearing her sister's words, she thought, "You little brat, how dare you reprimand me?" In exasperation, she retorted, "What do children understand?" Meanwhile, Ling Xin sensed something amiss. Liu Xuefu was clearly more inclined to defend Ning Yuan. With a scrutinizing glance toward her, Ling Xin noted that Xuefu seemed overly protective of her brother-in-law. Liu Xuefu, too, caught a glimpse of Ling Xin's unease. Though Ling Xin's words appeared to be neutral and rational, they subtly favored Ning Yuan. Wasn't Ling Xin supposed to be a close confidant of her sister? It seemed she had been consistently advocating for brother Ning Yuan. The crux of the matter was Ling Xin's composed demeanor, which set alarm bells ringing in Liu Xuefu's mind. One was a calm and astute associate professor with remarkable intellect. The other, a whimsical young lady full of cunning. The two exchanged wary glances, each burying their thoughts deep within. Liu Xuening scolded Liu Xuefu, who merely smiled back playfully. "Oh, my dear sister, had I not observed your recent furrowed brow, weighed down with more heaviness than the raindrops on wilted lotuses in autumn, I might have thought you and brother-in-law were in perfect harmony." Liu Xuefu's words, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, irked Liu Xuening, who found herself unable to retaliate and merely huffed in response. Ling Xin studied Liu Xuefu intently. The girl was no simpleton. Her seemingly gentle words were, in fact, a sharp rebuttal. Moreover, her sardonic manner was unparalleled, demonstrating a much higher emotional intelligence than her sister. Each of the three harbored their own secrets, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Ling Xin then summarized, "In essence, Xuening, you have not made any sacrifices for Ning Yuan, or rather, you perceive your contributions as unilateral. Next, let us evaluate Ning Yuan's sacrifices." She enumerated one by one. "Firstly, he willingly withdrew from the entertainment industry for you. Secondly, he devoted himself to caring for your daily needs, without complaint, using his own money, while you never contributed a single penny. Thirdly, he shielded you from harm. A life-saving grace. Fourthly, you once confided in me that he was not permitted to engage in normal social interactions with women, and he adhered to that. There were numerous other points as well." Liu Xuening found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. However, amidst her chaotic thoughts, a sudden notion flashed through her mind. "Ling Xian, how do you know all this so clearly?" Ling Xian seemed to anticipate her question, her expression impassive. "The first time you two were together was at 12:30 at night, lasting 20 minutes, after which you pushed Ning Yuan away. Didn't you say all this before?" Thus, she posed the question, "Why do you think I am so informed?" Ling Xin." Liu Xuening's delicate face and snow-white neck flushed crimson, and she leapt up to cover her mouth. "How can you say such things in front of Xuefu?" Liu Xuefu slightly parted her lips before covering her mouth and giggling softly. "Such provocative remarks are worthy of my ears. However, sister, you truly are domineering. If it were me, I would never have abruptly pushed away my brother-in-law. Oh dear, what am I even thinking?" The tips of Liu Xuefu's fair ears turned slightly pink. Ling Xian pried her hand away, snorting coldly. "So you're questioning it, then? That is why I spoke up." Liu Xuening hurriedly retorted, "No, I have no doubts." "Then what shall you do?" Ling Xian said, "The situation is quite clear. It's that you, Xuening, have not treated Ning Yuan well during your marriage, leading him to feel that his 5 years of devotion were wasted, resulting in his disappointment and departure. You are the dog. Liu Xuening angrily. Ling Xian gave her a light smack. Do not interrupt. You think that after one attempt to reconcile with Ning Yuan, everything will return to its former state? You're being overly simplistic. As for what to do next, that is up to you. I can no longer assist. Please, Ling Xian, you have always been the best to me. Help me think of a solution. Liu Xuening pleaded, presenting a pitiful demeanor. Seeing her like this, Ling Xian felt a pang of compassion, moved by her sincerity. As for what method to employ, you must figure that out on your own. I truly cannot help you. Liu Xuening fell into contemplation. Subsequently, it seemed that Liu Xuening was diligently pondering how to win Ning Yuan back, while Ling Xian and Liu Xuefu busied themselves in the kitchen. Their gazes occasionally met. Liu Xuefu, squatting down to prepare vegetables, smiled charmingly and said, Ling Xian's sister, you are slightly older than my sister. She has married and divorced already. What about you, Ling Xian? Do you have a boyfriend? While stirring the pan, Ling Xian fixed her gaze on her. Smiling as she replied, Sister has someone she likes. But tell me, Xuefu, do you have someone you fancy? But sister wants to caution you, in youth, one often develops admiration for older men, as they tend to possess more experience, knowledge, and wisdom than their peers. Moreover, their ability to care for others can easily foster a sense of dependence. Therefore, sister hopes you will not confuse admiration with love. Liu Xuefu secretly scoffed, thinking, Ling Xian, you are subtly pointing at me. Though you are 10 years my senior, it does not necessarily mean you comprehend emotions better than I do. Upon this realization, her smile radiated even more brilliantly. Sister Ling Xin, in her youth, could experience the fervent flutter of her heart. She could feel her palms sweat upon encountering another. She could perceive the light emanating from another, illuminating her otherwise dim existence. How could one possibly define this as mere admiration? Ling Xin gazed intently at her, while Liu Xuefu met her gaze with equal fervor, the tension mounting palpably between them. Chapter 55. The memories of Liu Xuefu resolved not to yield any further. No one could sway her resolve. Her thoughts drifted back to the past. During her senior year of high school, Liu Xuefu was a rebellious girl, disinterested in her studies, often challenging her teachers in class, and adorning herself in peculiar attire, marking her as an outlier in the eyes of others. After all, her sister was far too busy to oversee her. Her father had long since passed, and her mother, whom Liu Xuefu had encountered only twice, was a stunning beauty who forbade her from calling her mother, insisting instead on the title of aunt. Naturally, there was no emotional bond. Due to Liu Xuefu's defiance towards the school's authority, her sister Liu Xuening was summoned to the school on several occasions, which only fueled her irritation towards Liu Xuefu. She believed Liu Xuefu to be beyond redemption and, in her frustration, decided to relinquish her responsibility, allowing her to drift unmonitored. Liu Xuening had nearly resolved to give up on her entirely. Liu Xuefu's first encounter with Ning Yuan occurred in the second year of her sister's relationship with him, during her sophomore year. She harbored an inexplicable animosity towards the man who had captured her sister's heart, for her sister was her last remaining kin. Deliberately, she donned an eccentric outfit and applied smoky makeup to convey her disapproval. Yet, Ning Yuan remained unfazed by her hostility, affectionately ruffling her hair and exclaiming how delightful her attire was and how beautifully she had transformed into a porcelain doll. Liu Xuefu endeavored to maintain a facade of icy indifference, yet her cheeks betrayed her, flushing crimson. She dared not meet Ning Yuan's eyes, her heart racing inexplicably. I do not like you, she declared suddenly. Ning Yuan smiled, his handsomeness reminiscent of a prince from shoujo manga. Yet, I am quite fond of you, Liu Xuefu, he replied, although she understood that his affection was not of the romantic sort. Her face inexplicably flushed deeper. For a moment, Liu Xuefu's heart skipped a beat. She wished to speak further, yet found herself at a loss for words, a surge of self-directed frustration rising within her, prompting her to flee into her room. Subsequently, after Ning Yuan moved in, whenever Liu Xuefu faced reprimand from the school, it was Ning Yuan who stood before the school's authorities on her behalf, asserting, I have always believed that Xuefu is a good child. For reasons unknown, a wave of emotion washed over Liu Xuefu, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. This was the first time someone had resolutely stood by her side, willing to believe in her. Particularly poignant was the sight of Ning Yuan enduring the principal's reprimand for her sake, wearing a smile that softened her heart. Meanwhile, Liu Xufu's single and rather stern homeroom teacher, whom Liu Xufu viewed as fearsome, regarded Ning Yuan with a bashful demeanor, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This scene ignited a spark of anger within Liu Xufu. It seems that she's experiencing an unsettling discomfort, akin to the feeling of having something precious coveted by others. This peculiar sensation leaves her pondering why such emotions arise within her. After all, Ning Yuan is merely her brother-in-law. Yet, she finds herself wishing that Ning Yuan would not be summoned to the school. Consequently, she begins to change her eccentric attire, striving to behave more obediently and dedicate herself to her studies. However, she has fallen significantly behind, particularly in mathematics, where her performance is dishearteningly poor. Liu Xuening, feeling indifferent, leaves the burden of her education squarely on Ning Yuan's shoulders. Initially, Liu Xuefu faces numerous setbacks in mathematics, contemplating giving up countless times. But Ning Yuan's patient encouragement prevents her from surrendering. Observing the earnest expression on her brother-in-law's face, she resolves to persevere and starts her studies anew. Although Ning Yuan is a drama student, he excelled academically in high school, particularly in mathematics, earning him the reputation of a top scholar. Liu Xuefu, naturally bright, experiences a remarkable improvement in her grades thanks to Ning Yuan's dedicated tutoring. During her senior year, Liu Xuefu achieves her first placement within the top 50 in a monthly exam, and elated, she rushes home to share this joyous news with Ning Yuan. Recently, she has noticed that Ning Yuan does not seem particularly happy when he is with her sister. His eyes are often clouded with melancholy. She subtly inquires about his well-being, wondering if he is unhappy with her sister, but Ning Yuan always responds with a smile, gently ruffling her hair, saying, "Xuefu, you will understand when you grow up." Thus, she yearns to share her good news with him, hoping to bring him some happiness. Often, while he explains problems to her, she steals glances at his profile, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy as she observes his furrowed brow. She longs to smooth away his worries, but lacks the courage to do so. "Brother-in-law, I ranked in the top 50. Liu Xuefu exclaims joyfully, waving her report card, and leaps into Ning Yuan's embrace. The scent emanating from him is delightful, just as she had imagined, a crisp aroma of cedar. Liu Xuefu harbors her own little thoughts. She has longed to be in her brother-in-law's arms, curious to experience the sensation, and this report card provides the perfect opportunity. She wraps her arms around Ning Yuan's waist, saying, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Her lovely face nuzzles against his chest. Ning Yuan straightens her posture and pats her head, assuring her that she need not thank him, as she herself is quite remarkable. Liu Xuefu's ears turn crimson. Eventually, Liu Xuefu gains admission to Jinghai University, her life returning to the right path. Yet, she recognizes that without her brother-in-law's support, patience, and guidance, her future might have been irrevocably altered. This destruction does not stem from a lack of wealth. Her family is affluent, but rather from the potential to become a wealthy idler. Thus, Ling Xian claims that Liu Xuefu merely admires Ning Yuan due to his age and knowledge. Liu Xuefu scoffs at this notion. For Ling Xian does not comprehend the depth of her feelings for Ning Yuan, which encompass not only admiration but also attachment, adoration, and gratitude. While a singular emotion may seem too insubstantial, when multiple emotions intertwine, they forge an immensely solid foundation. As for her sister, during her academic years, she was the epitome of a top scholar, and now, as a teacher, she has become the youngest associate professor in the history of the school. In the laboratory, I am unparalleled in both research and writing. Whatever I desire, I can achieve. Xuefu, do you comprehend? Ling Xin's striking beauty, combined with her intellectual demeanor, exuded an indescribable aura of intimidation. Ling Xin's words pulled Liu Xuefu back from a reverie. It seemed that this was Ling Xin's unabashed declaration of war. However, Liu Xuefu had never been one to concede defeat. Having transformed from an underachiever to a student at Jinghai University in just a year, She was undoubtedly a person of determination and tenacity. The scenery of Jinghai at 4 o'clock had been witnessed by her countless times. Sister Liu Xuening. One cannot win a man's heart solely through capability. It is essential to remember that men, regardless of age, will forever be enamored with 18-year-old girls. Chapter 56. Ning Yuan triumphs over Mu Qingma. Their gazes clashed like lightning. Liu Xuening remarked nonchalantly, "Let us wait and see how this unfolds." With that, she proudly lifted her chest. Liu Xuefu, unwilling to be outdone, replied, "Sister Liu Xuening, may the best methods prevail." She had never feared competition. Presently, she possessed a delicate figure, skin as fair as snow, and while her beauty might not eclipse the moon or shame the flowers, it was undeniably striking. Moreover, she was adept at makeup and donned various outfits, including traditional Han attire and even nun's garb, providing emotional value. Her physique, favored by boys, was sensitive and alluring, making it inconceivable for her to lose. That would indeed be a laughable notion, a complete advantage for her. After the meal began, Liu Xuening, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Ning Yuan, it's not merely a matter of my efforts to win back his affection. The reality is that he no longer loves me. What should I do?" She appeared somewhat lost. Both Liu Xuening and Liu Xuefu were taken aback, not expecting Liu Xuening to arrive at such a realization. Given her previous emotional naivety, reaching this conclusion was a significant advancement. Liu Xuening knew there were ways to address the situation, such as sincere communication, acknowledging mistakes, striving for change, and allowing the other party to witness this transformation to rebuild trust. Additionally, seeking assistance from others, like Liu Xueqing's respected aunt, could prove beneficial. However, emotions are inherently selfish, and they would not readily share their insights. In their eyes, Liu Xueqing was already out of the game. Unless a unique circumstance arose, she posed no threat whatsoever. Liu Xueqing remained oblivious to the fact that her friends had already passed judgment on her, still engulfed in sorrow. Despite Liu Xuening's delicious cooking, she found no appetite. As she ate, tears began to fall, and ultimately, she consumed that small bowl of rice mingled with her tears. "Ning Yuan, is there truly no possibility for us anymore? Yet, I genuinely recognize my mistakes. Today marks the day of the competition he had arranged with Mu Qingma. Should Mu Qingma lose, she would owe him a kiss. However, if Ning Yuan were to lose, there were no stipulations for him. The competition was instigated by the fiercely competitive Mu Qingma, not by Ning Yuan's desire to compete. They had intentionally enlisted director Su Kuan and deputy director Nie Feng as judges. Observing Mu Qingma's serious demeanor, the duo couldn't help but chuckle and readily accepted the request. They were eager for captivating footage, so why not indulge in the contest? Mo Miao Miao, contrary to her seemingly innocent facade, initially succumbed to Lin Yu's coercion. Gradually, she derived an inexplicable thrill from tormenting those weaker than herself. Thus, she sought out girls overlooked by society, particularly those from disadvantaged backgrounds, compiling a list to present to Lin Yu, with whom she conspired to bully them. Recently, however, she sensed that someone had been watching her, as if a shadow was trailing her every move. After yet another incident of tormenting a frail girl, Mo Miao Miao returned to her dilapidated home. Upon pushing the door open, she was met by a figure clad in black, seated with their back to her. On the dining table, her mother's lifeless head stared at her with wide eyes. "Mother!" Her heart was engulfed in anguish and terror as she screamed, desperate to flee, yet her body felt paralyzed. The man turned, revealing a pair of ghastly, bloodshot eyes. "I've finally found you." He perused the videos Mo Miao Miao had recorded, ultimately fixating on one featuring Zhang Xiaoyu. The methods of bullying depicted were unimaginably cruel and horrific, beyond human comprehension. Tears flowed from his eyes, which eventually transformed into blood, and his throat erupted in a dry, anguished howl. "It's your turn." By the time the police located Mo Miao Miao, she was beyond saving. Her body was so mutilated it bore no resemblance to a human form, hinting at the torturous ordeal she had endured. However, based on the clues the officers unearthed, the next target of the murderer appeared to be Lin Yu. Upon learning of Mo Miao Miao's gruesome demise, Lin Yu fell into a state of profound terror. He confided in his parents about the situation, and after delivering 2 harsh slaps, they resolved to protect him by sending him abroad to evade the impending danger. Yet, on the eve of his departure, within the Lin family villa, Lin Yu lay awake in his room, unable to sleep, haunted by visions of Mo Meow Meow's tragic end. At that moment, a figure clad in a black trench coat appeared outside his window. Lin Yu recognized those menacing eyes all too well. They had invaded his dreams repeatedly. "Dad! Mom! Help me!" He cried out in fear. Rushing from his room, he discovered his parents lying in a pool of blood, the crimson liquid continuing to flow. The man in black, wielding a bloodied knife, smiled as he addressed him. "Lin Yu, don't be anxious. We'll have a splendid time. I won't allow you to die comfortably." The smile, in Lin Yu's eyes, appeared as terrifying as a specter. He trembled uncontrollably, his complexion as pale as parchment, his calves quaking as if a colossal hand were gripping his heart, rendering him utterly speechless. The arrogance he once possessed had long since evaporated. In the end, he managed to force out a few words. "Please, I beg you, spare me. I recognize my mistakes." Yet, the man in black, tears streaming down his face, retorted, "When you pleaded for Zhang Xiaoyu's life, did you spare her? When others begged for mercy, did you grant it? You do not realize your error. You comprehend only that your life is forfeit." In the depths of Lin Yu's terror-stricken gaze, the man in black severed his arm with a single stroke, causing him to lose consciousness from the excruciating pain. When he eventually awoke, he discovered that his limbs had been brutally severed. Lin Yu screamed in horror, but his mouth was gagged with cloth, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. Just as the man in black prepared to deliver the final blow, Su Ran arrived. "Put down the knife, or I shall be compelled to use my weapon. I know you are Zhang Wei, Zhang Xiaoyu's father. You have already taken several lives. Do not commit another grave mistake." However, Zhang Wei did not relent. Instead, he lunged the knife toward Lin Yu's heart. Su Ran fired her weapon. Yet, haunted by the memories of the young girls mercilessly tormented by Lin Yu and his accomplices, her hand trembled, causing her shot to go awry. In that moment of Lin Yu's terror, Zhang Wei ended Lin Yu's life. In the shadows lurked 2 other parents. One of them had slain the other and sought to eliminate both Zhang Wei and Su Ran. Ultimately, they intended to set the place ablaze, erasing all evidence and evading any repercussions. As he advanced towards Su Ran, Zhang Wei discerned the assailant's intent and plunged his knife into the man's chest, only for the parent's blade to also pierce Zhang Wei's heart. Su Ran supported him. In his final moments, Zhang Wei recalled the word from Zhang Xiaoyu's note. "Daddy, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Xiaoyu, Dad, I'm coming to be with you." The curtain fell. Sukan, Nifeng, and a group of crew members and onlookers erupted into applause. This performance showcased Ning Yuan, Mu Qingma, and Zhou Zhu at their finest. Ning Yuan embodied the ferocity of revenge impeccably. In his last moments, his expression conveyed guilt toward his daughter, resentment, and the solace of having saved Su Ran. All masterfully rendered. Such a profound display of emotion was nothing short of remarkable. Su Kuan refrained from immediately commenting on the competition between the two. Instead, he called them aside to a more private space. He stated, "Qingma, Ning Yuan, after watching your performances, we, along with Director Nia, ultimately feel that Ning Yuan slightly surpassed Qingma, though you were both exceptional. This is also tied to the complexity of the character Zhang Wei." Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma exchanged glances. Mu Qingma flushed, lowered her head, and let out a soft huff, her thoughts racing. What a disaster. Am I truly going to kiss Ning Yuan? What should I do? Writing is not an easy endeavor. I hope you all can take a moment to lend your encouraging fingers to write a positive review for the young author. May you also encounter someone as affectionate as Meng Nanyu or as beautiful as Liu Xuening. In Chapter 57, Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma find themselves together. Ning Yuan casts a half-smile glance at her, which instantly irritates Mu Qingma. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" she retorts, while Ning Yuan continues to tease her, hoping she retains her spirit for what is to come. This punishment will not be easily overlooked, for without a little discipline, she would incessantly challenge him, which would undoubtedly become tiresome. Mu Qingma huffs, observing the dispersing crowd, and mutters softly, "Humph, it's just a peck on the cheek. What is there to fear?" After their meal, Ning Yuan heads toward the hotel, glancing back at Mu Qingma, who pouts, thinking to herself, "Do you really worry I might renege?" She tells Lian Qingqing, "I'm going to fetch something. Please wait for me here." "All right, Qingma, take your time," Lian Qingqing responds, encouraging her to take as long as she needs. Finding her words a bit perplexing, Mu Qingma brushes it off. Once they have left, Lian Qingqing and Ji Xiaojun exchange knowing glances. Have they become a couple? Ji Xiaojun exclaims excitedly. They must have. My novel is about to begin. Lian Qingqing beams, sensing an influx of new members in their group, as if their ranks are about to swell. Do you think they might have stolen a kiss? Yixiaoyun spitsulates. Do you think it would be merely a kiss? Surely, they would be indulging in other delights as well. The two young ladies begin to animatedly discuss. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan enters his room, and shortly after, he hears a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he finds Mu Qingma stealthily standing outside. As soon as she sees him, she slips inside. Ning Yuan regards her with an air of calm amusement. The moment Mu Qingma meets his gaze, her delicate, cold visage flushes a deep crimson. Finally, she resignedly asks, How should we kiss?" Ning Yuan chuckles, instructing her to stand on your toes. Standing at 176 centimeters, her height increases further with heels, making it possible for her to reach him. "No way," Mu Qingma exclaims, feeling the action far too embarrassing. Ning Yuan then suggests, "How about we sit on the bed together, and you can peck my cheek?" That would suffice to complete the task. Biting her luscious lower lip, Mu Qingma hesitates for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Ning Yuan leisurely settles on the edge of the bed, while Mu Qingma's neck flushes with color, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. With heavy steps, she finally inches closer to him, unable to bear the tension any longer. Ning Yuan pulls her down beside him. "Mu Qingma, stop dawdling. This isn't like your usual decisive self. You're behaving like a wronged little bride." He teases. "You're the one acting like a wronged little bride. Your whole family is a bunch of wronged little brides." Mu Qingma retorts, playfully resuming her original demeanor. "Ning Yuan laux heartidi. Now, this is entertaining. Just a moment ago, it felt as if I were coercing you." Ning Yuan closed his eyes, turned his face, and said, "Come on, consider yourself fortunate." Mu Qingma felt a surge of frustration. However, as she gazed at Ning Yuan's profile, she admired his sword-like eyebrows, long eyelashes, and high-nose bridge, along with his distinctly defined jawline. Mu Qingma couldn't help but marvel at how exceptionally handsome Ning Yuan was, truly blessed by nature. She tried to bolster her courage, pouting her luscious lips, contemplating a kiss. Yet, her nerves overwhelmed her, making her eyelashes tremble. Ultimately, as she leaned closer to Ning Yuan's cheek, she found herself too shy to proceed. Clenching her fists, she encouraged herself, "I can do this. It's just a kiss. Nothing extraordinary. I'll pretend it's a piece of wood." She puckered her vibrant lips once more and leaned in. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan had kept his eyes closed for quite a while, feeling a bit impatient. When he finally opened his eyes and turned his face, it was precisely at that moment that Mu Qingma, with her eyes closed, pressed her lips against his. A jolt surged through Ning Yuan, and his breath quickened. Mu Qingma's lips were cool, and her enchanting face, adorned with closed eyes, was simply too captivating for Ning Yuan to release her. As Mu Qingma realized she had kissed Ning Yuan, her heart raced like a drum. Opening her beautiful eyes, she found herself entranced by his mesmerizing peach blossom eyes. Just as she contemplated pushing him away, he gently wrapped his arm around her neck, deepening the kiss. In truth, Ning Yuan's strength was not overwhelming. Mu Qingma could have easily broken free if she wished. However, inhaling his scent and feeling his intensified breathing, she felt her body weaken, forgetting to resist. Lacking the will to do so, closing her eyes once again, Ning Yuan savored the sweetness of Mu Qingma's cherry lips, unconsciously caressing her waist. She felt as if struck by lightning, and in that moment, she was completely awakened. Suddenly pushing Ning Yuan away, she wiped her mouth fiercely with her sleeve, her chest heaving with fury, as if a great rabbit were about to burst forth. "You insufferable Ning Yuan, pervert! You took advantage of me." Ning Yuan wanted to defend himself, thinking you were lost in it too, but he refrained, fearing it would only infuriate Mu Qingma further. As expected, Mu Qingma shouted, I won't listen, you pervert." With teary eyes, a few drops fell down her cheeks as she kicked Ning Yuan's shins, exclaiming, "I utterly despise you." Then, she stumbled away in her high heels, flustered and flailing. Ning Yuan touched his lips, unable to deny that Mu Qingma was indeed sweet. He couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Alas, he had become a scoundrel. Once, he believed he would be with Liu Xuening for eternity, never imagining he would find himself in physical contact with another woman, let alone sharing a kiss. Reflecting on those times, he found it absurd that merely speaking a few extra words to a girl would fill him with guilt. The pure-hearted love warrior would shed tears at the sight of him. For love, Ning Yuan would have unhesitatingly stood before a glimmering, sharp blade, feeling it pierce his chest with excruciating pain, believing he was on the brink of death. Had fate not been kind, if the blade had struck his left side or had been thrust with greater force, he would have perished. In this world, there shall be no other Ning Yuan. At that moment, he harbored no regrets. Yet what had he truly gained? Merely a tormenting marriage, fraught with humiliation and chaos. The so-called pure love warrior was ruthlessly brought down by Liu Xuening, his dignity trampled underfoot. He did not dwell on the rights and wrongs of the past. He found solace in the knowledge that he had acted with a clear conscience, having endured the harrowing specter of near death and the anguish of a failed marriage. Ning Yuan's psyche underwent an uncontrollable transformation, shedding the simplicity he once possessed. It could be said that Liu Xuening unwittingly altered him completely. Perhaps years hence, when Liu Xuening reflects on the past, she might sit up in the dead of night, thumping her thigh in disbelief at how she had transformed a man whose heart and eyes were solely devoted to her into someone rather less admirable. Ning Yuan did not wish to disappoint the woman who loved him. However, if she showed disinterest, he would not pursue her. Those who wish to engage shall do so willingly. One can only lament that time is an invisible pen, dipped in the ink of moments, which has, without notice, sketched Ning Yuan into a form unlike his former self. Perhaps he has come to understand the essence of life, that the future remains uncertain and ephemeral, making it paramount to cherish those present. The master once said, "What does it matter how others perceive us? As long as we few are together, that is sufficient." It is worth noting that he spoke of a collective, not merely a couple. Ning Yuan, after his divorce, has not forgotten the master's timeless wisdom. After Mu Qing and Mo hurried down the stairs, her heart raced uncontrollably. What had just transpired? How could she have allowed him to take advantage of her by simply pushing him away? It infuriated her. Yet, she was reluctant to admit that the sensation of kissing Ning Yuan was extraordinarily enchanting, leaving her feeling as if she had transformed into a feather. She couldn't help but want to stick out her tongue in exasperation. What was she thinking? She slapped her cheeks, flushed with crimson, and took several deep breaths to regain her composure. When Lian Qing spotted her, she approached. "Sister Qing and Mo, have you finished collecting your things? It seems you were rather swift." The shift from take to collect raised her suspicions about whether it was intentional. Chapter 58, Tender Moments with Meng Nanyu. "Yes, I have collected everything. Let us go." The two departed. After a while, Ning Yuan had also gathered his belongings and exited the hotel. "Xiaoju, let us head back." "All right, brother Yuan." In truth, Ji Xiaoju felt a tinge of reluctance to part with Lian Qing. However, with Ning Yuan's scenes concluded, there was no longer a necessity for him to remain. While Ning Yuan's part had wrapped up, others still had their scenes to film, including the segment depicting Zhang Xiaoyu being bullied at school and the backstories for Lin Yu, Mo Miao Miao, and Lu Lei. The crew organized a modest farewell gathering for Ning Yuan, inviting him to the celebratory dinner upon the film's completion. With a smile, Ning Yuan responded, "Director Su, Director Nya, I shall surely attend if time permits." After exchanging pleasantries, he departed in his vehicle, leaving behind a contemplative Mu Qing Mo at the hotel window, watching as his figure receded into the distance. "Sister Qingma, Yuan has been gone for quite some time. I am not watching him." I am merely admiring the evening glow on the horizon. Mu Qingmo regained her senses, her expression still one of icy detachment. During their time on set, every time she encountered Ning Yuan, she could not help but feel a surge of anger, longing to engage in a verbal sparring match with him. Her spirit always invigorated and ready for a banter. However, now that he has departed, an unexpected emptiness enveloped her heart, leaving her feeling quite discontented. What troubled her further was that Ning Yuan had not even glanced back. Huh, what a weirdo, what a scoundrel. He kissed me and then fled without a second thought. She touched her lips, which still seemed to thrum with warmth. Mu Qingmo thought to herself, although I had no intention of demanding any responsibility from you. Your sudden act of stealing a kiss followed by this aloof demeanor is utterly intolerable. It was infuriating. She clenched her fist, but alas, could only strike at the air. Humph, cursed Ning Yuan, should I encounter you again, I shall ensure you regret it. In the car, Ning Yuan remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Xiao Yun, while driving, sought desperately for a topic of conversation. Yuan, aren't you going to bid farewell to Sister Qingmo? Ning Yuan replied nonchalantly, non. He understood Mu Qingmo's temperament well. If he approached her for a proper farewell, she would undoubtedly accuse him of being overly sentimental, insisting that it was no concern of hers whether he left or stayed. Yet, if he neglected to say goodbye, she would be displeased and might ponder why he and T bid her farewell. Ning Yuan had her personality figured out perfectly. A slight gesture of kindness could lead her to believe he harbored ulterior motives. Thus, one must tread carefully around her. Then, Yuan, what are your plans moving forward? I have no specific plans. I shall rest for a few days, he replied. This time, Ning Yuan resolved to spend quality time with his wife, Meng Nanyu. Ji Xiaojun dropped Ning Yuan off at the company, after which he drove back to Tang Chenipin. Upon returning home, he found Meng Nanyu seated on the sofa. Seeing Ning Yuan, she hurried over, barefoot, and he quickly embraced her, spinning her around. Did you miss me, my dear wife? Ning Yuan whispered in her ear. Meng Nanyu inhaled his scent, murmuring, I did. I miss you so much. I almost couldn't resist going to find you. Ning Yuan kissed her gently, carrying her to the edge of the sofa and seating her on his lap. Unable to resist, he caressed her abdomen, having initially thought they would conceive, but regrettably, it had not happened. He could only blame himself for not being vigorous enough. Meng Nanyu could not help but ask, Xiao Yuan, do you prefer boys or girls? Ning Yuan replied, my dear wife, what do you call me? Husband, she stammered. That's right. How obedient, he said without hesitation. Personally, I prefer girls, as they tend to be more well-behaved. Of course, I would be equally fond of a boy if you were to give birth to one. Meng Nanyu, radiating maternal warmth, appeared even more beautiful. Have you eaten yet, my dear? If not, I shall cook for you now. Meng Nanyu gently caressed Ning Yuan's face, concern evident in her voice. You must not have eaten well at the set, right? Take a break. I'll have Huang Ma prepare the meal, Ning Yuan suggested. After some contemplation, he agreed. All right, I shall spend more time embracing my wife and engaging in heartfelt conversations. Ning Yuan began discussing the film script with Meng Nanyu. When they reached the part where Zhang Xiaoyu was bullied by 3 classmates, Meng Nanyu's indignation was palpable. The intention behind your film is commendable. It sheds light on juvenile delinquency and the vulnerable groups within schools, she remarked. Meng Nanyu inquired, Darling, did you ever face bullying during your school years? Ning Yuan fell into a reverie and eventually confessed, Indeed, I did. Lacking parental support, I became a target for some children seeking to exert their dominance. Initially, they demanded protection fees from me, and when I refused, they attempted to assault me. I disregarded everyone else and firmly seized the leader among them, delivering a fierce blow. They grew fearful that I might seriously harm him, and after that, they dared not provoke me again. My husband is quite formidable, Meng Nanyu praised, giving him a thumbs up. Ning Yuan chuckled, Indeed. However, I bore numerous injuries and endured pain for several days. I feigned nonchalance in front of them, but inwardly, I was suffering greatly. After a light-hearted exchange, Ning Yuan could not resist asking Meng Nanyu, My love, you mentioned having loved me for many years. When did your affections first blossom? Why didn't you tell me then? Meng Nanyu blushed. Must we discuss this? It feels so embarrassing. I wish to know, he replied. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I thought, what a handsome boy. Your smile was so pure. I felt a flutter in my heart. My dear, you are quite the schemer, he teased. Indeed I am, Meng Nanyu continued. You were still in high school. How could I possibly inform you? Nevertheless, I kept a watchful eye on you and learned about your struggles, which prompted me to seek assistance from the school. At the time, I did not think much of it, but reflecting now, I realize I was supporting my future husband. Indeed, I never imagined I would be cared for by my wife during high school. How fortunate I am. They exchanged smiles. As Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu's faces drew closer, they could sense each other's breath. Their cool, soft lips met, intertwining tenderly. Just then, Huang Ma brought forth the dinner, and they enjoyed their meal together. Ning Yuan served Meng Nanyu a generous portion of dishes, to which she playfully protested, Are you trying to make me gain weight? Ning Yuan laughed, Not at all. I fear losing you. He continued, However, if you wish to have children, you must eat well and maintain good health. After finishing their meal, they took a brief respite, and Ning Yuan swept Meng Nanyu into his arms. She gasped softly. He whispered in her ear, My love, we must cultivate diligently, otherwise, the seeds we plant will have a low survival rate. Embarrassed, Meng Nanyu buried her head in his chest. Ning Yuan devoted 3 blissful days to Meng Nanyu, nearly exhausting himself. 3 days later, upon returning to work, he received a message from Liu Xuening. Brother Ning Yuan, has the filming concluded? Remember our agreement. You must accompany me to the amusement park. Chapter 59. Liu Xuening prepares for a date since filming the Hatsune Miku video. Liu Xuefeng's Douyin account had been steadily gaining followers. Now, I have amassed 2 million followers, which is quite astonishing. Numerous individuals in the comment section are fervently expressing their admiration for Hatsune Miku, reverberating into the future. This is the finest rendition of Hatsune Miku I have ever encountered. Alas, I missed the opportunity to attend the live event. Upon seeing the photographs shared by other friends, I was nearly brought to tears by their beauty. It was so breathtaking that I felt unworthy to collect such memories. Had I been present, I would likely have lacked the courage to approach. May I worship at your feet? Please direct message me. I would gladly submit beneath your grace. However, Liu Xuefeng pays no heed to these comments and has closed her direct messages, finding them rather bothersome. At school, she frequently receives handwritten love letters. Yet she entrusts her best friend, Chu Tong, to dispose of them without even a glance. Currently, she finds herself in a quandary. Tong, what do you think I should wear? The adorably naive Chu Tong, whose chin barely reaches Liu Xuefeng's, ponders thoughtfully. Xuefeng, are you going on a date? Yes. It's my first date, and we plan to visit an amusement park together. Hee. Liu Xuefeng's fair complexion flushed with a hint of pink. I am genuinely curious about the young man who can bring such joy to our university's most beautiful flower. He is not merely a boy. He is a man. No way. Are you dating an older man? Chu Tong exclaimed in surprise, her ample bosom heaving, standing at 155 centimeters with a lowly-like appearance. She nonetheless possesses quite a generous figure. Liu Xuefeng nodded in affirmation. Chu Tong wrinkled her delicate nose in astonishment. How old is he? Liu Xuefeng tilted her head thoughtfully. About 25. Wow, that's quite a difference. I could never be attracted to someone so much older than me. Surely, he can't be that handsome. Liu Xuefeng scoffed. Tong, you are still young. You simply do not understand. Chu Tong proudly puffed out her chest. I am not that young. I am quite mature. Liu Xuefeng burst into laughter, nearly choking. Tong, I know your thoughts all too well. You need not say such teasing things. You merely wish for me to show you his appearance. Hee. Who knows me better than Xuefeng? Do you have a photo? Please show me what manner of man could enchant our Liu Xuefeng so completely. I am utterly curious. Xuefeng, as your best friend, I can't believe you have kept this from me. My heart is about to shatter. Liu Xuefeng considered for a moment and retrieved a cherished photo of Ning Yuan from her phone, but just as she was about to share it, she hesitated and put her phone away. She thought to herself, although Tong is my dear friend, what if she develops feelings for my brother? Such matters are unpredictable. After all, I am my sister's younger sibling. Moreover, with Tong's voluptuous figure, certain men may find her particularly appealing. Who knows if my brother might be inclined as well. It is better to exercise caution. Tong, perhaps it would be best if you did not see it. I prefer to keep this under wraps for now. You are teasing me, Liu Xuening. Very well, if you choose not to show me. I genuinely doubt a 25-year-old man could be that appealing. Zhudong Juke Sa Castillo. Contemplating that perhaps the reason Liu Xuening was reluctant to share was that the man she admired was unattractive, fearing ridicule. That must be the case. Liu Xuening, undeterred, playfully inquired, then, might I ask the wisest Chu Tong, what should I wear for my first date? Should I dress up at all? After pondering for a moment, Chu Tong replied, perhaps it is best to refrain. Although it is undeniably charming, there are many who admire it, yet an equal number who do not. The margin for error is simply too slim. Xuening, with your fair complexion, if you were don a pristine white dress, paired with delicate white socks and shoes, and let your hair cascade freely, tying it back with a lovely bow at the rear, this ensemble of ethereal elegance would surely captivate 99% of men. Liu Xuening tilted her adorable little head, but before she could utter the word brother-in-law, she sensed something amiss and quickly corrected herself. But he is precisely that 1% of men. Chu Tong, in a huff, leaped up and playfully tapped her on the head. Liu Xuening, I never anticipated you to be such a romantic, even if he is that 1%. Mimicking Liu Xuefeng's manner of speaking, she continued, I refuse to believe there exists a man who could resist your allure. Liu Xuening proudly lifted her chin indeed. However, he is an exception. With a sigh, Chu Tong placed a hand on her forehead. Alas, to be ensnared by love is truly a formidable ordeal. I had thought you, Liu Xuening, to be an anomaly. Yet it seems you are even more infatuated than a typical romantic. Disregarding her teasing, Liu Xuening said, Xiao Tong, upon reflection, I still believe your plan is more prudent. The scheming little white flower attire is quite appealing. Chu Tong instinctively puffed out her chest. Of course, I'm the ultimate love strategist. No one possesses a richer theoretical knowledge than I do. I am well versed in the myriad strategies of love. Having thoroughly studied classics such as One Night of Madness, The Rich Husband's Obsession and Awakening the Freshman System, I was forced to become a scoundrel. There is truly no romantic scenario I do not comprehend. Liu Xuening chuckled lightly. Perhaps, should you encounter a man you fancy, you may become even more of a romantic than I. Pish-posh. I am the grand heroine. Such a notion is impossible. Next, Liu Xuening tried on outfits, with Chu Tong offering her critiques, ultimately selecting a lovely white dress that accentuated her long, graceful legs, complemented by matching white shoes and socks. With a smile, Chu Tong remarked, I suddenly feel as though I am marrying off a daughter. Xuening, if you do not mind, you may call me Mom. Liu Xuening playfully slapped her, causing Chu Tong to clutch her chest in mock pain. Xuening, that hurts. At that moment, Liu Xuefeng's phone chimed. Upon checking, she saw a message from Ning Yuan. I remember, Xuening, when do you wish to go? In truth, Ning Yuan had initially been reluctant to attend, but having agreed earlier, he responded this way. Liu Xuening leaped in joy, pulling Chu Tong into a twirl. Chu Tong stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. He agreed. This is too exhilarating. Chu Tong also shared in her delight. Xuening, with me as your strategist, you will undoubtedly enchant him. In her heart, Liu Xuening thought, oh dear sister, my apologies. But this time, I shall win over brother. Meanwhile, Liu Xuening remained blissfully unaware of all this. She had been unable to eat or sleep for the past 2 days, her heart plagued by regret and sorrow. After much internal conflict, she finally dialed the phone number. Andy. Oh, Xuening, what brings you here at such a late hour? The formidable and elegant woman across from her spoke in a calm and measured tone. Chapter 60. Liu Xuening. Why haven't you brought him back? Auntie, I have divorced Ning Yuan, Liu Xuening replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Please elaborate on your situation. I have some time this evening, came the unwavering voice from across the table, as if Liu Xuening's divorce were an utterly ordinary occurrence. Liu Xuening held a deep trust in her, acknowledging that her ability to expand the company and withstand relentless adversaries was significantly aided by this woman's support. Liu Xuening recounted the details of her relationship with Ning Yuan. Oh, the divorce was inevitable. The aunt responded without a hint of surprise, as if everything were already foreseen. What? Auntie, why do you say that? Xuening, you have made two grave errors. First, if you did not love him, you should have severed ties long ago, rather than languishing for 5 years. If you loved him, you ought to have been forthright, instead of deliberately neglecting him. Moreover, you committed a significant misstep by using intimacy as a bargaining chip. Had you maintained a normal marital relationship, even if he felt resentment, things would not have escalated to this point. Secondly, you must accept your defeat gracefully. To plead for forgiveness as a dignified CEO, reduced to groveling and weeping before him, only serves to diminish your standing in his eyes. Can you not bring him back? If I were in your shoes, I would adopt a more forceful approach if gentleness fails. Regardless of his willingness, if you cannot win his heart, at least possess him physically. As long as you have something to gain, that suffices. On the other end of the line, the woman's voice dripped with a seductive allure, causing Liu Xuening's spirits to lift momentarily. Yet, her lovely features were marred by inner turmoil as she replied, Auntie, but wouldn't he that make Ning Yuan despise me? The woman chuckled softly, as if he doesn't he already harbor resentment towards you. Whether you act or refrain, he will hold contempt. Thus, what difference does it truly make? A jolt of realization coursed through Liu Xuening. Perhaps she was right. Auntie, let me ponder this further. I need to think it through. Liu Xuening remained conflicted. The woman replied coolly, Very well, but heed my warning. Be wary of your Aunt Nanyu, Xue Fu, and your dear friend Ling Xin. With that, the call ended. What did she mean by cautioning against Nanyu, Xue Fu, and Ling Xin? They pose no threat to me. Surely, Auntie is overthinking this. Liu Xuening returned to her bed, the woman's words echoing incessantly in her mind. No, I must have a frank discussion with Ning Yuan. I want him to see my transformation. This coercive method of love seems perilously risky, potentially driving him further away. Liu Xuening struggled to banish this thought from her mind, yet it took root like a seed, gradually blossoming within her consciousness. No, I cannot resort to binding him. I truly desire Ning Yuan's heart. As long as he is not involved with another woman, I still have a chance. Liu Xuening resolvet firmly. Her once playful demeanor now transformed into a visage of icy determination, with clarity and purpose. In the Fury production team, Mu Qing Immo savagely gnawed on a chicken leg, as though it were Ning Yuan himself. Uncertain of the reason, her mood grew increasingly irritable. For several nights, she had been unable to sleep, her mind incessantly occupied with Ning Yuan's visage, her dreams filled with scenes of him pressing her against the wall in passionate embraces. It was all Ning Yuan's fault. That wretched pervert. Mu Qingma huffed in frustration. Lian Qingqing timidly interjected, Sister Qingma, today you have already scolded Brother Yuan 7 times. Refer to him as a pervert 3 times, called him a scoundrel twice, and labeled him a harmful element on 2 occasions, causing everyone to lose their enthusiasm for filming. Mu Qingma widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Really? No, that can't be. You must be mistaken. How could I have mentioned him 7 times? Lian Qingqing earnestly nodded. Sister Qingma, I counted carefully. Suddenly, a blush crept onto Mu Qingma's face. I have a deep-seated grudge against that wretched Ning Yuan. It's either me or him. There's no room for both of us. Perhaps I simply couldn't help but vent my frustrations about him. Summoning her courage, Lian Qingqing asked, Sister Qingma, do you perhaps have some lingering feelings for Brother Yuan? This question provoked an explosive reaction from Mu Qingma. Qingqing, you are such an incompetent assistant. Do you not understand how much I detest Ning Yuan? How could you suggest that I have any attachment to that pervert? Absolutely not. No way. Lian Qingqing fidgeted with her fingers. Well, now I understand. Hupeyer claimed today that Brother Yuan's acting was subpar. That who is talking utter nonsense. Ning Yuan lacks talent? Even in slumber, his acting surpasses hers. What talent does she possess? Her tearful scenes rely solely on eye drops, and her expressions are so rigid that she can't even compare to Zhou Zhu. Observing Lian Qingqing's increasingly peculiar expression, Mu Qingma quickly corrected herself. Of course, I am merely speaking objectively, without bias toward either party. Lian Qingqing mused, Sister Qingma, Your so-called objectivity seems to consist of mercilessly criticizing only who pay her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this was spot on. Mu Qingma's fierce defense of her partner was simply adorable. She discreetly messaged Ji Xiaojun, "I've stumbled upon more sweetness today. It's utterly delightful." As Ning Yuan commenced his work, Yang Dong knocked on the door, and Ning Yuan invited him in. Yang Dong smiled. "Ning Yuan, how did the filming go?" "Su Kuan texted me, praising your outstanding performance. Initially, he thought you would need time to adapt, but he was astonished that your acting has improved even further." "Where?" Ning Yuan humbly replied. "Director Su is mistaken." Ning Yuan felt that his acting had indeed progressed, attributing it not only to his relentless dedication, but also to a significant shift in his mindset. During the prolonged wait, he cultivated fragrant blossoms from the seeds of suffering. Often, when faced with challenging scenes, he would remind himself, "I endured 5 arduous years beside Liu Xuening. What difficulty could possibly defeat me now?" Furthermore, during those painful 5 years, Ning Yuan had developed a profound understanding of such agonizing emotions. Coincidentally, Yin Ting's character was one of unrequited love, while Zhang Guowei became mad through his affections. Thus, Ning Yuan adeptly grasped both roles. As the preparations for Step by Step in the workplace wrapped up, Ning Yuan was informed, "Your upcoming tasks will primarily involve assisting the crew with post-production dubbing, reshooting certain scenes, and engaging in promotional activities. The premiere and press conference schedule remain uncertain, and we will need your support to create momentum when the time comes." Currently, the online promotion for Step by Step in the workplace has commenced, with Ji Xiaojun, who manages Ning Yuan's Weibo, frequently sharing posts from the crew. This is mutually beneficial for both parties. Meanwhile, in the slacking off squad group, Su Ningxiu remarked, "Ning Yuan, we're preparing to wrap up the shoot. Remember to host a welcome dinner for me." Su Yu added, "Brother Yuan, the pace of work is nearly making us bleed from exhaustion." Ning Yuan replied, "Thank you for your hard work. When you return, I will definitely prepare a grand feast to welcome you." "Ina private chat, sunyan kutizd, aka emipiaka, Ning Yuan. Don't think you can invite everyone. I demand a special dinner just for us." Ning Yuan countered, "I never agreed to that." Su Ningxiu persisted, "Well, you can treat, and I'll cover the bill." In Chapter 61, Mu Qingma urged for updates in the Lemon Love group, prompting Ning Yuan to agree. "All right, when you're out, I'll treat you to a special dinner." Su Ningxiu giggled, "That sounds good. You may now step back." During this time, the online promotion for Step by Step in the workplace intensified, leading to increased discussions about Ning Yuan among fans. In the Yuan Bao group, someone announced, "My brother's drama is about to premiere. Let us all show our support." Anticipation ran high as fans eagerly awaited news. "My brother plays a passionate second male lead who dies in the original story. I'm afraid to watch, as I might end up in tears." Another chimed in, "Let us just admire my brother's stunning looks." The discussions in the Lemon Love group grew even livelier. Besides talking about Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma's new film, members awaited the group owner's release of new chapters for the Lemon Love novel. The group owner, Qing Jinxue, also known as Lian Qingqing, had just uploaded the latest chapter, which revolves around the love story of Ning Yuan and Mu Qingma. However, both characters use pseudonyms. Ning Yuan was referred to as Fu Yuan, while Mu Qingma was called Mu Qingma. The story's twists and turns captivated the group members, who were thoroughly entertained. "It's delightful. It's a shame the group owner isn't writing novels professionally," one exclaimed. "Fu Yuan is so pitiful, being bullied by our Qingma." Another added, "Fu Yuan is so used to being dominant. This situation is utterly endearing." Ji Xiaojun swiftly reminded, "Please do not spread this information." Members promptly assured, "We absolutely will not." However, by the following day, someone had begun selling the novel online, leaving Lian Qingqing extremely upset. If Mu Qingma sees this sweet yet torturous novel, she will surely be furious. Ji Xiaojun reported, "It's bad news. Someone has leaked the novel." Lian Qingqing confided in Ji Xiaojun, feeling anxious. She had already faced a slight reprimand from Mu Qingma the previous day for not being diligent enough. "If Mu Qingma discovers that I wrote a novel about her and Ning Yuan's romance, especially the part where she forcefully kisses him, she might go absolutely mad." Ji Xiaojun reassured her, "Stay calm. I think your writing is quite good. Perhaps Sister Qingma would enjoy reading it." After a moment of contemplation, Lian Qingqing replied, "That could be true. After all, in the novel, Sister Qingma not only kisses Brother Yuan, but also forbids him from sleeping with her. If he wishes to do so, he must complete 50 push-ups behind her back." Ji Xiaojun was astonished. Was there such a plot? I haven't finished reading yet. Indeed, Yuan Ge, in his quest for a fleeting kiss, exerted himself to the utmost, completing 50 arduous tasks, utterly exhausted, yet unable to climb onto the bed. Ji Xiaojun burst into laughter, quickly typing, the words that Qing Mo would see should bring her joy, while Yuan Ge would surely be infuriated. In her daily life, apart from acting, Mu Qingma's greatest passion was indulging in novels. Few could imagine that the queen of the entertainment industry found her utmost delight in rainy days spent nestled in bed with a book. Her preferred genre was romantic novels filled with sweet yet bittersweet tales, and recently, she had exhausted most of the classics, finding herself in a literary drought. Today, with no filming scheduled, she was resting at the hotel. She hastily logged onto her alternate account, inquiring within her literary circle for recommendations of sweet and bittersweet novels. "Sisters, do you have any delightful sweet and bitter novels? I seek your suggestions." Someone discreetly messaged her, "I have a fanfiction. Would you like to read it?" Everyone online is frantically seeking resources. Mu Qingma's curiosity was instantly piqued. "What novel? Is it based on a movie or an anime?" The other party replied, "Don't let it slip. It's a fanfiction about celebrities, detailing the story of Mu Qingma and Ning Yuan." Mu Qingma's eyes widened. "Who dares to be so bold? Just wait until I find out." She gritted her teeth and replied, "Let me see it. Thank you." The other person responded, "I also obtained it for the price of a cup of milk tea. Sending it to you is not unreasonable, right?" Mu Qingma was even more incensed. She transferred 20 yuan to the other party, saying, "Here." The document was then sent to her. With a cold smile, Mu Qingma thought, "Let me see what you've written." Yet, upon reading the first chapter, she was rendered speechless. The author commenced with a chilling portrayal of a fierce business rivalry. On this turbulent night, Fu Yuan cast aside the facade of peace, seizing global power. Mu Qingma tossed her phone aside, exclaiming, "Oh please, it's just a school bus. Don't sully my eyes." She continued to recline on her bed, and, after a moment, her hand unconsciously picked up the phone, reopening the document. This novel, once one immerses in it, becomes increasingly compelling, and Mu Qingma found herself captivated. Moreover, it was written with her as the inspiration, creating an unparalleled sense of immersion. With a smile gracing her lips, she read about Mu Qingma forbidding Ning Yuan from approaching the bed, demanding he perform 50 push-ups, resulting in him being unable to climb into bed. She couldn't help but cover her mouth in laughter. Unbeknownst to her, she finished reading, only realizing her hunger when her stomach growled. Yet, she still yearned for more. The author had left the narrative at a cruel cliffhanger, describing how Mu Qingma fell asleep while Fu Yuan stealthily approached, intending to steal a kiss. However, Mu Qingma, being a light sleeper, awoke the moment he drew near. Yet, she kept her eyes closed, wanting to discern Fu Yuan's intentions. Fu Yuan leaned in, his breath warm against her neck, and suddenly captured her earlobe with a kiss. Mu Qingma's mind buzzed, her throat tingling, yearning to let out a moan. She bit her lip, desperately suppressing any sound. And at this moment, the novel abruptly ended. Mu Qingma was utterly displeased. She had discovered that the author possessed an undeniable penchant for driving, which left her blushing and her heart racing. In a moment of self-justification, she muttered, "Well, I don't love it that much. I merely wish to see how Mu Qingma tormented Fu Yuan." Yet, the subsequent content was missing, prompting Mu Qingma to fervently search for the origins of this novel. Ultimately, she traced it back to the Qingning's love group. "Wait, I have a fan alongside that weirdo Ning Yuan?" Mu Qingma's fists clenched in indignation. She located the group, created a secondary account, and requested to join. Upon her successful entry, Mu Qingma found the members engrossed in discussions about Ning Yuan and herself, with numerous individuals flooding the chat with pleas for updates. Timidly, Mu Qingma chimed in, "Group owner, please update." Chapter 62, Mu Qingma's Memories. As she typed those words, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. After all, this was a novel about the romance between Ning Yuan and herself, replete with numerous intimate scenes. Someday I will make Ning Yuan do push-ups. Yet, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. No, no, no. I have no connection with Ning Yuan. Why would I make him do push-ups? Reflecting further, Mu Qingma found the nature of fate to be quite peculiar, albeit in a rather unfortunate way. She admitted that upon first laying eyes on Ning Yuan in university, her heart had skipped a beat. With his striking eyebrows, piercing gaze, and tall, handsome stature, Ning Yuan was simply dazzling. When he stood at the podium, he became the center of attention, his smile and voice indelibly etched in the hearts of female classmates. Unable to resist, she, like the other girls, stole glances at him. She even shared with a friend, "Girl, we have a major heartthrob in our class. He is truly handsome." In student life, having an attractive peer often became a point of pride among friends. However, their initial encounter, filled with serene beauty, soon spiraled off course. As they vied for the top spot in class, their clashes became frequent, culminating in a physical altercation where Ning Yuan forcefully kissed her, and she retaliated by biting his lip, resulting in him needing stitches. This incident became the talk of their cohort, as the school belle had fought with the school heartthrob, even drawing blood, a tale they had never before heard. Nevertheless, Mu Qingma's friends remained intrigued by Ning Yuan, often asking if she could share his phone number so they could connect via WeChat. Yet, for reasons unknown, Mu Qingma was reluctant to pass along his contact. "I don't have his number. As you know, we are sworn enemies. Why would I keep his digits?" In truth, Mu Qingma had memorized Ning Yuan's number, having once dialed it specifically to unleash a torrent of scorn upon him. Naturally, Ning Yuan had retorted in kind. Neither had yielded to the other. Mu Qingma pulled her thoughts back, realizing that this Lime love group was indeed a treasure trove. Within it, there were clips edited by the group administrator, Ning Yuan, showcasing moments from their performances. The compilation conveyed an authentic sense of romance between the two, exuding sweetness. Biting her lower lip, Mu Qingma hesitated for a moment before discreetly clicking to download and save the content. After Ning Yuan commenced his workday, Yang Dong began to curate suitable scripts for him. There were 10 scripts in total, among which I particularly recommend 3, listed in order of my preference. Ultimately, however, the decision rests in Ning Yuan's hands. "Thank you, Brother Dong," Ning Yuan expressed gratefully. "What for?" No need for formality. Yang Dong waved his hand dismissively, though a smile lingered on his round face. This was a selection he had carefully reviewed, and Ning Yuan's gratitude brought him joy. The most disheartening aspect was encountering those ungrateful souls who took everything for granted. Ning Yuan first picked up the topmost script. After a cursory glance, he discovered it was a psychological thriller concerning crime. The narrative revolves around a girl named Qing Xue, who lives alone in a rented apartment. Each night, she dreams of a man who persistently urges her to commit suicide, though she cannot discern his face. Initially, the man appears outside her door, but gradually he moves to her bedside, his figure becoming increasingly distinct. Qing Xue can now see the knife in his hand and his ghastly visage. Terrified, she seeks the help of the renowned psychologist, Si Baijin. As they interact, Si Baijin finds himself falling for the delicate and innocent Qing Xue. However, upon investigation, he realizes that the situation is far more complex than he initially imagined. It seems that Qing Xue might be her own potential murderer. The second script is about tomb raiding, a theme that has garnered recent popularity. The third narrative follows 7 university students who, disregarding warnings, clandestinely venture into Ileo Mountain for a camping trip. Initially, the group perceives Ileo Mountain as shrouded in mist and teeming with miasma, yet they are captivated by the beauty of the rarely traversed landscape. They set up camp and proceed to prepare dinner. After dining, the 7 gather around the campfire, enjoying a leisurely conversation. As night deepens, they retreat to their tents for rest. One couple, lost in intimacy, is interrupted when the girl lying below notices 2 shadows projected onto the tent. Assuming it is a prank by their companions, she nudges her engrossed boyfriend. He pauses to inquire what is amiss, only to see her face suddenly contorted with terror, her trembling hand pointing at the tent, rendering her speechless. He turns to find the zipper of the tent slightly ajar, revealing two pale, rigid faces staring intently at them. His expression shifts dramatically as he recalls rumors of imposters haunting Ileo Mountain. The following day, the 7 university students, walking with a slight stiffness, exchanged peculiar smiles before merging back into the crowd. After reviewing the first 3 scripts, Ning Yuan favored the first and third, finding the tomb raiding theme somewhat lackluster and difficult to innovate upon. Psychological crime and the theme of false personas offer ample material for compelling narratives. After reviewing the remaining 7 scripts, Ning Yuan found them to be generally satisfactory, yet they could not rival the 3 exceptional ones, falling into the realm of the conventional. Upon finishing the scripts, it was time to clock out. As Ning Yuan stepped outside, he spotted Xiao Rulin waiting at the entrance, her alluring figure accentuated by her 36-inch frame, a natural beauty. Ning Yuan began to wonder if President Xiao was intentionally waiting for him. "Xiao Yuan, shall we dine together?" President Xiao had recently adopted a more assertive approach. Previously, she would inquire if he wished to join her for a meal, but now it was a definitive invitation. Ning Yuan shook his head, replying, "No, Rulin Jie, I prefer to head home for dinner." A look of feigned disappointment crossed Xiao Rulin's enchanting face. "You want to even join me for a meal? Very well. It seems I have misjudged the situation, eagerly hoping to share a meal with you, only to appear rather presumptuous. Clearly, my invitation pales in comparison to your other priorities. Why must I subject myself to such folly?" Seeing her expression, Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I'll accompany you for dinner. "President Xiao, perhaps you should consider renaming yourself to Xiao Daiyu," he teased. Immediately, the look of distress vanished from Xiao Rulin's face, replaced by a radiant smile. "Xiao Yuan, I shall set off first. You can follow shortly. I will send you the navigation." Chapter 63. Xiao Rulin assists Ning Yuan in fortifying his vitality. Xiao Rulin's insistence had its reasons. Ning Yuan, being an actor, and she, the company president, both held public personas that precluded them from dining together overtly. Although Xiao Rulin felt no guilt, she was acutely aware of how outsiders might perceive their association. Unscrupulous media would likely concoct sensational stories about her allegedly exploiting her handsome subordinate, Ning Yuan. She understood their nature all too well. Despite her clear conscience, she had no intentions of compromising her integrity. The two drove in tandem to a discreet private kitchen, frequented primarily by the elite. Upon entering the room, Ning Yuan found Xiao Rulin already seated. "Xiao Yuan, come here and sit beside me." He cast a glance at her, his eyes slightly narrowing. Xiao Rulin's hair was elegantly styled in an updo, secured with a sharp clip. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled with a beguiling allure, the corners subtly lifted, enhancing their captivating charm. Her nose was impeccably straight, and her lips, full and supple, curved into a faint smile that exuded a mature, seductive grace. The tassel earrings on her earlobes swayed gently. She wore a crisp white blouse, the top button undone, revealing an enticing collarbone and a hint of creamy skin that seemed almost ready to burst from the confines of her blouse, with a subtle yet alluring cleft visible when she leaned forward. Her lower half was clad in a fitted gray skirt, gray stockings, and striking black stiletto heels with red soles. When Xiao Rulin laid eyes on Ning Yuan, her mature and poised demeanor was complemented by a delicate blush, creating a striking contrast that rendered her both innocent and desirable. Mesmerizing and captivating, she was not one to be gazed upon directly. Ning Yuan approached her with a smile, asking Rulin Jie what prompted this sudden invitation for dinner. Xiao Rulin gestured to the chair beside her, encouraging him to take a seat. With his tall stature and long legs, even seated, he commanded an imposing presence. Xiao Rulin's heart raced slightly, her snow-white neck tinged with a blush. She cleared her throat softly and grasped Ning Yuan's hand, enveloping it within her own. Yet, her palm trembled imperceptibly, betraying her inner turmoil. "Xiao Yuan, it seems your hands have grown quite slender," she remarked, gently caressing his long, well-defined fingers. A peculiar sensation stirred within Ning Yuan. Why did it feel as though President Xiao was acting somewhat infatuated today? Some boys would intentionally hold a girl's hand, exclaiming how small it was, or claim they could read her palm, saying, "Ah, your love line suggests you will encounter your future partner today." Moreover, the gaze Xiao Rulin fixed upon him seemed to imply an unspoken proposition, which was rather unsettling. Ning Yuan attempted to withdraw his hand, but she held it firmly. "Xiao Yuan, you've worked hard. Be sure to eat plenty today and replenish your strength." Soon, the waiter began to present an array of dishes: black sesame porridge, sea cucumber, large oysters, abalone, and even seahorse stewed with lamb. Ning Yuan stole a deep glance at President Xiao. Isn't all this food meant to bolster vitality? This seems a bit excessive. One wouldn't need 3 girlfriends to consume such fortifying dishes. Otherwise, one might end up with a headache tonight, he mused. Noticing the odd expression on his face, Xiao Rulin's cheeks flushed. "Do eat more. I've heard it's particularly beneficial for men." She produced a bottle of wine, declaring, "This one is quite good. Let's have a little." Ning Yuan inquired, "What kind of wine is this?" For reasons unknown, Xiao Rulin's complexion deepened in hue. This is a concoction made by the owner of this private kitchen, infused with deer antler, epimedium, goji berries, and more. It's quite popular among our guests," she explained. Ning Yuan nearly choked, suppressing a laugh. "It feels as though today is a banquet of intrigue. I wonder if I'll be able to walk out of here on my own accord." Observing the gravity on his face, Xiao Rulin chuckled softly, thinking to herself, "There is no turning back. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity." When Ning Yuan first signed with Starlight Entertainment, Xiao Rulin was astounded by his striking looks, truly breathtaking. As the president of an entertainment company who had seen countless male stars, she had never encountered a boy with such bright, pure eyes. He possessed an enchanting aura. Since then, she had quietly kept an eye on him, occasionally feigning casualness as she passed by his office. Xiao Rulin found this behavior rather shameful. Yet she could not resist the urge to glimpse him. If she refrained from looking, it felt as if her heart were being clawed by a cat. Even if she only caught a glimpse of his back, it brought her secret joy, even as she chastised herself for it. Over time, she noticed a tenacity within Ning Yuan, a relentless drive to understand and master his craft, enabling him to quickly establish himself in the entertainment industry with his remarkable talent. This deepened her admiration and affection for him, leading her to envision cultivating him into a cornerstone of her company. A plan began to take shape in her mind. In the past 2 years, she endeavored to draw closer to Ning Yuan, nurturing her affection for him and cultivating their bond, so that eventually, their union would unfold naturally. With a shared purpose, they could guide Ning Yuan in managing the company, subsequently entrusting him with its stewardship, allowing her to focus on motherhood before returning to jointly run the enterprise, thereby harmonizing family and business. The plan was exquisitely perfect. Xiao Rulin found it entirely feasible and smiled with delight. However, fate had other designs, and soon her laughter faded. Ning Yuan had married someone else and had subsequently withdrawn from public life. This revelation deeply wounded Xiao Rulin, leaving her in a state of regret for 2 to 3 years, consumed by daily remorse. How foolish was her restraint? Why not have seized the opportunity then? Now, she had relinquished him, destined to regret it for a lifetime. The opportunity had vanished. The anguish of regret is the most tormenting of emotions, akin to a piercing agony. Later, when she received a call from Ning Yuan announcing his return, Xiao Rulin surmised that he had divorced, and she was nearly ecstatic. This must be divine intervention, granting her another chance. When heaven bestows an opportunity, to let it slip away is to invite calamity. Thus, Xiao Rulin resolved to take a more proactive approach, ideally transforming her intentions into reality. She smiled and offered Ning Yuan a French Guillardeau oyster, saying, "Do try this." Ning Yuan accepted it with a grateful nod. The oyster was indeed exquisite, plump and tender, with an unparalleled sweetness. "Truly, I have always adored oysters and abalone." Ning Yuan glanced at Xiao Rulin, wondering why she wasn't partaking. Xiao Rulin raised her glass to clink with his, a meaningful smile gracing her features. "I am indeed a bit hungry, but I prefer something else," she replied. Ning Yuan, intrigued, asked, "What do you wish to eat?" Xiao Rulin simply smiled. "What do you think?" Chapter 64. Ning Yuan's first intimacy with boss Xiao Rulin after satisfying his hunger and thirst. Perhaps the wine and food had truly worked their magic. For Ning Yuan felt a warmth enveloping his body, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He adjusted the air conditioning to a cooler setting. Xiao Rulin watched him with a radiant smile. She instructed the waiter to clear the remnants of their meal and replace them with teacups. And the two began sipping tea together. Ning Yuan took a small sip, savoring the delightful flavor. Xiao Rulin shook her head. Xiao Yuan, this tea is not meant to be enjoyed this way. Allow me to teach you. Curious, Ning Yuan asked, how else can it be enjoyed? With a blush adorning her cheeks, Xiao Rulin instructed, close your eyes. Why? He queried, perplexed. Feigning seriousness, she insisted, when I say close your eyes, you must comply. If not, I shall have to punish you, my dear subordinate. Ning Yuan, undeterred by her playful threat, complied and shut his eyes. Xiao Rulin, trembling with anticipation, gracefully positioned herself on his lap, leaning in to deliver a kiss. Her lips, lush and warm, exuded an indescribable softness, mingling with the subtle fragrance of tea that enveloped them. Sweet, is it not? Xiao Rulin asked in a quivering voice. Ning Yuan opened his eyes wide, but she, shyly, closed hers, her lashes fluttering delicately. Perhaps it was due to the excessive consumption of fortified wine, but the already sultry atmosphere enveloping Ning Yuan intensified, stirring a restless heat within him. He drew Xiao Rulin closer, savoring the delicate curve of her waist, as he began to respond to her advances. Their kisses transformed from gentle pecks into fervent embraces, both lost in the moment, reluctant to part. Xiao Rulin's breath grew, increasingly labored. Her cheeks and neck flushed a deep crimson, while her bosom rose and fell with fervent intensity. She felt an urge to emit a soft moan, yet feared Ning Yuan would hear, forcing herself to stifle any sound. Ning Yuan's hand rested on her smooth abdomen, gradually ascending, but within a minute, Xiao Rulin unexpectedly rolled her eyes and fainted. Xiao Jia, Xiao Jia, Xiao Rulin. Ning Yuan called out to her several times, but she lay there, eyes closed, unresponsive. Alarmed, he swiftly aided her to the sofa and checked her pulse, relieved to find her breathing steady. She had merely fainted. A sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed Xiao Rulin was not in serious trouble, merely overwhelmed by the moment. Yet, her delicate constitution was ill-equipped to withstand the intensity of their encounter. A mere touch from him left her incapacitated. Gently pinching her philtrum, Xiao Rulin gradually regained consciousness. Ning Yuan felt a wave of relief, but his gaze turned peculiar as he regarded her. Mortified, she covered her face, attempting to exude an air of authority, exclaiming, "What are you staring at?" No looking. However, in her current state, she bore little resemblance to a commanding president. Instead, she resembled a love-struck girl, her hair tousled, cheeks flushed, as if she had been playfully teased by Ning Yuan. A fire ignited within Ning Yuan, growing increasingly fervent, and he lamented in a teasing tone, "Sister, do you think it might be a bit premature?" Premature? I'll have it out with you. Xiao Rulin's face turned a deeper shade of crimson as she lunged at him, her indignation palpable. She, too, had not anticipated this reaction. Her heart brimmed with joy, yet her body could hardly keep pace. However, lacking strength, she was easily embraced by Ning Yuan, who softly warned, "Move again, and I shall tease you further." Xiao Rulin complied. Ning Yuan placed a gentle kiss on her lips and remarked, "Let us head back." With a hint of shyness, she glanced away, her voice softening. "But you're all right, aren't you?" Ning Yuan smiled, reassuring her, "I'm fine." Xiao Rulin lowered her head, bashfully admitting, "I didn't expect to react this way. Perhaps I am just too sensitive. Maybe we should try more often to build up some resistance." Seeing the eagerness in her eyes, Ning Yuan found it difficult to refuse her. "Very well." Instantly, Xiao Rulin's face brightened with joy, her expression suffused with tenderness. She entwined her arm with his, her ample bosom almost spilling forth. Ning Yuan playfully brushed her nose and turned to leave, but she halted him, saying, "Xiao Yuan, I wish to give you a gift." Producing a key, she explained, "This is the key to my little villa near the company. It is a gift for you, and when you have time, We could transfer ownership. Xiao Jia, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept. Ning Yuan protested, attempting to return the key to her. The villa, located close to the city center, was worth millions. Xiao Rulin directly placed the key into Ning Yuan's pocket, warning him that if he refused, she would feel displeased. This quaint little villa, situated near the company, would spare him the long commute during his breaks. Xiao Rulin harbored a secret desire. She could also take refuge in the villa, allowing for intimate moments with Ning Yuan. When Ning Yuan hesitated, Xiao Rulin, feigning indignation, lowered her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, compelling Ning Yuan to accept the key. Only then did a radiant smile grace her face as she stood on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his lips, proclaiming, "Now you are behaving well. This is your reward." Receiving a villa along with a reward? Ning Yuan could not help but marvel at how extraordinarily generous Xiao Rulin was towards him. Was this a form of indulgence? He hastily reminded himself to remain grounded and dedicated to his work. A man with ambition enhances his allure. His tumultuous past with Liu Xuening had taught him the importance of cherishing his woman while never neglecting his career. With the increasing number of women around him, Ning Yuan understood that being an actor was merely a stepping stone. His ultimate aspiration was to become a capital owner himself. Xiao Rulin, somewhat bashful, suggested Xiao Yuan, "If you wish, you are welcome to stay there. I could join you too, and we could explore a relationship more. Otherwise, I fear I might faint again." By the end of her sentence, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ning Yuan gazed at the enchanting Xiao Rulin, who seemed as if she were a ripe fruit ready for the picking, igniting a fire within him. Alas, the food and wine from the evening had been too rich, and he anticipated a restless night ahead. He kissed her fervently before calling for a car to take her home, while he returned to his residence at Tangshaniping. However, Dream Nanyu was not home that night. With several properties to her name, she was working late and staying at her place near the main group. Ning Yuan felt an unsettling restlessness, as if a fire burned within his chest. He retrieved his script, and as he began to read it quietly, his heart gradually found solace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Rulin tossed and turned in bed, consumed by regret. How could she have fainted during such a splendid opportunity? Yet, today had not been without its rewards. She had shared a passionate kiss with Ning Yuan and expressed her feelings, even gifting him a villa. As she shed her clothes and let the warm water of shower cascade over her exquisite figure, she bit her lip, recalling the sensation of Ning Yuan's hand resting on her waist. After her bath, she donned a lavender nightgown and lay in bed, her mind replaying the day's embarrassing moments. Tossing and turning restlessly, she wondered if Xiao Yuan could sleep. Surely he was feeling just as tormented. Was he thinking of her too? May I gently inquire if you could offer a favorable review for the author? Every word has been painstakingly typed by my own hands, devoid of any cliché tropes. Absolutely not industrialized. With a harem included, I have also heeded advice and changed Xiao Rulin's name. The scripts were crafted by me, each one a labor of love, solely to provide everyone with a fresh experience. I hope for your encouraging reviews. Thank you. Chapter 65. Ning Yuan and Ling Xian engage in gaming together. After finishing his book, Ning Yuan was unexpectedly greeted by a message from Ling Xian. Since their last encounter, where she had impulsively kissed him, it had been quite some time since she had reached out. "Ning Yuan, what are you up to? Care for a game? I'll carry you." Ling Xian had been preoccupied with her research experiments, and, upon sobering up, felt a twinge of embarrassment about the kiss. She pondered what would be appropriate to say to him. Apologizing seemed out of the question, as she harbored a desire to repeat her transgression. However, she had heard that Ning Yuan occasionally played games when boredom struck after he withdrew from social circles, prompting her to consider inviting him for a few rounds to foster their budding relationship. "Hey, just wait until my Luna soars through the battlefield, claiming victories amidst the chaos. Surely, Ning Yuan will see me in a new light. After all, I can't very well invite him to visit my laboratory, can I?" Ning Yuan, unable to sleep, promptly replied, "Sure, let's play a few rounds." They both logged into the game, with Ling Xian sending him an invitation and starting the match. Soon, they were matched with a team that included a couple, an arrogant male and a sultry female, alongside an invisible top laner. The arrogant male, eager to showcase his skills, boasted, "I'll lead the charge. Come on, darling, follow me." As he selected the mid-lane character Zhuge Liang, the sultry female chimed in, "Brother, I'll always stick by your side. We'll never part." This left Ning Yuan and Ling Xin feeling a bit nauseated. Assuming Ling Xin would not perform well, Ning Yuan chose his strongest character, Sun Shangxiang. The arrogant male sneered, "Sun Shangxiang is weak early on. Even a dog would play her." Ning Yuan, unaccustomed to being insulted, retorted, "That's your lack of skill. I'll show you that with a roll, I can easily outmaneuver you, little pup." The arrogant male bristled with anger. The sultry female quickly interjected, "Brother, he's so rude." To which Ling Xin defended her brother. "This woman is excessively coy and pretentious." Ning Yuan found it amusing, realizing that even a vice professor could hold her own in a verbal spat. The sultry female, infuriated, shouted back, "You're the one who is pretending." Her voice, surprisingly coarse and unappealing, revealed that she was actually male. The arrogant male was momentarily stunned. "Wait, darling, you're a guy?" He then erupted in anger. "Damn it, give me back the money for the skins I sent you." The sultry male, no longer feigning femininity, cursed in a male voice before abruptly logging off. Ling Xin couldn't help but chuckle. Ling Xin's authoritative voice was far more melodious than the pretentious, affected tones of the sultry female. Upon hearing her voice, the arrogant male deduced that his opponent was undoubtedly a beauty. He transformed his anger into enthusiasm. "Miss, how about I carry you to victory?" Ling Xin coldly replied, "Get lost." The arrogant male, a typical sycophant, responded cheerfully, "All right then, miss." After this amusing interlude, the group proceeded to select their heroes. Ling Xin, assuming Ning Yuan was inexperienced, chose her favored character, Luna, while the invisible player opted for Lian Pe. The match commenced. Right from the start, they were at a disadvantage due to the absence of a support player, yet Ning Yuan and Ling Xin remained unfazed. However, the opposing team quickly realized they were outnumbered and began taunting them. "Don't waste your time, for you can't possibly win. Just surrender." They suggested they might as well move on to the next match, fully aware of their impending defeat. The invisible players sighed, echoing the sentiment. "There's no way we can win with just 4 players. The pretentious player hurriedly advised, "Come on, my friend, I can carry us." Yet, no one paid him any heed. At the outset, Ning Yuan could only cower beneath the tower, securing a few last hits on the minions. The opposing marksman and support, noticing his solitary position, charged at him with the intent to eliminate him. Even their marksman, the young Liu Ban, suffered 2 hits from the tower, leaving him with but half his health. In his cautious play, Ning Yuan finally reached level 4, gaining experience faster than his opponents due to being alone. A smirk crept onto his face. At that moment, the enemy's Zhong Kuei attempted to hook him. Ning Yuan deftly rolled away with his first skill, evading the hook, and immediately targeted the opposing marksman. Liu Ban retaliated swiftly, launching an attack with his first skill, followed by a second skill aimed at pushing Ning Yuan against the wall. Ning Yuan, however, flashed away, landing directly behind Liu Ban. He unleashed his second skill, followed by an auto attack, another auto attack, and his third skill, swiftly dispatching Liu Ban. When Zhong Kuei approached, he found Liu Ban already eliminated. At this point, Ning Yuan still had half his health. Zhong Kuei attempted to hook him again, but Ning Yuan skillfully dodged with his first skill, then executed an auto attack followed by his second skill, depleting Zhong Kuei's health by half. Zhong Kui, attempting to escape with a flash, was too late. Ning Yuan pursued with another first skill, landing an auto attack, then following up with a second skill and another auto attack. Zhong Kuei evaporated into thin air. This sequence of events left Ning Yuan considerably enriched, silencing the opposition. Lian Pe gasped in surprise, regaining some confidence. The pretentious player chimed in. 666. Ling Xin was equally astonished, never anticipating Ning Yuan's prowess. However, Lian Pe soon fell victim to a tower dive by the enemy's top laner and jungler. Yet, Ling Xin arrived just in time, executing a seamless series of maneuvers to eliminate both adversaries. The pretentious player exclaimed, "Miss, you're incredible." Ling Xin dismissed him with indifference. This incited the enemy. They initially believed Ning Yuan's team to be easy prey, only to discover they possessed considerable strength. Consequently, they summoned their jungler to ambush Ning Yuan. Nevertheless, despite it being their first collaboration, Ning Yuan and Ling Xin exhibited remarkable synergy, as he had already called her in for an ambush. The pretentious player also joined them. Thus, the enemy found themselves counter-ambushed, resulting in Ning Yuan claiming 3 more kills, rendering him exceedingly affluent. Ning Yuan recognized that 4 players could not afford to linger in the late game. Yet with his newfound wealth, he had already established his rhythm. Following this, he and Ling Xin coordinated flawlessly, decimating the opposition and pushing to their high ground within a mere 12 minutes. The enemy descended into chaos, with Liu Ban furiously berating Zhong Kuei for his incompetence and urging Ning Yuan's team to push. Zhong Kuei retaliated with insults aimed at Liu Ban, who then turned his wrath on Ning Yuan, exclaiming, "What are you pretending for, Sun Shanshan? Without your jungler, you're worthless." Ling Xin could no longer tolerate Liu Ban's provocations. "Liu Ban, perhaps you should learn positioning for blue," she retorted. "One might think you've been struck by the wind." Ning Yuan nearly succumbed to laughter, surprised by Ling Xin's sharp tongue. He too began to mock Liu Ban, saying, "If you scattered some rice on your phone, even a chicken would have better positioning than you." He continued, "Liu Ban, you shouldn't leave the fountain. The minions might just take you down." This left Liu Ban utterly speechless. Even the pretentious player joined in, quipping, "I've only got 1 ham left, and it's still better than your Liu Ban." Ning Yuan was taken aback, astonished to discover that the pretentious man was also one-armed, for it was unlikely anyone would curse themselves in such a manner. Ling Xin felt embarrassed to refer to him as the pretentious man any longer. Perhaps his inferiority stemming from his disability compelled him to flaunt trivial accomplishments. Indeed, they were both unfortunate souls in this world. Ultimately, Ning Yuan and his companions pushed the crystal. Following that, Ning Yuan and Ling Xin engaged in several rounds of play, which turned out to be one-sided victories, their synergy seamless and impeccable. The experience was exhilarating, and Ning Yuan found Ling Xin to be quite a contrast, a research associate, yet remarkably skilled at gaming. Ling Xin eventually remarked to Ning Yuan, "My computer is broken. Could you come over next time to help me fix it? Perhaps we could play some games together." Ning Yuan replied that he would consider it when he had the time. After they logged off, Ning Yuan lay on his bed, feeling a surge of restlessness within. It must be said, the medicinal wine was rather potent. For the first time, he felt such yearning. His mind was remarkably clear. So he sat up and took out his newly purchased Fundamentals of Vocal Performance, beginning to memorize its contents. The old edition had been left at Liu Xuening's villa, and he mused that she likely had discarded it by now. Liu Xuening gently brushed the dust off the performance book, treating it with great reverence as she placed it carefully. Recently, she had hired an Antly to assist with cleaning and cooking, yet she steadfastly prohibited Antly from entering Ning Yuan's room. Antly was quite adept in the kitchen, yet Liu Xuening lacked an appetite, yearning instead for Ning Yuan's culinary creations. Lying on Ning Yuan's bed, her mind drifted back to the days spent together. He would always look at her with a smile, serving her meals, gazing at her tenderly as she ate. Liu Xuening, burdened by her demanding work, had developed a stomach ailment, prompting Ning Yuan to prepare her medicine and adjust her diet. When she felt fatigued, he would offer her massages, having learned the techniques specifically to ease her neck and shoulder muscles. He even planted roses to bring her joy after a long day's work. It seemed as though the entire villa was imbued with his presence, yet he was no longer there. He would not return. She felt even less than a stranger, as the once vibrant warmth in his enchanting eyes had faded into a suffocating indifference. Her heart ached anew. Chapter 66. The apology text from Liu Xuening. She was filled with regret. This feeling of remorse coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent, constricting tighter and tighter, making it difficult to breathe and inflicting unbearable pain. With trembling hands, she retrieved her phone and replaced it with a new SIM card. She recalled Ling Xion's words about showing Ning Yuan her transformation. Tears began to fall onto the phone screen as she started to compose a message to him. Liu Xuening wrote, "Can I still love you, Ning Yuan? I recognize that my previous approach was flawed, neglecting your feelings. I was far too proud. May I seek to amend the mistakes I have made? I wish to take wedding photos with you, to cook delicious meals for you, to smile at you every day, and to embrace you daily. Would you be willing to observe my future actions? I wish to demonstrate to you that I, too, can bestow upon you daily affections. I can yield to your desires upon our shared bed, and I can present you with gifts, even a villa. I could bear you children, our beautiful offspring, who would undoubtedly be enchanting. I hope she inherits your qualities. Ning Yuan, I find myself in torment each day, unable to sleep or eat, shedding tears over your garments and books. I acknowledge my faults, fully aware that this is the punishment I deserve. What led me to not cherish you? My father passed away early, and my mother is absent, leaving me unversed in the art of love. Now I understand that love requires mutual investment, rather than selfish demands. I genuinely yearn to walk hand in hand with you, growing old together. Our shared sentiments would deepen our bond, a lifetime united as one. From now on, let the rain fall gently upon Jean's city, as we stroll together under a single umbrella. If you are willing to return, you may mock me freely, chastise me, or even swap my behind. All I desire is your return. Ning Yuan, please do not ignore me. I cannot bear it. I miss you dearly." Upon completing this sentence, Liu Xuening found herself overwhelmed with tears. Would Ning Yuan truly wish to read the heartfelt message she penned? She eagerly anticipated a thoughtful response from him, yet harbored fears that he might discard it without a glance. "Ning Yuan, could you grant me another chance?" She whispered to herself, her hands resting upon her chest, attempting to soothe her anxious heart. Meanwhile, Ning, engrossed in his reading, heard his phone chime. He picked it up and saw the message from Liu Xuening. After reading it, he fell into a prolonged silence. He could scarcely fathom that the once proud Liu Xuening would utter such words, even suggesting a willingness to yield to his whims. Yet, the correspondence would cease henceforth, and the memories of their passionate encounters would remain unsubstantiated. Love is akin to the spring river, flowing away never to return. Once shattered, a mirror cannot be restored. Recollecting the oppressive and painful 5 years spent in Liu Xuening's villa, Ning Yuan felt no desire to look back. He sighed and chose not to respond. As night deepened, weariness enveloped him, prompting him to retire to bed and succumb to a heavy slumber. The following day at work, he encountered General Manager Xiao. As she swayed gracefully, upon catching sight of him, her cheeks flushed, her breath quickened, for she recalled Ning Yuan's words regarding premature ejaculation, leading her to cast a teasing glance in his direction. Ning Yuan greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, General Manager Xiao." Alas, the night had been restless for her, as a certain man troubled her dreams, leaving her fatigued by morning. "What is the matter?" Ning Yuan inquired. As the company's employees began to arrive, Xiao Ruolin opted not to elaborate, simply remarking, "I'll speak with you later." Once in his office, Yang Dong knocked on the door and entered, addressing Ning Yuan. "Have you reviewed the scripts? Which one do you find most appealing?" After some contemplation, Ning Yuan replied, "Personally, I prefer the third script. The theme of deception is currently quite popular and carries inherent appeal. If executed well, it should yield commendable results." He pointed to the first book, suggesting that if the audition did not yield favorable results, this one would suffice as well, with an unexpectedly intriguing conclusion that I found quite appealing. Since Ning Yuan had made his choice, Yang Dong refrained from further comments. The audition for Human Skin Cage would commence tomorrow, directed by the renowned horror filmmaker Wen Wei-ren. Meanwhile, the audition for Mirror, a psychological crime film, was scheduled 5 days later, neatly avoiding a clash in timing. Ning Yuan was well aware of director Wen Wei-ren's reputation, a name that resonated internationally within the horror genre. He was adept at employing various techniques to cultivate a chilling atmosphere, and his narrative designs were particularly astute, often laced with suspense and twists that left the audience guessing until the very end. "Well, I shall take Xiao Ju along with me. Brother Dong, since you are familiar with director Wen Wei-ren, what preparations would you suggest I undertake?" Yang Dong chuckled. "Ning Yuan, with your exceptional acting skills, Why the need for concern? Ning Yuan, with a serious demeanor, replied, in a realm where there are always formidable competitors, one must not harbor arrogance. He then retrieved the script, stating, I still need to memorize my lines. Sharpening one's skills at the last moment is never a waste. Yang Dong encouraged him with a simple, then give it your all, and departed with a smile. As Ning Yuan immersed himself in rehearsing his lines, Xiao Ruolan approached with an icy demeanor. Stealing a glance around to ensure she was unobserved, she decisively slipped into Ning Yuan's office. Working diligently, are we, Xiao Yuan? Ning Yuan, not lifting his gaze, continued with his reading. Indeed, Sister Ruolan, I am but a diligent subordinate aiding our boss in generating profits. Oof. Your diligence caused me sleepless nights, she retorted. Ning Yuan raised his eyes, his gaze sparkling like stars, leaving Xiao Ruolan blushing. He stood, cupped her face gently, and planted a kiss on her lips, playfully admonishing, Sister Xiao, if I fail the audition tomorrow, it would be your fault. Embarrassed, Xiao Ruolan quickly stepped back, exclaiming, the office door is still open. In truth, she longed to express that he need not exert himself so much. However, Xiao Ruolan chose to remain silent, captivated by Ning Yuan's earnestness, which possessed a unique allure. Since he aspired to become a commendable actor, she felt compelled to support him. Note from the author. I wish to convey an important message. Yesterday, I received numerous comments, which I have read attentively. Many readers expressed that Meng Nanyu could become pregnant, but they felt it was too early for such developments. My original plan was for Liu Xuening to witness Ning Yuan shopping with the pregnant Meng Nanyu, creating a truly explosive scene. However, many readers preferred that Meng Nanyu not be pregnant so soon, as they felt uncomfortable with the notion of her being both pregnant and involved in a harem, believing it unfair to her. Yet they also have a fondness for Liu Xuefu, Ling Xian, Mu Qingmo, and Xiao Ruolan, making the idea of not having a harem equally distressing. It's quite a conundrum. I understand these sentiments. Hence, I have decided that Meng Nanyu is not currently pregnant. However, rest assured, in the later chapters of this book, I will be the first to have Meng Nanyu expect a child. And I will also have her cousin Liu Xuening help Ning Yuan and Meng Nanyu care for the baby. Chapter 67 Step by Step in the Workplace has wrapped filming. Make sure to return early. I shall await your arrival. She had intended to say she would wait for him at home, but they had yet to reach that stage, and it could not yet be turned to home. One must strive to win over Xiao Yuan, yet alas, she may very well roll her eyes and faint midway through the endeavor. What to do then? A look of conflict flashed across the enchanting face of Xiao Ruolan. Ning Yuan seemed to grasp her thoughts, leaning close to her ear and whispering, It's all right, an eye-rolling sister is still quite adorable. Xiao Ruolan blushed, playfully swatting at him. You're insufferable. I would never roll my eyes. Ning Yuan understood her reluctance. After all, Xiao Ruolan had already gifted him a small house. How could he not comprehend her feelings? If she continued to feign indifference, it would be mere pretense. Having experienced unrequited love during his previous 5-year marriage, Ning Yuan was all too aware of the profound pain it entailed. Having endured the rain himself, he naturally wished to offer shelter to another, especially to Xiao Ruolan, who had aided him and harbored feelings for him. Ning Yuan closed the office door, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. In the astonished gaze of Xiao Ruolan, he pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek, assuring her, I will return shortly. Wait for me at home. The notion of waiting for him ignited a rapid heartbeat within Xiao Ruolan, her feelings surging. Were it not for the confines of the office, she would have longed to indulge in tender affection with Ning Yuan. Indeed, the president's office had a lounge. Perhaps there was no harm in a little intimacy. What was I even thinking? Embarrassed, Xiao Ruolan buried her face in his neck, letting out a soft hum, her breath tickling Ning Yuan's skin. Fortunately, being sensitive by nature, a mere kiss was enough to leave her feeling quite satisfied, emitting soft murmurs. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Ruolan prepared to depart. Like a thief, she cautiously opened the door, ensuring no one was watching before slipping out, straightening herself to assume a demeanor of icy aloofness, her high heels clicking as she returned to her office. Once back, Xiao Ruolan patted her heavy chest. Though she appeared calm, secretly, The thrill of covertly dating a male subordinate made her quite anxious. She paced in her office, inadvertently wandering into the president's lounge. Indeed, it was entirely unintentional. She mused silently. Her gaze assessed the bed in the lounge. It was indeed a bit cramped for one, but perfectly adequate for two. Xiao Yuan could rest upon me. After all, shaking her head, she dismissed such unhealthy thoughts and settled into the president's chair, her long, slender legs clad in black stockings crossed gracefully, as she took hold of a contract to peruse leisurely. However, she failed to notice that she was holding it upside down. After Xiao Ruolin departed, Ning Yuan resumed, rehearsing his lines. When the workday concluded, he received a message from the group of idlers. It turned out that a month had passed, and Wu Xian had successfully passed the organization's test. Following a reapplication, the group leader, Sun Yinxiu, had accepted his request. Initially, she had been opposed to his entry. However, after observing for a month on set, Wu Xian realized that Sun Yinxiu had completely transformed into a reflection of Ning Yuan, speaking his name at every opportunity. Thus, inspired, he exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, I truly wish to join the group." Sun Yinxiu was taken aback. "Sister-in-law? Have you not become Yin Ji's girlfriend?" Sun Yinxiu's face flushed with embarrassment. "No, not yet," she stammered, yet she decisively approved Wu Xian's group invitation. She had misjudged him. Who had thought Wu Xian was quite the talent? Within the group, Wu Xian sent a generous red envelope and remarked, "I previously offended Yin Ge, but from now on, I shall heed his every word." Ning Yuan replied courteously, "You may simply call me Ning Yuan, as I shall refer to you as Wu Xian." "All right, Yin Ge." The four then discussed the completion of step-by-step in the workplace. Sun Yinxiu exclaimed in delight, "At last, I am liberated." Internally, she rejoiced, as she could finally arrange a date with Ning Yuan, who had already promised to treat her to dinner. Suyu reflected on the challenges he faced, yet he acknowledged the wealth of knowledge he had gained. Wu Xian, through this television journey, had gained profound insights into his own shortcomings. He resolved to remain humble and steadfastly learn from Yin Ge. Wu Xian harbored his own aspirations. Having witnessed Ning Yuan's acting prowess, he was genuinely astounded. Both Su Kuan and Nie Feng lauded him, affirming that Ning Yuan would undoubtedly secure a prominent position in the film industry. It was indeed wise to align oneself early with such talent, for once Ning Yuan ascended, opportunities to gain his favor would dwindle. "Ning Yuan, I am sincere in my admiration," Wu Xian professed. "I truly respect you." Sun Yinxiu chuckled, perceiving Wu Xian's earnest desire for improvement. So he was taken aback, feeling his status was at risk, as it was evident that Wu Xian was far more adept at flattery. Wu Xian was audacious. Clearly, Suyu was the first to have firmly allied himself with Ning Yuan. It seemed Wu Xian aimed to usurp his position. In a hurry, he expressed his loyalty in the group, stating, "There is no need to extol Yin Ji's prowess. I have greatly benefited from his previous guidance." Suyu intended to convey that he was more familiar with Yin Yuan, as he had received direct mentorship, urging Wu Xian to step aside. Sun Yinxiu interrupted their discourse, responding, "Oh dear, we have the wrap party to attend tonight. Otherwise, I would certainly insist on Yin Yuan treating us to dinner." Although she initially wished to skip the event, director Wang Ying had specifically instructed her, while others could take leave, the lead actress could not. Despite her brother being the president of an entertainment company, she had not developed a capricious demeanor. Given the director's insistence, she felt compelled to support the occasion. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Ning Yuan received a phone call from director Wang Ying. Wang requested that he find time to do voiceover work for the banquet scene, ensuring a perfect synchronization of sound and visuals. "Ning Yuan, once the editing is complete, we shall watch the final cut together. You may also need to carve out time for the press conference, fan meeting, and premiere," Wang instructed. "Understood, Director Wang," Ning Yuan replied. If there were no scheduling conflicts, he would certainly attend. Once Wang outlined the upcoming tasks, Ning Yuan could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. What sort of response would his first television drama, following his comeback, elicit upon its release? Chapter 68, Step by Step in the Workplace Trailer. After work, Ning Yuan returned to Tang Shinping. Meng Nanyu was in the kitchen preparing a meal when Ning Yuan was about to offer a compliment. only to hear her exclaim in alarm, prompting him to rush inside. "Is everything all right, my dear?" he asked. Meng Nanyu stood at a distance, pitifully holding a spatula, her delicate hand showing a few red spots from the splattering oil. Ning Yuan took the spatula from her and gently kissed the back of her hand. "It's fine, let me handle it. But why didn't you ask Aunt Huang to cook?" Meng Nanyu pouted. "I want to personally prepare a delicious meal for you." Ning Yuan donned an apron and kissed her forehead tenderly. "Each of us has our strengths. Yours lies in managing the company and making significant decisions. You need not excel in cooking as well. We can collaborate effectively. You go sit quietly, and I will take charge in the kitchen." He then joked, "After all, there are not many who can both perform and cook as I do." Meng Nanyu smiled, adding, "It should be said that there are not many who are handsome, perform well, and can cook." Ning Yuan's lips curled into a smile. "Though you have voiced my thoughts, one must remain modest, huh? I shall give you a score of 99, deducting 1 point to prevent you from becoming arrogant." Rather than stepping away, Meng Nanyu lingered at the doorway to chat with Ning Yuan, cherishing every moment spent together. Ning Yuan smiled affectionately. "In my heart, you will always score a perfect 100. Ever since we've been together, I no longer add sugar to my cooking. Do you know why, my dear?" "Why?" Meng Nanyu tilted her head in curiosity. With a playful flick of the spatula, Ning Yuan replied, "Because being with you every day is already incredibly sweet. If I added sugar, I might risk developing diabetes." Meng Nanyu couldn't contain her laughter, covering her mouth. Xiao Yuan, you are quite the charmer." Yet the overwhelming affection in her eyes betrayed her heart. Ning Yuan's words filled her with joy. Meng Nanyu playfully chided, "Xiao Yuan, with such sweet words, you must be cautious when you go out. Some wealthy women might find you quite appealing." Ning Yuan laughed. "Are you implying that you, as a wealthy lady, are fond of me then?" "Huh. Unable to resist, she stepped forward and embraced his waist from behind, relishing the moment. Ning Yuan thought back to the time when several affluent women had indeed shown interest in him. While he was still in university, his striking appearance and eloquence often led him to be chosen as the host for significant events, allowing him to meet a number of wealthy women. Some had even proposed that he become their personal secretary with an open salary. However, Ning Yuan had declined all offers. More remarkably, one stunningly beautiful wealthy woman had approached him privately, offering to sponsor him with 5 million yuan for his studies, along with 2 of her close friends, each willing to contribute 5 million, provided he agreed to be their shared boyfriend. Ning Yuan had been taken aback and promptly refused, thinking to himself, "I will be drained dry." The affluent woman, who was quite familiar with him, was unwilling to relent. She even offered to bestow upon him a luxury car or a compact apartment near the city center. Given the soaring property prices in Jinghai, such an apartment would likely approach a staggering 10 million. This was an opportunity to ascend to millionaire status without any toil, coupled with the possession of a residence that many could only dream of. Nonetheless, Ning Yuan resolutely shook his head. The wealthy woman appeared somewhat incensed, coldly remarking, "So many people long for this chance, yet you refuse it. This could grant you a lifetime of ease. Should you decline, you will surely regret it in the future." Ning Yuan, unperturbed, turned his back and departed. If he were willing to barter his body, he could have already settled into a life of leisure. Of course, this leisure carried another connotation, implying he would be utterly drained, as receiving money would entail insatiable demands from the wealthy woman. Fate had been rather unkind to him, stripping away his parents at a tender age, yet it had also bestowed upon him extraordinary looks. With such allure, even without pursuing an acting career, Ning Yuan could thrive in the workplace. Just look at how the CEO, Xiao Ruolin, eyed him, her male subordinate, with keen interest. As Ning Yuan prepared the meal, the two began dining. Meng Nanyu ate sparingly, preferring to watch Ning Yuan as he savored his food. Her eyes, misty and filled with affection, gazed at him, igniting a warmth within him, especially after consuming supplements and wine that heightened his senses. Approaching her, he lifted Meng Nanyu into his arms, his voice slightly hoarse. "My dear, I think I must feast upon you first." Meng Nanyu gasped, her arms tightly encircling his neck, her delicate toes playfully entwining around his waist, her voice dripping with sweetness. "We are supposed to be eating. Yet, Her body nearly melted into a puddle. Ultimately, amidst her breathless protest of no more, silence enveloped the room. The meal now grown cold. Meng Nanyu shot him a playful glare. Xiao Yuan, you truly are a beast. Ning Yuan chuckled heartily, interpreting her words as a compliment. He suddenly recalled a humorous anecdote about a young man who traveled over 10 hours by train to meet his girlfriend for a romantic rendezvous. Just as he lit a cigarette, his freshly bathed girlfriend urged him from the bed, her voice sultry. He set the cigarette aside and embraced her. After their passionate interlude, he picked up the half-burned cigarette and continued smoking. After reheating the food, they finally managed to satiate their appetites. While Meng Nanyu went to take a shower, Ning Yuan scrolled through Weibo, stumbling upon a teaser for Career Steps. His scenes dominated the trailer, captivating the audience, for who could resist the allure of a passionate, handsome, and affluent young heir? After watching, he couldn't help but exclaim how splendid it was. Without modesty, he thought, director Wang truly captured his charm to perfection. The fervent comments from fans made him chuckle, and he began to delve into the reviews. At that time, Ning Yuan discovered that no one could rival him and thus withdrew from the scene. Now that he has made a comeback, he finds once again that there is no worthy opponent. I eagerly await my brother's drama. Let's cheer him on. I have come to understand the plight of the consort cast into obscurity. The mere chance to see the emperor can lead to her restoration. As soon as my brother returns, he is immediately favored once more. Anticipation fills me. However, is it just me, or does Qin Dai have a poor sense of perception? Clearly, Yin Ting cherishes her more and treats her better. Why then does she choose Liu Yuan? Childhood friends cannot compete with unexpected arrivals. Ning Yuan, look at me. I will show you my mining skills. Those who have watched Ning Yuan's first film must surely be aging now. My distant love has rescued me countless times, illuminating my dark nights. Tears flow. Yet, it is evident that Wu Xin has a significantly larger fan base. These fans are quite amusing. They believe Ning Yuan's withdrawal was a graceful exit, while in truth, he has simply run out of talent. Indeed, it is clear that our Xin performs better and is far more handsome. If one has poor eyesight, they might as well donate it. When the film is released, we shall see just how remarkable our Xin truly is. When the tide recedes, we will discover who has been swimming naked. The capital behind Ning Yuan has begun to exert its influence, attempting to suppress our brother. Ning Yuan merely smiles at these comments. In the future, when these fans witness Wu Xin respectfully addressing him as Brother Yuan, will they feel a tragic yearning, lamenting why their emperor capitulated first? Moreover, when the time comes, how their acting skills compare to Wu Xion's will be a matter for the audience to decide. As one fan of Wu Xion suggested, let us wait until the tide recedes to see who is left exposed. Seeing Meng Nanyu lingering in the bathroom, he chuckled softly and pushed open the door to enter. An hour later, Meng Nanyu emerged, her face flushed, gently opening the glass door of the bathroom. The fog glass bore 2 circular imprints. They stepped out together, dried their hair, and then embraced as they drifted into slumber. The following day, Ning Yuan bid farewell to Meng Nanyu and drove to the company, then took Ji Xiaojuan's car to the set of Human Skin Cage. Upon stating his purpose to the staff at the entrance, they escorted Ning Yuan to the audition room. Today, the audition was for the male lead, Chunin, and thus the waiting area outside the audition room was filled with male actors. When they beheld the tall and handsome Ning Yuan, those who recognized him felt a wave of intimidation wash over them, though they still greeted him. The new actors, unfamiliar with Ning Yuan, were equally taken aback by his striking appearance, their hearts racing with alarm. Ning Yuan was unaware of the pressure he exerted. After exchanging pleasantries, he sat and waited patiently. After 2 or 3 rounds, the staff called his name, and Sun Yang began his audition. Ning Yuan prepared himself. Sun Yang entered and emerged about 15 minutes later, his expression somewhat dejected, indicating a less than stellar performance. Ning Yuan began his audition as Hui Jingtang got ready. He stood, adjusted his clothing, and walked in, while the surrounding actors instinctively turned their gazes towards him, their eyes following his every movement. As Ning Yuan entered the audition room, he was greeted by the sight of 3 individuals seated before him. The central figure was the renowned horror film director, Wen Weiren. To his left sat the assistant director, Mo Xiaowei, while the man on his right bore a familiar visage. After sifting through his memories, Ning Yuan realized it was the esteemed veteran actor, Lei Jingjie. With utmost politeness, Ning Yuan greeted them. Hello, Director Wen. Hello, Director Mo. Hello, Teacher Lei. I am Ning Yuan, here for the audition. Wen Weiren smiled warmly. Ning Yuan, no need for formality. I am aware of you. Yang Dong informed me about you. However, recognition aside, securing the role will depend on your performance. Of course I understand. Director 1, I will certainly exert my utmost effort in my portrayal. After a brief exchange among the trio, Wen Weiren addressed Ning Yuan. You have previously received a nomination for Best Actor at the Golden Rooster Awards, so I presume your acting skills are commendable. Please perform the scene from take 1 of scene 365. A staff member handed over the script, and as Ning Yuan perused the scene, he discovered it depicted Chen Ning in a desperate struggle against a doppelganger, his body battered and bruised. Despite his injuries, he clung tenaciously to the doppelganger's leg, crying out, "Xiao Lei, run!" Yet, the figure of Xiao Lei before him suddenly smiled ominously, her expression unnaturally rigid. "Chen Ning, why are you telling me to run?" Chen Ning's mouth fell agape, his pupils dilating, his body trembling violently as he gazed in despair at his girlfriend, Xu Lei. Unbeknownst to him, his girlfriend had long been replaced by the doppelganger. Wen Weiren announced, "Ning Yuan, you have 10 minutes to prepare." Ning Yuan shook his head, replying, "Director Wen, there's no need. I am ready to begin now." Intrigued, Wen Weiren responded, "Oh, very well. Teacher Lei, please join Ning Yuan in this scene." Lei Jingjie nodded and moved to the center of the stage alongside Ning Yuan. The staff member initially engaged in a struggle with Ning Yuan, who displayed a pained expression, embodying the agony of his injuries. Nevertheless, he resolutely clung to the staff member's leg, fervently shouting, "Xiao Lei, run!" At that moment, Lei Jingjie unexpectedly turned, his face assuming a chilling, rigid expression that evoked terror. It must be said that the veteran actor's prowess was remarkable. An eerie voice emanated, "Chen Ning, why are you telling me to run?" That voice sent shivers down one's spine. Lei Jingjie's performance exuded a palpable tension, whether intentional or not. It was evident that only a skilled actor could withstand such intensity. Ning Yuan's face displayed shock, his eyes reddening, pupils widening, his body trembling violently as his expression transformed into one of anguish and despair. "Xiao Lei, you!" A pair of hands plunged into his chest. Ning Yuan adeptly embraced Lei Jingjie's performance, transitioning his emotions with exceptional fluidity and authenticity. Wen Weiren led the applause, exclaiming, "Well done, Ning Yuan. Truly worthy of your Best Actor nomination." Lei Jingjie nodded in appreciation. "Ning Yuan, I have only seen you on screen before. I did not anticipate your acting would be this remarkable." Ning Yuan humbly replied, "Director Wen, you flatter me. And Teacher Lei, your performance was extraordinary. I barely managed to keep up with your intensity." Witnessing Ning Yuan's humility, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Finally, Wen Weiren remarked, "Ning Yuan, you may return for now. We will inform you of the audition results in 2 days." Ning Yuan was well aware that such a prominent production team would not announce results on the spot. They had numerous considerations to weigh. After politely taking his leave, Ning Yuan noticed the eager expressions of the waiting actors outside. However, his demeanor remained composed, leaving them unable to discern any hints of his emotions. Upon exiting the production team, Ji Xiaojun had already brought the car around. After getting in, Ning Yuan received a message from Liu Xuening. "Ning Yuan, tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we go to the amusement park together?" After a moment of hesitation, Ning Yuan realized that he had no special plans for the next day and decided to accompany Liu Xuening. Thus, he replied affirmatively. "Wonderful. Oh, Ning Yuan, you're amazing." Chapter 70. The heartbroken Liu Xuening and the overjoyed Liu Xuening upon returning to the company. Ji Xiaojun suddenly inquired, "Yuan Ge, have you come across any fan fiction about you recently?" Ning Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "No, I've been rather busy lately and haven't been reading much. In the past, I often enjoyed the novels by Xia Ku Wang Yu and Ban Feng He. They're quite classic. However, he has now become a celebrated author, achieving financial freedom and writing less frequently. I seldom read other novels." "Why do you ask?" Ji Xiaojun responded, I meant fan fiction specifically about you and romantic stories. Is there really someone writing fan fiction about me? Ning Yuan felt a flicker of curiosity. Will you be upset if you read it? Ning Yuan chuckled, not at all. This is merely a reflection of the affection from my fans, as long as it doesn't veer into the absurd. I recently came across a fan fiction about you and Qing Mo, and it's quite intriguing. Oh, am I portrayed as mercilessly tormenting her in the story? Does she love me to the point of obsession? Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow. Ha ha ha, Yuan Gu, I'm afraid it's the other way around. It appears you are the one being tormented by Qing Mo, utterly infatuated with her. Ning Yuan burst into laughter. Surely not. It seems this author lacks respect for reality, weaving an utterly fantastical narrative without any basis. Would you like to take a look? Ji Xiaojun queried. Ning Yuan dismissively smiled. Sure, send it to me. I'll read it when I have the time. Currently, he was quite occupied and had little opportunity to indulge in novels. Ji Xiaojun nodded. All right, I'll send it to you later. She was genuinely curious about Ning Yuan's reaction upon finishing the novel. Recently, the members of their group had shown great enthusiasm for this particular story, especially a fan named Mo Ran Qinghuan, who frequently commented on the melodramatic plot while simultaneously urging for updates and sending red envelopes. Clearly a devoted fan unable to resist. As Ji Xiaojun drove back to the company, Ning Yuan headed toward his office. Passing by Xiao Rulin's office, he heard her cough twice. Ning Yuan, come in, she commanded in a cool, authoritative tone. Ning Yuan entered, adopting a similarly formal demeanor. Xiao, is there something you need? Xiao Rulin shot him a playful glare. Follow me. I have something to show you. She strode ahead in high heels, her voluptuous hips swaying, accentuating her waist which seemed scarcely graspable. Upon entering the lounge, Xiao Rulin pointed to the small bed and inquired of Ning Yuan, what do you think of this bed? Ning Yuan, puzzled, looked up and responded, it's quite nice, Rulin. What's the matter? With no one else around, Ning Yuan reverted to addressing her as Rulin again. Xiao Rulin's ears flushed slightly. It's nothing. I just wanted your opinion. With work still to attend to, Xiao Rulin left Ning Yuan in a state of bewilderment as he returned to his office. Upon receiving a message from Ning Yuan, Liu Xuening was elated, practically bouncing with joy. Xu Tong, observing her exuberance, scoffed, oh, look at you so happy. Is that 25-year-old old man asking you out? Liu Xuening shot her friend a disapproving glance. Hey, Tong, mind your words. What do you mean, old man? This is the prime, the most vigorous and handsome age for a man. Liu Xuening, if you keep calling me Tong, I will take you on. Xu Tong exclaimed, her indignation causing her chest to rise and fall dramatically. Liu Xuening regarded her with disdain. You? I could easily hold your head down. Your little short arms and legs wouldn't even reach me. By the way, with all that you eat daily, it seems the weight has settled on your chest. Yet you haven't grown at all. I'm going to fight you. Xu Tong lunged at Liu Xuening, desperately trying to tussle with her, but Liu Xuening was equally defiant, pinning Xu Tong down. It wasn't until Xu Tong's face flushed crimson, gasping for breath, that she pleaded help. Liu Xuening, you rogue, this is unethical. Don't press there. Let me go, Xuening, I was wrong. Eventually, Liu Xuening relented, releasing the pitifully whimpering Xu Tong. Every day, you get bullied, yet you still provoke me, Tong Tong. Do you secretly enjoy being manhandled by me? Xu Tong glared back, her face aglow. You're ridiculous. It was merely because she couldn't hold her ground. After their playful altercation, Xu Tong asked, so, it seems you're heading to the amusement park tomorrow? Be sure to take plenty of pictures. I want to see what your boyfriend looks like. Now, it was Liu Xuefeng's turn to blush. Well, he is not my boyfriend yet, but I have a feeling it 1 TB long. Xu Tong was taken aback, incredulous. So you're not officially together yet? Are you? Xuefeng pursuing him? It was hard to believe that the campus belle of Jing University would need to take the initiative to court someone. Oh, Tong Tong, you have no idea. He is quite sought after. Let me tell you, their essay teacher at our school who fancies him too, and I'm in competition with her. So I need your help. Another female teacher is after him. Is he that desirable? Xu Tong was now intensely curious, her mind racing with questions. This gossip was astonishing. Who could this man possibly be? Xu Tong couldn't fathom it, unless he resembled an idol. It was hard to believe someone worthy of both Xuefu and a female teacher's attention existed in reality. After all, Xuefu was someone admired by countless boys, including various wealthy heirs, and even male teachers who paid her special attention. Yet Xuefu had never shown them any favor. Liu Xuefu is still too infatuated with love. If it were me, regardless of what kind of man he is, I could never humiliate myself in such a manner. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but a two-legged man is not so difficult. Liu Xuefu, unaware of her best friend's sentiments, joyfully gathered her belongings and returned to the Liu family villa. Upon entering, she noticed her sister, Liu Xuening, forlornly cradling a wilted rosebush, lost in thought, oblivious to her arrival. Liu Xuefu suppressed the brightness of her smile. Chapter 71. Liu Xuefu thought to herself that she might as well lend brother Ning Yuan to her for a night. Approaching Liu Xuening, she inquired, "Sister, what is the matter?" Liu Xuening snapped back to reality, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible sob. "It's nothing. Have you eaten? If not, I can ask Annie to prepare a meal." "I haven't eaten yet, sister. Are you harboring some sorrow?" At the mention of sorrow, Liu Xuening's demeanor visibly darkened further. She had been messaging Ning Yuan for 2 days without any reply, uncertain if he had even seen her messages. Perhaps he had simply deleted them. Liu Xuening felt utterly in the dark, but one thing was for certain. Ning Yuan would not easily forgive her. Despite having mentally prepared herself, a wave of heartache washed over Liu Xuening. 2 months felt excruciatingly long. How had Ning Yuan endured 5 years of neglect? Now that she too felt the sting of heartache, Liu Xuening began to grasp the depths of Ning Yuan's despair. 5 years of feeling overlooked and dejected must have been incredibly painful for him. Perhaps Ning Yuan had, at that time, experienced the same sorrow she was now facing daily. She had witnessed his despondency, but had failed to take action to change it. That was the most heartbreaking truth of all. A tumult of emotions churned within Liu Xuening: regret for herself, compassion for Ning Yuan, and anguish over his indifference towards her. It felt as though countless insects were gnawing at her insides, rendering every nerve in her body to emit cries of torment. "My love, I am sorry, but I refuse to give up. I must win you back, even if it takes the rest of my life to atone for my mistakes." Liu Xuening had hardly interacted with any men throughout her life. Ning Yuan was her first and only man, the one with whom she was willing to embrace intimacy. With any other man, Liu Xuening would feel a palpable discomfort at their mere proximity, her icy demeanor transforming into an even colder facade, coupled with an instinctive aversion in her heart. "I have hurt you for 5 years. Thus, let me spend 5 years trying to win you back. If I fail in those 5 years, then there shall be no more Liu Xuening in this world." Liu Xuening's hands trembled slightly, but gradually. She clenched her fists with determination. Once her emotions settled somewhat, she called Auntie Li to begin preparing dinner. "Sister, are you reluctant to part with brother-in-law?" Liu Xuefu asked. In the past, Liu Xuening would have resolutely shaken her head and replied, "How could I? That is not even funny." However, at this moment, Liu Xuening nodded. Liu Xuefu fell silent. In truth, Liu Xuefu occasionally pondered whether her interference was morally questionable. Yet, she had previously urged her sister to treat her brother-in-law with kindness, even mentioning that he seemed perpetually unhappy. However, her sister disregarded this advice, dismissing it with a scoff, claiming that a child could not possibly comprehend such matters. As the emotional distance between them grew and her brother-in-law's suffering intensified, Liu Xuefu began to entertain thoughts of disrupting their union. After all, was it not a torment for 2 individuals who did not love each other to remain together? What purpose did it serve? Thus, she echoed her sister's sentiments, amplifying those emotions, and to her surprise, her sister genuinely resonated with her words. "Alas, had you both been a blissful couple, I would never have intervened, even if I harbored feelings for my brother-in-law. Yet, the unfortunate reality is that you do not love one another. Rather, you are engaged in a mutual destruction. Had I refrained from meddling, would they have divorced? Certainly. As the saying goes, 3 feet of ice does not freeze in a single day." Liu Xuefu believed that the issues between them had escalated to a point where divorce was inevitable. Her involvement merely served as a catalyst. To illustrate, one might liken her sister's relationship with Ning Yuan to a cup of coffee. While she herself was merely a small piece of sugar added to the brew, neither altering the rich flavor of the coffee nor its bitter essence, but merely rendering it less harsh. Moreover, even if they were to reconcile, could it guarantee happiness? Would it ensure bliss? Not necessarily. However, it was beyond doubt that she would treat brother Ning Yuan well. That was certain. He would undoubtedly find happiness. Therefore, dear sister, despite your unhappiness, I am determined to win over brother Ning Yuan. At most, I might lend him to you for a night, allowing you a taste, thereby honoring our sisterly bond. Of course, he must be returned. A loan must be repaid, after all. Aunt Li prepared dinner, and Liu Xuening and Liu Xuefu, each lost in their own thoughts, remained silent. After finishing their meal, Liu Xuening retreated to her room to rest, clutching Ning Yuan's blanket. Her face a mask of sorrow. The blanket, washed once by Liu Xuefu, had lost Ning Yuan's scent, yet she still found comfort in holding it. Liu Xuefu typically returned home on weekends, so she resolved to bring the blanket back to her room during that time. In stark contrast to Liu Xuening's melancholic demeanor, Liu Xuefu wore a bright smile, particularly at the thought of her upcoming date with brother Ning Yuan, her lips curving upwards in delight. It is a testament to the fact that the joys and sorrows of individuals do not necessarily intersect. The following day, Liu Xuefu rose early, driving her newly purchased Porsche to the Jinghai Heartbeat amusement park. Upon her arrival, she waited for over half an hour before Ning Yuan finally arrived. Upon seeing Liu Xuefu, he inquired, "Xuefu, did you arrive early? I apologize for my tardiness." His gaze fell upon her, momentarily pausing. Liu Xuefu had let her hair down, cascading freely around her. Her brows resembled distant mountains adorned with emeralds, and her eyes sparkled with an enchanting glimmer. Her nose was elegantly shaped, and her lips were petite yet full, dressed in a delicate white dress, the hem of which grazes mid-thigh, revealing her fair and slender legs. She exudes an ethereal grace. Her pristine white shoes and socks elegantly outline her tender ankles, glistening like exquisite jade. Such a girl embodies the dreams of countless youthful hearts. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her beauty refined to perfection, resembling a porcelain doll. Liu Xuefu approached with a charming smile, naturally linking her arm with Ning Yuan's. "Oh, I just arrived as well, Ning Yuan Gij. Your timing is impeccable." She embraced him tightly, and Ning Yuan could even feel the softness of her form through his elbow. His expression grew somewhat serious, subtly withdrawing his arm and straightening his posture. Before others, Liu Xuefu appeared frosty, yet she was always lively and whimsical in Ning Yuan's presence. Noticing his serious demeanor, she felt an irresistible urge to tease him. She tiptoed closer, leaning into his ear with a hint of urgency. "Ning Yuan Gij, I rushed out today and forgot to wear anything beneath my skirt. What should I do?" Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His breath momentarily caught in his throat as he turned to look at Liu Xuefu in astonishment. "Really?" he gasped. She nodded, feigning innocence. Reluctantly, he proposed, "Shall we return to the car so I can buy you some undergarments?" The situation had become rather awkward. Suddenly, Liu Xuefu covered her mouth and laughed. "Ning Yuan Gij, I was just teasing you. How could I be so careless when you came out to have fun with me?" Looking so serious, Ning Yuan furrowed his brow, both amused and exasperated, unable to resist giving her a playful tap on the head. Chapter 72. Liu Xuefu and Ning Yuan's First Date. Full of subtle schemes, Ning Yuan found himself both amused and bewildered by Liu Xuefu's playful antics, his heart racing unexpectedly. After all, he was a normal man, and when a young girl claimed she was unadorned beneath her attire, it was impossible not to feel a jolt of surprise. Having previously tutored her, he was aware of Liu Xuefu's cleverness, her mind brimming with schemes, earning her the title of a cunning little green tea. What made her formidable was her ability to balance her mischievousness with a keen sense of propriety, coupled with a sweet tongue that could charm anyone, filling their hearts with joy and rendering them incapable of harboring any ill feelings toward her. One couldn't help but find Liu Xuefu quite endearing. However, From the outset of their day at the amusement park, Liu Xuefu's antics suggested that this outing would be far from the simple day of fun he had envisioned. Indeed, as he pondered this, Liu Xuefu gently tugged at his hand. Turning to her, he saw her pouting adorably. "Ning Yuan Gij, there are so many people here. May I hold your hand? Otherwise, I might get lost." Her small, delicate hand was enveloped by Ning Yuan's larger one. Yet, Liu Xuefu did not appear as composed as she seemed. It was her first time holding hands with a boy, and she felt an inexplicable wave of nervousness. The warmth of Ning Yuan's hand was reassuring yet exhilarating, causing her heart to race and her palms to sweat lightly. She exhaled softly, trying to steady herself. Ning Yuan harbored no unusual sentiments towards the young girl. When he felt her tugging at his hand, he instinctively wished to withdraw it. However, Liu Xuefu quickly urged, "Brother, let us hurry to the line. There are many people buying tickets." She promptly pulled him to the end of the queue. Despite having donned a mask and sunglasses, Ning Yuan's towering height of 186 centimeters and his strikingly handsome features drew frequent glances from those ahead in the line, especially as he held the hand of the charming and delightful Liu Xuefu. Liu Xuefu, with skin as smooth as cream, donned a lovely white dress paired with white socks and shoes, resembling the pure and beautiful first love depicted in stories, captivating many eyes around her. The striking couple turned into a most radiant sight within the amusement park. After a considerable wait, they finally purchased their tickets, only to notice others attempting to capture their image surreptitiously, prompting Liu Xuefu to hastily drag Ning Yuan away. No, if we get photographed and my sister sees it, I would surely be in trouble." The tickets they acquired granted them access to the animal section of the park and allowed them to enjoy any attractions within the theme park, including the Caribbean water world. After securing the tickets, Ning Yuan inquired, "Xuefu, wait here while I fetch some water." Yet, Liu Xuefu tightly grasped his hand, shaking her head. "I already have a water cup. Here, brother, could you hold my phone while I take it out?" Ning Yuan accepted her phone with one hand, only to find a photograph of themselves on the screen. "When do we take this picture together?" He wondered aloud. "Oh, it seems like it was taken with Liu Xuening. Did Xuefu edit her out? But why has she set our picture as her wallpaper?" He cast a curious glance at Liu Xuefu, who was now rummaging through her bag with her head lowered, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Hey, Ning Yuan, you must have seen the picture, right? What can I say? Girls have their little schemes." With the water cup finally in hand, Ning Yuan was taken aback. "Is that just one cup? Are we to share it?" Liu Xuefu replied, "Brother, I'm a girl and I'm not bothered. Why should you be? Besides, you are my brother, not someone else. What's wrong with sharing a cup? We have nothing to hide." Reluctantly, Ning Yuan acquiesced. The two proceeded to the roller coaster, with Liu Xuefu holding onto Ning Yuan's hand, her smile widening uncontrollably. At last, she could hold her brother's hand openly. Once they rode the roller coaster, she anticipated tightly interlocking their fingers. Stealing a glance at Ning Yuan, she noted his tall stature and could clearly see his Adam's apple. A wave of shyness washed over her, yet an inexplicable desire to taste that part of him stirred within her. Liu Xuefu's heart raced uncontrollably. As they queued, two small girls behind them whispered softly, "That guy is so tall and handsome. Even with a mask on, you can still see how handsome he is. Just look at his facial features. He must be quite attractive, especially with such a beautiful girlfriend." "Not necessarily. That pretty girl might have a thing for ugly guys." "Do not argue. I feel he resembles a certain celebrity, though the name eludes me." How could it be? There can't possibly be a star ahead of us. I refuse to believe my luck is that fortunate." At first, when Liu Xuefu heard them claim to be her brother Ning Yuan's girlfriend, she felt a surge of happiness, tinged with shyness. However, upon hearing another woman mention possibly having a case of ugly love syndrome, her anger flared uncontrollably. How could they suggest she has such a syndrome when her brother is so handsome? Just as Liu Xuefu was about to retort, Ning Yuan gently tugged at her, signaling her to disregard the comments. When it was their turn, after passing through ticketing, they approached the roller coaster. Liu Xuefu entered first, settling into her seat, followed by Ning Yuan. She reached out to grasp Ning Yuan's hand, turning to him with a pitiful expression and saying, "Brother, I am so scared." Ning Yuan chuckled and replied, "There's no need to be afraid. If it's too much, just close your eyes." "Brother, spread your hand," she urged. Ning Yuan complied, and Liu Xuening slipped her fingers between his, gently holding his hand, their fingers entwined. Ning Yuan glanced at her with a furrowed brow, and Liu Xuening smiled, saying, "Brother, your hand is so warm. Now I truly feel at ease." Ning Yuan remained silent. As a roller coaster awaited its launch, Liu Xuening suddenly leaned in close, gazing intently at Ning Yuan. The proximity of her delicate face caused Ning Yuan's breath to hitch. Liu Xuefeng's lips curled into a smile, satisfied with the effect she was aiming for. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Brother, your eyelashes are so long, and your eyes are so captivating, as if they hide stars." Liu Xuefeng spoke from the heart. She genuinely felt this way. She leaned closer to scrutinize Ning Yuan's face, and he could even hear her soft breaths, accompanied by a fragrant scent. A flutter of emotion stirred within Ning Yuan, prompting him to lean back slightly. "All right, prepare yourselves. The roller coaster is about to commence." "Okay." Liu Xuefeng reassured herself inwardly. Creating an intimate atmosphere, she drew closer, yet even though it was a playful maneuver, the proximity stirred Liu Xuefeng's heart, igniting an impulse to kiss him. "I have never kissed anyone before. I've heard that kissing brings a sensation of floating, a thrilling and delightful experience. I wonder if today will gift me a sweet first kiss. I am truly looking forward to it." Chapter 73. Liu Xuefeng and Ning Yuan's first kiss. The roller coaster began its ascent, slowly climbing along the track. Liu Xuefeng felt her body pressed against the seat, her breath becoming slightly labored. She instinctively tightened her grip on Ning Yuan's hand. He held her hand firmly, reassuring her not to worry. Liu Xuefeng beamed, saying, "Thank you, brother." With Ning Yuan by her side, she felt an unexplainable sense of security. In her heart, as long as Ning Yuan was near, she would fear neither mountain nor flame. As the roller coaster reached its highest point and moved forward momentarily, it suddenly plunged downward. Liu Xuefeng felt instant weightlessness, and the screams of fellow passengers echoed around her, causing her to cry out involuntarily. Brother Ning Yuan, this is exhilarating." The pace was too rapid. It was overwhelming, leaving her feeling as if she were soaring. Despite Liu Xuefeng's upbringing and affluence, this was her maiden experience on a roller coaster, and the thrill was indeed exhilarating. Although Ning Yuan also sensed the rush, it was not to a degree that compelled him to vocalize his excitement. He noticed Liu Xuefeng's anxiety as she clutched his hand tightly. In a bid to offer her reassurance, he grasped her hand firmly. Ultimately, after several exhilarating loops, the roller coaster came to a halt, leaving Liu Xuefeng nearly hoarse from her shouts. "I can't take it anymore. It was too intense," she exclaimed weakly. Truth be told, before arriving, Liu Xuefeng had thought to herself, "A mere roller coaster. I can handle it." Now, she realized that during the steep drops, it felt as if every cell in her body was being tugged, her heart racing uncontrollably. For a fleeting moment, she even feared that her heart might give out or rupture from the strain. As the roller coaster gradually came to a stop, Ning Yuan assisted the weakened Liu Xuefeng in disembarking. Observing her lovely face pale slightly, he inquired with concern, "Xuefeng, are you all right? Do you need a moment to rest?" Liu Xuefeng, in a pitiful tone, replied, "Yes, brother, please support me." Ning Yuan guided her to a less crowded resting area, where they settled on a bench. Liu Xuefeng retrieved a piece of candy from her bag and popped it in her mouth, then gently rubbed her eyes. "Oh dear, brother, something has gotten into my eye. Could you please blow on it for me?" Without suspicion, Ning Yuan removed his mask and leaned closer to her eye, pursing his lips to blow gently. However, Liu Xuefeng unexpectedly lifted her gaze, and in the midst of Ning Yuan's astonishment, she pressed her lips against his. Liu Xuefeng's lips were soft and rosy, reminiscent of a peach, utterly enchanting, causing Ning Yuan's heart to skip a beat. He quickly placed a hand on her shoulder, preventing her from leaning in further. Leaning back slightly, he maintained a serious demeanor and said, "Xuefeng, please refrain from such actions." Initially, Liu Xuefeng wore a look of pride, but upon witnessing the rare seriousness on Ning Yuan's face, She became flustered. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of grievance. Indeed, she had always been the one to take the initiative, yearning to deepen her relationship with Ning Yuan, yet he had never reciprocated. In his heart, perhaps she had never held a significant place, merely viewed as a younger sister. Seeing her in tears stirred an inexplicable pang of sympathy within Ning Yuan, yet he continued, "Xuefu, I have always regarded you as my sister." With tears still streaming down her face, she implored, "Then why can't you see me as anything other than a sister?" Ning Yuan felt a tremor in his heart as he replied, "Xuefu, you are still young. The future holds many uncertainties." Suddenly, she threw herself into his embrace, her voice quivering as she declared, "I don't care. I want Ning Yuan, brother. Don't call me young. I'm already an adult, not a child. I know what I want." Her voice trembled with emotion, reminiscent of Guoxiang at 16 at Fengling Ferry, falling for Yonghua and being bound for life. When I was 16 in my second year of high school, I also met my brother. Do you wish for me to be bound for a lifetime, waiting in vain? Her voice, though soft, rendered Ning Yuan speechless, stirring his heart. Liu Xuefu's sobs gradually diminished. She simply leaned into his embrace, clutching him tightly. After a considerable time, Ning Yuan remarked, "It's time to get up. You've cried enough. Shall we continue to play?" Liu Xuefu's eyes were still slightly red, her lips pouting as she said, "Who told you to be so fierce with me earlier? My eyes are swollen, and my lipstick is smudged. Can you help me check my lipstick?" Ning Yuan lowered his gaze to examine her lipstick. But Liu Xuefu suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in to kiss him. This time, Ning Yuan did not push her away, fearing it would lead her to tears once more. Seeing that he did not reject her, Liu Xuefu felt a thrill of joy. However, being inexperienced in kissing, her approach was somewhat awkward. In her haste, her soft lips collided with his, causing a slight sting. Fortunately, Ning Yuan was gentle and said nothing. Liu Xuefu continued to explore, transitioning from the mere touch of their lips to kissing and eventually playfully nibbling on his lips. Her breath quickened, the warmth of her floral scent enveloping them and raising the temperature between them. Moreover, her delicate form twisted in his embrace, causing Ning Yuan a mix of discomfort and intrigue. He found himself helplessly enraptured, unable to resist the charms of this little enchantress, who was utterly irresistible. This enchanting creature had even indulged in a strawberry candy, leaving a faint scent of strawberries lingering on her lips. How sweet! It made Liu Xuefu even sweeter. Only when she was breathless and nearly gasping for air did she release Ning Yuan. She glanced up at him, and upon meeting his gaze, this little enchantress shyly lowered her head. Ning Yuan couldn't resist teasing her. "Oh, our Xuefu can be shy too? Weren't you quite bold just a moment ago, employing all sorts of strategies on your brother?" "Huh?" Liu Xuefu pouted. "What strategies?" "Brother, you're talking nonsense. I'm quite innocent." Ning Yuan tuklet. "I've only just discovered your little schemes, Xuefu. First, you had something in your eye, then your lipstick got smudged, and you even had candy before the kiss. Now, every time I taste strawberries, I'll think of you." "Ah, don't say such things. Brother, you're so naughty." Liu Xuefu leaped back into his embrace, gazing up at him, her eyes sparkling with joy that gradually deepened. "Brother's embrace is so comforting. If only I could hold you every day and wake up in your arms, that would be wonderful. Hee hee." Chapter 74. Liu Xuefu's subtle flirtations. Liu Xuefu gazed at Ning Yuan with rapt attention. In her world, there was only Ning Yuan. Her heart and soul belonged solely to him, leaving no room for anyone else. Just moments ago, she had been crying, thinking there was no place for her in his heart. Yet now, it was clear that he cherished her. They had shared kisses and embraces. The sudden surge of surprise and happiness washed over her like a torrential flood, breaking through the dam of her heart, filling her with an overwhelming sense of bliss that made every cell in her body leap with joy. So it was that the usually astute Liu Xuefu clung tightly to Ning Yuan, as if wishing to merge her very being with his, quietly savoring this blissful moment. After an indeterminate span of time, her emotions gradually settled, and she lifted her gaze to meet Ning Yuan's. He looked at her with tender affection, gently caressing her hair. "Shall we continue our play?" he inquired. Liu Xuefu pouted slightly. All right, but only if you give me a kiss first. In truth, she found herself less inclined to play and more desirous of remaining in her brother's embrace, indulging in tender kisses. She pondered whether she suffered from a kind of skin hunger for him. As she gazed upward, she noted how alluring his Adam's apple appeared, and she playfully licked it. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her with deep, penetrating eyes. Liu Xuefu continued her exploration, admiring the shape of his lips and bestowing a gentle kiss upon them. Your nose is also quite handsome, she exclaimed, kissing his nose, which elicited a delightful tickle. Liu Xuefu then fondled his earlobe, declaring, Your earlobes are delightful to pinch. She playfully licked his ear, her tongue as soft as a kitten's, making his head spin. Ning Yuan felt a stirring within him, captivated by Liu Xuefu's playful seduction, her emotional value rendering him utterly enchanted, much like an enticing little kitten. He finally grasped why a domineering CEO might exclaim, Woman, you are playing with fire. Indeed, Liu Xuefu was igniting a smoldering flame within him. Perhaps she herself was unaware of how enticing her little gestures had been. With a slight swallow, his voice took on a husky tone. Enough of this mischief. Let us be off. We are in a public space. We wouldn't want to find ourselves on video later. He lifted Liu Xuefu from his lap and set her aside, standing up and pulling her along. Now, what shall we play next? Liu Xuefu, still enraptured by the kisses, came back to her senses upon hearing his question. Tilting her head in contemplation, she replied, Let us go ride the swinging pendulum. Ning Yuan playfully pinched her little nose. Are you certain? The pendulum is even more terrifying than the roller coaster. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Your presence provides me with unmatched security. I am not afraid at all, Liu Xuefu declared confidently. Ning Yuan smiled. Very well then. What else can I do but indulge you? He donned his sunglasses and mask once more, and together they joined the queue for the swinging pendulum. Surprisingly, Liu Xuefu emerged from the ride unscathed, rather than looking pale. She was brimming with excitement. That was exhilarating. Let us try the free fall. Hand in hand, she eagerly pulled Ning Yuan along. After their thrilling descent, Liu Xuefu finally admitted to feeling slightly dizzy. Brother, the impact was too much for me. My head is spinning. Let us take a break and have something to eat. Ning Yuan nodded in agreement. Speaking of food, Liu Xuefu rummaged through her bag. Tajda, brother, look, it's all food. What would you like to eat? Liu Xuefu opened her bag, revealing an array of delectable treats, soft, fluffy bread, delicate cakes, refreshing beverages, snacks, cookies, and an assortment of nuts. The two found a secluded patch of grass beside a thicket and sat down hand in hand. Liu Xuefu glanced around and suddenly, with a blush, whispered to Ning Yuan, Brother, there are people nearby engaged in inappropriate behavior. Ning Yuan looked around, but saw nothing. Where? He inquired. Liu Xuefu replied softly, just over there in the small grove. Ning Yuan focused his gaze and indeed noticed a couple at the edge of the lawn beneath the trees. The girl sat on the boy's lap, and it was apparent that his hands had ventured beneath her clothing. Lost in their own world, they were kissing passionately, oblivious to Ning Yuan and Liu Xuefu. Perhaps even if they had noticed, they would have been indifferent, as they were merely a part of the surroundings. They're so naughty, Liu Xuefu huffed. Ning Yuan chuckled helplessly. Let us not pay them any mind. Let us eat something. Liu Xuefu placed a piece of bread in Ning Yuan's hand, pouting, Brother, feed me. He brought the bread to her lips, and she took small bites, savoring each morsel. Once finished, she playfully took Ning Yuan's finger into her mouth, licking it gently. Ning Yuan's heart raced, his gaze deepening. Xuefu refrained from such actions. Liu Xuefu, feigning innocence, replied, Brother, I saw crumbs on your finger. I didn't want to waste any. Ning Yuan scrutinized her. Where did you learn such tricks? Realizing she had been caught, Liu Xuefu blushed and lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. It was taught to me by my best friend. She studies dating shows. Indeed, it was her friend Tong Tong who had imparted this knowledge. Claiming to be well-versed in various romantic techniques, having immersed herself in countless dating shows and romance novels. Convinced there was no man she could not win over, despite having no practical experience herself. Liu Xuefu silently apologized to Tong Tong, thinking, sorry, Tong Tong, But you want to be meeting my brother anyway. Ning Yuan then said, in the future, do not learn such things from her. Liu Xuening nodded obediently. Yes, brother. I will listen to you. I always do. Then how about I ask you not to steal kisses from me? Will you heed that? Ning Yuan desert. This posed a dilemma for Liu Xuening. Her beautiful, delicate face was etched with a look of confusion. How should she respond? She had promised to be obedient. Yet the urge to steal a kiss from her brother was hard to resist. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Liu Xuefeng's mind. Oh, I will always listen to you, brother. From now on, I won't steal kisses. I will kiss you openly instead. That should be acceptable, right? She giggled. Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle indeed. You are quite the clever little one. Liu Xuefeng playfully stuck out her tongue. After finishing their snacks, Liu Xuefeng leaned closer to Ning Yuan. Brother, let's take a selfie. She retrieved her phone, opened the camera, leaned her head on his shoulder, and made a peace sign. Brother, look at the camera, say cheese. Ning Yuan smiled, and Liu Xuefeng quickly pressed the shutter button, capturing the moment forever. Chapter 75. Ling Xian witnessed her cousin Ning Yuan on a date with Liu Xuefeng. As Liu Xuefeng gazed at the photographs being taken, her face radiated a brilliant smile. Once a youthful beauty, she now captivated onlookers with her enchanting presence. Ning Yuan, though, found himself inexplicably drawn to the young girl, stealing glances at her. Liu Xuefeng, cherishing the photos like treasures, admired them repeatedly, oblivious to the fact that this very picture would later ignite a fierce rivalry between the two sisters. Had she known, she would have surely refrained from preserving it. Meanwhile, Ling Xian, unable to withstand the persistent pleas of her 10-year-old niece, reluctantly took her to the amusement park on Saturday. They enjoyed the pirate ship ride together, but the niece, who had boasted of her fearlessness, ended up spectacularly ill. Following that, they ventured onto the spinning slide and a smaller roller coaster, which were comparatively less thrilling. Ling Xian, with her tall stature and graceful features, attracted the attention of numerous male visitors. However, she paid little mind to their stares. Since her school days, she had always been the goddess of the campus, accustomed to being in the spotlight. What she had told Liu Xuefeng was indeed true. She had always pursued her desires and never tasted defeat. To others, she was merely the neighbor's child, perpetually the center of attention. Yet, in an instant, the gazes fixed upon her began to dwindle, as they were drawn to a couple strolling in the distance. The man, tall and striking, stood over 180 centimeters, and though he wore sunglasses and a mask, his chiseled features were unmistakable. The girl, a paragon of youth, donned a white dress, white shoes, and small white socks exuding purity. Gasps of admiration rippled through the crowd. Suddenly, her niece's eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow, that sister is so beautiful. Lang Xin, curious, turned her head to look. In that moment, her bright eyes narrowed, emitting a dangerous glint. The girl was Liu Xuefeng, of whom she was already aware. The tall man was none other than Ning Yuan, the very one she had once passionately kissed. How clever of you to sneak off to the amusement park for a date, especially when she saw Liu Xuefeng's fingers interlaced with Ning Yuan's and the radiant smile upon Liu Xuefeng's face. A cacophony of emotions surged within Ling Xian, akin to a pot of mixed flavors, sour, bitter, spicy, salty, and sweet, all intertwining. It was unbearable. Ling Xian's chest heaved with indignation, fury igniting within her. How dare you, Liu Xuefeng, steal my crystal? Her expression hardened as she contemplated confronting them. However, the pained voice of her niece broke her resolve. Aunt, you're hurting me. The plea halted Ling Xian in her tracks, prompting her to regain her composure. With her niece beside her, she could not allow a scene that might frighten the child. Silently, she watched as Ning Yuan and Liu Xuefeng moved further away. Liu Xuefeng, evidently in high spirits, frolicked alongside Ning Yuan, further stoking Ling Xian's ire. So, Liu Xuefeng, I had thought you were merely a university student, posing little threat. Yet, you proved to be more formidable than I had anticipated during my own university days. But mark my words, I refuse to be defeated. I shall never concede. Ling Xian initially contemplated nurturing her feelings for Ning Yuan gradually, believing that as their emotional foundation strengthened, their relationship would naturally blossom. However, it has become evident that this approach is untenable. The pace is sluggish. And now there exists a Liu Xuefu, while Xuening also seeks to reclaim Ning Yuan's affections. Who knows what other competitors, perhaps superiors or secretaries, are lurking about? It feels as though enemies abound. Yet, holding hands is merely a trivial concern. The true victory lies in who first captures his heart. Moreover, with Ling Xuenings's astuteness, she has discerned that her bond with Ning Yuan is, in fact, the most tenuous among them. Previously, as Liu Xuening's confidant, their interactions were limited to polite exchanges, resulting in little more than a superficial connection. The impassioned kiss during a drunken encounter was intended to convey her sentiments, but alas, Ning Yuan has since returned to the film set, and what little chemistry they had began to wane before it could solidify. Despite her seemingly advantageous position, the emotional toll she endures is minimal, rendering her situation a considerable disadvantage. Currently, Ning Yuan has become a coveted gem, with many eager to grasp him discreetly, hoping to claim him for themselves. How intriguing! I relish the thrill of a challenging scenario. The fervent competition only serves to underscore his desirability, does it not? Ling Xuenings's gaze turned steely as she quietly strategized her next move. Her young niece looked up curiously and inquired about the young woman in the white dress and the tall gentleman beside her, asking if they were a couple. Ling Xuening knelt down, shaking her head, and replied, "Little one, they are not a couple. They are merely siblings. Did you not see how that girl frolicked beside her brother?" "Oh, I see," the young girl responded, her curiosity unabated. "Auntie, do you have a boyfriend?" Ling Xuening smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, Annie has a boyfriend. When you grow up and reach the right age, you may also explore romance. However, for now, your focus should be on joyfully acquiring new knowledge and embracing the delightful surprises life offers, such as today's adventure at the amusement park." Yet, Ling Xuenings's thoughts lingered on the fact that her boyfriend was the one she had just seen being led away. The realization fueled her frustration. Furthermore, her approach to educating her niece diverged from that of others. Many might assert, "I am not in a relationship. Girls should be independent. Romance is not worth pursuing." Such outright denial could foster misguided notions of love in the young girl, and she might even encourage her niece to experience romance during her university years. Ling Xuening cast a lingering glance toward the place where Ning Yuan had vanished before resuming play with her niece, though her mind was evidently elsewhere. Liu Xuefu lost interest in the activities afterward, and the two merely strolled hand in hand through the animal enclosure, feeding the small creatures. As afternoon descended, visitors began to depart in waves. Exhausted from their escapades, Liu Xuefu and Ning Yuan began their journey back. Leaning against Ning Yuan, Liu Xuefu sighed, "Brother, I'm so tired. Would you carry me on your back?" Ning Yuan chuckled. "There are too many people around. It would draw too much attention. Perhaps next time, in a less crowded place." Liu Xuefu scrunched her adorable nose. "In a quiet spot? I want to steal a kiss." Ning Yuan playfully pinched her nose. "You, at such a tender age, behave like a lovesick fool." "Oomph, but I simply adore my brother." As they reached the entrance of the amusement park, Ning Yuan and Liu Xuefu embraced briefly before bidding each other farewell. Upon entering the garage and settling into his car, Liu Xuefu, reluctant to part ways, opened the door and joined him, playfully insisting on a kiss before driving back alone. Ning Yuan sighed in resignation. Liu Xuefu perched herself on his lap. The hem of her skirt slightly fanned out, revealing her fair and delicate thighs. With a quivering voice, she implored, "Brother, kiss me." Yet, before Ning Yuan could make a move, she pressed her soft, cool lips against his. He too found himself captivated by the sweet kiss from this youthful beauty. As they shared this intimate moment, Liu Xuefu's phone rang. With her eyes closed, she breathlessly urged, "Brother, don't stop." Hearing her request, Ning Yuan continued to tenderly kiss her neck and earlobe. Liu Xuefu's breath became uneven as she fumbled for her phone, not bothering to check who was calling, and answered directly. "Xuefu, I'm cooking tonight. Remember to come home early for dinner," came Liu Xueqing's cool voice. Ning Yuan contemplated releasing her, but Liu Xuefu firmly pressed his head down, encouraging him to continue kissing her earlobe. The sound of her sister's voice seemed to make Liu Xuefu tremble even more. Xuefu, why are you breathing so heavily? Liu Xuening inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Liu Xuefu desperately suppressed the urge to moan, the tingling sensation on her neck making her heart race. Especially upon hearing her sister's voice, her pulse quickened to an exhilarating peak. With a husky voice, she replied, "Sister, what are you talking about?" Liu Xuening, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing? Why are you breathing so heavily?" Liu Xuefu's scalp tingled. One hand clutched Ning Yuan's head tightly, while the other struggled to hold the phone steady, shaking uncontrollably. "In nothing, sister. I'm just running with classmates. It's so tiring." She stammered. "All right, I plan to fry some small fish. You can taste my cooking when you return." "Okay, Liu Xuening pressed on. "What happened, Xuefu?" "I just saw a large snake standing upright. It was so long and thick, it scared me to death." "What?" "Be careful. Don't wander off to secluded places. If a venomous snake bites you, you could bleed or even foam at the mouth." Okay, sister, we'll talk more when I get back." After hanging up, Liu Xuefu's body softened, collapsing into Ning Yuan's embrace. She truly felt drained. The earlier excitement had been overwhelming, leaving her with an unusual thrill. However, it couldn't exactly be called stealing. After all, her sister and Ning Yuan were already divorced. Liu Xuefu playfully whined, "Oh dear brother, how wicked you are. Kissing my ear makes me tingle." "What does it tingle?" Ning Yuan replied with a smile. "Xuefu, yet you are holding on to me so tightly. You are no saint either." He refrained from mentioning how she allowed her sister to hear the sounds of their kisses. What a little rogue she was. We are both little rogues. I want to devour you, brother." With that, she gently nibbled on his chest, causing a delightful tickle for Ning Yuan. After a tender exchange between the two, Liu Xuefu reluctantly alighted from the vehicle. "Brother, do remember to call and text me often," she said. Ning Yuan nodded, and with a wistful glance over her shoulder every few steps, she departed. Upon returning to the villa, Liu Xuefu discovered that her sister had prepared a meal. Liu Xuening was already seated at the dining table, awaiting her arrival. "Sister, what prompted you to cook today? Is there a special occasion?" Liu Xuefu inquired. "I simply felt like cooking. It's nothing extraordinary," Liu Xuening replied in her cool, serene tone. Having previously mentioned her intention to improve her culinary skills for Ning Yuan's sake, she wished to occasionally prepare meals for him. Liu Xuefu set down her bag, removed her shoes, changed into a pair of slippers, and approached the table. However, upon seeing the dishes laid out before her, she felt a wave of dread. Has my sister discovered my secret rendezvous with brother Ning Yuan? Is she plotting my demise? The thought was not entirely unfounded. The sight of the dark, unappetizing pile of dried fish raised alarm bells in her mind, and the tomato scrambled eggs resembled a bizarre concoction. With an awkward smile, she decided to appeal to their sisterly bond. "Sister, if there's something on your mind, please speak freely. We have always relied on one another. Surely, there could be no deep-seated grievances between us." Liu Xuening replied with indifference. "Just give a taste. If it's not to your liking, I will make improvements." Liu Xuefu's expression shifted dramatically. Her sister was unyielding, showing no regard for their sisterly affection. "If I must perish, then so be it. Brother Ning Yuan, Xuefu is leaving. And alas, we may never meet again." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Sister, you only have one younger sister. If I were gone, there would be no one left." "What are you saying?" "Xuefu, please try it and provide your feedback. I feel it could use some work," Liu Xuening urged. Liu Xuefu, startled, placed a hand over her heart. "Oh my, you nearly scare me to death. So you were merely practicing your culinary skills and wanted my input." She pointed at the heap of shredded fish. "Sister, is this your attempt at dried fish?" A rare blush graced Liu Xuening's frosty visage. "Yes, I intended to pan-fry the dried fish, but fell apart. I'm not quite sure how that happened." She had heard that men enjoyed nibbling on dried fish while sipping on a drink, a delightful pastime. The dried fish had been provided by Aunt Li. Liu Xuefu, having learned from Ning Yuan, was well-versed in the preparation of dried fish. "Sister, frying dried fish is neither overly difficult nor excessively simple. Remember this: heat the pan, use cold oil, and add a pinch of salt. Once the pan is hot, pour in the oil, sprinkle a bit of salt, and immediately add the drained dried fish. Sear it on high heat before lowering the flame. It should turn out well. Liu Xuening scratched her head, finding the instructions slightly complicated. Indeed, she had forgotten to drain the fish, which led to a splattering mess when she placed it in the pan, resulting in painful burns. And what about the tomato scrambled eggs? It's a classic dish, so I thought I should master it first. Liu Xuefu asked curiously. How did you end up with such a mushy result? Feeling embarrassed, Liu Xuening confessed. I just chopped the tomatoes and sautéed them, then mixed the eggs with water before adding them to the pan. Liu Xuefu was a loss for words, giving her sister a thumbs up. Impressive. However, this approach won't work. You should watch some videos for guidance. Relying solely on trial and error will yield little success. If it truly proves to be unfeasible, then perhaps you should refrain from pursuing it, dear sister. I genuinely fear that one day you may inadvertently cause a calamity in the kitchen and harm yourself. No, I am resolute in my desire to learn. I shall enroll in a course. She must acquire this skill. The promised transformation cannot be abandoned halfway. A simple search should suffice, and I can also teach you, dear sister. Liu Xuefu picked up her chopsticks and sampled a bit of the tomato and egg mixture. Puffed. Sister, I am aware of your wealth, yet there is no need to drown it in salt. Liu Xuening's gaze fell. Liu Xuefu was taken aback to notice a hint of grievance on her usually serene sister's face. She couldn't bear it and said, Sister, there are still ingredients available, right? Allow me to demonstrate. You can replicate this in the future. Liu Xuening's beautiful eyes sparkled as she nodded. Liu Xuefu entered the kitchen, and Liu Xuening obediently followed, learning as she went. Once Liu Xuefu had finished, the dried fish was aromatic and crispy, and the scrambled tomatoes and eggs were delightful. The two enjoyed a splendid dinner together. After their meal, Liu Xuening took a bath and returned to her room. Ning Yuan still had not replied to her. It had been several days without a word. She clutched Ning Yuan's blanket, a touch of sorrow flashing across her delicate features. She stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Meanwhile, just a wall away, Liu Xuefu, having bathed, returned to her room. Clutching her small blanket, she recalled the kiss shared with brother Ning Yuan that day, brushing her lips, which still seemed to hold his warmth. Ah, how delightful! She rolled about in excitement. Chapter 77. Xuening, you must be cautious of Meng Nanyu. Liu Xuening felt a pang of distress and could not resist calling her aunt to share the recent events. The stunning matron pondered for a moment before gently saying, Xuening, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. You texted him from a new number. He is bound to have seen at least one of your messages. His lack of response could stem from several possibilities. Firstly, he may still be upset and not ready to forgive you. Anger is not inherently negative. It signifies that he still cares. Secondly, he might be grappling with uncertainty about how to respond, which is a more favorable scenario. Thirdly, he may have moved on, choosing not to entangle himself with you any longer. This situation is more complex and not entirely positive, but the absence of harsh words suggests he might feel some regret. Regardless, your attitude has reached him, and that is a promising beginning. After 5 years of companionship, certain memories are not easily forgotten. He simply wishes to avoid revisiting that part of his past. You should temper your emotions and take it slowly. Liu Xuening felt considerably better after her aunt's counsel. Thank you, Auntie. The enchanting aunt chuckled softly. You are finally beginning to grasp the nuances of relationships. Liu Xuening, feeling vulnerable, dropped her defenses and whimsically said, Auntie, my current concern is not Ning Yuan, but rather Nanyu. The beautiful matron paused thoughtfully before languidly responding. Your little aunt? What is there to worry about with such a gentle figure? Well, I have warned you to be cautious of her. Though you are now the president, your vigilance is lacking. The formidable Nanyu, one cannot possibly believe that in the vast dream family, with the dream group's staggering valuation of billions, her ascension to the presidency and position as the head of the family was achieved through mere gentleness and kindness. Such power was seized through ruthless methods and brutal struggles. I can only hope this is but a figment of my imagination. Otherwise, you stand no chance against her. For there was a time when she beheld Nanyu with eyes as gentle as water, a sight so astonishing it left even her in awe. In the commercial sphere of Jinghai, Nanyu is infamously dubbed the female tyrant. During their school days, both sisters faced harassment from local ruffians, and her response was to decisively incapacitate her aggressors. However, when Nanyue encountered her own harassers, they simply vanished, rumored to have met a watery demise. It is surmised that this was the result of Nanyue's intervention. When she strikes, she does so with lethal precision. Liu Xue's eyes narrowed, suggesting that one must be cautious of her aunt as she vies for Nanyuan's attention. But isn't it true that this aunt harbors a disdain for men? I have never witnessed any interaction between her and Nanyuan. Nevertheless, I have alerted you. Whether you heed my warning is entirely your concern. I must now retreat to my beauty sleep, so do not disturb me. With that, she terminated the call. The elegant woman preferred to sleep in the nude. She draped a quilt over her alabaster form and soon succumbed to slumber. Liu Xue, however, was left in a state of perplexity. An aunt? Yet, her inherent trust in her aunt compelled her to heighten her vigilance. Still, she did not overly concern herself. In her eyes, the threats posed by Xiao Rulin and Mu Qingma seemed more pressing. Indeed, Nanyuan was currently surrounded by these two women, both coveting his affections, and the thought made Liu Xue feel a pang of jealousy. This cannot continue. I am far too passive. The crux of the matter lies in my inability to see Nanyuan, rendering many of my plans unfeasible. For instance, she opened her wardrobe, revealing an array of alluring lingerie, stockings in black, white, gray, and red, along with various maid costumes. Among them were both black and white variations, as well as a nun's outfit and a black collar. She donned a black and white maid apron, leaving her beneath virtually exposed. Her voluptuous figure was barely concealed, the apron failing to mask her abundant allure. After fastening the black collar around her neck and stepping before the mirror, Liu Xue's demeanor was undeniably transformed. Her previously frosty and exquisite visage now emanated a tantalizing aura, merging cold elegance with an undercurrent of desire. This striking contrast rendered Liu Xue even more alluring, igniting a primal urge within men to conquer her, making it difficult to avert one's gaze. Observing her own reflection, Liu Xue felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. She reclined back on her bed, her shapely body shifting slightly, pondering whether Nanyuan would approve. If only he were to return, I could. Her eyes sparkled with longing, her fair and slender legs subconsciously caressing Nanyuan's blanket. Yet, the reality of not even being able to see him weighed heavily upon her. What am I to do? I have an idea. Liu Xue sat up, her eyes alight with inspiration. She conceived an excellent idea. Ning Yuan returned to Tang Chani Pin, but Meng Nanyu had not yet returned. She was resting at her villa near the office today. Coincidentally, messages flooded in from the group of the MY team. Sun Yin Xiao, at last night's banquet, tonight you must treat us to dinner. Ning Yuan. Su Yu indeed. This will be our group's first gathering. Wu Exin, Brother Yuan, my friends, our meeting is a rare fortune. To honor this precious connection, I, Wu Gongzi, shall cover the entire bill tonight. Su Yu was speechless. Wu Xin was too considerate, while he himself had little money, and Wu Xin was quite affluent. Ning Yuan did not wish to isolate himself. Since the group was gathering, he naturally wanted to participate actively. Ning Yuan, no, tonight I shall treat everyone. Wu Xin, Brother Yuan, if you insist on competing with me for the bill, it would seem you do not regard me as a friend. Olhat, Wu Xin, you are far too perceptive. How could I possibly deny you? The four settled on the private dining establishment, Zhenwei Fong, renowned for its pursuit of the utmost quality in ingredients and flavors. Upon entering the room, reserved by Wu Xin, Sun Yin Xiao, having not seen Ning Yuan for quite some time, could hardly tear her gaze away from him, her eyes seemingly equipped with a tracking device. Wu Xin could not resist teasing her. Yin Xiao, have you seen enough? Brother Yuan is becoming bashful. Wu Xin, what nonsense are you spouting? I haven't been looking. Her lovely cheeks flushed slightly, and as she lowered her gaze, she stole a glance at Ning Yuan's reaction. Ning Yuan replied casually, Wu Xin, cease your teasing of Yin Xiao. Come now, everyone take a seat. Let us indulge ourselves tonight. Sun Yin Xiao added, indeed, we must order the most extravagant dishes. Wu Xin smiled at Ning Yuan, Brother Yuan, I've already ordered 2 signature dishes, as they require considerable time to prepare. Please, feel free to choose whatever you desire. Do not hold back. Sun Yanxiu sat beside Ning Yuan with an air of composure, yet unbeknownst to her. Perhaps due to the long absence from Ning Yuan, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Recalling the last time she embraced him, she suddenly yearned to do so once more. Chapter 78. Ning Yuan, Sun Yanxiu, and the others play truth or dare. Sun Yanxiu and Ning Yuan ordered dishes, while Su Yu abstained. You all order. I can eat anything. In truth, Su Yu felt too shy to order, as it was not his treat, and he did not compare favorably to Brother Yuan. Being with the 3 of them, he felt a hint of pressure, a slight sense of inferiority. As the dishes began to arrive, the 4 dined and shared amusing anecdotes from the film crew, their distances gradually closing, the sense of unfamiliarity dissipating entirely. Wu Xian suggested, Brother Yuan, I have ordered some red wine. Why don't we enjoy our meal with a bit of wine and play a game to liven the atmosphere? Ning Yuan agreed. Sure. What do you have in mind? Wu Xian proposed. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The loser can choose either a dare or a truth. What do you think, Brother Yuan? Sun Yanxiu was intrigued. Sounds great. Ning Yuan, let's play this together. She has numerous inquiries she wishes to pose to Ning Yuan, and at this moment, Wu Xian's suggestion is rather splendid. Ning Yuan remarked, since Yanxiu wants to play, let's engage in this. Su Yu, being an absolute foodie, had no objections since the 3 elder siblings had consented. Rock, paper, scissors. Ning Yuan revealed scissors, while the other 3 displayed paper. Ning Yuan emerget victorios, and they continued the game. Rock, paper, scissors. Sun Yanxiu chose rock, while the other 2 opted for scissors, resulting in her victory. Ultimately, it was Su Yu against Wu Xian, with Wu Xian triumphing over Su Yu. Ning Yuan, being the first to win, was tasked with posing question. As this game is meant for amusement, Ning Yuan inquired, Su Yu, do you choose truth or dare? Su Yu opted for truth. Up to this point, how many girls have you liked? This question was not particularly challenging, and Su Yu responded, I have liked 5. The trio was taken aback. Really? You, who appear quite earnest, have liked so many girls. This was surprising primarily due to Su Yu's innocent boyish appearance. Sensing their bewilderment, Su Yu shyly explained, I had crushes on 2 in high school and 3 in college, thus a total of 5. Laughter erupted from Ning Yuan and the others. This revelation was not too astonishing. After all, one could easily develop affections for 5 or 6 individuals while scrolling through Douyin. The game continued, and this time it was Su Yu who emerged victorious, with Wu Xian being the last to lose. Su Yu asked, Wu Xian, which do you choose? I'll take truth, Wu Xian decided, believing Su Yu's questions would be easy enough. Su Yu scratched his head, contemplated for a moment, then queried, Brother Wu Xian, if you were in the restroom and a thief slashed your backside, would you wipe first or immediately pursue the thief? Laughter ensued from Ning Yuan and Sun Yanxiu. Wu Xian playfully retorted, who would have thought that you, Su Yu, appear so earnest yet possess such a mischievous mind? If I were in that situation, I would chase after the thief immediately. It would be uncomfortable for a few days without wiping, but not pursuing the thief would haunt me for a lifetime. More laughter erupted from Ning Yuan and Sun Yanxiu. The game pressed on, and this time Wu Xian won, with Sun Yanxiu ultimately losing. Wu Xian wore a mysterious smile as he asked, Sun Yanxiu, do you choose truth or dare? This left Sun Yanxiu in quite a quandary. If she chose truth, she felt certain Wu Xian would ask her who her favorite person was, a question far too awkward with Ning Yuan present. On the other hand, if she chose dare, what if Wu Xian instructed her to kiss Ning Yuan? After much internal conflict, Sun Yanxiu reluctantly chose dare, though not for the purpose of kissing Ning Yuan. With a mischievous grin, Wu Xian declared, dare it is. Sun Yanxiu, take Ning Yuan's hand and confess your feelings to him for 3 minutes. Ning Yuan and Sun Yanxiu exchanged glances. With great reluctance, Sun Yanxiu approached Ning Yuan, who was compelled to extend his hand, allowing her to take it. This was unbearably embarrassing. Sun Yanxiu's cheeks flushed like the evening sky, her heart racing uncontrollably. She took a deep breath to calm herself. then began rummaging through her mind for common phrases to express her feelings. Ning Yuan, I have liked you for a long time. Ever since the very first moment I laid eyes on you. Your charisma is truly exceptional. Wu Xin and Su could not help but chuckle, having finally confessed. Sun Yinxiu released Ning Yuan's hand. They returned to their seats, her ears still flushed with embarrassment, as if she had genuinely declared her affection to Ning Yuan. This felt somewhat like a rehearsal. Perhaps she would gain experience for the next time? With this thought, her heart fluttered slightly. The game resumed. This time, Ning Yuan emerged victorious, leaving Wu Xin as the ultimate loser. A smile adorned Ning Yuan's face, a smile that inexplicably sent chills down Wu Xion's spine. Brother Yuan, don't be too harsh, he exclaimed, opting for a dare. Ning Yuan replied with a grin. Wu Xian, you must send a voice message to each of your ex-girlfriends, using a coquettish tone to say you are so bad. Upon hearing this, Sun Yinxiu and Su Yu burst into laughter. That's rather cruel. Wu Xian, no longer chuckling, realized he was in for it. One by one, he sent the playful voice messages. You are so bad. A total of 3 messages were dispatched. Soon his phone rang, prompting Wu Xian to decisively hang up. When the persistent calls continued, he had no choice but to answer. Wu Xian, what do you mean by this? It's nothing. Just a game. Oof. As if I would believe you. Clean yourself up tonight. I am coming to find you. The voice on the other end was rather loud, and Ning Yuan and the others overheard, which caused Wu Xian to hastily end the call, his face betraying a hint of trepidation. The trio could not contain their laughter. It seemed Wu Xian had quite a few stories to tell. The game continued. This time, Wu Xian emerged victorious, with Ning Yuan as the final loser. Brother Yuan, Wu Xian taunted, now I shall seek my revenge. Will you choose truth or dare? After a moment's contemplation, Ning Yuan chose dare. He thought to himself that if Wu Xian asked him which girls he liked, he certainly could not enumerate them all. Brother Yuan, post a status on your social media saying I like you, but make it visible only to you. Ha ha. Ning Yuan, Sun Yinxiu, and Su Yu were taken aback. This dare was rather severe. Thankfully, Ning Yuan's social media was filled with friends, devoid of strangers. As a public figure, he had to safeguard his privacy and avoid indiscriminately adding people. With no other choice, Ning Yuan reluctantly posted the status, accompanied by the caption, I like you. This post is only visible to you. Once Wu Xian confirmed that Ning Yuan had posted, the punishment was deemed complete. And Ning Yuan certainly would not allow the 3 of them to see the responses to his post. He himself did not look either. However, his social media exploded. Ji Xiaojun, Brother Yuan? Liu Xuefu. Ning Yuan, I knew it. Ling Xin. Ning Yuan, we could discuss this privately. But seeing you say that makes me very happy. Meng Nan Yu, Little Yuan kiss. Boss Xiao Rulin. Ah, Little Yuan, I am waiting for you in my room. This time, I will definitely succeed. Young Dong. Who? Chapter 79. A 10-second kiss with Ning Yuan. Wu Xian inquired with a smile. Shall we continue? Ning Yuan glanced at Sun Yinxiu, who was equally spirited. Let us go on. The participants are primarily acquaintances. Although the game is exhilarating, it remains within acceptable bounds. In the game of rock, paper, scissors, Wu Xian and Ning Yuan emerge victorious first, while Sun Yinxiu and Su Yu continue their challenge. Sun Yinxiu has a penchant for choosing paper. After contemplating, she suspects Su Yu might opt for scissors, prompting her to select rock instead. However, Su Yu, with a carefree demeanor, casually chooses paper while munching on some snacks. Sun Yinxiu loses once again. With a mischievous grin, Wu Xian inquires, Sun Yinxiu, will you choose truth or dare? A fleeting glance at Ning Yuan reveals he is also observing her, causing her to hastily avert her gaze. I choose dare, she declares. The challenge entails kissing one of the gentlemen present for 10 seconds. Su Yu gives Wu Xian a thumbs up, recognizing that even a straightforward person like him can perceive Sun Yinxiu's interest in Ning Yuan. Isn't this a splendid opportunity for Sun Yinxiu? This game, ostensibly designed to enliven the atmosphere, seems to subtly facilitate a connection between Ning Yuan and Sun Yinxiu. Su Yu glances at Wu Xian, pondering how his emotional intelligence has peaked tonight. Flushed and heart racing, Sun Yinxiu starts to speak, but Wu Xian interrupts, No cheating allowed here. I am not cheating, she retorts, looking toward Ning Yuan, who appears equally helpless. The chosen individual has no right to refuse in this game. As she shifts closer, she dares not meet Ning Yuan's gaze, her hand tightly clutching her skirt. Ning Yuan, please lower your head, she whispers bashfully. Given Ning Yuan's height, even seated, he towers over her. With a resigned sigh, he bends down. Su Yinxiu possesses a delicate yet voluptuous figure, her slender waist accentuated by her ample bosom, which now heaves with nervousness. Avoiding Ning Yuan's brilliant eyes, she closes her own and leans toward where she imagines his lips to be. Instead, she inadvertently kisses his nose. Realizing the blunder, her eyes fly open, and she quickly adjusts, pressing her trembling lips against Ning Yuan's cool ones. Their lips meet. Though there is no exchange of kisses or playful biting, much less the audacity for a French kiss, considering they are still under the watchful eyes of others. After approximately 10 seconds, they part swiftly. Su Yu suppresses laughter, while Wu Xan bursts in a hearty laughter. Su Yinxiu, technically, you've already completed the dare by kissing Ning Yuan's nose. You weren't instructed to kiss his lips. That was an embellishment of your own. Su Yinxiu gasps. Her cheeks aflame. Wu Xin, I'll get back at you. Ning Yuan gently pulls the flustered Su Yinxiu back down, saying, no need to rush. I'll help you seek revenge. The game continues. Rock, paper, scissors. This time, Ning Yuan emerges victorious first, with the three who lost continuing the game. Ultimately, Su Yinxiu and Su Yu win against Wu Xin. Wu Xin turns to Ning Yuan. Bro, please show mercy. I've been good. Wu Xin, will you choose truth or dare? Ning Yuan remains unfazed. Anticipating a rather peculiar truth from Ning Yuan, Wu Xin deliberates before opting for dare. The punishment involves him and Su Yu sharing a single noodle without breaking or dropping it. Should they fail, they must start over. Su Yu and Wu Xin exclaimed that Yuan Ji's punishment was exceedingly cruel. Yuan Ge, I never imagined you could be so wicked, they remarked, feeling a tightening in their chests at the thought of the punishment. However, seeing that Ning Yuan had no intention of altering the penalty, the two reluctantly picked up a noodle, with Wu Xin biting one end and Su Yu the other. Wu Xin urged Su Yu to remain still and let him bite towards him. As Wu Xin puffed his cheeks to suck the noodle, Su Yu watched as their lips drew perilously close, sending shivers down his spine, and he accidentally bit through the noodle. They had to start anew. This time, they conferred and decided to suck the noodle from both ends simultaneously. As the noodle grew shorter, tension mounted between them. Wu Xin mumbled to Su Yu not to panic and to wait for him. Yet, the noodle was somewhat soft, threatening to break at any moment. In a moment of distraction, their lips unexpectedly met. Ah, Wu Xin, what are you doing? Su Yu exclaimed. Aren't you going to move away? Su Yu touched his lips, feeling distressed. Oh no, I feel tainted. My first kiss. Wu Xin quickly accepted the unforeseen circumstance, saying, consider yourself fortunate. I've kissed several voluptuous ladies. So you've indirectly kissed a few, too. Ning Yuan and Su Yinxiu couldn't contain their laughter. Su Yu fell silent, thinking to himself, if it weren't lips you kissed, Wu Ti, I have indirectly kissed them too. Wu Xin, you pervert. His heart raced with a strange thrill. As the time drew near, the four ceased their game, sipped some red wine, and prepared to depart. Wu Xin proposed, Yuan Ge, you take Yinxiu, and I'll escort Su Yu. Su Yu glanced at Wu Xin, feeling a sense of danger in being with him. Wu Xin buret Su Yu along. And as they exited the Jinwei Fong, Wu Xin's assistant drove up, allowing Ning Yuan and Su Yu to enter the vehicle. Inside, Wu Xin was somewhat silent, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Su Yu broke the silence, choosing his words carefully. Xin Ge, I feel like you're quite different now compared to when you're in the theater. Wu Xin smiled lightly. Do you feel I have low emotional intelligence in the crew? And now I seem more astute? Su Yu was taken aback and nodded, surprised that Wu Xin could read his thoughts so well. Wu Xin appreciated Su Yu and didn't mind offering some advice. He chuckled. When interacting with ordinary people, I needn't exhibit high emotional intelligence. I can freely express my true nature and others perceive it as genuine. However, when it comes to someone I deem significant, it's a different matter. My teacher advised that one must ensure they feel comfortable, treating it as if pursuing a romantic interest, sincerely contemplating their thoughts. Xingye, you are truly impressive. Sui u et galim. Not really, I too have misjudged at times. However, one must recognize their mistakes early and adapt their strategies without clinging to superficial pride. As we say in Guangdong province, when wrong, one should admit it, and when hit, one must stand tall. That's the essence of it. What does that mean? Suyu scratched his head. Wu Xian replied with a grin. It means when one errs, they should own up to it, and when faced with consequences, one must hold their ground. Indeed, at first, he thought Ning Yuan insignificant, but now he realized that Ning Yuan truly knew how to navigate social situations and was quite skilled. Such a person could undoubtedly rise to prominence. Ning Yuan has now captured the affection of the little princess of trendy culture, Su Ningxiu, and his future seems boundless. Suyu intended to inquire further when Wu Xian's phone rang. Wu Xian lamented, "Alas, it is my teacher calling." Unbeknownst to Suyu, the caller was none other than Wu Xian's dissatisfied wealthy ex-girlfriend, a woman who had once devoted herself to guiding him. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan and Su Ningxiu, having just shared a kiss, found themselves enveloped in an atmosphere of intimacy. The events of the evening had been quite numerous, encompassing both declarations of love and subsequent kisses. In truth, the confession reflected the innermost thoughts of Su Ningxiu, who had spoken from her heart. It remained uncertain whether Ning Yuan comprehended this sentiment. She cast a furtive glance at him. Chapter 80 Tong Tong Xuefu. How could you not win over an older man? Ning Yuan. What I said tonight was all from Su Ningxiu's heart, she said hesitantly. Ning Yuan responded with a smile. It's all a game, isn't it? Su Ningxiu yearned to assert that it was indeed genuine, but felt a twinge of shyness. Yet, to declare it all as mere play would leave her fearing the loss of future opportunities with Ning Yuan. It is not entirely a game, Su Ningxiu admitted. Her cheeks flushed. Ning Yuan's pupils narrowed slightly. So, part of it is true? Su Ningxiu's hand clutched her dress, the lace hem quivering slightly. Indeed, Ning Yuan laughed. You are beautiful, Ningxiu, a princess of trendy culture. Surely many pursue you. Su Ningxiu replied eagerly. There are indeed some who wish to approach me, but I do not even spare them a glance. In my heart, you are the only one who is special. Upon saying this, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, fearing that Ning Yuan might misunderstand her intentions. As the princess of one of the 3 major entertainment companies, she was accustomed to many vying for her favor, yet she found them all rather distasteful. Ning Yuan was taken aback by the wealth of information that had surfaced from his casual remark, as if he had inadvertently drawn out all of Su Ningxiu's skills and ultimate abilities. Ningxiu, thank you for your admiration. I too believe I am quite special. Su Ningxiu paused, taken aback. Was this a gentle rejection? She grasped Ning Yuan's hand, her eyes glistening. Ning Yuan, I truly like you. Ning Yuan replied earnestly, Ningxiu, you do not yet know me well. Are you not afraid I might be a rogue? Su Ningxiu, with an adorably innocent expression, tilted her head. Are you a rogue then? Ning Yuan chose not to respond. It is quite late. We should return. As Ning Yuan prepared to leave, Su Ningxiu dashed into his embrace, clinging tightly to his waist, causing the fruit to be slightly squished. Ning Yuan, what I said is true. During my time on the set, I thought of you every day, waking up with the urge to message you, yet fearing it might annoy you. I check your Weibo daily, seeking news about you, and often imagine the days we might share together. I truly like you. Initially, Su Ningxiu believed her feelings stemmed from mere admiration for Ning Yuan's talent, but she soon realized that her thoughts often wandered to him, dreaming of him at night, and finding great joy in the notion of his playful antics. She soon realized that she had developed feelings for Ning Yuan. Su Ningxiu murmured, so even if you're a bad boy, I still like you. Ning Yuan, the wicked rogue, you have stolen my heart, and I demand its return. Ning Yuan gazed at her, asking, how shall I return it? Su Ningxiu tilted her head and suddenly kissed him. When she saw Ning Yuan looking back at her, she boldly pulled his head down and kissed him again. If Su Ningxiu had been somewhat reserved due to Wu Xian and Su Yu's presence earlier, now she was evidently passionate, even daring to part Ning Yuan's clothing, her slender hand unconsciously caressing his well-toned back. The situation was becoming increasingly intimate, causing Ning Yuan's gaze to deepen, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. However, he decided to take it slow, not wishing for Sun Yin-xiu to have any regrets. After all, they had not spent enough time together. Unlike Ming Nanyu, Ling Xian, and Liu Xuefu, Ning Yuan was comparatively familiar with her, and there was a certain emotional foundation between them. Once Sun Yin-xiu paused to catch her breath, nestled in his embrace, Ning Yuan asked, "Yin-xiu, shall I escort you home? Won't that tire you out?" She replied. Having shared a kiss, Sun Yin-xiu already considered Ning Yuan her boyfriend, so she asked with genuine concern, suggesting that if he was weary, she could return alone. "Not at all. I feel quite energized," Ning Yuan replied with a bright smile. Sun Yin-xiu was captivated by his smile. How could she resist? Ning Yuan was tall and handsome, his features strikingly beautiful, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that held depth and allure. His chiseled jawline and sculpted face seemed to embody the very essence of aesthetic perfection, reminiscent of a prince stepping out of a comic book. In her heart, Sun Yin-xiu couldn't help but think, even if Ning Yuan is a rogue, I adore him beyond measure. There's no way I could ever leave him. In fact, she secretly wished for him to be a bit more audacious, perhaps to initiate a passionate kiss. Being pinned against the wall by such a tall and handsome man would surely be exhilarating, wouldn't it? How could she prompt Ning Yuan to make such a move? What subtle hints could she provide? Sun Yan Q traket kirkles on Ning Yuan's test vit her finger, Ning Yuan. I've heard from friends that some boys really enjoy kissing girls forcefully. Is that true? I wonder what that feels like. This hint seems rather vague, she mused. However, Ning Yuan clearly understood, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Sun Yin-xiu, with that look of eager anticipation, it's as if you have Ning Yuan. Come kiss me forcefully written all over your face. I can't possibly miss it. Thus, Ning Yuan lifted Sun Yin-xiu into his arms, holding her closely in front of him. Sun Yin-xiu instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist. Ning Yuan lowered his head, teasingly brushing his lips against hers, gently biting her lower lip. Sun Yin-xiu's body stiffened, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest, her neck arching back, her silver teeth clenched tightly. It was only when Ning Yuan released her that she melted against him, exclaiming, "That was indeed thrilling. I never knew kissing could feel this delightful." Previously, she had conversed with Mu Qingma, who, with a cold laugh, remarked, "Men who enjoy forcefully kissing women are all deviants, so be cautious." That sensation is quite revolting. Upon witnessing Mu Qingma's clenched teeth, Sun Yin-xiu could not help but believe him to some extent. However, now it seemed that Mu Qingma's assertions were entirely erroneous. The reality was rather delightful, and she had nearly gasped in pleasure moments ago, only restraining herself from doing so. Furthermore, her pristine toes were tightly curled, indicating just how blush-inducing and heart-racing such a forceful kiss could be. Ning Yuan observed Sun Yin-xiu, and as she felt his gaze upon her, she let out a soft whimper. "Ning Yuan, you are indeed a naughty one. Yet, I find it quite endearing." Ning Yuan chuckled. "Well, did you not just say that you think of me every day on set and seek out information about me? Such a well-behaved Yin-xiu deserves this as a reward." The reward is concluded. Now, let us return. Sun Yin-xiu yearned to express her desire to linger, but upon reflection, she realized that the evening's progress had been swift. Hasty endeavors often lead to failure. Thus, she resolved to intensify her efforts later, confident that winning over Ning Yuan would pose no challenge. After escorting Sun Yin-xiu home, Ning Yuan returned to his residence at Tang Chunipin. After perusing the script and some performance literature, he retired for the night. Meanwhile, Liu Xuefu was lost in thoughts of her delightful outing with her elder brother Ning Yuan, her lovely visage adorned with a look of infatuation. The shrill ring of her phone startled her, and upon checking, she saw it was a call from Chu Tong. "Xuefu, have you captured his heart? Did you engage in any passionate encounters outdoors?" Chu Tong's question was rather explosive. Liu Xuefu pondered for a moment before grasping the implication. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Tong Tong, what are you saying? How could such a thing occur? However, I did witness a couple. They might have an altercation later." "No altercation? Surely not. With me? Your indomitable strategist, the Zhuge Liang of romance, at your side, You could not win over an older man? Liu Xuefu retorted, feeling exasperated. Chapter 81. Xiao Ruolin's bold male subordinate. Is he trying to seduce me by declaring his affection on social media? Liu Xuefu replied, Tong Tong, you little flirt. How could one engage in such activities on a first date? You might just be a loudmouth. Perhaps your romantic endeavors are even less successful than mine. Tong Tong gasped, her large eyes nearly popping out. Xuefu, how could that be? I am a woman well-versed in the 36 stratagems of love. How could you possibly be inferior to me? Do not conflate me with your misadventures. By the way, what did you two do on your first date? Liu Xuefu, blushing, replied. We merely held hands and exchanged a kiss. Tong Tong exclaimed, wow, that is quite good. Xuefu, tell me, did you engage in a French kiss? What was your first kiss like? Did it truly feel euphoric? Liu Xuefu softly affirmed, indeed, it was quite pleasant. My body felt weak. Had it not been for my brother holding me, I might have fainted. Tong Tong, believing her best friend's words wholeheartedly, displayed an expression of anticipation. I thought novels were deceiving. Alas, I have yet to encounter someone I fancy, missing the opportunity to experience such joy. In daily life, many young men aspire to pursue her, frequently encountering those who rush to add her on WeChat, yet she remains indifferent, for she feels no connection. Do you have any photos? Xuefu. Liu Xuefu chuckled, of course not. However, I cannot show you. Tong Tong quickly feigned a sense of grievance. Xuefu, I consider you a dear friend, yet you won't even share a photo with me? It seems we are merely plastic friends. No amount of persuasion would sway her. Liu Xuefu remained resolute. Tong Tong, exasperated, felt her chest swell with irritation. After hanging up, Liu Xuefu retrieved a photo and glanced at it once more. She pressed her lips against the screen. Good night, brother-moi. Following this, she powered off her phone and drifted into slumber. Next door, however, Liu Xuening found herself unable to sleep. Today, she had successfully registered the ownership of another fully paid villa in Ning Yuan's name, merely awaiting his signature to finalize it. She reflected on how she had previously shortchanged Ning Yuan financially, always fearing that wealth would corrupt him, only to realize now how utterly misguided that notion was. It was a needless concern. If Ning Yuan truly wished to stray, he wouldn't require wealth. Women would naturally spend on him. She now found herself thinking of him daily. Didn't other women think of him as well? Alas, I am quite foolish, she lamented. It feels as though I have released a succubus, and now that succubus is reluctant to return. With this thought, Liu Xuening was filled with regret, akin to a mute consuming bitter herbs, burdened by unspoken sorrow. Though it was late, the choice to act or not remained. Even if she attempted to atone, Ning Yuan might not forgive her. Yet, if she chose an action, his forgiveness would be forever out of reach. Come on, Liu Xuening, she encouraged herself. May my father's spirit watch over me, allowing me to remain with Ning Yuan. She opened a box containing a unique outfit. Since ordinary methods had failed, and Ning Yuan had been avoiding her, perhaps donning this attire might afford her the chance to speak with him. A mixture of nervousness and anticipation stirred within her. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan awoke the next morning and stretched lazily. After freshening up and dressing, he headed to work. Upon arriving at the office, Yang Dong knocked on his door, and Ning Yuan gestured for him to enter. Ning Yuan, what does your social media post mean? Yang Dong inquired, his expression serious. The post had caused him sleepless nights, leaving him worried. Ning Yuan smiled. The filming of Step by Step in the workplace is wrapped, so I dined with friends and played Truth or Dare. I hope I didn't frighten you. Dong Ye. Ha! Yang Dong exhaled in relief. You indeed. They then shifted to serious matters, with Yang Dong asking about Ning Yuan's audition for the human skin cage production. Ning Yuan shook his head, stating there were no results yet, but they promised to notify him today. Yang Dong stroked his chin. The opportunity is significant. Wen Weiren and Su Kuan are friends, and there's a high likelihood they will communicate. You have a good reputation with Su Kuan, increasing your chances of being recommended. Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, smiling. Let us hope so. If that doesn't work out, I can always audition for the psychological thriller. It's also a fine option. Just then, as Yang Dong was about to mention the audition date for the psychological thriller, Ning Yuan's phone rang. Yang Dong came to a halt. gesturing for Ning Yuan to answer the phone first. Ning Yuan picked up his mobile device, noticing an unfamiliar number on the screen, and greeted, "Hello." The voice on the other end replied, "Hello, Teacher Ning. This is from a human skin cage production team. I am calling to inform you that you have successfully passed the audition. Please report to our team 3 days from now. Thank you, Director Wen, Director Mo, and Teacher Lei. Please extend my gratitude to them. I appreciate you calling to share this news." After hanging up, Yang Dong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ning Yuan, did it happen?" With a smile curving at the corners of his lips, Ning Yuan responded, "It did." Yang Dong clenched his fist in delight. "Excellent. Prepare yourself. I will ask Ji Xiaoju to accompany you." He stepped out and called for Ji Xiaoju. Upon entering, Ji Xiaoju blushed at the sight of Ning Yuan. Understanding her reaction, Ning Yuan chuckled and offered her an explanation. Ji Xiaoju left with a complex expression. Once she had departed, Ning Yuan picked up the script, intending to review and memorize his lines diligently. Suddenly, a graceful figure slipped in. As Ning Yuan raised his head, a waft of fragrance enveloped him, and a soft, voluptuous form settled in his embrace. Who else could it be but Xiao Rulin? A smile danced on her lips, her eyes twinkling. She delicately lifted Ning Yuan's chin with her slender fingers, teasingly remarking, "How bold of you to profess your affection for the boss on social media. Is this male subordinate attempting to seduce me?" Her cool fingertips brushing against his chin had an inexplicable allure. Ning Yuan chuckled, shaking his head, "I don't wish to." Xiao Rulin playfully twisted her body, insisting, "No, you must say you want to." Ning Yuan couldn't help but laugh, wrapping his arms around her waist, causing her to quiver slightly. "Xiao Rulin, are you truly this domineering? If I don't try to seduce you, what will happen?" His touch seemed to spark electricity, making her heart flutter, though her words remained defiant as she huffed, "No, I, as the president, command you to seduce me. Otherwise, I shall punish you." Chapter 82. Liu Xuening's Pursuit of Love, Part 1. Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, a languid smile gracing his lips as he leaned down to kiss her softly. "Xiao Rulin, how will you punish your disobedient male subordinate?" Their lips barely parted, yet Xiao Rulin felt the lingering coolness of his kiss. Her mind swirling as she instinctively clutched him tighter, stammering, I want to punish you." Ning Yuan kissed her again, this time deepening the kiss. Xiao Rulin's originally cool demeanor flushed with a rosy hue, even her neck turning crimson. She exhaled softly, involuntarily letting out a whimper. "No, please don't." Ning Yuan released her, teasingly asking, "Does President still wish to punish me?" No, you naughty rascal. Be careful, or I will fire you." Ning Yuan laughed heartily, "Sister, you should be wary. I might just fire you instead." At that moment, Xiao Rulin melted completely, leaning against Ning Yuan, breathing lightly. "Xiao Yuan, you are too skilled. Your words are simply irresistible." Ning Yuan smiled faintly, sensing it was time to tease her once more. "Sister, you are quite lacking. Oomph. I will deal with you eventually." "Xiao Yuan," she retorted, her body softening, yet her words remained defiantly firm. After a moment of tender intimacy, Xiao Rulin blushed and looked up, asking Xiao Yuan, "What did that post of yours mean?" Although she was well aware of its meaning, she yearned to hear Ning Yuan articulate it once more. It was a rare occasion for the typically composed CEO to indulge in a moment of vulnerability. "It means I like you, Xiao Rulin," Ning Yuan stated earnestly. At that moment, Xiao Rulin felt an electrifying rush throughout her body, her heart racing as if it were about to leap from her chest. This was the first time Ning Yuan had addressed her by her full name, not as Sister Rulin or CEO Xiao, but simply as Xiao Rulin. The significance of his declaration, that he liked her, made her heart melt. Her gaze softened, brimming with affection, and she longed to express her feelings for Ning Yuan openly. However, being in his office, she deemed it prudent to exercise restraint, fearing she might swoon or worse, involuntarily cry out, jeopardizing her esteemed reputation. She could only imagine the headlines. The stunning CEO, Xiao Rulin, faints after displaying affection for male subordinate. Rescued after half an hour at Jinghai People's Hospital. How utterly embarrassing. Yet the desire to kiss him was overwhelming. As she lingered, Ning Yuan leaned in for a passionate kiss, leaving Xiao Rulin utterly dazed. her mind swirling as she stepped away from his embrace, feeling as though she were floating, akin to a tipsy state. Regaining some composure, she gently patted her cheeks and adjusted her form-fitting skirt, which had hiked up while she was seated. As for her black stockings, she was unsure how they had ended up in Ning Yuan's possession. That rascal! Snatching the stockings from his hands, she cleared her throat and stealthily exited his office. She lifted her chin slightly, letting out a soft hum, reverting to her usual frosty demeanor as the illustrious CO. Upon encountering two female subordinates, she greeted them with a mere nod. Once back in her office, she exhaled, her heart racing from the thrill of the encounter. It was exhilarating, almost addictive. She found herself drawn to Ning Yuan's office time and again, which was precisely why she had arrived at the company so early that day. Casually, she feigned interest as she observed Ning Yuan enter, although she had been keenly aware of the happenings at the door for some time. Satisfied with Xiao Rulin's departure, Ning Yuan immersed himself in his script, not only memorizing lines but also crafting character sketches for Chen Ning. Chen Ning was deeply in love with Xu Lei, willing to sacrifice everything for her. Thus, when he discovered that Xu Lei had become an imposter, his shock and despair were profound. The script did not specify when Xu Lei had transformed, but could be surmised that it occurred before they ventured into the Ileo Mountains. However, the chilling thought lingered. If Chen Ning was so devoted to Xu Lei, he must have been attentive and caring. Yet, he remained oblivious to the moment his girlfriend's essence had been usurped, without noticing any discrepancies during their interactions. Consequently, if a couple or family member who shared a less intimate bond encountered such a transformation, it would be nearly impossible to discern the change. Ning Yuan was deeply analyzing the film, contemplating elements that were not depicted in the script. As evening approached, he called Huang Ma to request her to prepare the ingredients for dinner, as he intended to cook a delightful meal for Meng Nanyu that night. He descended to the garage in the elevator and headed towards his car. Suddenly, he heard a voice from behind calling his name. Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, wait. The voice was somewhat indistinct, but it seemed to belong to Liu Xuening. Turning around, he was taken aback to see a frog puppet. After spending the entire day studying lifelike figures, encountering this peculiar frog puppet emitting the voice of his ex-wife startled him. The puppet was even approaching him. Ning Yuan instinctively raised his hand and shouted, "Don't come any closer." The puppet stumbled and fell, exclaiming, "Ouch." It struggled to get back on its feet, insisting, "Don't hit me, Ning Yuan, it's me, Liu Xuening." Liu Xuening removed the frog headpiece, revealing her frosty visage. Upon recognizing her, Ning Yuan sighed in relief. It was not a lifelike figure after all. He maintained a stern expression and remarked, "Liu Xuening, what are you doing?" He was genuinely astonished that she had gone to such lengths to disguise herself as a frog puppet just to see him. Was this truly the once proud and aloof Liu Xuening? It was not an exaggeration to call her utterly love-stricken. Liu Xuening rubbed her sore backside and hastily produced 2 items from within the puppet costume, declaring, "Ning Yuan, I was wrong. This is the property deed, the villa I am gifting you, and this is a black card with 10 million yuan. I wish to express my apologies. Please accept these." Fearing that Ning Yuan might walk away without hearing her out, she decided to be forthright and get straight to the point. Ning Yuan did not accept her offerings. Both Xiao Rulin and Meng Nanyu had already gifted him properties, and should he need, they would not hesitate to provide him with a bank card as well. He had no desire to entangle himself further with Liu Xuening. He replied coolly, "You should leave. I no longer require these." With that, he turned to walk away. Liu Xuening, in a panic, hurried after him. As a CEO, she had never donned such a puppet costume, and while running, she lost her balance, tumbling directly into Ning Yuan's arms, wrapping her arms around his waist in a moment of chaos. The familiar sensation sent a shiver through her heart. The scent of cedar emanating from Ning Yuan was equally familiar and intoxicating. After all, the quilt that he had left behind had been washed by Xue Fu. Losing his scent, Liu Xuening slightly parted her lips and inhaled deeply the fragrance on him, a breath of epic proportions. Seeing that someone from the company was descending, Ning Yuan forcefully pried her hands away. Liu Xuening, hearing the increasing footsteps, felt embarrassed and quickly tossed the property deed and black card into Ning Yuan's arms before stumbling away in haste. Ning Yuan contemplated returning the items to her, but decided against it, knowing it would lead to further entanglement. He resolved to hand them over to Liu Xuening's sister, Shuefu, when next they met. Meanwhile, Liu Xuening stumbled several times while running, her backside sore, yet she felt an overwhelming joy. She had finally seen Ning Yuan, embraced him, and inhaled his scent. 2 gifts of apology have been presented to him. Should he accept them, it would be splendid. Even if he returns in the future, it would at least express my sincere intentions. Perfect. Alas, in her moment of joy, she stumbled once again. Chapter 83. Ling Yuan offers advice to her daughter Ling Xuening. Liu Xuening hastened to the car, removing her doll costume. This was indeed the territory of Shaorulin. Should this woman see her clad in a frog costume, she would undoubtedly ridicule her. Liu Xuening carefully placed the frog attire into the trunk. If I were to reconcile with Ning Yuan, you would be instrumental in this, and I would surely elevate you to a position of honor. Seated in the driver's seat, she savored the lingering scent of Ning Yuan, and taking advantage of the sparse crowd, she drove away. For the past 2 months, she had been enveloped in the gloom of losing Ning Yuan, feeling quite despondent. Today, upon seeing Ning Yuan, he remained as handsome as ever, and Liu Xuening found her heart racing, even feeling a touch of nervousness. As a CEO, she had encountered countless scenarios, yet upon seeing Ning Yuan, her hands trembled slightly, though she managed to conceal this well. The experience of embracing him was intoxicating, and she longed to hold him forever. Why had she not felt such intensity before? Perhaps it was only in loss that one realizes the irreplaceable nature of another. Liu Xuening's spirits lifted considerably, perhaps because she glimpsed the dawn of a possibility to win Ning Yuan back. Unable to contain her joy, she instructed her intelligent driving system to connect her with Ling Xuening. Ling Xuening had been exceedingly busy these days, even working late into the night to analyze and upload her experimental data. Meanwhile, her mother, Ling Yuan, rested at home, growing anxious as she observed her daughter's relentless busyness, devoid of any romantic inclinations. She brought Ling Xuening a warm bowl of ginseng and lotus seed soup, saying, Xuening, you work far too hard each day. It pains me to see you so exhausted. Ling Xuening smiled and replied, Thank you, Mom. But this is simply the nature of my work. There's no helping it. Being an educated woman herself, Ling Yuan understood that her daughter did not appreciate her urging for marriage. However, she worried that if Ling Xuening remained so occupied, she might miss out on a good partner. After all, as one ages, finding love becomes increasingly difficult. As a mother, she resolved to offer her counsel. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yuan said, Xuening, I recently sorted through old photographs and came across pictures of you as a child, holding onto my clothes and promising to always be by my side. I couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time passes. At my age, I often think about how, had I taken more time in my youth to meet interesting people, perhaps my life would have been imbued with even more warmth. You are thriving in your career, and I am proud of you, but I also hope for someone to share life's joys with you. Ling Xuening, without turning around, chuckled and said, Mom, if you're yearning for a grandchild, perhaps you could remarry. You're only in your 40s and could easily have a second child. I would mind it all. What nonsense is this? Ling Yuan chuckled in disbelief. Xuening, what are you saying? Your mother is of a considerable age. Now, I speak of your personal matters. Mother, if you find yourself utterly bored, perhaps you could seek companionship with an elderly gentleman. After all, father has been gone for many years. I believe he would understand. Ling Yuan is a gentle soul, and upon hearing this, she was infuriated, delivering a light smack to Ling Xuening's head. Ling Xuening rubbed her head, exclaiming, Ouch, that hurts, mother. Ling Yuan paused, inquiring if it truly pained her, offering to massage it. However, Ling Xuening grasped her hand, insisting, Mother, I am serious. There are a few gentlemen in their 50s at my workplace. Although they are not young, they possess great charm and are quite dapper. Would you like me to introduce you? Of course. If you prefer a younger man to enjoy some comforts, I wouldn't mind at all. Though Ling Yuan is in her 40s, she remains graceful, beautiful, and exudes a unique allure, making it entirely plausible to attract some older suitors. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Do not attempt to introduce anyone to your mother. Ling Yuan promptly rejected the idea. Mother, during your last visit to our school, I noticed you and Professor Li conversing quite amiably. Shall I introduce him to you? No. No, please do not meddle. He merely greeted me. I cannot ignore him. Ling Yuan quickly dismissed the suggestion. Yet, she was soon taken aback. Realizing that in her attempt to encourage her daughter towards marriage, she inadvertently found herself in the same predicament. Xin, you are dragging your mother into this. I do not wish for you to be solitary like me. I hope you can find someone who understands your needs. Mother, if you feel lonely, then I shall assist you in finding someone. Xin, are you trying to drive your mother to her wit's end so you can inherit my fortune? The mother and daughter shared a light-hearted moment, and Ling Xuening directly stated, Mother, I have someone I admire. Ling Yuan, well acquainted with her daughter's demeanor, noted Ling Xuening's usual icy reserve had melted, her eyes now sparkling with allure, indicating that she had indeed fallen in love. Ling Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Xin, do you have a photograph? I wish to see. Ling Xuening's face flushed slightly. I do not have a photo. We have not taken any. Then how far have you progressed? I am quite open-minded. It is permissible to board the train before purchasing the ticket. If he lacks financial means, that is inconsequential. As long as our family is well off, what matters is that he is a good person and you like him. Now, it was Ling Xuening's turn to feel bashful. Mother, what are you saying? It is not that swift. Ling Yuan's face broke into a gentle smile. Xin, if you are fond of him, you must be decisive. Your father was the dream of many girls. Do you know why I ultimately won his heart? Ling Xuening was utterly astonished, for her mother had never mentioned this before. It seemed there was more to the story. Ling Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Your mother had your father intoxicated, which led to you. A marriage before love is not entirely out of the question. Ling Xuening's mouth fell open in shock, as if she could swallow an egg whole. She never anticipated her mother held such progressive views. Mother, are you truly that bold? Aren't you concerned that father might take advantage of you and then leave? Ling Yuan tousled her hair. That is why one must assess character wisely. Furthermore, if he refuses to acknowledge you, then consider it a misjudgment and opt not to have children. Mother, you are impressive. The longest journey that father has traversed likely pertains to your schemes. Ling Yuan's face flickered with a hint of nostalgia. How could one know if your father is not, in truth, a genuine hunter, appearing in the guise of prey? Ling Xuening could not suppress a laugh. Yet, a sudden thought struck her. What of Ning Yuan? Is he truly a hunter, merely masquerading as prey? After all, the last time she had indulged too much, she had forcibly kissed him. Could she still rely on inebriation to achieve her desires? Mother, how did you manage to intoxicate my father? It seems his tolerance for alcohol is quite commendable. Ling Yuan wore a cryptic smile, reminding Xuening that one should not solely immerse oneself in work, but also keenly observe life. As women, what advantage do we possess? We excel at being endearing. You should adopt a demeanor akin to that of a charming young lady. Simply say, brother, I truly cannot drink anymore. Would you partake for me? Brother, you are so remarkable. Brother, please do not bully me. If he remains reluctant, suggest, if I kiss you, would you drink a sip for me? What man could resist such an appeal? After all, I am older than him. Does that not make it all the more thrilling? Ling Xuening's eyes sparkled with excitement. It truly seemed feasible. Mother possesses quite the acumen. However, with that fellow Ning Yuan, one could only wonder if it would be effective. What if he bluntly retorted, why not just tend a goldfish? Drink for me. Then it would be hopeless. Chapter 84. The Battlefield of Love, Part 1. Thanks to Wuqing Kaiyang for the 2 delightful gifts. Upon returning to the villa, Ning Yuan found that Aunt Huang had already procured and prepared the ingredients. He expressed his gratitude and commenced his culinary endeavors. Just then, Meng Nanyu returned. Bending slightly as she removed her high heels, her curvaceous form accentuated. Perhaps due to Ning Yuan's nurturing, Meng Nanyu had become increasingly beautiful. Previously, she struggled to find sleep at night, but now, sleeplessness had become a frequent visitor. Yet her complexion had transformed. Her skin was now fair and delicate, as if it could be broken with a light touch. Her eyes, once cold, now exuded warmth and tenderness. With peace in her heart, her entire demeanor radiated an enhanced softness. The once feared businesswoman in Jinghai now resembled an 18-year-old girl in love. Hearing the sounds from the kitchen, she surmised that Ning Yuan had returned. A smile graced her lips as she quietly approached the kitchen, wrapping her arms around Ning Yuan's waist from behind. Xiao Yuan, what delicious dishes are you preparing? I'm already hungry. Just seeing you makes me feel famished. Ning Yuan, feeling Meng Nanyu's warm embrace, replied, My dear, just a moment. I shall have it ready shortly. After holding him for a while, Meng Nanyu reluctantly released him, saying, I can hardly wait. She returned to the living room, slowly removing her black stockings, revealing her long, fair legs. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the tall, handsome figure in the kitchen. This tranquil existence with Xiao Yuan, devoid of any interruptions, is truly delightful. I have endured hardship, and now it is my turn to savor the sweetness. Meng Nanyu smiled gently. Ning Yuan, once a handsome youth, had now grown tall and striking, giving her the sensation of having nurtured her little husband into maturity. Just as Meng Nanyu was lost in her thoughts, her phone rang. Meng Nanyu picked up the call, only to discover it was from Liu Xuening. This young lady had not reached out to her in quite some time. What could possibly prompt her to call now? In the past, Liu Xuening would occasionally visit her and share meals with her Aunt Meng Nanyu. After all, witnessing Ning Yuan and Liu Xuening together stirred discomfort within her. Aunt, I wish to see you. It has been ages since we dined together, and I find myself nostalgic for Huang Ma's cooking. The warmth in Meng Nanyu's eyes faded, replaced by a chill. Her initial instinct was to decline Liu Xuefeng's visit, as she yearned for a private world with Ning Yuan, filled with tenderness. However, upon reflection, she recalled that this young lady harbored feelings for her brother-in-law. Thus, she thought let her come. Even if she could not dispel her affections, a warning was in order. In Meng Nanyu's heart, Ning Yuan would always hold the foremost position. Of course, she remained oblivious to the fact that she, too, held immense significance in Ning Yuan's heart. To put it plainly, if faced with a choice between saving Meng Nanyu or himself, Ning Yuan would unhesitatingly choose to save her. Unless I am utterly deceased, and you tread upon my corpse, no one shall lay a hand on the woman behind me. Such was Ning Yuan's declaration as a man. Meng Nanyu smiled and said, Xuefu, do come. There is another guest here with your aunt. I hope you do not mind? Liu Xuefu inquired with curiosity. Who is it? Do I know them? Meng Nanyu wore an enigmatic smile. You will know upon your arrival. All right then. Aunt, I shall be there shortly, Liu Xuefu replied. You only called me when you were nearly there, did you not? A preemptive strike, perhaps? Hee, Aunt, it is simply that I have missed you dearly. In truth, Liu Xuefu found herself in a predicament. Recently, her sister seemed possessed, fervently experimenting with various dishes at home. Yet the alarming fact was that her sister appeared devoid of culinary talent. Just yesterday, her sister attempted to prepare fried loach, only to toss the live fish into the hot oil, causing them to leap about chaotically, splattering the kitchen floor. This prompted Liu Xuening to scream in terror, resulting in a rather chaotic scene. The three of them managed to clean up the mess, and Aunt Lee could not help but gently suggest, Miss, perhaps I should take over? You are naturally delicate and ill-suited for such laborious tasks. However, Liu Xuening pouted. Ning Yuan learned to cook after half a year. Shall I give up after less than a month? Absolutely not. Seeing her sister's resolute determination frightened Liu Xuefu. She quickly urged, Sister, my life is precious too. Just now, I returned home to find you busy in the kitchen again, and you accidentally poured half a bottle of soy sauce in, causing me to flee in haste. Sister, Aunt has invited me to dinner, and it has been far too long since I last visited her. I promised her I would come. You can manage on your own tonight. Liu Xuening, with her stunningly beautiful face smeared with oil, held a spatula and looked at Liu Xuefu with a pitiful expression. Xuefu, I'm almost done. Liu Xuefu wished her mother had a few more legs. She chuckled as she stepped back, saying, Sister, you and Aunt Lee should eat more. Although Aunt Huang from my aunt's house isn't as skilled in cooking as you, I had promised my aunt, after all. Aunt Lee cast a wistful glance at young Miss Liu Xuefu. Initially, she thought she would live to be 90, but now she felt grateful if she made it to 70. This was why Liu Xuefu had called to say she would dine at Meng Nanyu's residence. Upon hearing Liu Xuefu's laughter, Meng Nanyu silently hoped she would still be giggling later. Ning Yuan emerged with a completed dish and, noticing Meng Nanyu on the phone, inquired, "Dear, who are you calling?" Meng Nanyu, with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, replied, "Siwen, Xuefu mentioned she would come for dinner. What do you think? Should we invite her?" Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Goodness, he nearly dropped the steamed fish he was holding. Was the dreaded scene he had heard of approaching? To be honest, he had sensed that he would eventually face such a situation, yet he had not expected it to occur so soon. Well, if you want her here, let her come. If you prefer her absence, we can enjoy our world for two, which will be even better. Ning Yuan struggled to express his true feelings directly, instead hinting at his desire for a more intimate setting. Otherwise, if Liu Xuefu arrived and witnessed the closeness between him and Meng Nanyu, would she explode? That little girl was so bold, a cunning little green tea, full of tricks. He had no idea how she would react. It could potentially turn into a chaotic scene. Fortunately, Meng Nanyu was still gentle, so he assumed nothing untoward would happen. Unbeknownst to Ning Yuan, this was a clash between the crafty little green tea and the ultimate challenge. Otherwise, he would have been even more anxious. Meng Nanyu looked at him with a mix of affection and melancholy. "All right then, I will let her come. Xiao Yuan, you continue with the cooking." Ning Yuan had no objections and turned back to the kitchen, stealing a glance at Meng Nanyu, sensing something peculiar about her gaze. As Ning Yuan completed the last dish, the doorbell rang, indicating that Liu Xuefu had arrived. Chapter 85. The Dreaded Scene, Part 2. Meng Nanyu stood up to open the door. Upon seeing Meng Nanyu, Liu Xuefu sweetly called out, "Annie." As she stepped into the foyer and bent to change her shoes, she noticed a tall figure in the kitchen. But the glass obscured her view. She inexplicably felt that the silhouette looked somewhat familiar. However, Liu Xuefu did not connect the figure to Ning Yuan. She merely assumed it was a man in an apron assisting her aunt with the cooking. She opened her mouth in surprise and laughed. "Wow. Annie, is this my uncle? I can't believe that in the 2 months I've been away, Annie has found love." Meng Nanyu smiled knowingly. "Indeed, you shall call him uncle later." Liu Xuefu cheerfully agreed. "All right, I have the sweetest tongue. I'll be asking uncle for red envelopes in the future." "That sounds delightful." Meng Nanyu's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. However, as Liu Xuefu finished changing her shoes and entered the living room, she sensed something amiss, her heart inexplicably racing. Wait, why did this man's figure resemble Ning Yuan so much? Until she caught sight of Ning Yuan's profile, her mind seemed to explode with confusion. Why was Ning Yuan here? And more perplexingly, why was he clad in loungewear, assisting her aunt with cooking? When she inquired whether this was her uncle, her aunt neither denied it nor refrained from smiling. These questions left her utterly bewildered. Gradually, a flicker of reason returned, and she began to grasp a troubling thought. Her aunt was quite familiar with Ning Yuan, perhaps to an extent beyond mere acquaintanceship. Were they romantically involved? Liu Xuefu's heart constricted, and her delicate visage tightened with anxiety. This was disastrous. She had believed she could navigate this situation unscathed. She had underestimated her sister Xuening and felt she had gained an advantage over Ling Xin. Yet now, was her aunt covertly advancing, perhaps even conspiring? She murmured, "Ning Yuan." Meng Nanyu chuckled, "Xuefu, didn't you claim your words were sweet? Hurry and call him uncle." Ning Yuan, feeling the tension, turned with a smile, "Xuefu, you've arrived, you big-headed ghost." Liu Xuefu, disregarding Meng Nanyu, could not help but ask, "Brother, what are you doing here with them?" Ning Yuan observed the astonishment and reluctant expression on Liu Xuefu's face, hesitating on how to respond. Meanwhile, Meng Nanyu stepped closer, linking her arm with Ning Yuan's. "Xuefu, your sister Xuening has divorced your brother Ning Yuan. You've spoken on his behalf before, aware that your sister treated him poorly. The divorce is not Ning Yuan's fault. I have known Ning Yuan for a decade, and our relationship has always been innocent. However, after his divorce, through our time together, we realized that we are indeed the most suitable partners for each other in life. Xuefu, you will bless our union. One to you?" She laughed lightly. Being innocent and having 5 children, isn't it justifiable to have a nest of joy? Liu Xuefu puffed her cheeks, seething with anger. Ning Yuan, Ming Naniu. I bless you, you big-headed ghost. She was nearly beside herself with rage. How could her aunt, whom she had respected so greatly, play by her own rules and seize her tower? Moreover, Liu Xuefu harbored a plethora of grievances against Ning Yuan as well, even feeling upset with herself. She had let her guard down far too easily. These people were eyeing her Ning Yuan with insatiable desire, lurking like predators. However, she quickly recalibrated her emotions. In truth, setting aside their familial ties, her aunt was merely a rival. Since she was a competitor, she would treat her as such. Liu Xuefu was certainly a little green tea. She moved to the other side, linking her arm with Ning Yuan's other side. Brother Ning Yuan, do you remember that day at the amusement park when you kissed my lips so forcefully? They're still a bit swollen. With that, she playfully pouted her lips. Her complexion was fair and delicate, and the sight of her pouting was irresistibly charming. Ning Yuan thought to himself, this is bad. Indeed, he felt Meng Nanyu stiffen beside him, her gaze piercing into him. Ning Yuan awkwardly chuckled and glanced her way. Meng Nanyu shot him a glance, shaping her lips to indicate she would settle the score later. It appeared that her niece was vying for her boyfriend. This was a little husband she had painstakingly waited for. How could she relinquish him? Wasn't she supposed to play the role of the green tea? Wasn't she meant to act? I shall perform until you weep. Suddenly, Meng Nanyu gasped, her exquisite cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Ning Yuan inquired with concern. What's the matter? Meng Nanyu began to act coy. Darling, it's all your fault. Last night was too intense. Liu Xuefu, still somewhat naive, initially failed to grasp the meaning of too intense. However, she soon connected the dots. The term intense referred to the act of pounding, as her aunt implied that Ning Yuan had been relentless with her. Upon this realization, Liu Xuefu's face flushed a deep crimson. She shot Ning Yuan a fierce glare. In this atmosphere thick with tension, Ning Yuan trembled inwardly, fearful of uttering a single word, for at such a moment, anything he said could be misconstrued. Perhaps he could even be reprimanded for merely stepping forward with his left foot. Liu Xuefu was taken aback. Wait, did Aunt successfully steal a march? Refusing to be outdone, Liu Xuefu glared at Meng Nanyu. Aunt, Ning Yuan is my boyfriend. How can you compete with your niece for him? There are so many men pursuing you. Why must you contend with me? With that, she forcefully tugged Ning Yuan toward herself. Meng Nanyu chuckled lightly. Xuefu, after Xiao Yuan's divorce, I shall be the first to inherit him, considering your youth. She insisted from now on, you should call him uncle instead of brother Ning Yuan. We must not confuse the hierarchy. Thus began a tug of war over Ning Yuan. He was pulled back and forth, finally weakly suggesting, how about we eat first? Be quiet. Ning Yuan helplessly remarked, could you please let me go? The food is about to burn. The two women ignored him, declaring that they could forego the meal, but they certainly would not relinquish him. Ning Yuan turned off the heat, exclaiming, I'm in such a hurry. I need to use the restroom. Meng Nanyu shot him a cold glare. Darling, you are not allowed to leave. Liu Xuefu clung tightly to his arm. Ning Yuan, you must clarify things today. Meng Nanyu regarded him with a teasing smile. Xiao Yuan, you must make a choice. Whom will you select? Ning Yuan, feeling cornered, replied, Can I not choose both? Absolutely not. He understood that he could not follow their lead any further. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. He first leaned in and kissed Meng Nanyu deeply. Her cheeks flared with color, and as his lips departed, hers seemed to linger, reluctant to part from his. He then fervently kissed Liu Xuefu. Initially, she protested with flailing arms and an unclear voice, Don't touch me. But soon, her resolve melted away, and she let out a soft moan. Chapter 86. Ning Yuan cannot stay. What will happen if you sleep with him? Once the enchantress made her move, the outcome was evident. Both women fell silent, their faces flushed and hearts racing. They exchanged a glance, both huffing in unison before turning away. After all, their minds were still rebooting from the kiss. Yet to fully engage, Liu Xuefu gradually realized that something was amiss. Why did her brother Ning Yuan kiss Meng Nanyu first, and then her? Why not kiss her first before moving on to Meng Nanyu? Her mind was still in a whirl. Ning Yuan should not have kissed them both simultaneously. Meanwhile, Meng Nanyu's thoughts were filled with disdain for the scoundrel Ning Yuan, who dared to kiss both of them. He shouldn't have kissed Xuefu at all. Now, both she and Xuefu found themselves in an indirect kiss. Seizing the brief moment of their bewilderment, Ning Yuan, unperturbed, rekindled the fire for cooking, deftly tossing the ingredients in the pan before serving. He then placed a dish before each of Meng Nanyu and Liu Xuefu, prompting them to take it out. The two had no choice but to comply. He let out a deep sigh. While the atmosphere was thrilling, he genuinely feared for his fragile heart. One was mature and enchanting, the other pure and adorable, both epitomes of beauty. It was a bittersweet experience. As Ning Yuan stepped outside and settled into his seat, Meng Nanyu and Liu Xuefu began to vie for the spot beside him. Logically, since Ning Yuan ate with his right hand, sitting on his left would allow for a comfortable embrace of his arm. It was rather inappropriate for Meng Nanyu to pick food while Xuefu clung to the arm he used to serve. Meng Nanyu shot a glare at Liu Xuefu. As a high-powered CEO and elder, her commanding presence left Liu Xuefu momentarily stunned, forcing her to take a seat on Ning Yuan's right. Ning Yuan picked up a fragrant pan-fried shrimp, intending to share with both of them. However, Meng Nanyu and Liu Xuefu gazed at him intently, eager to see whom he would serve first. Faced with such a dilemma, he decided against it. Instead, he placed it in his own bowl and began to peel it, savoring it himself. He had lightly fried the shrimp in oil before pan-frying it again with pepper and salt, creating a truly exquisite flavor. Meng Nanyu and Liu Xuefu both let out a small huff in discontent. Each took one for themselves, peeling it before tasting. Liu Xuefu's eyes sparkled. It had been so long since she had savored Ning Yuan's cooking, and it was just as delightful as she remembered, especially after enduring the relentless torment from Liu Xuening. She felt on the verge of breaking down. Thus, tasting such a delectable shrimp brought a slight moisture to her eyes. As for Meng Nanyu, having sampled countless delicacies, Ning Yuan's culinary skills always catered perfectly to her palate. Unable to resist, she even licked her fingers and pulled Ning Yuan's hand closer to lick his fingers as well. Her small, delicate tongue was soft and smooth, making the sensation on his fingers extraordinarily acute. Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat, his gaze deepening. Meanwhile, Liu Xuefu was infuriated. How could her aunt openly cheat like this? A CEO, exuding both aloofness and irresistible allure, was licking a man's fingers. Who could withstand such a sight? No wonder Ning Yuan was drawn to her. After licking his fingers, Meng Nanyu cast a tender glance at Ning Yuan. Little Yuan was truly multi-talented, capable in the kitchen, charming in social settings, and proficient in the bedroom. His abilities were indeed impressive, though it seemed he had become somewhat of cad. Meng Nanyu felt a twinge of melancholy for him, yet she wasn't overly angry. Instead, she felt a pang of sympathy for Ning Yuan. Previously, she had been persistently rebuffed by Xuening, which rendered her incapable of refusing someone who deeply loves her now. Meng Nanyu, confident in her own allure, harbors no fear of normal competition. However, should anyone attempt to exploit or harm Ning Yuan, a glint of coldness flashes in her eyes. She is well aware of the regions in the South China Sea where man-eating sharks lurk, and she would not hesitate to cast someone into their depths. As for Liu Xuefu, her own niece, what else can she do but engage in fair competition? Can I truly be outdone by a mere child? Meanwhile, Liu Xuefu feels the chilling terror of Meng Nanyu. After all, a contrasting CEO is a charm no man can resist. Yet, she possesses ample confidence herself. Since you, dear aunt, have initiated the games, do not blame me for retaliating. She slipped off her Mary Jane's, her delicate, fair feet in white socks reaching towards Ning Yuan's calf. I shall discreetly flirt with my brother beneath the dining table. Indeed, her foot made contact with the other's calf. Oh wait, something feels amiss. Why is his calf so smooth? Clearly, Ning Yuan was clad in loungewear, wearing trousers. Oh no, it is Meng Nanyu's leg. Undoubtedly, Meng Nanyu has placed her calf upon Ning Yuan's. How infuriating. Meng Nanyu cast a triumphant glance her way. You think you, Xuefu, can contend with me? A smile danced upon her lips. Liu Xuefu puffed her cheeks, feeling utterly outmatched before her aunt, completely at a loss. At that moment, Meng Nanyu's phone rang. She picked it up, and upon seeing it was a call from Liu Xuening, her brows furrowed. What did Xuening want? Since their last visit to Xuening's villa, they had not crossed paths. Aunt, Xuefu has come to find you. You've seen her? Haven't you? Liu Xuening's cool voice resonated. Meng Nanyu glanced at Liu Xuefu, who, sitting close to Ning Yuan, also heard Liu Xuening's voice emanating from the phone. Yes, Xuefu is here. Are you looking for her? Liu Xuening replied, slightly embarrassed. Aunt, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. I'd like to visit your home, perhaps have a chat. Liu Xuening felt helpless. She had accidentally oversalted her dish earlier, rendering it unpalatable, and had lost her appetite. With Xuefu visiting her aunt, she thought it would be a lovely opportunity to see Meng Nanyu and share a meal. Previously, she had lacked the desire to go out, burdened by the anguish of her divorce from Ning Yuan. However, after embracing Ning Yuan that morning, she felt considerably lighter and decided it was time to check in on her aunt. In unison, Meng Nanyu and Liu Xuefu exclaimed, "Do not come." Ning Yuan also silently mouthed, "Do not." The very thought of Liu Xuening arriving filled Ning Yuan with trepidation, imagining the scene where the three women would face each other. Aunt Xuefu, why can't I come? Meng Nanyu thought to herself, if you come, it would be disastrous. Who knows, we might end up in a confrontation. She smiled and said, Xuening, we are already full. As for Xuefu, she must prepare to return, so you need not come over. Upon hearing this, Liu Xuening felt a twinge of disappointment. All right then, please remind Xuefu to be cautious on her way back. Meng Nanyu ended the call, and Liu Xuefu, with a pout, declared, Who says I'm going back? If I must return, then brother Ning Yuan must accompany me. What if Meng Nanyu leaves brother Ning Yuan here? What if she ends up taking advantage of him? Chapter 87. The Conflict Between Liu Xuefu and Liu Xuening, Part 1. After Liu Xuefu had her fill, Meng Nanyu insisted on ushering her out. Naturally, Liu Xuefu was reluctant to leave, but there was no escaping Meng Nanyu's firm grip. She instinctively grabbed onto Ning Yuan, attempting to pull him along. However, Meng Nanyu was not one to indulge her whims. She pried Liu Xuefu's hand away, pushed her towards the door, and with a decisive kick, sent her sprawling outside. Xuefu, you have truly overstepped your bounds. It is one thing to dine at your aunt's house, but to leave with Ning Yuan in tow is quite another. Liu Xuefu seethed with indignation. Aunt, I will inform grandfather and grandmother that you are bullying me. The resounding slam of the door greeted her protest. Liu Xuefu quickly dialed Meng Nanyu only to hear the unmistakable sound of a kiss being planted on Ning Yuan's cheek. Xuefu, if you wish to hear something delightful, you need not hang up when your aunt and uncle are affectionate. You can even listen to uncle's soft murmurs. Liu Xuefu was fuming, yet felt utterly powerless. She recalled how she had let her sister, Liu Xuening, listen to her own breathless moments. Was this her retribution? In a fit of frustration, she kicked the door of the villa twice before storming off, her heart heavy with anguish over the fact that her boyfriend had been stolen away by her own aunt. What could she possibly do? She considered calling her friend Tong Tong, but Liu Xuefu now felt that even Tong Tong, the queen of words, would be at a loss in such a situation. Who else could possibly aid her? As she pondered, she surprisingly realized that her sister, Liu Xuening, might be the one to help her contend with their aunt. If Meng Nanyu were to have her way alone, Liu Xuefu would never have the opportunity to approach Ning Yuan. Perhaps, by allying with her sister, there might still be a chance. In a struggle between two tigers, the fisherman benefits. However, should she truly aid her sister? Would that not introduce another formidable rival into the fray? This thought left her feeling conflicted. She flipped through the photos she had taken with Ning Yuan, a sharp pang of sorrow piercing her heart. Upon returning home, Liu Xuening had also just finished her meal. Aunt Li had prepared a simple yet satisfying dish for her. Upon seeing Liu Xuefu return so soon, Liu Xuening inquired with curiosity, Xuefu, I thought you would stay the night at Aunt's and chat with her. I did not expect you to come back so quickly. Liu Xuefu puffed her cheeks in annoyance and replied, Sister, Aunt is a big bad wolf. I never want to chat with her again. Liu Xuening, taken aback, asked what happened. Did Aunt scold you? She is an elder, offering guidance, and even if you find it unpalatable, do not harbor anger. Liu Xuening felt a tumultuous discomfort within her heart, thinking, "Dear sister, your ex-husband is now residing at our aunt's house. I hope that when you come to learn of this revelation, you can still maintain your composure." They exchanged a few idle remarks. But Liu Xuening was evidently restless and distracted, prompting Liu Xuening to refrain from prolonging their conversation. After sitting for a while, Liu Xuening resolved to take a shower, choosing to wash away her turmoil with cool water. Her mind was a chaotic whirlpool, and she felt an unbearable heaviness in her heart, rendering her unable to find tranquility. She rose and made her way to the bathroom. Liu Xuening gazed at her departing figure, sensing an uncanny feeling. Upon inspecting the sofa where Liu Xuening had just sat, she noticed that Liu Xuening had forgotten her phone. Liu Xuening shook her head and reached for it, intending to call after her. However, as she opened her mouth, she immediately closed it again upon glimpsing the photos in Liu Xuefu's album. In one photograph, Liu Xuefu leaned against a man, her head resting on his shoulder, smiling sweetly. The man, with striking features and an undeniable charm, gazed at Liu Xuefu with an affectionate expression. His arm encircled her waist. Who else could it be but Ning Yuan? The radiant smiles on their faces pierced Liu Xuening's heart like a dagger. She stood there, mouth agape, overwhelmed by an indescribable pain in her chest, struggling to breathe. Closing her eyes, she pressed her hand against her heart, momentarily believing she might perish from the anguish. Tears streamed down the corners of her eyes. Her dearest sister had audaciously taken away the man she cherished most. Her sister had betrayed her. Liu Xuening had always assumed that Xuefu was on her side. Yet, reflecting upon it now, she realized many details she had overlooked. For instance, why had Liu Xuefu slept in Ning Yuan's bed? Why had she helped him wash his bedding? Why had she previously stoked the flames, guiding Liu Xuening's emotions? Was the root of it all that Xuefu harbored feelings for her brother-in-law, desiring to steal Ning Yuan away? A surge of hatred flashed through Liu Xuening's mind. She felt hatred not only for Liu Xuefu, but, more poignantly, for herself. Flies do not alight upon a seamless egg. Had she not been so foolish as to push away such a wonderful man as Ning Yuan, they would have had no opportunity. Ultimately, her own naivety had granted them a legitimate chance to approach him. Yet, she also harbored resentment towards Xuefu. Perhaps she had not been attentive enough to Xuefu. But in material and daily life, she had never deprived her sister, fulfilling her responsibilities as an elder sister. Yet Xuefu had betrayed her, intensifying her agony. Trembling, she fought the urge to shatter the phone, tossing it back onto the table. After Liu Xuefu emerged from her shower, feeling somewhat calmed by the cool water, she acknowledged that dwelling on her turmoil was futile. The imperative now was to devise a remedy. She resolved to unite with her sister, to jointly confront the formidable Meng Nanyu, their aunt. Of course, she could not yet reveal her intentions. However, she could provide her sister with discreet assistance. However, when Liu Xuefu sought to unite with Liu Xuening, she discovered her sister was gazing at her with an icy stare. Such a look sent shivers down her spine. Liu Xuefu's heart sank. Liu Xuening sat on the sofa, legs crossed, regarding Liu Xuefu as if she were a stranger, desperately suppressing her emotions. Liu Xuefu, have I wronged you in any way? Liu Xuefu stared at her sister in shock and slight fear. Sister, why do you say that? You have always treated me well. You are aware of how I have cared for you. Yet why have you betrayed me? My own sister, you know I love Ning Yuan, yet you secretly pursued him. Liu Xuening rose, unable to contain her fury, and shouted at Liu Xuefu, "You are truly despicable, even attempting to steal my husband. Is this how you repay my kindness?" Liu Xuefu was taken aback, her complexion pale, tears streaming down her face. Sister, I am sorry, but you are already divorced. I thought you no longer loved brother-in-law, so... Upon witnessing her sister's distress, Liu Xuening's anger intensified. She forcefully pushed Liu Xuefu to the ground, causing her to exclaim in pain. Are you still playing the victim? Liu Xuefu, get out. I have no sister like you. Never show your face before me again. Leave. Liu Xuening coldly pointed towards a door, ignoring Liu Xuefu's pleading gaze. Chapter 88. The conflict between Liu Xuefu and Liu Xuening. Part 2. Liu Xuefu looked at her sister's expressionless face and the repeated commands to leave, already in great distress. Her heart now ached to the utmost. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Sister, I am truly sorry, but I genuinely like Ning Yuan," sobbed. She gazed at her sister imploringly, sobbing, "Sister, even if I do not pursue Ning Yuan, others will still compete with you." Liu Xuening, seeing her sister cry so sorrowfully, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet upon hearing Liu Xuefu profess her love for Ning Yuan, her anger flared. "Others are others, but you cannot. You are my sister. How can you steal my man? But he is no longer your man. What did you say? Very well, Liu Xuefu. You must leave at once. I do not wish to see you again." As she spoke, Liu Xuening picked up Liu Xuefu and carried her to the entrance before releasing her, then turned to walk back inside. Liu Xuefu cried out in despair, "Sister, do you truly no longer want me?" "No, I have no sister like you." Yet, her tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. However, since she turned her back to Liu Xuefu, her sister was unaware. The two had been inseparable since childhood, never apart. And even after Liu Xuening's marriage, Liu Xuefu continued to reside with her. Liu Xuening had never envisioned a day when she would cast Liu Xuefu away. Listening to her sister's cries, she felt a mix of anger and heartache, yet ultimately, she hardened her heart and closed the door. Liu Xuefu wept for a while, reflecting on her aunt's insistence to send her away and her sister's similar dismissal, and in that moment, she felt utterly alone in the world. The critical factor was that her elder brother Ning Yuan was now with her aunt. Although she had her grandparents, she rarely sought their company. Furthermore, her bond with her aunt was even more tenuous than that between Liu Xuening and their aunt. Stumbling, she boarded a vehicle, aimlessly driving through the concrete jungle, tears streaming down her face. For an instant, she felt as if she had been abandoned by everyone, contemplating a complete and irrevocable disappearance from existence. After Liu Xuefu departed, Liu Xuening leaned against the door, opening it to peer outside, only to find that Liu Xuefu had vanished from sight. Still vexed, she thought to herself, "Let us see if you dare to snatch my sister's man again." However, the absence of Liu Xuefu sparked a flicker of concern within her, prompting her to question if she had perhaps gone too far. Yet, upon recalling that photograph, she reassured herself that her actions were justified. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to call Liu Xuefu directly, she remembered that Liu Xuefu's close friend was Tong Tong, so she decided to reach out to her instead. Upon receiving Liu Xuening's call, Tong Tong inquired with curiosity, "Sister Xuening, what is the matter?" Liu Xuening carefully chose her words, responding, "Good evening. Tong Tong, I call to inform you that Xuefu is feeling quite low. Please check on her and ensure she doesn't do anything rash." Tong Tong, taken aback, asked, "What happened to Xuefu? Did she suffer a heartbreak?" Liu Xuening thought to herself, "The one who truly suffered heartbreak is me. She has already taken my love." Suppressing her irritation, she replied, "No, we had a bit of an argument, and she left in a bad mood. Please keep an eye on her, and don't mention that I called you." Tong Tong's expression grew serious. "Rest assured, Sister Xuening, I will be vigilant." After hanging up, Tong Tong couldn't help but feel anxious. She promptly attempted to call Liu Xuefu, only to discover that Liu Xuefu's phone was turned off. Alarmed, she thought, "Oh no, what if Xuefu is truly in despair? Something terrible may have happened." Frightened, she hurriedly continued to dial. Meanwhile, Mu Qingma, having just completed filming Fury, finally had the opportunity to indulge in some much-needed rest. Recently, due to the pressures of post-production, she had not touched the novel Lemon Love for quite some time. Unable to resist, she nestled into her blankets to read, only to find her breath quickening and her cheeks flushing as the narrative intensified. The story had taken a decidedly steamy turn, featuring scenes by the pool, on the balcony, and even on a park bench, leaving Mu Qingma blushing profusely. The crux of the matter was that every time Mu Qingma wished to resist, Fu Yuan would tease her mercilessly. Though she verbally vowed to maintain her distance, Fu Yuan always managed to leave her flustered, biting her lip, ultimately exclaiming in exasperation that she would no longer entertain him. However, the author had crafted a most devious twist, introducing a new female character, Fu Yuan's childhood friend, who was infatuated with him. This childhood friend had just returned from abroad, now serving as the president of a multinational corporation, and she had come to realize that she could not let go of Ning Yuan, thus initiating her pursuit of Fu Yuan. This directly led to a burgeoning mistrust between Fu Yuan and Mu Qingma, and the escalating suspicion ultimately created a rift that culminated in their separation. This turn of events left Mu Qingma, who was engrossed in reading, utterly exasperated. Unable to contain herself, she voiced her frustration in the group chat, lamenting how fascinating Fu Yuan and Mu Qingma's relationship was, only for the author to introduce a third party. It was truly maddening. The group leader, Liu Xuening, found herself compelled to clarify in the chat. There's no choice. The love triangle is simply more captivating. With no recourse, Mu Qingma felt cornered, especially with the author herself intervening to explain. As she delved into the novel, Mu Qingma often envisioned herself as Mu Qingma and cast Ning Yuan in the role of Fu Yuan. Upon finishing the story, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to Ning Yuan, who had not made contact since that peculiar, forceful kiss. I hope I never encounter you again. If I do, I shall undoubtedly give you a piece of my mind. That scoundrel Ning Yuan. He kisses and then vanishes like a coward. While Mu Qingma simmered in her annoyance, Liu Xuening called her. Sister Qingma, director Wen Weiren is trying to reach you. He inquires if you would be interested in his horror film. They still need a leading lady. A vision of Wen Weiren flashed through Mu Qingma's mind. She recognized him as a highly esteemed director, renowned both domestically and internationally for his work in horror cinema, though she had initially planned to rest a few more days. The personal call from Wen Weiren piqued her interest. After all, this was a testament to his regard for her. And despite her own status as a queen of the entertainment industry, with her aunt also being a director, Wen Weiren had no need to placate anyone in his pursuit of talent. His invitation to her likely stemmed from an appreciation of her poise, image, and acting prowess, which aligned perfectly with the character in question. Given Wen Weiren's caliber as a director, if he were to announce a search for a leading lady, countless actresses would eagerly vie for the opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qingma responded, "Qing, please share the script with me." Upon finishing the script, an unsettling sensation crossed Mu Qingma's face. Having trained under the same mentor as Ning Yuan, her analysis of the script, while not as meticulous as his, echoed similar sentiments. This particular script sent chills down her spine, instilling a profound sense of dread. She had perused numerous horror film scripts, yet this one was among the rare few that truly unnerved her. The cinematic execution promised to be exceptional. Moreover, a pivotal aspect of the script was its absence of intimate scenes. Like Sun Yinxiu, Mu Qingma adhered to an unspoken rule within the industry. She refrained from accepting roles involving close physical interactions. After all, she had her aunt standing behind her, a formidable and renowned director in her own right. 2 of the top 10 films in the Chinese box office were directed by her aunt. Crucially, beyond her fame and prowess, her aunt was strikingly beautiful, yet possessed a temperament even more fearsome than Mu Qingma's, earning her the moniker Tyrant of the Set, a title that commanded respect and caution from all. While Mu Qingma had portrayed various types of leading ladies, her experience in horror films was limited. Many horror productions were poorly crafted, clearly designed solely for profit, and Mu Qingma would never entertain such scripts. Certainly, such a rudimentary production team cannot afford a luminary like Mu Qingma. Qing, please call Director Wen. No, I shall personally reach out to him. I'm willing to accept this role. She dialed Director Wen's number, and after a polite exchange, Mu Qingma expressed her profound admiration for the character and her eagerness to take on the challenge. Director Wen chuckled, remarking, "The male lead is also quite talented. I believe you two will create a unique spark together." Curiosity piqued, Mu Qingma inquired about the identity of the male lead, but Director Wen teased her, promising she would find out in due time. A sense of intrigue washed over Mu Qingma. It was rare for the esteemed director when to praise an actor's skill. Who could it be? The female lead in Human Skin Cage is portrayed as a youthful university student, suggesting the male lead would also be a young actor. Images of the domineering figure who had once forcefully kissed her flitted through her mind. Could it possibly be him? Was fate truly so cruel? An unusual sensation stirred within her. She scoffed softly. If it were him, she would relish the opportunity to compete. If he were to lose, he would over the task of licking her stockings and toes. As she murmured this to herself, her delicate foot involuntarily trembled slightly. Tong Tong had made several attempts to contact Liu Xuening, but each call met with silence. A wave of anxiety washed over her. However, with less than 24 hours having passed, reporting to the authorities seemed futile. She hurriedly called Liu Xuening to inform her that Xuefeng's phone was unreachable. Liu Xuening's concern grew. Xuefeng had always been rebellious, but under Ning Yuan's guidance, she had become more positive. Yet, given their recent clash, during which she had harshly told Xuefeng to leave, would her sister be in despair? She quickly dialed Xuefeng's number again, but remained unanswered. Frightened, she contacted her subordinates, gather a team of 10 or so, and find my sister Liu Xuefeng. She is out driving a red Porsche with a license plate starting with Jing. Go at once. Her subordinates complied promptly, dispersing to search. As Liu Xuening's anxiety escalated, her subordinate called back, "President, we have located your sister. She is sitting by the seaside, enjoying the breeze. We are keeping watch from a distance, ready to intervene should she act erratically. Thank you for your efforts. Upon your return, I shall have Xiaoxin prepare a red envelope for each of you." "Thank you, President," came a cheerful reply. Liu Xuefeng sat by the shore, tears streaming down her face as she fished her phone from her pocket, only to discover it was dead. Would her brother attempt to call her? Even if he did, I wouldn't answer. Just as she had departed from Meng Nanyu's villa, Ning Yuan had indeed called, but she had hung up on him. Bad brother. How could he not come with me? Once her phone powered on, Liu Xuefeng noticed a multitude of missed calls. Ning Yuan had called several times, as had Tong Tong and even Liu Xuening. Seeing multiple calls from Ning Yuan eased her heart slightly. Stupid brother. Why is my sister calling as well? Is she coming to scold me? Boo-hoo, that annoying sister. She called Tong Tong, her voice choked with emotion. Tong Tong, Liu Xuefeng. Why is your phone off? Do you have any idea how worried I am about you?